Collision of titans. A deep, ominous hum resonated through the sky. The object hurtling toward the ground wasn't a meteorite. No, it was something far more dangerous. A massive, spherical aircraft descended rapidly, its exterior gleaming under the starlight. The flying machine. Is it Moath? The masked warrior, Flash Star, tensed. His initial shock quickly gave way to wariness. No, it must be Moath. His grip tightened, muscles coiling like a spring as he analyzed the trajectory. The moment Moath landed, a choice had to be made: fight or flee. But running headfirst into battle wasn't his style. Recklessness only led to failure. Test the waters first. If I can fight, I'll fight. If not, I retreat. Taking a slow breath, he steadied himself. Deep within, a fire burned, a longing to test his strength against the infamous Moath. Then, it happened. Boom. The colossal aircraft crashed onto the highway with devastating force, shaking the earth. A chain of 16 explosions erupted, sending chunks of asphalt and steel skyward. A thick cloud of smoke and dust engulfed the battlefield. Flash Star's body tensed, every nerve screaming of the incoming danger. And then, thud. A single, thunderous footstep. Through the swirling haze, a monstrous silhouette emerged. Each step carved deep imprints into the shattered road, exuding a raw, terrifying presence. Then, the beast fully emerged. An enormous figure, its grotesque octopus-like head looming over the battlefield. Its eyes, blood-red and brimming with malice, locked onto Flash Star. A guttural voice rumbled from its throat. Shao Chun. We finally meet. The words alone carried a suffocating weight. But Flash Star wasted no time. His mask dropped into place as he shifted into a battle stance. No need for talk, Moath. Let's settle this right here. Moath took another step forward, his bulky form emerging fully from the smoke. His body riddled with scars, burns, gashes, even bite marks, told a story of countless battles. Yet, despite his monstrous physique, his muscles gleaming like forged steel, his presence alone carried an even greater intimidation factor. Ding! A system notification flashed before Flash Star's eyes. Signalable object detected. Moath, the most dangerous creature in the universe, conqueror of 10 planets. Mission options. Dismantle Moath's conspiracy. Defeat Moath in battle. Flash Star's pulse quickened. 2 high-stakes missions, just from Moath appearing. A jackpot boss fight. His mind raced. The reward from defeating Moath could be monumental, perhaps even a legendary piece of equipment. But first, he had to survive. Feigning nonchalance, he eyed Moath. Where's Kevin? Dongwu. Moath let out a deep, chilling chuckle. Why does it matter? Hand over the Omnitrix, Shao Chen. Do so, and I might grant you a swift death. His voice oozed with dominance, his hands clenching into massive fists. Then, Flash Star vanished. Moath's eyes narrowed. Impatient, aren't we? He remained eerily calm despite losing sight of his opponent. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, Flash Star materialized at Moath's left flank, his leg whipping through the air like a storm gale. Crack! A full-force kick struck Moath's abdomen. But, thud. It was like kicking solid iron. Flash Star's face twisted as a sharp pain jolted through his leg. Moath barely reacted. His rock-hard muscles flexed, his 8-pack abs rippling with unnatural density. You think that can hurt me? A faint grimace flickered in Moath's bloodshot eyes. Flash Star's attack had caused pain. A minuscule amount, but still pain. Unbelievable. Even elite, genetically enhanced warriors hadn't managed that. But Moath shook it off. With a smirk, he clenched his fists. Boom. The ground trembled as his right arm swelled, muscles bulging grotesquely, veins protruding like steel cables. Boom. 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 The sheer force of his charge shattered the pavement beneath him. Sonic booms echoed as his fist rocketed toward Flash Star like a meteor. Insane power. Flash Star's stance faltered under the pressure of Moath's attack. The sheer force weighed on him like a mountain. Only one option. Fengshen leg style first form, catching the wind. His body blurred. Then, vanished. Moath's monstrous fist crashed into the ground, missing its target completely. Boom. A deafening shockwave erupted, sending jagged cracks spiderwebbing across the battlefield. The impact site was reduced to rubble. Moath scowled. What was that? His eyes darted around, searching. A whisper of wind. Then, crack. A flying kick smashed directly into Moath's jaw. Fengshen leg style, second form, the grass in the wind. Like a shooting star, Flash Star struck with blinding speed, vanishing and reappearing at will.
Moath stumbled.
His eyes flashed with realization. You're using some secret technique. Flash Star stood several meters away, eyes burning with confidence. Surprised.
He smirked.
Moath wiped a trickle of blood from his lip. The battle had only just begun.
The clash intensifies.
Moath stood firm, his massive feet seemingly rooted to the ground. The impact of Flash Star's strike barely made him flinch, only his face shifted slightly from the force of the kick. His expression twisted in fury.
This wasn't pain. This was humiliation.
With a snarl, Moath's massive hands lunged toward Flash Star's position, his fingers like claws eager to crush his opponent.
But
his grasp closed around nothing but air. 100 meters away. Flash Star had already vanished, reappearing at a safe distance, standing on the tips of his feet with a bemused expression.
Ha! What the hell?
His face is like reinforced steel.
I couldn't even leave a dent.
If it weren't for the agility granted by his function legs, landing a clean strike would have been nearly impossible. But before he could fully assess the situation, crack! Moath slammed his fists into the ground, ripping a massive chunk of concrete from the shattered highway. The slab, several times his own size, was hurled through the air with terrifying force. A boulder turned into a projectile, heading straight for Flash Star like a missile. Whoosh! Flash Star disappeared once again, but this time, he didn't just evade. Tap! Landing lightly atop the airborne slab, he kicked off, using it as a springboard to propel himself even higher into the sky. Moath squinted as he tracked Flash Star's movement. The sun's glare made it difficult to see his opponent clearly. Humph. You're full of flashy little tricks, aren't you, Shao Chun? Moath growled, shielding his eyes from the searing sunlight. You're nothing but an overhyped pest. Flash Star's voice echoed from above. Function legs, third form, torrential rain and wind.
Then, he dropped like a comet.
His body spun midair, and his legs became a blur. Shhhhhhh. A relentless storm of kicks rained down on Moath, striking every inch of his body with incredible speed. Each strike landed with the sound of steel clashing against steel. Bang! 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 The sheer force of the assault drove Moath back, his monstrous frame recoiling step by step under the relentless offensive.
For the first time. Pain. It wasn't unbearable. It wasn't deep. But it was everywhere.
Even with his monstrous physique, Moath could feel the cumulative force of Flash Star's onslaught. His mind raced.
This strength.
It's beyond what I expected. The Kina Flash tribe, the alien species Shao Chun had transformed into, was proving superior even to genetically enhanced warriors of Moath's own kind. Had he underestimated his opponent?
No, impossible.
He had undergone hellish training for this battle. If not for his own brutal conditioning, the gap between them might have been even smaller. And that was unacceptable.
Boom.
With a final pulse of energy, Moath forced his body to stiffen. The barrage of kicks subsided. His body, though bruised, remained standing. His breathing was steady. Flash Star landed some distance away, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The prolonged assault had drained him.
Sweat dripped from his forehead.
He dropped to one knee, palms pressed against the cracked asphalt, trying to regain his breath.
Damn it. He's still standing.
Moath opened his eyes, the rage still burning within. A slow, predatory grin spread across his face.
Are you finished?
The air around him distorted as he released a burst of raw power.
Boom.
The ground beneath him exploded into dust. Like a rampaging beast, Moath charged. His movements, despite his massive size, were terrifyingly fast. A wild, unchecked force barreling toward Flash Star.
Not good.
Flash Star's pupils contracted to pinpoints. Whoosh. He activated function legs, first form, vanishing just as Moath's fist came crashing down.
Boom.
The impact shook the highway, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Dust and debris shot into the air, concealing the battlefield in a cloud of chaos. Flash Star landed a distance away, but Moath was relentless. He lunged again, another devastating punch aimed directly at Flash Star's landing spot.
Boom. Another crater. Then another. And another.
Each strike gouged deep holes into the pavement, as if meteors were raining down. Flash Star could barely keep ahead, dodging with precision, but he was on the defensive now. Moath, watching the blur of his opponent, suddenly stopped. A smirk curled on his monstrous lips.
Run all you want.
But what if I turn my attention to those pathetic humans instead? Flash Star froze mid-step. His breath hitched.
No.
Moath wasn't bluffing. Unlike the mindless brutes Flash Star had faced before, Moath knew how to break an opponent. This wasn't just a battle of strength. It was a psychological war. I wonder, Moath continued, his voice dripping with malice. Would you still be able to dodge if innocent lives were on the line? Flash Star clenched his fists.
Damn you. His legs ached.
His energy was draining.
But
he wasn't done yet. 100 meters away.
He took a deep breath.
His right leg tensed, every fiber of muscle coiling like a spring.
The fight wasn't over. Because
his strongest techniques had yet to be unleashed. Moath took a step forward, arrogance painted across his face. You heroes. You're all the same. Weak because of your emotions. Flash Star locked eyes with him.
His breathing steadied.
His energy surged.
It was time.
Function legs, fourth form, vigorous and resolute. His entire right leg flexed, muscles rippling as power gathered within. His toes gripped the ground, carving deep grooves into the pavement. The moment Moath stepped into range.
Boom.
A thunderous kick shot forward, cutting through the air like lightning. A blue arc of energy exploded from Flash Star's leg, striking directly into Moath's chest. Crack.
For the first time,
Moath's body bent backwards.
His expression contorted.
His massive frame lurched backward, skidding across the battlefield, leaving deep trenches in the concrete.
He had been kicked down.
Flash Star stumbled back, his right leg numb from the recoil. The sheer force of the counterattack had rattled even him. Moath groaned, placing both hands on the ground as he tried to rise.
And then, pain.
A sharp, searing pain in his chest. His breath hitched.
His jaw clenched.
Ghhh. It was the first real pain he had felt in the battle. Flash Star's eyes gleamed. It worked.
His fists tightened.
His strongest techniques. They were finally breaking through. And the last two moves would decide everything. The tide of battle was about to turn.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
How could it be? This move is actually more powerful than the move just now. Moath's face showed a look of astonishment, especially when he saw the eager expression of the flashing star. His heart was even more kick. This kid, could it be that he has a stronger trick? Quanjas, let's try the fifth pose of Fengshen's legs. Flash Star's legs were all tense, his muscles were bulging, and there was a gust of wind around his body. A stronger move. Moath looked startled. This time, it rushed towards the flashing star desperately, trying to stop the flashing star from performing tricks. The wind blows the building. The body of the flashing star spun at a high speed like a spinning top, and a storm formed around him. Between lightning and flint, the speed of rotation reaches the extreme, and it is about to become a blue light. His right leg also followed this incomparably terrifying inertia and kicked Moath's body fiercely. Boom! The sound of the air being kicked frantically sounded, and the power of this kick was probably the same as that of the four-handed overlord's 8-pole collapse. And the speed is much faster. Boom! This kick kicked Moath's abdomen explosively, sputtering out beating sparks, and swept toward the opposite direction of the flashing star. Moath's face turned a lot at this moment, his mouth opened wide, and he actually spit out a large mouthful of mucus, and his body flew high toward the rear. After flying out for more than 10 meters, it landed on the ground with a bang. He fell to the ground, but did not get up immediately, but coughed several times in pain. My leg hurts so much. Flashing Star's right foot retracted, and as soon as it touched the solid ground, there was a heart-piercing sting, and the expression burst into a grin. Don't look at the amazing power of Fengshen, but the side effects are also great. At least the Flash Star's body is starting to get overwhelmed. However, the effect is amazing. This time it will definitely give Moath a solid pain. If the fifth move of Fengshen's legs is Fengshen's howling, I am afraid that it will bring huge damage to both sides. For me, this foot doesn't hurt or itch at all. After a few seconds, Moath got up from the ground again. His face showed a little pain, but his tone pretended to be arrogant. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, what are you flying? The flashing star mask was lifted, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He resisted the severe pain, and pressed his right foot to the ground. That move is not my strongest move. How about it? Do you want to try my last trick? It's not a trick. Morpheus's expression showed a look of consternation. His face turned gloomy, and he stared at the flashing star, but for a while, he did not act rashly. But the appearance of the flashing star is very relaxed, as if that kick has no load on him. He is also enduring the pain, and will never show his enemies as weak. Amazing, extraordinary. After a moment of confrontation, Moath stretched out his palms with a complicated expression and clapped, as if praising Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I really underestimate you again and again. It seems that I really want to see it as a strong enemy. Strong enemy? Flash Star's expression was stunned. He pretended to give himself a chance to rest. Wouldn't he bury himself a hole? Come on together. No more waiting. Moath's fist slammed into the sky, like a general, with a thunderous roar. Shhhhhhhhh. In an instant, the grass in the distance, behind the big tree, floated out, one after another. Small robots, an astonishing number, more than 20 small robots flew out, like a terrifying machine force. All the turrets gathered on the body of the flashing star at the same time, and the dense red light even condensed into a deep red light, covering the body of the flashing star. The expression of the flashing star is very wonderful. Damn, ruthless. Although I can still beat you, I don't want to be seriously injured again for the sake of a mere Earth kid and lie down in the training bin. Let these robots help me fight. Moath clenched his hands into a hammer again, and said with some regret. He also wanted to capture Xiao Chen single-handedly. Miscalculation, miscalculation. Flash Star's expression is very painful. Knowing this, he wouldn't scare Moath. Well now, the number of enemies has exploded. Shhhhhhhhh. For a moment. From the left, right, and above, in the 365 degrees without blind spots, red lasers all flew, like thunder, emitting a dazzling light. There are so many ants that it can kill an elephant, not to mention that it is not an ant. Not good. The flashing star stood up and looked around with both eyes, and there were blue veins bursting near the eye sockets, and the dynamic vision was brought to the extreme at this moment. All the trajectories of the attacks were all in his eyes, and none of them fell. Shhhhhhhh. His body took off. In the crisscrossing, laser-like rays of light, they constantly shuttle, twist, and flex their body like a snake to avoid countless attacks. Every time you dodge, it is accompanied by an explosion from the ground. After the flash star avoided a round of sweeps, he jumped to the gate of the highway 20 or 30 meters away. There was still a tingling pain in his right leg, so that the moment he landed, he did not stand firm, but half-squatted. On the ground. Wow, you must get up quickly. Flash Star gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. Taste. Sudden. On the ground in front of the flashing star, a huge black shadow was reflected, covering his body. The surroundings even became shady. He didn't hesitate at all, gave up the action he was going to stand up, and kicked his feet hard on the ground, flying forward. Taste. Moath also bent along with his body, and stretched out his big hand heavily, but did not grab the flash star's body, but just squeezed a large mass of air. Tail? Its eyes fell on the tail of the flashing star, and its hand immediately grabbed down, grabbing the tail that had not had time to retract. Boom! The flashing star, which was originally flying forward, suddenly felt a huge force behind it, and its body fell directly from the air, and fell heavily to the ground. The tail is more like being pressed by a big mountain, and it can't be pulled back. Now, you can't run away. Along with Moath's low roar, its other palm directly grabbed Flash Star's body, revealing only the neck and head. Cough cough. The flashing star felt a sense of breath coming from his groin. His body seemed to be squeezed, let alone resisting. He couldn't even exert himself, and his bones were about to be crushed. Call out. Moath lifted Flash Star's body, staring at the latter with his wolf-like eyes. I'll take you back to the spaceship now and take off your Omnitrix. No, it shouldn't be done. Moath's expression became even more fierce, and his blood-red eyes jumped into a gap, looking extremely terrifying. I should just cut the weeds and root out the roots, and I can't let you kid take advantage of it. After all, the strength of its palm suddenly increased, and terrifying blue veins burst out on the back of the hand, obviously running towards the dead hand. Xiao Chen made it feel a great threat and must be cut down. Cough cough cough. The flashing star coughed violently, unable to breathe at all. The bones all over his body seemed to be crushed, and his vision was extremely blurred. Is it? Am I going to die like this? It's really unwilling to die like this. I didn't even have time to use the strongest tricks. Octopus head, let go of Xiao Chen. Not far away, the old broken car was parked next to the entrance of the expressway. Mark was beside him, while Tian Xiaoben was wearing a steel battlesuit. His feet erupted with flames, and he quickly approached Moath. He raised his palm without hesitation and aimed it at Moath's face. Taste. The palm cannon released a high-temperature golden laser, burning the surrounding air. Tian Xiaoben, you are courting death. Moath looked at the flying golden light with rage, and before he finished speaking, the light slammed heavily on its face. Research. The huge explosion instantly blew into Moath's face, and its body leaned back for a while, and the palms of both hands involuntarily loosened. Taste. Flash Star hurriedly stretched out his claws, grabbed both sides of Moath's palms, and jumped out with force. Cough cough. He landed on the ground, but his body was already tingling, and it was difficult to stand up. He could only kneel on the ground and coughed. It was the first time to be so embarrassed. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Tian Xiaoben looked at Xiao Chen, who fell to the ground in disbelief, and when he looked at Moath, his expression became more solemn, and his mood was extremely nervous. Even Xiao Chen can't defeat such a terrifying monster. How strong is Moath? Xiao Chen, let me help you. Tian Xiaoben, dressed as a lucky girl, even more distressed, raised a pair of jade hands in a hurry, and cast a floating magic pendant. The flash star only felt a warm force wrapping around his body, sending himself to Tian Xiaowen. Tian Xiaoben, it seems that you want to die too. I will fulfill you two good brothers and let you two die together. Moath has already reacted. He regained his footing, shook his hands at will, and then patted the smoke around him to disperse. The smoke dissipated. Its intact face appeared in everyone's field of vision, its eyes were a little bloodshot, and there were some scars near its mouth. See this scene. Tian Xiaoben, Mark, Tian Xiaowen, and others were all shocked. My attack has no effect at all. Tian Xiaoben stared at Moath in a stunned manner. It's too strong? Mark was also shocked. Is Moath's current strength so terrifying? When he was young, it was far worse than it is now. He had faced off against the former Moath, when both were young. Compared to now, the Moaths trained by the devil, the Moaths at that time were simply vulnerable. Boom! Moath stretched out his hands again and flew to the flashing star floating by. Don't think about it. Tian Xiaoben suddenly flew under Moath's body, and directly hit Moath's jaw with an uppercut. Monument! Moath's head was slapped upwards, and his body swayed backwards. Immediately after, it directly retracted its head and stared at Tian Xiaoben in front of him with a fierce look, and it was a punch when it stretched out its fist. Hashtag. Tian Xiaoben's words, just as he was about to use his disease attributes, his body of steel was hit by Moath's heavy punch, and his body was blasted out dozens of meters away, and he fell right next to the old car. It hurts to death. He wailed, unable to get up for a long time. Fortunately, Tian Xiaoben's desperate efforts just now made the star successfully sent to Tian Xiaowen's side. Thank you, Xiaowen, Xiaoben. Flashing star reluctantly climbed up from the ground, and thanked Tian Xiaowen with an ugly face. Then, he cheered up and looked at Moath again sharply. He can't get away with it, even if there is still one breath left. Fight. No need to thank us, who made us the best friends. Tian Xiaowen clenched his hands tightly, holding the lucky pendant in his left hand and the fire pendant in his right hand, and said to the flashing star, "For flowers. Very good, if the two die together, it will save me the trouble of catching mice." Moath shook his head in disapproval, put his hands on his neck, massaged his joints, and then strode towards the two of them. The deterrent is terrifying. Boom! The right leg of the flash star is directly tensed, ready to release the trick of Fengshen's leg at any time. Tian Xiaowen also raised the fire magic pendant and nervously faced Moath. This time, Morpheus didn't use the little droids that used it, mainly because the distance is too close, it is easy to accidentally hurt, and if there is a lot of smoke, wouldn't it obscure your sight? Not to mention, it thinks it will win. Xiaowen, get ready. 0. Looking at Moath who was getting closer and closer, Flash Star's heart was pounding, and he whispered to Tian Xiaowen, and his right foot slowly pulled behind him, making a move to kick out. Buzzing. Sudden, the sound of the car's engine starting from behind. Xiaowen, let's go. Flash Star responded immediately, directly stretched out his arms and hugged Tian Xiaowen, jumped to the right, and landed on the ground next to her. It's useless for you to run, Moath said, turning his head in disbelief, looking at the two people who were lying on the side, a little confused. Research? There was a violent crash from the front, and Moath was immediately attracted by the sound and looked ahead. I saw the old broken car with wings on both sides and rocket thrusters on the back, which developed the speed to the extreme, like a ground meteor, hitting Moath's body head-on. Look at the old man in the car window. Moath understood everything in an instant. Hateful monks? Moath, stay away from my grandchildren. Tian Mark stepped on the accelerator to the end, his old face was full of warrior-like fighting intent, and he shouted incomparably domineering. My most hated people get together. With a furious roar from Moath, before it had time to dodge, it was directly knocked out by the old wrecked car that was accelerating at full speed. Boom! That collision, like a high-speed train, instantly knocked Moath to a place dozens of meters away. Because of the huge anti-vibration force, the old broken car was also forced to stop, and the entire hood was bent down. Moath was out of luck, or because Lucky Magian had played a role, so that it flew directly off the highway and fell heavily into a lake, and the heavier body sank directly into it. For a while, those small robots, because no one ordered them, stayed in place, motionless, like a group of fools. Get in the car? Xiao Chen, Xiao Wen, and Xiao Ban. Mark hurriedly opened the car window, stuck his head out and shouted back. Go! Flash Star gritted his teeth, resisted the pain in his right leg, got up and picked up Tian Xiaowen, and immediately brought her to the car. Hey! He came to Tian Xiaoben's side non-stop again. Tian Xiaoben's condition has improved a lot. He can barely kneel on the ground, but it is still difficult to stand up. Fortunately, there is no serious injury, and there is not much damage to the steel suit. Xiaoben, can you go? If you can't go, I'll take you 710 over there. Flash Hixing asked with concern. Take me with you. At the critical moment, Tian Xiaoben still gave up trying to be brave, and he kept his voice low for fear of being overheard by Mark and the others. Go! The Flash Star was carrying Tian Xiaoben on his back again, carrying the heavy Tian Xiaoben on his back, and the moment he stood up, his right foot was in pain like an electric shock again. Broken OM. His expression was twisted for a while, but he still galloped towards the old car with Tian Xiaoben on his back, cold sweat from pain everywhere. Boom! Boom! With one sound, Tian Xiaoben's body fell heavily into the car. A sound is a flashing star holding the side. Can't even close the door. Taste? Mark directly stepped on the accelerator, turned a corner, and drove quickly in the opposite direction. The car quickly disappeared. Boom! On the side of the lake, violent foam appeared. Moath emerged from the lake, and a lot of water plants were wrapped around its huge body, which looked like a water monster. Only those scarlet eyes, which could not be covered by water and grass, landed directly on the old car. Tian Mark, Xiao Chen's two biggest enemies are in the same car. You can't escape. Can't catch Xiao Chen for a while, it doesn't matter. Moath didn't care about anything, it was going to find Dr. Dongwu to meet up and implement the two's plan. Boom! Moath jumped in place and hopped heavily into the city, on the old broken car. Tian Xiaoan slammed the car door shut, did not bother to change his clothes, came to Xiao Chen's side, squatted down, and anxiously shook Flash Star's body with both hands. There was a hint of crying in her voice. Xiao Chen, why can't you get up? Wake up! Cough, Xiao Wen, if you keep shaking it, I will die in your hands. Flash Star's mask was lifted, he half opened his eyes weakly, forced a smile, and made fun of Tian Xiao pattern. Fortunately you're fine. Tian Xiaoan looked at the appearance of the flashing star, and heaved a sigh of relief. How is your health now? Tired, needs a rest, said Flash Star wearily. This battle was his toughest battle. Bayu. It just so happened that the time for Omnitrix's transformation had come. With a burst of light, the flashing star turned back to Xiao Chen, but he still looked tired. His right sneaker was torn and the soles of his feet were red and swollen. But, no problem, this is the luckiest. Fortunately, you came on time. Xiao Chen said to Tian Xiaoan with great gratitude, if it wasn't for you guys, I would really say goodbye to you. I really want to thank Xiaoban this time, he responded very quickly. Tian Xiaoan's expression was filled with admiration, and he turned his head to look at Tian Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban also released his transformation and was leaning on the car body with a look of discomfort on his face. I said, how long will it take you two to notice my existence? Sorry Xiaoban. How are you? Are you okay? Xiao Chen scratched his head embarrassedly and asked again. It's okay, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. Tian Xiaoban lightly patted his chest a few times, and said with a strong face, and then his expression became indignant, clenching his hands, the next time that guy named Moath meets, we must be ruthless. Beat it up. It is indeed very strong, the powerhouse of the universe, it really lives up to its reputation. The expression on Xiao Chen's face became a rare fear, but there was never the slightest timidity in his heart. Next time, he will play the four-handed bully? A flat A of the four-handed overlord is equivalent to the third move of Fengshen's legs, and performing Beiji collapse is even equal to the fourth move of Fengshen's legs, if four fists are used together. Unbelievably powerful, but the strength displayed by Moath is also enough to make everyone unite, and it will only exert a stronger power than before. Another break for a while. Xiao Chen's strength recovered a lot. He leaned on the car window and looked out the car window. Now the car was driving out of the suburbs, there was no one around, and it was very calm. Moath didn't catch up? What the hell is it doing? Moath must be holding back, definitely. Tian Xiaoban vowed. Grandpa, aren't we going to stop Moath? My little broken watch, the transformation time is almost restored. Xiao Chen held up the fully charged Omnitrix and asked Grandpa Mark. He is very strange. Why keep driving to the suburbs? Don't worry. Mark took a deep breath and looked serious. Moath's strength is beyond our imagination. Therefore, we need to do some preparations and deal with it. Get ready? Xiao Chen and the others looked at each other in dismay, and couldn't help thinking of the Tian Union that Mark had mentioned before. Could it be that you want to move rescue troops? Remember what I said before about the Heavenly Guild? I used to be a member of the Heavenly Guild. Mark didn't hide his secrets, and said bluntly, although I don't go out for missions now, I still keep some. The high-tech weapons of the Heavenly Guild are placed in my secret base. High-tech weapons? That is to say, Grandpa, are you going to get weapons and help us fight Moath together? Xiao Chen looked at Mark in amazement and asked in surprise. 4.5. You're right, Xiao Chen. Mark nodded without hesitation. My secret base is at Mount Lahaimo. After we drive to Mount Lahaimo and get high-tech weapons, it's not too late to fight again. But, will it be too late? If it doesn't chase us, Tian Xiaoan will not dare to think about it anymore, and the result can be imagined. Xiao Chen's mental ability is still strong, and his face is a little complicated, and he said helplessly, but if we fail again and are caught by JAS, more innocent people will die. Therefore, we must do our best to be safe. Get ready for another battle with Moath. His passionate words made Xiaoban and Xiaoan cheer up again. The old broken car is fast on the way to Mount Lahaimo. As for Moath, he had already entered the city in an open and fair manner, and came to the gate of a biological museum. In front of the biological museum, Moath stood there, and along the way, he did not know how many humans who came to stop him. The so-called helicopters, hot weapons, in front of it, are all just the difference between big flies and small flies. Earth people, don't make unnecessary struggles. Sooner or later, you will be conquered by me and become the 11th planet I conquered. It's better to be my subordinates and save you from death. Moath looked at the people rushing around in disdain, mocking. It went directly to the major hot search lists and quickly caused a huge panic. News, the octopus aliens are suspected of attacking the Earth. The purpose behind it is that the Earthlings make octopus balls. News 2, Dr. Dongwu, the former prisoner, has united with aliens to rule the entire planet. News 3, is there really more than Earthlings in the Milky Way? Famous scientists suggested sending an octopus to aliens to achieve the purpose of marriage. Arguably, Moath became a celebrity on Earth, of course, a notorious celebrity. 16. TNG Organization Base. The Eternal Samurai looked at Moath on the screen calmly, showing great power, with a very calm expression, a posture of Laozi's #1 in the world. Look at it, is it going to destroy the Earth? Even an alien species dares to steal my meat. Boss, do we want to help ordinary people to deal with this monster? It looks powerful. It's not easy to deal with, it must be stronger than that kid Xiao Chen. The other samurai said to the Eternal Samurai one after another. The Eternal Warrior waved his hand casually, his face icy cold. Don't worry about it. It's just an octopus. If it dares to provoke the secret organization, we will kill it. Don't forget, my alien weapons are countless. Dare to conquer the Earth? Did your mother give you the courage? Haishi looked at the reports in the news, and a smile appeared on his face. If nothing else happens, Xiao Chen will break his leg again to save people. I hope he has better luck and doesn't die here. In the hands of the octopus head, I will die in my hands. Wearing a new red robe and holding a staff, he escaped from prison long ago and began to look for new equipment and helpers. It is bound to find Xiao Chen to seek revenge. In the luxury hotel, Kevin was leaning on the big bed, next to the tied, trembling white rich man, who didn't dare to say a word. Kevin turned on the TV comfortably while playing with the dollar bills in his hand. The picture on the TV made him freeze. A few minutes later, conquer the Earth, and this voice, the tone of Morpheus. Kevin's expression became stunned. Is this monster so fierce? Moreover, the city where Moath is located seems to be near the city where he is located. Taste? Kevin stood up directly, with great ambition in his heart. He realized. Here's your chance. I don't know if Xiao Chen will come. I have to seize the opportunity. I will absorb Moath and Xiao Chen's ability together as my strength. Kevin showed an excited look, with electric light all over his body. He flew out of the window like a thunder and lightning bird, and went straight to the battlefield. Like Kevin, he is the only villain who really wants to go to the battlefield. Most of the villains, werewolves, are still watching the good news. Of course, if Morpheus really kills them, then Moath will experience how simple the folk customs here are. And among Xiao Chen's allies, the sea monster, still swimming in the lake, Captain Xiao rushed to worry about the arrival of Moath's abandoned power station. All that light, standing neatly in front of the TV, all looked at the pictures on the TV with serious expressions, and they were talking about it. The boss must be there. Shall we help the boss? I remember that every time the boss turned into us, he would have a strange pattern on his body, turning into other aliens too. If the boss shows up, we'll go help him. Hearing the lights chatting, the owner of Magic Light Park put down a bunch of batteries reluctantly, shook his ears and went out. As everyone knows, these little guys are already full of fighting spirit, full of power. Back to the biological museum. At this time, blood stained the earth. No one around Moath dared to interfere, and it walked straight into the hall of the biological museum with a calm color. In the hall, has become a prehistoric era. Pterosaurs hovering on the ceiling, Tyrannosaurus running, Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, and even herbivores like Triceratops, live in harmony. All of these. It's all because of Dr. Dongwu's gene variable device that makes them obedient. Of course. Walk in with Moath. All the ancient creatures stopped and held their breaths. Although they did not look in the direction of Moath, they could feel an extremely terrifying aura around them. Their bodies, and even the depths of their souls, can feel the ferocity and terror of that existence. Don't dare to move. Dr. Dongwu, who was originally a little active, had a flattering expression on his face when he saw this scene. Lord Moath, all the ancient creatures have recovered. Well, your ability is really good, and the upper limit is very large. Moath nodded with satisfaction and continued. Now, let's go to another museum in this city and revive all the ancient creatures. Then use the army of ancient creatures and the army of machines to conquer this planet. This is its expansion plan. It is simply unrealistic to rely on one person to fight a planet. No matter how strong a general is, he needs a large army. Bang bang bang. Moath took the lead. Dr. Dongwu rode a pterosaur, followed by countless dinosaurs in Storm 727. Far away, it seems that there is still electricity lingering, just very slight, very fast, imperceptible. Before Mount Rashomon, Xiao Chen and others have learned everything through the TV news, and their mood is even more solemn. Fortunately, the old broken car was fast enough to reach the foot of the mountain, drive to a dead end, then slowly stop. The ground underneath actually spreads out automatically, revealing the basement entrance under the soil. The entrance automatically descends, and there is actually a huge vertical passage under the ground, dozens of meters long, which has been sending the old car to a very wide basement, the size of several gymnasiums. Too strong. Oh, Grandpa, you are the coolest one. Xiao Chen watched this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Grandpa dug this big hole, bigger than the pit dug by the aliens. It's so hidden. Come on, let's get the weapon. Mark smiled humbly, left the driver's seat, got out of the car with Xiao Chen and others, and arrived at the base's arsenal with ease. The arsenal is an empty hall with only walls around it, but the walls are lattice-shaped and block-like. Mark came directly to a grid and pressed it slightly. Call out? The grid popped out like an automatic flexion, and Mark reached out and took out a high-tech weapon. It was a huge laser gun like an electromagnetic rifle, and it looked majestic when held in Mark's hand. He suspended the huge laser and aimed directly at the open space beside him. Boom! A swipe of blue light hit the open space in front, and the smoke of gunpowder rose in an instant. The aftermath spread, and there was a bottomless pit in the bumped place, bombing almost in the blink of an eye. The strength of this attack is even stronger than those of Moath's small robots. Xiao Chen showed a look of surprise. Grandpa, your plumber's sword is not old. I feel like I'm still young. Mark put on a cheerful look, calmly retracted his huge laser gun, came to a big grid again, and opened the big grid. There was a huge hood lying there. This is Xiao Chen asked. This? When I was assembling the RV, I would save a lot of spare parts for replacement at times like this. Mark introduced patiently. It turned out that he had expected this step long ago. When he was young, he would get everything ready. Ginger is still old and spicy. Grandpa, if we are going to refit the old broken car, will it be too late to stop Moath? Tian Xiaoan expressed his concern. Moath is constantly destroying. If we let it go, God knows what else can happen with Pingwu. Tian Xiaoban put forward a point very stubbornly. Why don't we divide our troops in two ways? Xiao Chen and I went out to deal with Moath, and Grandpa and Xiaoan stayed to rebuild the old broken car. This point of view made Xiao Chen a black line. Didn't Xiaoban see, in horror movies, how miserable the people who scattered their actions end up? Without hesitation, he directly pressed the Omnitrix screen, twisted it a few times, and slapped it hard. The green light instantly interrupted the discussion of the three people beside him, and their eyes were all focused on Xiao Chen. Shapeshifter. Show it in front of everyone? It said calmly. It's too late to slowly remodel, just let me use the ability of the shapeshifter to quickly renovate the old broken car. Anyway, the journey back and forth is enough for him to transform again. Good. Just listen to Xiao Chen. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and others all nodded. The shapeshifters had no ink marks, and a few of them took the parts of the old broken car and went back to the entrance and exit. The body immediately took these parts and wrapped it together on the old broken body. Crack crack. In an instant. The old broken car is like a Rubik's Cube. It is constantly deformed and twisted, and the worn parts come out of the skin of the shapeshifters, falling to the ground, replaced by new parts that have been reinstalled. Take this opportunity. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others didn't sit idle either. They also brought in more parts, so that the shapeshifters also strengthened the car. After a minute, dilapidated parts are piled up into hills and placed near old broken cars. The shapeshifter's body fell off the car, stayed beside Mark and the others like a puddle of mud, and quickly recovered. In the eyes of the four, it's a brand new old car? It can't even be called an old broken car, it's a brand new car. Moreover, the surface of this car does not seem to have changed, but it is loaded with many high-tech parts of the Tian Guild. The collision force, defense force, and even the maximum acceleration have all ushered in a wave of epic enhancements. With the enhanced version of the car, we can get to our destination faster. Mark exclaimed in surprise. Grandpa, it's not too late, just go. The shape-shifting monster directly picked up Tian Xiaoban and Xiaoan, opened the door of the old broken car with his feet, and got in. Because his body is really big, he is bent like a banana, clinging to the body of the old broken car, which is a little embarrassing. Mark put the huge laser gun in the co-pilot's seat, went to the main driver's seat by himself, and started all the acceleration. Click. Wing-like wings appeared on both sides of the old broken car. The rocket thrusters are highlighted above the wheels. Acceleration mode, also ready? Xiaoban, Xiaoan, prepare for a hard fight. The shape-shifting monster instructed the two of them seriously in the car, as if giving them a vaccination. Both of them also looked solemn. Before a fight, replenish your physical strength and water, so that you can maximize your combat effectiveness. Then, the deformed monster also took out Grandpa's secret hamburger from the refrigerator very considerately. He's not a jerk. I just hope everyone can fight in the best condition. No, I'd rather die in the hands of Moath. Tian Xiaoban said with a look of horror. Xiaoban, you hurt Grandpa's heart too much. Tian Xiaoan reprimanded. In order not to make Grandpa sad, I think you should punish yourself. Eat all the hamburgers. Seeing the two pushing and pushing, as if they were doing Tai Chi, the shapeshifter couldn't help but laugh a little bit. He took the initiative to pick up a hamburger and ate it with his eyes closed. Taking the lead, Xiaoban and Xiaoan reluctantly ate the hamburger. But, not to mention, Mark's secret small hamburger tastes not good, and it is a must to restore physical strength. The shapeshifter's right foot gradually improved, and his physical strength quickly increased. Tian Xiaoban's body, which was aching, was also much better. As for Tian Xiaoan, although she did not recover blood, the blue bars are all full. Give me 1 2, no, 2. I also need to replenish my stamina, Mark said while driving. The shapeshifter took advantage of his length, straightened his arms, and handed the burger to Mark from his seat. After eating and drinking, everyone sang all the way to the city again. Mark seems to be playing penguin speed, drifting, accelerating, and heading towards the biological museum in the city. Baya. During this period, the time for Omnitrix's transformation naturally came, and the shapeshifter returned to Xiao Chen, who was in a human state. Zhao. 5 minutes later, the old broken car has already crossed the highway and bravely came to the urban area. Because ordinary people are all at home, and the police officers have all gone to deal with Moaths, no one will manage them even if they are speeding. Unfortunately, before arriving at the first biological museum, there is already a mess, full of dead silence, and the entire museum has been reduced to ruins. Mark's expression was solemn. It seems that we came a step late. Moath has already left from this side. Look, there are dinosaur footprints there. Follow the footprints and you'll be able to catch up. Xiao Chen was lying beside the car window, observed the rows of footprints extending out not far away, and hurriedly ran to Mark's side, pointing to the rows of footprints for him. Moath chose the most ostentatious method, and although it brought great fear, it also exposed its whereabouts. The old broken car moved towards the dinosaur trail again, and followed it all the way, non-stop. Whoa, when the old broken car parked where the dinosaur tracks disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge biological museum. The gate of the museum had long been smashed with huge imprints, as if it had been crushed by a giant. Grandpa, just stop here, don't get too close. Xiao Chen hurriedly warned Mark. While talking, he came to the car door, pushed the car door and walked out, but instead of entering the museum directly, he stood nearby and opened the Omnitrix first. After twisting 2 or 3 times, he selected the hero to the four-handed bully. Immediately after, broken. 1 click. With the majestic green light flickering out, the powerful four-handed king appeared. He twisted his limbs, and bursts of terrifying power flowed in his body, and he was full of confidence. This is my strongest alien hero. I will definitely not lose so ugly again. Xiao Chen, let's go in together. Mark unbuckled his seat belt and opened the car window and said to the four-handed bully outside. The four-handed overlord had a serious expression and waved his hand. Grandpa, I'll go in first, you guys will come in later. If you don't go in time and let Dr. Dongwu complete a new round of genetic enhancement, the number of enemies will be impossible to estimate. So don't delay. Boom! The four-handed overlord jumped on the spot, without giving other people any room to turn around, jumped directly over the 727 gate of the museum and fell into the hall inside. Come to the hall. Dinosaurs roar everywhere. It's like being in prehistoric times. Pterosaurs hovering on the ceiling, Tyrannosaurus rex, and Triceratops running around, and Ankylosaurus covered in armor. There's even a newly dispatched mechanical troop. Several small robots are hovering in the sky. So many troops. It's a little hard to fight. A trace of caution appeared on the face of the four-handed overlord. His hands were clenched tightly, and his expression was very solemn. In the corner of the hall, Dr. Dongwu and Moath were standing in front of a pile of fossils, preparing to release the ability of the genetic variable device. Take note here. The four-handed king can't stop flying. Dongwu, stop! With a thunderous shout, he shook, and penetrated into the ears of everyone and every creature in the audience, instantly blasting the ears of all creatures. The pterosaur hit the wall, the Tyrannosaurus rex, and the Tyrannosaurus all stopped, frowning in pain, and Dr. Dongwu was even more frightened. Shhhhhhh. With a roar, he won a hard-won neutral time for the four-handed overlord. He immediately bent down and stretched out his hand to grab the broken bricks on the ground, and the porphyrin was thrown out by him like lightning. Boom, boom, in an instant. Bricks like bowling balls swept past Dr. Dongwu and Moath, smashing the piles of biological fossils in front of them, blasting huge smoke, and even piercing the ground with many big pits. Finally done? The four-handed overlord patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. You bastard, Xiao Chen, these things are extremely valuable paleontological fossils, all of which have been destroyed by you. Dr. Dongwu said angrily at the four-handed overlord with an angry expression on his face. Do not worry. Moath was not angry, and looked straight at the four-handed overlord in front of him with incomparable calm. He came from the trap, and it will save us the time to find him. Let these monsters deal with him directly. Let's delay the transformation of the four-handed king first. When Dr. Dongwu heard the words, he immediately ordered the dinosaurs to attack with the genetic variable. He himself was quite clever and hid behind Moath, not giving the four-handed overlord any chance to attack. Who? The dinosaurs roared and flew towards the four-handed king. The four-handed tyrant screamed that it was not good, and glanced at Moath again. He had already protected Dr. Dongwu, and he couldn't make a sneak attack at all. SST. Get rid of these damn dinosaurs first. You reptiles who have been dead for I don't know how many years, still want to rule the earth again? Dream. The four-handed overlord bulged out like a muscle cannonball, strode domineeringly, 1 foot a hole, also towards the dinosaurs rush over there. Ding! Detect sign-in objects, Tyrannosaurus rex and Tyrannosaurus caused by Dr. Dongwu's genetic variable. The host chooses to kill these 2 dinosaurs to complete the sign-in, but did not expect. Dr. Dongwu sent another sign-in reward, and, BGEF, properly arranged another reinforcement for the four-handed overlord, or extended the transformation time. Tyrannosaurus and Tyrannosaurus, right. The four-handed overlord has 4 eyes locked on the 2 dinosaurs in front, and the fighting spirit is even stronger. The one who rushed over was the huge Tyrannosaurus rex with sharp teeth. Just looking at the body shape, the 2 sides are not a heavyweight, it seems like a cat and a tiger collide. But the speed of the four-handed overlord does not decrease, his limbs hug his chest, and he slams head-on like a chariot, attacking directly with the impact force. Tyrannosaurus rex naturally has fierce eyes and an unhappy expression. How dare a small creature dare to collide with the strongest Tyrannosaurus Rex on Earth? Court death? Boom! But when the two collide, the four-handed overlord burst out with an impact force, his body stopped like a sudden break, and his vigor rolled forward like a dark white shockwave, and it was a 180-degree rolling method. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex's expression suddenly twisted, and the whole body stopped. It took off directly in the next second, flew towards the back, and rotated in the air while flying. Boom boom boom! The ground where the Tyrannosaurus Rex was originally, and even the surrounding floors, were all pressed down with marks several meters deep. See this result. Neither Moath nor Dr. Dongwu were too surprised, and this result was within their expectations. What I'm good at is C-flat dinosaurs. The four-handed overlord clenched his four fists and jumped to the Tyrannosaurus. When the Tyrannosaurus saw the four-handed bully that jumped up quickly, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at the four-handed bully, as if to let the four-handed bully jump into its mouth. Call out! The four-handed overlord twisted, flexibly avoided the front mouth of the Tyrannosaurus in the air, stretched out four hands from the side, and grabbed the chin of the Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this, Tyrannosaurus tried to shake his head and use the four-handed overlord. Don't think about it. The four-handed bully immediately leaned back and used his back to exert force. The entire back formed an inverted triangle-like muscle group, like a terrifying pyramid. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus that was swaying to the side was forcibly pulled its head to the other side, and together with its body, the four-handed overlord fell directly to the ground. Although the four-handed king also fell, but he got up in an instant, retracted his four palms, and jumped fiercely on the body of the Tyrannosaurus that fell to the ground. At this time, the latter hadn't reacted from the state of being out of balance. Boom! Research! Monument! One punch, another punch, punch to the stomach. Four-handed overlord is just a basic boxing technique. After a few punches, the Tyrannosaurus underneath will no longer have any life and struggle. He looked up at the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Tyrannosaurus Rex has risen. The four-handed Tyrannosaurus immediately raised the dead Tyrannosaur above his head, as a dinosaur cannonball, and fell towards the Tyrannosaurus. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex was blasted out by the dead Tyrannosaurus in an instant, and the dead are not wanted. Since 99 the two dinosaurs, and the most powerful carnivorous dinosaurs, were easily killed in seconds, directly deterring the Ankylosaurus, Triceratops, and Pterosaurs. All three dinosaurs slowed down and did not dare to move forward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the green reward. The individual strength of the alien hero is strengthened, and the enhancement rate is 20%. Choose the current alien hero, Four Hands. The four-handed bully said without hesitation, Deo. This strength enhancement is simply tailor-made for the four-handed overlord, and this time the strength of the increase is a full 20%, including the previous one. It can have the power of the original plus 70%. Counting the 8 extreme collapses, I am afraid that it can double the damage. Taste. Another large amount of power poured into the four-handed overlord's body. This time, he could clearly feel the power in his body rose a lot. Roar! At this moment, Jialong couldn't bear it any longer. Swaying his armor-like body, he slammed into the four-handed overlord. Good come. The four-handed overlord let out a low roar, and just stretched out a palm, and grabbed the Ankylosaurus's thick neck fiercely. Call out! With one hand, he lifted the huge ankylosing dragon above his head, and slammed over his shoulders, making a loud bang. To this extent, for the four-handed tyrant, it is also effortless. His power has increased by 20% again. Let's go together. Moath covered his face with his hands and couldn't bear to see how the gourd baby saved his grandfather, so he ordered with a cold expression. Shhhhhhhhh. Several small robots in the sky gathered on the top of the four-handed king, and other dinosaurs also surrounded the four-handed king on land. Although, there are a lot of enemies and it looks scary, but the four-handed king has the confidence to defeat them. I am afraid that the transformation time is not enough. Fire magic pendant. At this time, Tian Xiaowen's crisp voice came from the door. She raised her hands, aimed at a small robot in the sky, and released an explosive fireball that was bigger than a basketball. Boom! The terrifying fireball hit the small robot, and its attention was all on the four-handed overlord, so there was no defense at all, and it was directly bombed. Fire and smoke spread out in the sky. Moath's four-handed overlord, Dr. Dongwu, as well as dinosaurs and robots, all looked at the gate in unison. It is Tian Xiaoben who has completed his transformation, and Tian Xiaowen dressed as a lucky girl. Zanya, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The four-handed overlord showed a delighted smile and gave the two of them a thumbs up. Wow, what a big dinosaur. Xiaowen, the guys above are handed over to you. I'll deal with these dinosaurs. Tian Xiaoben looked at the dinosaurs with glowing eyes, and flew directly towards the Triceratops. His palms released terrifying palm cannons, bombarding the Triceratops' body like lightning. Ho ho ho. The Triceratops was blasted with burn marks, snarling in pain, leaving the four-handed overlord and rushing towards Tian Xiaoben, including the Ankylosaurus, which also ran over to deal with Tian Xiaoben. Xiaowen, these guys in the sky. The four-handed tyrant looked at the pterosaurs and robots in the sky, and looked at Tian Xiaowen worriedly. I'm fine, Xiao Chen, you can safely deal with the octopus head. Tian Xiaowen's tone was calm, his palms were raised, and bursts of pink light that symbolized magic flashed. It seems that the mana has been enhanced. Good. The four-handed overlord immediately let go of his heart, and his four eyes fell back to Moath in front of him. The eyes of the two collided, one was brutal and terrifying, the other was calm and determined, and neither one took a step back. Come on, Xiao Chen, let me see if you can change your fate of being beaten by becoming this big man. Moath moved his muscles and bones slightly, and walked towards the four-handed overlord with a face full of flesh, a pair of muscles instantly congested and swelled. 8 poles collapse. Seeing Moath coming, the four-handed overlord will go all out with one hand. His upper right arm was bent, like a bow full of strings, and he swung his fist out heavily, like a bullet out of the chamber. The enhancement brought about by the octopus collapse made his strength as terrifying as a bomb, and the air around him was shaking. Boom! This punch, Moath did not avoid it. Its chest received the punch firmly, its face changed color almost instantly, and its body leaned back, but even in the case of receiving a heavy punch like this, call out? Moath's fist also subconsciously punched out, as if the muscle memory was fighting, and the heavy punch also hit the four-handed overlord's chest. Monument, both, back at the same time. The four-handed king takes 5 steps back, and so does Moath. Moath spit out a mouthful of bruised blood to the side casually, his eyes seemed to be a little more fierce, and his fangs grinned. It doesn't hurt at all, Xiao Chen, is this the only thing you can do? Do you think you can hurt me, Moath? The four-handed overlord put on a relaxed look, and patted his chest with his hands, resisting the slight pain and trying to be brave. These two guys fought too hard. Dr. Dongwu hid behind the museum and watched the two sides fighting from a distance. He couldn't help thinking, and then he looked at Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan, thoughtfully. Above him, Kevin was lurking in the stairs on the second floor, observing the situation on the first floor through the gap between the railings, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Both guys are holding on. It seems that Moath is more relaxed. As long as when they jump off together, I'll kill them. Then, suck their DNA, fuse it into your own body to create a perfect, king-like own. Bang bang bang. The four-handed overlord swelled with blood, and came to Moath's side fiercely. His forearms were 2 pairs of fists, bang bang bang, with a continuous and powerful terrifying style, blasting Moath everywhere on his body. The collision between the two muscles is like steel against each other, and the attacker is like hammering iron. Moath could feel that his whole body was in pain. But it didn't stop fighting each other either. Although its fist speed is not as fast as the four-handed overlord, but each of its normal attacks is much stronger, and it hits the four-handed overlord's body firmly. A punch is heavier than a punch. You punch, I punch, it's like two beasts are fighting. The surrounding floor collapsed directly, and all the buildings were thrown away. Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoan, and the dinosaur robot were also fighting at the other end of the hall, and they did not dare to come over. The level of confrontation here is no longer what they can participate in. 100 million. Taste. Another terrifying punch from Moath slammed into the chest of the four-handed overlord. This time, the four-handed overlord has no intention of defending, retracting his four palms, and all the muscles on the surface of the body flow with a strange power, turning into a golden light that symbolizes terrifying defensive power. King Kong is not bad magic. Monument. With the blessing of King Kong's indestructible magic, the four-handed overlord forcefully ate this punch, and just took 2 steps back, and then another punch hit Moath in the cheek. It's useless. My resilience is very strong, you can't beat me. Moath was dazed by this punch for a while, but his words were still quite strong, and he said with a sullen look. Although it has some bruises and swollen places on its body, it is slowly recovering. For it, this kind of skin trauma is simply commonplace. If it weren't for 727 because he had gone through the devil's special training, I'm afraid that he would really lose to Xiao Chen in terms of hard power. Dozens of punches are not enough, then continue to do dozens of punches. Although the words are very domineering, the four-handed overlord can't help but gasp for breath. He also has skin wounds on his body, and his physical strength is much greater than that of Moath. Boom boom boom. Moath opened his arms with bows, his left and right fists fiercely attacked the golden body of the four-handed overlord, making a huge humming sound. Although the four-handed overlord has a high defense, he can hardly feel any pain, but under the terrifying offensive of Moath, the condensed golden skin on his body was scattered again and again, and he was almost defeated. The defense level of the King Kong indestructible magic is also limited. Kill. After Moath found that his strength could not destroy the indestructible power of King Kong, he even opened his sharp teeth, like a terrifying shark, and his sharp teeth bit the shoulders of the four-handed overlord. The four-handed overlord's expression changed, and he felt a needle-like sting in his shoulders. The four hands hurriedly pushed Moath's body hard, pushing Moath's body out. Ping! Also because of this bite, first cracks appeared on the golden light on his shoulders, and then cracks appeared on the golden light on his body, which quickly dissipated, and his stamina was severely drained by more than half. Finally cracked your defense, Moath said with murderous awe, constantly sucking in the cool air. Its teeth were broken, but they were also worn out a lot. In short, toothache? This toothache didn't make Moath flinch. On the contrary, under the blessing of this pain, its strength, speed, and explosiveness slightly increased to a new level. Taste? Moath arrived in front of the four-handed overlord in an instant. A pair of arms hugged the four-handed overlord's waist fiercely, and his body also leaned against the four-handed overlord's chest, directly raising the latter fiercely. Bang bang bang. The four fists of the four-handed overlord slapped Moath's back heavily, but the latter's eyes were red, and regardless of the pain, he jumped on the spot, up in the air. Moath's body twisted, his head was facing the ground, and the four-handed overlord naturally followed his head to the ground. Boom! With the fall of the two, the head and even the body of the four-handed overlord fell into the ground first, making a loud noise. Moath quickly released his arms and rolled forward with the help of inertia, avoiding this terrible fall. The smoke covered the falling point behind Moath. You died. Moath was panting like a cow, resisting the pain in his body, slowly got up, and looked expectantly into the smoke. 1 second, 2 seconds. A few seconds passed. There seems to be no shadow inside. This made Moath feel a little overjoyed, and he couldn't help walking towards the smoke. The moment you approach. Taste. A huge red shadow jumped out of the smoke like a fireball and hit Guangzhou's heavily. Puff. Moath was blown away by the sudden impact of the four-handed overlord, and rolled back more than 10 meters on the ground. Do you think that one move can kill me? The four-handed overlord also fell to the ground. He stretched out his four hands to support his body, and hysterically said towards Moath, who rolled out. Monument? Just when I wanted to get up, my body involuntarily knelt down again. The body is very heavy as in a gravity environment. He doesn't get as many hits as Moath, but he gets it with physical strength, and in short, he's running out of strength. After Moath got out, he stood up again, his eyes glowing red, and he charged with fierce light. This madman. Even the four-handed king has some lingering fears. The combat power of Moath is really too fierce. Even if you have strengthened yourself to this point, it is still not as good. Next, we must change the battle strategy and hold back Moath. Broken pieces? After the four-handed overlord made a decision, he looked at Moath, who was rushing towards him, and immediately reached out and hugged him, and they scuffled together. Dr. Dongwu looked at it with enthusiasm, the confrontation between two powerful creatures. This is a contest that even the dinosaurs of the earth can't compare. It is a pity that he has tested that the genetic variable device cannot work on a strong man like Moath. It also doesn't work on four-handed bullies. This is the most unfortunate. As for the battlefield on the other side, it seemed that there was a lot of small talk. Tian Xiaoan used the lucky draw pendant to dodge left and right, and then attacked with the fire demon pendant, and had a great time fighting with those small robots. Sometimes, she would be clever enough to come to another small robot, lure other robots to attack, and complete the strategy of killing people with a knife. Play smart, clever a lot. Tian Xiaoban is very tough guy style. Play wrestling with Ankylosaurus for a while, bombard Triceratops with palm cannons for a while, and your combat skills grow rapidly. As for Grandpa Mark, Dongwu, your genetic variable device, it's better to destroy it. Never think about restoring any prehistoric times. Mark has never been born, because he has been hiding in Tibet and sneaked into the vicinity of Dr. Dongwu. At this moment, he stayed behind a cabinet, stretched out his head and laser gun, and slowly aimed at Dr. Dongwu, who was standing not far away. Aim at the genetic variable on Dr. Dongwu's head. As long as this is destroyed, Xiaoban will have no pressure and can help Xiaoan destroy those robots. By the time Three Yings fight against Lu Buledin, oh no, Three Yings fight against Moath, the tide of battle will be reversed. Go ahead. Mark set up the scope, followed the red dot in the scope, adjusted the muzzle of the laser gun and aimed at the genetic variable. Finger, pull the trigger lightly. Taste. The blue laser burst out quickly, like a bolt of lightning, with a slight sound, and slammed into the genetic variable on Dr. Dongwu's head. If Dr. Dongwu was unprepared, it was absolutely impossible to escape Mark's sneak attack. But he seemed to be prepared in advance. His attention returned instantly, and he squatted down directly, dodging the blue laser that hit his head directly, with a playful smile on his face. Hidden? Wasn't his attention focused on Xiao Chen and Moath? Mark showed a surprised expression and hurriedly aimed the laser gun at Dr. Zhu again. Boom! Late. The laser bombed the wall, opening a big hole, and the huge sound instantly attracted the attention of the people around. Tian Mark, you are still as cunning as ever. It's just that my new ally is as cunning as you. Moath looked at the stunned Mark and sarcastically said. The two small robots under its hands immediately launched an offensive towards Mark, releasing red lasers one after another. Oops, Grandpa has been found. Seeing this scene, the four-handed bully was very unwilling to hammer the ground with his fist, and he missed this opportunity, which means that Dr. Dongwu would never be attacked by Mark. Only head-to-head battles? Originally, Mark, who wanted to pursue the victory with a machine gun, had to turn the muzzle of his gun and fight against those small robots because he was aimed at by the small robots. Dongwu got up and stood on the spot, pointed at Mark with disdain, and said sarcastically, Mark, I have noticed you from the beginning. As a grandfather, how could you not be by their side? So I have always done it. Be alert. You can't sneak attack on me? Want to lie to him? Not so easy. This Dongwu is really difficult to entangle Mark. If Grandpa can't attack Dongwu at all, then who can? The head of the four-handed bully looked around, looking around. Xiaoan Xiaoban is in a hard fight, and he can only hold Moath, and Grandpa Mark is also held back by a small robot. There seems to be no hope of winning. Sudden, the four-handed bully's thinking was interrupted directly. He felt that his body was directly weightless, and he was familiar in the air. No, it's not floating, but there is strength to hold his body. How dare you get distracted when you're fighting with me? Xiao Chen, are you tired of living, or are you looking down on me, Moath? Moath actually seized this little gap, got up at the speed of light, raised the four-handed overlord, and fell forward again. Boom! The four-handed overlord put his back on the ground. Regardless of the injury on his body, he directly supported the ground with his four hands and wanted to get up. But no chance. Taste? Moath rushed over with a stride, and sat on the body of the four-handed overlord fiercely. His legs bent and pressed down the two hands below the four-handed overlord, and its two hands were the same as the two above the four-handed overlord. Hold hands together. Boom! Obviously, the comparison of the strength of one hand, the four-handed overlord is directly suppressed, and the other hand is suppressed by Moath. I'm going to crush your palm so that you can no longer beat me with your fist. Moath's eyes were full of fierceness, and the muscles of his arms began to round up, frantically clenching the palm of the four-handed overlord. It's useless. The four-handed overlord's face was covered with blue veins, and he gritted his teeth and mocked Moath, but his hands were constantly piercing pain, and even the pain was weakening little by little. It's not because the power of Maxis is weakening, but these two hands are about to be abolished, and the consciousness is dissipating little by little. Gradually. It's not even that painful anymore. The four-handed overlord's face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes turned to the arms on both sides. The two hands that were restrained seemed to have changed color and became dark red, and the two hands that were restrained by the legs were red. It's about to break. If he can't think of a way to turn it around, then Moath will really abruptly abolish his arm? These machine monsters, why do you feel like you can't finish? Tian Xiaoan was also sweating profusely, waving her hands anxiously, constantly casting the magic pendant, but the more anxious she was, the more she was trapped in a hard fight. Around, there are 4 or 5 small robots? Moreover, Moath's spaceship is still sending troops to reinforce. This is the most terrifying. Moath has terrifying war potential. I killed one Xiao Chen. You must hold on. Tian Xiaoban struggled to bring down a triceratops, and then confronted the ankylosing dragon face to face. His fists were almost getting slower and slower, and he couldn't be as smooth as at the beginning. So unlucky. The defense of this ankylosaurus is just higher than that of the Tyrannosaurus rex. If it was replaced by a Tyrannosaurus rex, Xiaoban would be able to beat the Tyrannosaurus to death. The key is that the defense is too high, so Xiaoban was extremely anxious, and wanted to step on his feet a few times, but he couldn't help the soon-to-be crippled four-handed overlord. In this brutal confrontation, the easiest person, there is nothing better than staying on the stairs on the second floor, drinking a frozen cola soda, and watching the game comfortably. With a gloomy smile on his face, he looked at Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan's side. You two also have today, but you made me suffer a lot in the beginning. I deserve it. Then, Kevin gloated to look at the four-handed bully again. Xiao Chen, it's really relieved to see you being beaten. He felt very comfortable. If the four-handed bully is disabled, then he wants to kill the four-handed bully. No, it is to kill Xiao Chen, then it is also a matter of grasping. Xiao Chen, when I abolish your hands, I will put the same action on your neck and make you die in pain. 727 Moath looked at the four-handed overlord's face a little bit in pain. The face is full of excitement. It knows. No one can stop it. Essie. Kevin was stunned for a moment. The coke can in his hand was put aside, and a huge hatred instantly rose in his heart. No way. He thought about the scene of being ravaged by the four-handed bully, and the scene of being taught various lessons by Xiao Chen. I can't even dream well. Xiao Chen has simply become his inner demon? If you don't kill Xiao Chen with your own hands, Kevin won't have a better time. No, Xiao Chen must die in my hands, must die in my hands. No one can rob me. Kevin said a little frantically, and there was a trace of electric light around. He thinks it is necessary to intervene in this battle. I've been watching this show long enough, not only because he wanted to kill Xiao Chen with his own hands, but also because Moath dominates the earth. For when there is no half-money benefit, Kevin has offended Moath. This guy is afraid that after he dominates the earth, he will be the first to kill Kevin. Therefore, Moath must be stopped. Who told you want to kill me? Waste JAS. Don't blame me for stabbing a knife in the back. It's in my best interest that you and Xiao Chen slowly fight inside. Now, Kevin is full of electricity. Kevin used his left and right hands. His left hand aimed at the genetic variable on Dongwu's head, and his right aimed at Moath's face, which was very dark. Let you drink to me? Taste? 2 strong blue electric currents were instantly released towards the people on both sides. Wu didn't have time to react at all, and the genetic variable on his head was hit by the electric current. And Moath's attention was all on the four-handed overlord. When he felt the movement of the electric current and turned his head to look at it, it was too late. Monument? The electric current exploded in its face instantly. The gene variable device on Dongwu's head flashed red light directly, as if it had malfunctioned. Even Dongwu himself was affected by the current, and his body fell to the ground. It hurts to death. My face. Moath also withdrew his hands like lightning, hung his face hit by the electric current, and cried out in a low voice. If it has not yet fought against the four-handed bully, of course, it can easily resist Kevin's attack, and it is no problem to face it. But the problem is, this face received several heavy punches from the four-handed overlord, and was attacked by Kevin's all-out current. No pain at all. Beautiful, home run. Kevin jumped up excitedly and danced his fists gleefully. How is this going? The four-handed overlord watched Moath screaming with his face covered, his expression full of confusion. He quickly got up, taking advantage of this gap, and retreated back to distance himself from Moath. He kept rubbing his hands, so that the palms that were almost abolished slowly regained consciousness. He still had lingering fears. The moment of distraction just now almost killed me. Looking at Dongwu's side again, the genetic variable device on Dongwu's head actually short-circuited, and he also fainted. How is this going? Grandpa Mark is still at war with those small robots. Who can help? At the same time, another battlefield. The ankylosaurus that was about to hit Tian Xiaoben, the skin on his body quickly faded, including the flesh and blood under the skin, and even any organs, all disappearing rapidly. The dry marks visible to the naked eye went down, and the speed became slower and slower, until it reached Tian Xiaoben's body. The front became a skeleton? This is... Tian Xiaoben stared dumbfounded at the huge skeleton in front of him. His mind did not turn for a while. Idiot, come and help me, I can't hold it anymore. Tian Xiaoben responded very quickly, raising the volume and shouting at Tian Xiaoben. I'll help you now, Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben suddenly woke up, his palms immediately aimed at the two small robots, and released two thunder lights. Boom! Two small robots that didn't have time to dodge were bummed into scum. Only 3 left. With the addition of Tian Xiaoben, the situation on Tian Xiaoben's side has been reversed. Here, the four-handed overlord regained some consciousness in his hands. Moath was still holding his face. It seemed that the vulnerable part of the eyes was irritated, and he would not be able to fight for a while. It's the best time to attack? Taste? The four-handed overlord directly bent his legs, bounced, and took off, and jumped directly to Moath's body, crushing him to the ground. Bang bang bang! His 4 fists were like a storm coming, and countless attacks fell madly on Moath's body, hammering the ground under it to mad cracks. Jabs, hooks, straight punches. From time to time, the four-handed overlord will use martial arts to attack, and it will make Moath scream in agony. The hatred just now was all vented by the four-handed tyrant attacking with his fists. A frenzy is coming. Moath's nose is almost blue and his face is swollen, and his body is covered with blue and purple patches, but his breath has not declined much, and he still gives the four-handed overlord a powerful feeling. Its physique is really quite resistant and powerful. One last time, the four-handed overlord estimated the transformation time in his heart, roared and stood up, and raised Moath above his head. Call out? He also learned from Morjatha's previous movements, jumping fiercely in place, jumping high like a cricket, getting closer and closer to the ceiling, getting closer and closer. Research? The four-handed overlord and Moath smashed the ceiling together, a big hole appeared, and they flew into the sky 20 or 30 meters high. Come on, cast on the earth. You gave me the experience before, I will give you the experience once, and the experience is doubled. The whole body of the four-handed overlord suddenly exerted force in the opposite direction, and quickly fell over in the sky, making Moath's body facing the ground, like a protective pad used to withstand a huge impact. Taste? Start landing? The weights of the two are superimposed, directly reaching thousands of pounds, turning into a huge shadow in the air, like a meteorite falling. Moath, who had reacted, had no time to resist. The huge wind caused by the fall made it impossible to maintain its balance at all, even the four-handed overlord. I'm afraid both of them will fall hard. It's just that Moath will be many times more tragic. After all, it will be like a pad of flesh, landing on the ground, and then the four-handed overlord will fall on it. Boom. Next moment, the heavy bodies of the two passed through the large hole in the ceiling, entered the museum again, and fell toward a place on the ground. Boom. Moath landed first, followed by the four-handed overlord. The center of the fall was directly penetrated into a bottomless pit, and the terrifying impact like a sandstorm spread into the entire museum in an instant, shattering the marble floor, glass, and even the exhibition cabinets of the museum, and even the surrounding walls. It's full of cracks. Is this place going to collapse? Kevin, who was on the second floor, also felt that the second floor was shaking violently. His body swayed for a while, and he fell directly forward. Tian Xiaoben and Mark were also blown away by the terrifying impact, flew a few meters away, and fell hard. It doesn't matter, Grandpa, Xiaoben, I'm in a flying state, and I'm not affected. Tian Xiaoben, who was flying at high speed in midair, responded loudly, shaking his body constantly, barely keeping his balance, raised his palm cannon, and put the two small robots instantly bombed and turned into scum. Except for Moath. All the other enemies finally lost their combat effectiveness. Zhao Li Zhao, the only thing that cannot be determined is Moath. And what about the four-handed king? Call out? A huge shadow suddenly jumped out of the dark pit, and came to Tian Xiaoben's side in an instant. Before Tian Xiaoben could see who it was, he was grabbed by his powerful palm, like a sandwich biscuit, and was clamped by his arm. Xiaoben, Anne, it's me? The slightly tired voice of the four-handed overlord sounded in Tian Xiaoben's ears, making the latter's palm cannon go out. Holding Tian Xiaoben, he landed heavily beside Tian Xiaoben and Mark again, stretched out his arms and pinched the two who had not stood up together. I'm pretty sure that the monster of Morjath isn't dead yet, but that's enough to cheer it up. My transformation time is approaching, get out of this place first. Holding 3 people, the 4-handed bully quickly explained, while jumping towards the entrance of the museum. His long jump ability was about to catch up with a flash star roar. From the deep pit came the roar of Moath full of murderous intent and anger, and its huge body jumped out of the deep pit and landed heavily on the ground beside it. Staring at the farther and farther back of the 4-handed overlord in front of him, his face was filled with unwillingness, his legs instantly opened, and he chased forward like a cheetah. Moath had just chased out a dozen meters, and suddenly stopped in place, his face twisted in pain, and he spat out a large mouthful of mucus between yellow and green toward the ground. This is its blood. Cough cough. After it spit out a piece or two of congestion, it coughed a few times again, and its body felt much better, and its face wiped the corners of its mouth in disbelief. I actually vomited blood from that trick just now. This is simply a personal insult to its Moath. Trash, Dr. K. Tong, you trash, you don't have enough success, you have more than enough failure. Morjath glanced at Dr. Zhuo, who had fallen to the ground, and was furious in his heart. If it wasn't for the sudden problem of this waste, then Omnitrix would have been in the hands of its Moath long ago, which round would get Xiao Chen to make a comeback. Kevin, who was on the second floor, showed a schadenfreude 727 expression, deserving it. Moath, who made you stretch out your hands so long and still want to rule the entire earth. If you turn the tables again, I will help Xiao Chen again. Bang bang bang. After a few seconds, Moath, who had recovered a little, started chasing after the 4-handed overlord again, as if he would never give up. The most embarrassing thing was that it left Dongwu here. No intention to take away. The fate of the loser is to continue eating the fries that are in prison. Kevin looked at Dr. Dongwu sarcastically again, and he followed him down to the lobby on the first floor, keeping up with Moath. Outside, the 4-handed bully had already hugged Mark and the others, came to the door of the old broken car, immediately put down the 3 of them, opened the driver's door with the left arm, and pulled the car's door with the right arm. Mark quickly went up to the cab, closed the door with his backhand, and started the car. A series of movements were quite skilled and silky. Xiao Chen, what should you do? Are you running behind? Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan, who were still standing in the same place, expressed their concerns about the 4-handed bully. My body is so big, I can't squeeze it in. The 4-handed king showed a helpless smile. BGEF. Bayu bayu bayu. At this moment, the Omnitrix pattern on his chest began to flicker, and with a burst of light, the incomparably huge body shrank back to that of a human boy. The green Omnitrix also turns red. Now, we can get in the car together. This timely release transformed Xiao Chen's helpless expression into joy. He got into the old car with Xiaoban Xiaoan, closed the door, and sat softly in the old car. On the sofa, the 3 of them all lay down on the sofa lazily with sore backs and backaches, wishing they could just take a nap. You 3 be careful, I'm going to go at full speed now and go straight to Mount Lissimo. After leaving a reminder, Mark didn't give Xiao Chen and others time to prepare, and turned on the acceleration function and stepped on the accelerator. The old broken car immediately activated the rocket booster and the balanced wings, and drove out toward the empty street ahead with a smell, like a meteor moving on the ground. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and the others almost rolled off the sofa. Fortunately, there was a small table in the middle of the 2 sofas, otherwise they would have just rolled onto the ground and collided with each other. Rao did not hit it, and the 3 of them also grabbed the table or the foot of the sofa to prevent their bodies from falling. Xiao Chen, can that monster still catch up with Moath? Before we left, I seem to have heard its screams. Tian Xiaoban asked with lingering fears, his face showing a rare dignified expression. Not only him, but also others. After seeing Moath, he truly felt what a cosmos-level powerhouse is. It is impossible to have any arrogance or pride, even the small class. The scream? It's clearly a full-blown roar. That guy was just smashed into a wolf by the fall, and he vented a little through his roar. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and clenched his fists, be ready to face the devil again. Juz's preparations, the battle, is not over yet. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a lot more dignified, and there was a feeling of trembling. Tian Xiaoan came out to ease the atmosphere, with a faint smile on his face. Don't worry, everyone, at least Dongwu's plan has failed. We prevented him and Moath from restoring the prehistoric plan, not nothing. Those 2 dinosaurs are really difficult to deal with. Tian Xiaoban also sighed with emotion, and the atmosphere eased a lot. Xiao Chen frowned. He remembered very clearly, Mark, Xiaoan and the others were all held back by the enemy. The question came, who attacked Dr. Dongwu? In such a situation, the person who attacked Dr. Dongwu with lightning speed must have superpowers, right? First of all, the nemesis Kevin was ruled out. He seemed to have broken up with Moath. He never appeared in this battle, but he and himself were mortal enemies, and it was impossible to help him. Leftover. Bang bang bang. The roar of the old broken car body caught Xiao Chen's attention. He, Tian Xiaoban and others instantly stuck to the side of the car window, and looked at the road behind the old car. Moath is running at an extremely fast speed, and it seems to have just exploded, so the forward speed is extremely fast, the distance between the old car and the old car is constantly shortened, and the footsteps are obviously becoming louder. The few people who were in human state could not see Moath's figure at all, and could only see a huge shadow rushing towards them. The cars, shops, and the glass above were all shredded by the gigantic strong wind, shattered into countless glass slag. Show an unstoppable look. How could the speed of abolishing JAS be so fast? Xiao Chen looked in disbelief. He narrowed his eyes, barely able to see the outline of Moath's body. It seems to have lost a lot of weight. This should be Moath's speed form? The muscles of the body have shrunk, and the price of sacrificing terrifying strength has been exchanged for terrifying speed. Xiao Chen, Mark Tian, none of you want to leave. Moath's hellish voice came from behind the car. It gave up the idea of reviving the prehistoric era, chose to go straight to hard steel, and ripped Xiao Chen and them, chasing the old broken car all the way. At the same time, after Moath gave up the idea, Xiao Chen's mission finally completed one of the Smash Moath's conspiracy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the blue reward. You can specify an alien for the ultimate evolution. The number of times is 3, and it will not generate an independent personality, will not consume a lot of physical strength, the transformation time will not be affected, and there will be no side effects. 3 ultimate evolutions? Seeing this reward, Xiao Chen immediately thought of Abedo in the original book. Abedo was Asma's former assistant and copied Tian Xiaoban's Omnitrix a few years later, but the Omnitrix he copied was more than the original. A very powerful feature. That is, the ultimate evolution. The principle of ultimate evolution is to put the selected alien DNA in a place with extremely harsh and cruel environment, let it survive for millions of years, and achieve the result of DNA evolution, which is the ultimate evolution. Undoubtedly, this evolution is either to let DNA die without a place to die, or to create the most powerful ultimate alien, like a frog enhanced by genetic variables. And the side effects, the system is also very clearly introduced. It will make the aliens have independent consciousness, and it will consume a lot of physical strength, and the transformation time will be shortened. The system will help Xiao Chen avoid these side effects. It is a pity that, instead of directly upgrading the Omnitrix to the stage with the ultimate evolution function, it can only have 3 chances. Although I have never used ultimate evolution, if ultimate evolution is strengthened to my alien heroes, the strength will definitely be several times stronger, or even 10 times stronger. That is to say, it will give me 3 chances to turn the tide. This is enough for Xiao Chen to use. The event that allows him to use the ultimate evolution will inevitably bring sign-in tasks. In other words, 3 ultimate evolutions are equivalent to completing 3 sign-in tasks steadily. You can't run away, Xiao Chen. The Moath in the back was still clamoring, because the initial burst time had passed, and it could not catch up with the old car at speed, and could only follow steadily. This kind of running, for me, it is just a warm-up stage. And Mark's car will run out of gas sooner or later. You have to face me as well? Faced with its clamor, Xiao Chen instantly stiffened, and immediately said to the others in the car, as long as I hold on to Moath for 4 minutes, or 5 minutes, my watch will have the opportunity to transform again. You can defeat Moath. If the ultimate evolution, it will definitely be possible. Looking at Xiao Chen, who suddenly became confident, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan looked at each other strangely, both of them looking like they were confused. They didn't understand. How could Xiao Chen, who was very cautious just now, suddenly become so confident? Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry about us. We will help you deal with Moath together. We will never hold you back. The most important thing now is to bring Moath to a place where there are few people, and not let it hurt to others. Obviously, Mark misunderstood Xiao Chen's meaning and thought he was worried about others getting hurt, so he spoke to comfort Xiao Chen. Well, you're right, Grandpa. Xiao Chen was also unable to refute. His face was full of helplessness. After all, he couldn't tell Mark and them that he had the ability to evolve the ultimate. He looked at the reddish Omnitrix again. Had to wait. In this way, the old broken car maintained full speed, and Moath always followed behind. 1 person and 1 car quickly crossed the urban area, passed the highway, wandered on the winding mountain road, and approached Mount Lahaimo little by little. Here, it has also become deserted, and it will not hurt any innocent people at all. You 3 sit down. Mark looked at the mountain road ahead, and after a loud reminder, he slammed on the brakes while turning the steering wheel, and turned to the side by inertia. Taste? Moath, who kept going at full speed, didn't react, so he rushed past the original position of the old broken car and approached the cliff outside the mountain road. Bang bang bang! Tian Mark, you are too insidious and cunning. Moath gritted his teeth angrily at Mark, while using his feet as his feet. He stood up on both feet, dragged the ground with his heels, and slid a full dozen meters, barely stopping on the edge of the cliff. The toes even went over the cliff, kicking the stones off the edge. Grandpa, my transformation time hasn't come yet. Do you want to continue driving for a while with Moath? Xiao Chen looked at Omnitrix in embarrassment and asked anxiously. It doesn't matter, I can hold Moath. Get off the bus first, there is no road ahead, now is a good opportunity. With a laser gun in hand, Mark walked out of the old car in the lead, letting Xiao Chen and others stay behind him. Taste. He raised the lasgun, and didn't need to aim at all, for Moath's size was so large that he could easily hit it. So, now it's not your grandson who is dealing with me, it's your old enemy who is dealing with me. For flowers. Moath slowly turned around, facing Mark. His blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, releasing a terrifying murderous aura. SHHHHHHH. Without any nonsense, Mark quickly pulled the trigger of the laser gun and released beams of light towards Moath. Boom! Research! Monument! One after another explosions sounded around Moath. The reason is around, because every time the attack is about to hit it, its body will blur, suddenly appear elsewhere, and then its afterimage is engulfed by the explosion. Mark, you can't beat the speed type Morpheus at all. He looks stronger than before, even if he is agile, he is the same as a muscular man. Mark exclaimed and kept pulling the trigger. But Moath can easily dodge every time, like a dragonfly on the ground, then dodge Mark's attack, and approach Mark and Xiao Chen quickly. Flavor? After Moath escaped another round of laser gun attacks, its body bounced from the spot and landed directly in front of Mark unstoppably. Mark also wanted to shoot Moath, who was facing him. Mark, do you think you're still the same you were when you were young? Moath grabbed it directly, and the terrifying claws shredded the laser gun in an instant, and the broken parts were used aside. Smoky Yuli even flew Mark out and fell to the ground a few meters away. There seemed to be a trace of loss in his eyes, as if he had been told by Moath. However, he quickly perked up and tried to stand up, but couldn't. It's your turn. Moath didn't care about Mark, it set its eyes on Xiao Chen, the real target, and walked straight towards Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben. No, it's only a few seconds away from transforming time. Xiao Chen looked down at Omnitrix again. The whole person was not well. Why is this watch still showing red? Xiao Chen, I won't give you any chance to transform this time. Moath kicked his legs on the ground and flew towards Xiao Chen's location like a rabbit. Xiao Chen raised his head when he heard the movement, saw the body of Moath rapidly approaching him, and subconsciously moved his Omnitrix-wearing wrist towards the front monument. Moath fell in front of Xiao Chen, looked at his outstretched wrist, his face showed ecstasy. He stretched out 2 fingers to clamp the 2 sides of the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist, and tried to buckle it up. Call out? As a result, Xiao Chen's wrist was straightened instantly, and the whole body also floated upwards. The Omnitrix was still on his wrist, let alone removed. There was no trace of moving upwards. It was completely like it's like sticking to your hand. Omnitrix HX7T**. Moath carefully squeezed the Omnitrix with his fingers, and tried to use it several times to the left and right. As a result, Xiao Chen's wrist and body also swayed left and right, but the Omnitrix was not affected in any way. If it was an ordinary watch, people would have already flown out, and the watch would have been forcibly removed. But the Omni 727 Trix is different and can't be taken off at all. It's useless. There is no name of your Moath in the host list of this watch. You are not qualified to use Omnitrix. Xiao Chen looked at Moath's urgent and careful look, and immediately made a mockery. Hit the nail on the head. The angry Moath lifted Xiao Chen up and put it in front of his face, facing each other, threateningly. I will cut off your hand and let the Omnitrix get out of your body. If it doesn't work, I'll kill you. Come and try. Xiao Chen took the chance and shook his body straight forward, his legs evaded, and he kicked Moath in the eyes. What? Moath screamed again, and immediately let go of Xiao Chen's fingers and closed his eyes. His own eyes were brutally attacked again. Broken. Xiao Chen fell to the ground, ignoring this little pain. He got up from the ground in 3 or 2 strokes, and retreated to Xiao and Xiaoben and the others. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Didn't that weirdo from Moath take your wrist off? Tian Xiaoan looked at Xiao Chen with concern and asked. Anna, this small injury is nothing to me. Xiao Chen shook his sore right wrist and said with a relaxed expression. I won't let it mess up. Xiao Chen, Xiaoan, just watch it. Tian Xiaoben massaged his hands and patted the Thunderlight nuclear reactor on himself. Call out? The transformed Tian Xiaoben rushed towards Moath like a shooting star. Xiaoben, be careful. Don't get caught by it. Xiao Chen quickly reminded Tian Xiaoben, who rushed over. I won't lose again, Xiao Chen. What's more, Moath is a speed type now, and he should be able to deal with it more than a strength type. Tian Xiaoben's body was straight, like a red shooting star, and he raised a bit of fighting intent. After 10 seconds. Bang bang bang. After the pain in the eyes was relieved, Moath, with his terrifying speed and super strong physique, used the method of injury for injury, and kicked Tian Xiaoben back with a flying kick. Monument? Tian Xiaoben flew past Xiao Chen and hit a huge rock behind, making a crisp sound. I saw that the big rock was knocked into a pit. Tian Xiaoben was lying in the pit, his body trembled slightly, and his voice was extremely weak. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen, I seem to have messed up. I don't have Grandpa yet hold for a long time. Xiaoben, Grandpa. Xiao Chen looked at Mark who fell to the ground, and Tian Xiaoben who was lying in the pothole. The killing intent towards Moath rose a little in his heart, and he wanted to tear him to pieces. To his relatives and friends, make such a vicious hand. No one can stop me. Moath moved his muscles with ease, his fierce eyes finally turned to Tian Xiaoan. Xiao Chen, you don't want this girl to get another punch, do you? If she gets hit you will die horribly. If you don't want to, surrender obediently? Don't, Xiao Chen. Don't listen to it. Listening to Moath's perplexity, Mark struggled to raise his head and shouted. Even Tian Xiaoan was reluctant. I'll just go with you, but you must not hurt my family. Xiao Chen stood on the spot with an extremely complicated expression. After struggling for a while, he agreed to Moath in a compromising manner, and walked towards Moath. When he left, he reluctantly looked back at Tian Xiaoan. Like that, he really seemed to stand up for his family. Looking at Xiao Chen who succumbed to himself, Moath finally showed a satisfied smile and was deceived by this perfect appearance. Ha ha ha, this also saves me from dealing with that Tian Xiaoan? Your family is really troublesome enough. My small spaceship is parked in the atmosphere, you go with me. Moath stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Chen, who was approaching. Ding dong. At this time, the startup sound of Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist sounded, and green light particles bloomed. How dazzling, dazzling, like the light of hope. This sound, like thunder, instantly woke everyone up. Don't think about it. Moath didn't even think about it. He immediately pressed his body to Xiao Chen's side, trying to stop the latter from transforming. I won't let you succeed. The intelligent Tian Xiaoan also reacted. His palms, and even his whole body, were flashing with pale pink magic light. Use, floating magic pendant. Taste. The power of magic is like an invisible shackle, and it immediately wraps around every part of Moath's body. It originally flew towards Xiao Chen, and it flew directly in the opposite direction. Boom! Xiao Chen immediately held down the Omnitrix, and the screen popped open, revealing the outline of an alien. At the same time, taste. Moath didn't fly far. He struggled to break free of the magic's restraints, landed easily, and rushed towards Xiao Chen like a madman. Tian Xiaoan fell in response. His physical strength was exhausted, and he was unable to fight again. Ho ho ho! Xiao Chen could feel that a strong wind formed by force was blowing hard towards his body, causing his body to slowly retreat, like a huge resistance. Morpheus, it's coming, just for a second or two. No time for alien heroes? 4.5. Research. Xiao Chen slapped the Omnitrix's watch fiercely, although he didn't want to be so hard, but he didn't have time to think about it. The pattern shows the diamond god of war. If this guy evolves to the end, he must be quite powerful, right? No. Seeing the active green light emerging from Xiao Chen's body, Moath's eyes became more ruthless, but his speed increased a little, and his palms directly penetrated the green light and grabbed Xiao Chen inside. Strike first, otherwise you will have to fight hard. You catch me first? Ask my chill first if I agree. In the light, the icy voice of the extremely frozen lizard sounded, accompanied by bursts of icy cold air. Only write the ultimate evolved aliens that appeared in the original book, but flame people or something can also be written as the ultimate swampfire. Shhhhhhhhh. The rays of light were dissipated by the cold air, and the extremely frozen lizards bulged, releasing a terrifying dark blue air, which directly collided with the palms that Moath grabbed. My hand? Moath let out a low cry, and the cold air directly wrapped its hands, freezing it into a pair of perfect ice sculptures. Not only that, the cold air was frozen along its arms. Frozen time capsule. The extremely frozen lizard opened its mouth again and spit out the cold air, which turned into a dark blue shock wave and swept away towards Moath. Moath hurriedly turned somersaults backwards, avoiding the attack of the cold shock wave, and the ground along the way was directly frozen, forming a scene of ice and snow. Unfortunately, the speed of the frozen time capsule is faster than Moath's movements. When Moath was doing somersaults for the fourth time, the frozen time capsule landed firmly on its body. Like a cold bomb, it burst open, and in an instant, Moath was frozen from top to bottom, forming a 160% shape. An ice sculpture-like existence. Research. The ice sculpture of Moath fell heavily on the ground and slammed. Not only it, the surrounding ground, rocks, extended for several meters, all covered by thick frost. Even the temperature is much colder than outside. Could it be? Can I freeze Moath without using the ultimate evolution? The frozen lizard looked at Moath, who had turned into an ice sculpture, with a surprised expression. In this way, he doesn't need to waste a chance for ultimate evolution. Well done, Xiao Chen, give me a bad breath. Tian Xiaoban, who was lying in the pit, raised his trembling arms, squeezed his fingers together, and gave Xiao Chen a thumbs-up gesture. Click, click. On the Moath's ice sculpture, a crack suddenly appeared, and then, the entire ice sculpture was covered with crisscrossing cracks. Research. The ice sculptures shattered, turning into countless ice cubes and flying towards the surroundings, like a shuttle of flying knives. Some stabbed on the ground, some swept past the extremely frozen lizards, Tian Xiaoban, and others. Even worse, click on them. The Moath inside broke through the ice and landed on the ground with a bang, and there were traces of ice crystals on his body. It looked calm and sarcastically said to the frozen lizard, "Your attack will not work on me. AQ. Done." Moath sneezed fiercely in the face, and a string of sticky and disgusting snot came out of his nostrils. If you look closely, there are also frostbite spots on his body. It seems that the freezing lizard's attack is working. Power type. Before waiting for the frozen lizard to be happy for 2 seconds, Moath immediately switched his form. The smaller body swelled up again, and it was several times larger than before. If it was just the same size as an adult before, now it has directly become a pagoda-like existence. Just standing there, the muscles that have been tempered are extremely scary. I don't know, what effect does my attack have on the power type Moath? The frozen lizard once again tentatively released another move, and spit out a large cloud of cold air, condensing in front. In an instant, a sky blue phoenix was condensed, as if to symbolize endless life. Ice cube broken mouth. Boom. Moath stretched out his muscular arms, grabbed a large stone more than 1 meter high and the size of Mark, and threw it towards the frozen lizard. Taste. The big stone collided with the ice cube Baoxiong mouth, and was instantly smashed into countless stones, and the stones that fell on the ground were not ordinary stones, but blue dyed with blue paint. Stone? All frozen? The ice cube broken mouth flew towards Moath's body with unabated power. This time, Moath didn't mean to dodge, he put his arms straight in front of him and crossed them into an X shape. Boom! The ice cube Baoxiong mouth slammed into Moath's arms, bursting out a terrifying impact, but it only made it barely take 2 steps back. Ah! With a low roar, the arm muscles violently exerted force and swung outward with force, and the sky blue phoenix condensed by the ice cube Baoxiong mouth was smashed by a terrifying force and shattered into countless frosts. Fall to the ground. Actually, it was torn apart by it. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the face of the extremely frozen lizard. From this point of view, even if the Ice Age can really hurt Moath, it doesn't make any sense, because what it needs is to seriously injure Moath. The strength of me, defense, stamina, and strength, can suppress all your alien heroes. Moath retracted his arms, his muscles still firm, but with a little frostbite, which was insignificant to him. Really? All the alien heroes who suppressed me, I don't know if you have tried it, the ultimate evolution alien. The frozen lizard showed a mocking expression, and the palm of the hand landed on his Omnitrix pattern without a trace. Get ready to unlock the ultimate evolution? Ultimate evolution? Stop teasing, Xiaochen. Omnitrix doesn't have such a function. Just halfway through the mockery, Moath's expression suddenly became surprised. No, not necessarily 727. The producer of Omnitrix, but Miss? Maybe there is such a function, but no one in the universe knows it. But let the owner of this Omnitrix, an Earth kid, know? Boom! Moath silently charged towards the frozen lizards. Late. Monument? The extremely frozen lizard pressed the Omnitrix pattern on the chest hard, following the ultimate evolution of the original Nakata Zyobin. To be on the safe side, it also said to the system in its heart, System, start the ultimate evolution of alien heroes. Taste? I don't know if the ultimate evolution was implemented according to the pattern, or the words of the frozen lizard implemented the ultimate evolution. In short, the body of the extremely frozen lizard once again released a terrifying light. This time the light was like a storm surrounding the surroundings, tearing everything around. Moath was irritated by the scorching light and stepped back a few steps. His eyes were irritated again, and he cried out in pain. In that light, the breath that belongs to the extremely frozen lizards is rapidly becoming stronger at the beginning, and even to the extent that Moath is terrified, as if the god of death is in front of him. After a few seconds, the light gradually dimmed. Although Moath's eyes were closed, he could sense that the light was weak, and immediately opened his eyes. Hishin Zyobin, Mark, and the others all looked towards the frozen lizard. The original extremely frozen lizard was like a small animal, as big as a wolf, a leopard, and other creatures. And now, what appeared on the spot was no longer the little frozen lizard. It's a huge beast, as huge as Dr. Dongwu's genetically mutated creature. It still looks like a lizard, but its body is covered with a hard red shell, like armor. The back and shoulders are condensed with terrifying dark blue ice cubes. The chest and abdomen area, including the face, are in a dark gray state, and the skin is tough full of sacs. The face of the frozen lizard is fierce, with fangs, and even more terrifying, a pair of eyes are blood red. Is this really a frozen lizard? Tian Xiaoan looked at the ultimate frozen lizard in disbelief. Attention, the Omnitrix pattern on Xiaochen's body is also gone. Mark looked at the body of the ultimate frozen lizard and found this special feature. Yes, the ultimate evolution of aliens, not all with Omnitrix patterns. Grandpa, Xiaoan, and Zyobin, it's me, Xiaochen. You can just see how I abused Moath. The ultimate frozen lizard suddenly made a sound. The sound was much heavier compared to before, like the tone of a four-handed overlord. In a calm, relaxed tone, full of domineering victories, it seemed that he didn't put the Moath in front of him at all. Normal eyes, especially the pair of scarlet, all-seeing eyes, even more pressing down on Moath, as if to announce its death. The ultimate frozen lizard can feel it. The endless cold in my body? Before, it was a mobile small bomb depot. Now a mobile nuclear weapons depot? Is this difference comparable? No, it's just a little bigger, and you still want to defeat me? Impossible. Moath pretended to be calm and said sharply, but his body was slow. The terrifying aura of his own body fell into the body of the ultimate frozen lizard, but it would not shake the latter in the slightest. In turn, its aura was suppressed invisibly, like a prey being stared at. This feeling. Very bad. If you don't do it, then I'll come. The ultimate frozen lizard opened slightly, its terrifying fangs flashed in a terrifying arc, and lifted its tail heavily. The tail is also covered with red armor, and there is a huge red turret at the end of the tail, which looks like an ice cannon. Call out? The ultimate frozen lizard set up a red cannon and aimed at Moath in front. Not good. Moath's first reaction after being targeted was not to attack or defend, but to flee to the side in embarrassment, trying to avoid the attack range. Xiaoan, make sure that Grandpa and Zyobin are behind you. The ultimate frozen lizard looked at Moath who was running away, and told Tian Xiaoan indifferently. Shout, okay. Tian Xiaoan took a deep look at the ultimate frozen lizard, and immediately followed suit, dragging Mark and Tian Xiaobin's bodies toward him with a floating magic pendant. No? Moath looked at Mark who was about to be dragged over, and immediately stopped escaping and flew towards Mark, because it knew it was a hostage. Taste? The ultimate frozen lizard was waving its tail heavily, originally like a whip's tail, but now it was as heavy as a pillar, and it quickly and accurately slammed the body that Moath flew out of. Puff. Moath in midair was directly pulled out 10 to 20 meters away, fell to the ground, coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes were full of fear. What happened? How can the mage ultimate frozen lizard who is not good at melee attack be so strong? The heavy wave just now almost caught up with the power-enhanced four-handed overlord. What the hell did this kid Xiao Chen do? How could he become so powerful? Moath propped himself up on the ground, making his upper body stand up, and looked at the ultimate frozen lizard in the distance in disbelief. At this time, Mark was also dragged behind the ultimate frozen lizard. Everyone, in a safe area. Call. The ultimate frozen lizard slowly exhaled a cold breath, as if preparing for it. The cold air that was exhaled immediately covered the ground in front of it, and in the next second, the cold air spread directly to a range of more than 10 meters in front, freezing the earth in this area? What? It's just a small breath, that's all. Moath looked at this destructive power, and was even more frightened. Ice Age. The ultimate frozen lizard pointed the red turret in front of it, flashing a light blue brilliance. Come up, it just opens up. Now, send a small robot down to pick me up immediately? No, the whole spaceship is down for me, and the robot inside is ready. Moath's eyes were full of twisted bloodshots, and he panicked and ordered the small spaceship in the sky. Right. Monument? The red fort made a loud noise and released a blue beam of light, that brilliance and dazzling brilliance. Just this insignificant beam of light. While skimming the ground, all the ground in front was frozen, and in the blink of an eye, the cold air that froze the ground began to move further away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground, roads, and even the hills that blocked the advance of the cold air were all condensed into ice sculptures by the cold air, and everything in front of the ultimate frozen lizard, except for the wonderful sky. Everything is icy and snowy? What? Moath didn't have time to dodge, and just as he took off, it instantly turned into an ice sculpture, and it was a thick ice sculpture. The whole person did not seem to be frozen, but seemed to be lying in an ice bed to sleep forever. The cold is not over yet. It flew out for hundreds of meters before it stopped. Zhao Li Zhao, solved. The ultimate frozen lizard said lightly, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Instant Moath. This ultimate evolution, coupled with the strengthening of the system, the superimposed strength is very terrifying. Otherwise, how can it be called Savior Association? This. Everything is frozen. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoan, looking at the picture in front of the ultimate frozen lizard, all felt like a dream, unrealistic, as if they were in a dream. In the sky, it is a red sun, and the hot sun shines under it. In front, there is a world of ice and snow, a body of ice and snow. Only at the end of the line of sight can you see the ordinary ground that is not covered. It's like a country of ice and snow. The most bizarre thing is that in that country of ice and snow, there were even bouts of icy cold wind, and heavy snow fell, simulating the real natural environment. Demon, Moath, you killed me like this? Mark looked at the ultimate frozen lizard in front of him with a trembling voice, and asked in disbelief. He could not wait to give himself a photon and try what he saw in front of him. The picture is not real. The main reason is that I just released the strongest move, Ice Age, and I can kill it instantly. Otherwise, it still takes a little effort. The words of the ultimate frozen lizard made Mark, Xiaoban, and the others ashamed. Obviously the tone is modest, but the content is. What do you mean, take a little effort? It only takes a little effort to kill Moath? It's kind of a hero oversight, no matter how. The three of them couldn't believe it for a while. Such a powerful Moath was easily cleaned up by the ultimate frozen lizard. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Why did you suddenly become such a big lizard? And the pattern on the watch is gone. Tian Xiaoban slowly got up from the ground, his body recovered almost, and he walked freely next to the ultimate frozen lizard. He asked. His hand still slowly landed on the red shell and touched it tentatively. Strong, like the armor on him? Maybe he can't beat the thick armor? 727 Xiaoban, Grandpa, I'll answer those messy questions after I'm sure to kill Moath. The ultimate frozen lizard's eyes narrowed, and he immediately stepped out into the ice age he created. As soon as you walk in, the sun dissipated suddenly, the temperature dropped suddenly, and there was a sound of whoosh of heavy snow flying around, and snowflakes fell on the body from time to time. This is like the real world, a new world created by the ultimate frozen lizard. Tian Xiaoban also took a step and walked in, but soon he was shivering with cold and almost turned into a snowman inside. The ultimate frozen lizard walked in quickly, arrived not far from Moath, and saw Moath in the ice. In ice cubes. Moath's eyes were frozen with a look of fear, and there was no sign of movement in his body. No, the muscles were slowly shrinking and returning to a state of no strength. It can be seen that if there is no external interference, it will sleep here forever. Go to hell, Morjath. This kind of result is obviously not accepted by the ultimate frozen lizard. It immediately opened its mouth, spit out a bit of cold air, and slowly condensed an ice ball. Shhhhhhhh. Sudden, 7 or 8 small robots appeared in the sky, broke into this land of ice and snow, and released a terrifying red laser at the body of the ultimate frozen lizard. The undefended ultimate frozen lizard just watched the red laser fall on itself. Boom boom boom. There were bursts of explosions on his body, thick smoke thickened, and the impact force one after another flew out the snowflakes that were about to fall, forming an airtight shock wave, leaving 6 small robots to bombard in turn. The remaining 2 little robots rushed to the side of frozen Moath, stretched out their claws, grabbed Moath's ice cubes, and dragged the huge ice cubes upwards with a little effort. Next to the clouds in the sky, there was a small spaceship concealed. Are you here to die? In the thick smoke, the eyes of the ultimate frozen lizard were as sharp as knives, and there was not a trace of injury on the thick armor, but the smoke made it really uncomfortable, especially when the trick was interrupted. It was even more uncomfortable. Research? The red fort was slowly raised upwards, facing the sky. Bang bang bang! In an instant, countless blue energy waves were released from the red fort. It was a shrunken ice puck, the size of a football, but the speed was countless times faster. At the same time as the release, the turret is also swaying left and right, hitting those ice balls at various angles, and it is released without interruption. Outside, the 6 small robots looked at the hockey pucks flying out from every corner of the smoke, as if they were facing a hail of bullets, and there was absolutely no room for resistance. Bang bang bang! In an instant, bjit, the carpet-like bombing of ice hockey directly engulfed the bodies of the small robots like a tide. They were torn to pieces by the terrible cold, and even the pieces were frozen and burst again, leaving only some ice slag. The remaining ice pucks continued to fly upward, and the air along the way was frozen, leaving a blue skyline in the air. No new attack. As expected by the ultimate frozen lizard, the surrounding smoke was suddenly taken away by the cold wind, coupled with its tail fanning forcefully. The smoke disappeared immediately. He looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see any enemies in the sky. What's there? The only one who came over, Tianzioben, had come to the side of the ultimate frozen lizard, raised his finger and pointed to a corner of the sky. That's a spaceship. The ultimate frozen lizard followed Tianzioben's gaze, shifted his gaze, and saw a black silhouette in the sky. Because it is hidden in the clouds, it is very inconspicuous and difficult to find, and only the outline of a spaceship can be seen. Moath said before that its spaceship has been parked in the sky and followed. It should be that spaceship. Moath wants to go back in the spaceship. Tianzioben still remembered what Moath said before, and he reasoned that it was very reliable. Spectrum results. Judge calmly, this is what Tianzioben has learned. I won't let them leave safely. The ultimate frozen lizard's eyes shrank slightly, but it wasn't willing to let the other party leave so swaggeringly. Then, can you fly? Or jump up with me? Tianzioben raised his hands and asked. I can't fly, but I can try. Can my tricks go that far? As soon as the voice of the ultimate frozen lizard fell, the turret was aimed at the outline of the spaceship in the sky, emitting a fog-like cold air, and quickly condensed a long battle that was several meters long, like a giant weapon. Ice Cube 2 spears. My god, your body has grown bigger, and all your tricks have grown bigger, as have your power. Tianzioben said in a stupefied manner as he looked at the terrifying Ice Cube 2 thorn spears. If this spear had hit the giant insect back then, it would have been able to penetrate more than a dozen buildings. Taste? The dark blue Ice 2 thorn spears shot straight into the sky, chasing after the spaceship high in the sky, and the momentum was unstoppable, as if everything could not hinder it. Spaceship high in the sky. The small robots moved the Moath's ice sculpture to the spaceship hall, and started the tedious thawing, which could only be melted little by little with high temperature. On the screen on the console in front, the picture of the red robot appeared. I will temporarily obtain the right to use the spaceship. Lord Moath is in a frozen state and cannot be commanded. Turn all commands into voice control. The red robot, who has always been Moath's deputy, looked at Moath's frozen state and couldn't believe it. This time, Lord Morjath fell over. Fortunately, Lord Moath is now safe. The red robot just thought that Lord Moath was safe. Result. A huge energy source is approaching. Detected. A huge energy source is approaching. The spaceship hall seemed to be flickering with an alarm, suddenly flickering with a strange red light, accompanied by a harsh sound. A huge energy source. Could it be that the enemy is catching up? The red robot was startled and said incredulously. However, this conjecture was rejected by Moath, who had just thought, no, it's impossible. That kid's alien hero, although very powerful, has no wings on his body and can't fly at all. It doesn't look like it. Is to manipulate gravity and gravity. The red robot hurriedly activated the camera outside the small spaceship and took a picture below. Moment. The terrifying Ice Cube 2 spears, through the surveillance camera, transmitted the picture to the screen in the hall, and was clearly seen by Moath and the red robot. Both sides are stunned. How can Xiao Chen's tricks be able to chase so far and directly attack me in the sky? Moath said in disbelief. He's a spaceship. It shouldn't be destroyed by that kind of attack, right? Research? Just as Moath speculated and was uneasy, there was a loud crashing sound from the spaceship floor. Moath could clearly see that the ground under his feet was covered with ravines and cracks. Severely damaged ship. The spaceship even started to remind constantly, warning Morpheus over and over again. What? Moath looked at the picture on the screen in shock, and a trace of fear suddenly rose in his heart. Outside, under the spaceship, there was a large area, all of which were pierced by Ice Cube's 2 thorn spears into ice cubes, and shattered into a large amount of ice slag, almost enough to penetrate the floor and directly attack the Moath inside. Again? Frozen time capsule? On the ground. The ultimate frozen lizard has no intention of stopping. It focuses the red fort on the small spaceship in the sky, bang bang bang, and releases groups of huge blue energy bodies, holding laser-like energy bodies. The blue light is attacking the small spaceship in the sky. Several frozen time capsules can be said to be released in an instant, and their power is far greater than the frozen time capsules released during normal times. In the spaceship, Moath and the red robot were stunned when they looked at several frozen time capsules flying from below. Asterisk. Xiao Chen, this kid, really didn't plan to let go of his spaceship. He actually wanted to blow up the spaceship in the sky on the ground. Activate maximum energy, counterattack, defense. Find a chance to escape. Moath shouted frantically, and kept ordering the small robots beside him, and all you rubbish, let me down, if you can stop it for a while, it will be for a while. At this moment, the sense of fear in its heart could not help but be suddenly enlarged. It doesn't want to die, it doesn't want to die, especially when thinking of the ultimate frozen lizard, its suffocating and even desperate fighting power. It is even more trembling. Activate the maximum. Countless artillery pieces were instantly set up outside the small spaceship, firing at the frozen time capsule below. When the shells passed through the frozen time capsule, they all froze and fell into the ground as hailstones, completely useless. In other words, ultimate frozen lizard's tricks are simply unstoppable. Bang bang bang. A few more frozen time capsules fell on the spaceship, and the terrifying cold air rippled along with the blue light, like a flood submerging the Earth, directly submerging the entire spaceship, freezing the entire spaceship, and hanging like that. In the sky, the last resort, the ultimate frozen lizard began to emit a large amount of cold air, and the countless cold air gradually condensed into a ferocious figure, lying in the void, emitting a dragon's roar that was not angry and mighty. Ice Cube Dragon Fury? This time, it was no longer the dragon-like dragon that was several meters long. Rather, it was a 10-meter-long existence that was very close to the dragon-like existence depicted in the apotheosis. Boom. The dragon's fury carried a majestic roar, and when it roared, the heavy snow in this land of ice and snow formed a spectacle, and the falling snow was flung back by the terrifying dragon roar, and it was actually rising into the sky. That dragon, followed by countless snowflakes up to the sky, for flowers. Like a dragon with its own background embellishment, the small spaceship rushing into the sky is also the last nirvana of the ultimate frozen lizard. I hate Earthlings. Inside the frozen spaceship, Moath put his hands on his shoulders and sneezed while leaving these words of deep hatred. Monument? In an instant, the figure and claws of the dragon's fury broke through the small spaceship, causing the entire spaceship to shatter into pieces, from a huge ice sculpture shattered into a downpour of snowflakes. Moreover, the spaceship contains many important parts. Those important parts are difficult to destroy. Not only that, these parts also have a very terrifying energy source. When these energy sources are also crushed and disintegrated by the power of ice, boom, heaven. A huge mushroom cloud bloomed, just like the scene of a nuclear explosion, and the huge shock wave instantly shredded the clouds in all directions without a trace, and spread to a farther place for a long time, and that deafening sound is like a falling thunder, getting louder and louder, bursting in the ears of the ultimate frozen lizard, Tianzioben, and others, and even reaching the horizon. Some people in the distance heard the explosion of firecrackers faintly. This move is too exaggerated. Looking at the nuclear explosion scene in the sky, Tianzioben said dumbfounded and wiped his eyes. Before, he and Mark would at most feel emotional. This is a plot that only appears in science fiction movies. Now, the combat power shown by the ultimate frozen lizard can't even be made in a science fiction movie. The small spaceship disintegrated and exploded violently, but it was only a moment, and people couldn't react. If it weren't for my freezing ability, not the kind of extremely destructive ability, otherwise the scene would definitely be more spectacular. In contrast, the expression of the ultimate frozen lizard is much calmer, with a hint of tone in his tone. Taunted, hope Moath survives the fall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the blue reward, get the Alien Hero gift pack. The gift bag contains 2 or more alien DNAs, which are automatically collected into the host's Omnitrix. 100 million another blue bonus. It can be seen that Moath is really a lucky gift package. He sent Xiao Chen 2 sign-in rewards at one time, and they were all blue rewards. He suddenly hoped that Moath would not die too quickly, and continued to strengthen himself so that he could deal with the enemies in the future more easily. It stands to reason that Moath will not survive. The ultimate frozen lizard shook his head, using up those ridiculous thoughts in his mind, but became interested in the alien gift bag. 2 or more alien DNAs. And no upper limit. In other words, at least 2 alien DNAs can be unlocked, and a maximum of 1 million, 10 million, or even unlimited alien DNAs can be unlocked. This is mind-blowing. Okay, Xiao Chen, it's time for us to go back. I'm dying of cold. Tianzioben sneezed again. I'm 727. I feel like I'm going to catch a cold again. Let's go back first. Seeing this, the ultimate frozen lizard hurriedly brought Tianzioben back to Mark, Tianziowen and the others. Looking at the huge body and the blood-red eyes, Tianziowen and Mark still couldn't believe that this was really the tiny, weak, frozen lizard from before. This is a proper villain look. In the original book of Ben 10, Xiao Chen's ultimate frozen lizard is afraid that it can become the villain, or the kind of big villain. Xiao Chen, don't mind telling us what happened to you, right? Mark asked as he looked at the ultimate frozen lizard and touched his chin. It's like this, Grandpa, Ziowen. Do you know what is the ultimate evolution? Ultimate frozen lizard said one by one. The ultimate evolution. The first time they heard this new word, Mark, Tianziaoan, and others all looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The ultimate frozen lizard also patiently explained what is called ultimate evolution. Actually, let an alien's DNA survive for millions of years in an extremely cruel environment to make it completely evolve. Mark's face was full of shock. This evolutionary method is simply appalling. It's no wonder that the ultimate frozen lizard is not strong. This is the strongest and luckiest DNA among the countless DNAs that have died in extreme environments over millions of years, carrying the hope of the race, fighting against the cruel environment, and being sublimated in countless near-death situations. Thousands of tribesmen created such a perfect DNA. This is the ultimate evolution. No wonder you have so much red armor on your body, and your fighting has become many times more powerful. It should be that the melee combat of the extremely frozen lizard is easy to be contained, so it has evolved. Tianziaoan perfectly speculated that one of the ultimate evolutionary direction. That is, there is almost no weakness to be found. All the DNAs with weaknesses were killed, and only one remained without weaknesses and flaws. So, this function is very powerful, and it can be applied to every alien DNA. However, this ultimate evolution function cannot be used multiple times. According to my speculation, it can only be used 3 times, and I use it up once. The ultimate frozen lizard took this opportunity to apply the drawbacks brought by the ultimate evolution in the original book, telling them that the ultimate evolution would give birth to independent consciousness. Mark and others suddenly realized. Sure enough, this invincible power is not something you can have casually. Mark suddenly looked solemn and put on an exhortation. Xiao Chen, there are 2 remaining opportunities, don't use them casually, and take good care of them. Don't worry, Grandpa, don't you know who I am? The ultimate frozen lizard shrugged and said confidently. Bio. At this time, the transformation time of the ultimate frozen lizard has also run out. Although there is no Omnitrix pattern, it still has the sound effect. With a burst of light, the ultimate frozen lizard transformed into Xiao Chen in human form. Call. Xiao Chen pretended to be tired, slumped on the ground, and said listlessly, I'm very tired, Grandpa, let's just go. We've already killed Moath anyway. Xiao Chen, it's okay, I'll support you. Tianziaoban extended a helping hand and helped Xiao Chen up. I'm here to help too. Tianziaoban also came to the other side of Xiao Chen with concern. He supported Xiao Chen with his cold little hands, and there was a fragrance like a flower on his body, which made him feel very comfortable. The 2 helped Xiao Chen to the old car, while Mark checked the functions of the old car, and after confirming that everything was normal, he turned on the speed of the old car, carried the 2 away from Mount Lahaimo, and headed towards the old car. City go. Shortly after, in the jungle, a somewhat sturdy figure slowly emerged. It's Kevin. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes, and an uncontrollable smile on his face. I made a lot of money. Moath's DNA must be left over. As long as I get Moath's DNA, I can with my enhanced superpower. It won't necessarily be weaker than Xiao Chen. But Kevin's scalp tingles when he thinks of the ultimate evolution introduced by Xiao Chen. Damn, is that something a human can beat? Kevin didn't want Xiao Chen to use ultimate evolution against himself, because he couldn't beat him. On the other hand, he also wants Xiao Chen to use the ultimate evolution against himself. Only in this way can I show my strength and be valued by Xiao Chen. Kevin, master of contradiction. Giving up the entanglement, Kevin chose to explore the DNA of Moath in this area, and when he stepped into the icy and snowy area, he shivered even more. It was so hot outside. No time? Although it is slowly weakening, it is still very cold. Hard work pays off. 10 minutes later. In the snow, Kevin excitedly looked at a piece of biological tissue frozen on the snow, probably the dander or fur on Moath's body, but, because it was frozen, the DNA was perfectly preserved. The frozen lizard actually helped him? This is what I deserve. Kevin bent down and picked up the piece of frozen tissue. His palm instantly released an electric spark. The ice cube melted into water, the biological tissue fell into his hand, and was directly wrapped by his bioelectricity. In an instant, the biological tissue vanished into ashes, while Kevin's body developed an abnormal structure and began to swell up suddenly in the huge electric light. No, I don't want to be a monster forever, no. On the snow, Kevin's appalling roar resounded, and the roar was somewhat similar to Moath's, and it gradually became louder and more domineering, but it lacked the power of Moath's superiors. After that, Kevin disappeared. Xiao Chen and others drove an old car and came to camp near a suburban area. After walking a few hundred meters, there are toilets, running water, and a canteen. It can be said to be a perfect camping spot with few people. Then, let me see how many new alien heroes there are. Xiao Chen, who had been pretending to be weak, no longer pretended to be, got up, and excitedly opened the fully charged Omnitrix. Bio. With the usual reminder sound of Omnitrix, the first alien to jump out was the domineering figure of the four-handed overlord. Xiao Chen then twisted the Omnitrix's screen, switching one by one, until the 12th alien ghost was switched. His breath became hot, his calm personality, his heart could not help but speed up slightly, jumping, nervous a lot. Bio. The speed of the fingers is much slower than before, the Omnitrix's screen twists slightly, and the pattern on the screen suddenly switches to another pattern. Xiao Chen's eyes widened slightly, opened completely, and made a strange voice. What kind of alien hero is this? Looking at the pattern, I can't tell what it is. What Omnitrix shows above is a chubby figure that looks like a can. No, it looks like a bear without a head, and its body shape is more like a circle. This pattern can't help but remind Xiao Chen of the alien hero that appeared in the original book, Rong Tianli. This body type feature is quite in line with the appearance of the thunder. It's just that Xiao Chen didn't dare to confirm that these 16 were thunder, not some other strange aliens. After all, the system didn't clearly say that it was the aliens that appeared in the original book, maybe the aliens in the universe. What about other weird species? Switch to the next one. Xiao Chen then twisted the Omnitrix pattern. The alien pattern popped up this time is a tall, thin black shadow, roughly the same as a human, but with several legs, like the tentacles of a spider or the roots of a tree. This alien hero, Xiao Chen didn't see what it was. Try again to see if there is another one. Xiao Chen then turned back. Biome. It pops up again, and it's another alien that I haven't seen before. This time it was a serious humanoid alien, at least in outline. It was exactly the same as a human being, with the shadow of a mask on his face as if he was wearing a mask. Do not know. This alien Xiao Chen has no impression at all. Then, switch again. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and turned the Omnitrix's screen again. Next moment, the alien pattern on the screen is switched to the pattern of big steel teeth. Xiao Chen felt a little lost and regretful in his heart. It seems that there are not as many aliens as I thought, only 3. However, I have followed the specialization route, which means that every alien is not weak, and if there are too many aliens, it will be more troublesome at that time. The transformation order of Omnitrix is not the same every time. It may be the first time today an alien is a flame man, tomorrow's first is a four-handed king. 3 is enough. Xiao Chen, what are you looking at? Is it the ultimate evolution? Tian Xiaoben next to him raised his head curiously. No, it's not the ultimate evolution, but I found that this watch has unlocked 3 new aliens. You see, Xiao Chen stretched out his right wrist, turned the Omnitrix screen, and showed Tian Xiaoben and the others the 3 new aliens. Alien. Wow, are there any new aliens? Will they fall into the sky, or will they set fire to discharge? Tian Xiaoben was even more looking forward to it than Xiao Chen himself, and kept asking. Not so sure, but I want to go out and try these 3 new heroes and see how they go. Xiao Chen's expression became eager. He wanted to see how powerful the 3 aliens he obtained were. Xiao Chen, how is your body? Can you transform into an alien? Tian Xiaowen was full of concern again, which made Tian Xiaoben confused. He didn't understand why Mao Xiaowen treated him and him. Xiao Chen is 2 attitudes. No problem. Xiao Chen replied confidently, got up directly, walked out of the old broken car with great interest, and came to this open space. Look around. Not a single pedestrian. There are public toilets and running pools only a few hundred meters away, and because of Moath, no one dares to come out on the street. The people didn't know at this time that Moath had been repelled. Only Xiao Chen and the others, and the well-informed bigwigs knew the news, and the city was still on alert. Xiao Chen, take it easy. Mark stuck his head out in the car and urged solemnly, don't be like the last time we fought with Xiaoben. There are potholes everywhere, and we almost investigated us. At that time, our identities are easily exposed, and we will lose a lot of money. Okay, Grandpa, I'll keep some. Xiao Chen, who was reprimanded, immediately assured with an embarrassed look on his face. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen, who followed, also agreed with each other, guaranteeing mutual supervision, which made Mark feel relieved. Then, which one is better first? Xiao Chen turned on the Omnitrix screen, quickly twisted to the round alien, and after a moment of hesitation, decisively took a photo of the Omnitrix button. A lush green light is released from his body, which spreads with the rapid expansion of his body. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen on the side, 727 stepped back and looked at Xiao Chen who was transforming in amazement. I'm sure, this time the alien must be a super big guy. Tian Xiaoben swallowed. The light fades away. A simple and honest alien with a shape close to a circle appeared in front of Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen. It has bear-like claws and teeth. At the same time, the sides of its head, the sides of the wrists, and the sides of the legs are all covered with golden armor, and even its eyes are majestic. Gold, and an Omnitrix pattern on the forehead? It looks kind of cute. What have I become? Xiao Chen made an extremely dull voice, as if using a voice changer. It's a super big guy. Tian Xiaoben's expression is very abstract. Xiao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Tian Xiaowen with a look of help. It's the one with golden eyes. Tian Xiaowen described Xiao Chen's current appearance in detail, even the details. Sure enough, thunder. Xiao Chenayo showed a happy smile. I may not write so many aliens, but none of them are weak. Even if they are not strong, they will have their own positioning. For example, Glider King in aerial combat. The combat power of Thunder is not weak, it is even quite powerful. What is this alien's superpower? Let me guess, it is infinitely powerful. Tian Xiaoben held his chin in his hand, guessing the power of Thunder. I probably understand how to fight with it. Hong Tianli tried to retract his belly, but found that his body was extra soft, like a cat, it could shrink at will. So, he immediately squatted down, and while holding his knees with his hands, his abdomen also shrank inward, leaving only the golden armor on the outside, assembled together. This series of actions seems to be engraved into DNA, so let's go with the flow. The thunder of the sky turned into a huge ball, and, at least, it was a big steel ball. Its ability is to get out. Tian Xiaoan asked tentatively, looking at the appearance of Hong Tianli. You're right, Xiaoan. Hong Tianli's round body was like a marble. After answering, he rolled straight ahead and rolled out a dozen meters away with a smell, very fast. The body is bigger than the ball, but it can explode the speed of the marble? What a fast speed. Tian Xiaoban said in a stunned voice, unable to keep up with the rolling speed of thunder. Mark also looked curiously at the thunder that was rolling outside. Boom! 7 Dali? Hong Tianli's body could still bounce off the ground heavily, jumping to a distance of several meters, and then fell to the ground like a golden meteor, and landed on a soft sandy soil under his control. Monument? When it landed, it was accompanied by the sound of thunder, and at the same time, countless sand and dust were splashed out, and the surrounding ground was also shaken by a huge force. This is also because Hong Tianli has been restraining himself and cannot destroy the surrounding scenes, otherwise the attack power will be even more amazing. Soon, Hong Tianli quickly rolled back to the old broken car, stopped, and turned from a spherical shape to its previous appearance. I think this alien hero is called Hong Tianli. Tian Xiaoban, like a military division, immediately thought of the most suitable name for Hong Tianli. Hong Tianli grinned, looking very simple and honest. No problem, it's called this name. Now, he is almost used to the thunder, it's time to replace the alien hero? He chatted with Xiaoban, and Mark without a word. Wait until the transformation ends, and then after the cooldown ends. Xiao Chen just ended the conversation and changed the Omnitrix pattern to the humanoid creature with feet and roots. Call out? As a burst of green energy dissipated, the aliens this time had a completely different body shape from the previous Xing Tianli. Thin, tall, and the body is made of green vines. The feet are also roots. A pair of claws are long and thin, like the fingers of vines, and there are shelters like mosquito grass leaves on both sides of the head. Described by Tian Xiaoan. The wild magic vine directly said the name one step ahead. Then, this alien hero can simply be called the wild magic vine. As I thought, Xiao Chen, it seems that the two of us really have a tacit understanding. Tian Xiaoban looked at the wild magic vine with sympathy, and praised it. Let me give it a try. The ability of the wild magic vine. Wild Devil Vine said, while freely shrinking the vines on his body, his hands can be stretched out, like 5 whips, or directly entangled, tying the enemy, and this elongation is not only a simple front and rear elongation, but also can increase the width. It can directly turn one of its arms into a huge green net. Of course, the originally thin arm will become thinner after turning into a net, and it looks like cardboard. And Wild Magic Vine can imitate Luffy in one piece, throw his hands out, grab trees or buildings in the distance, and then bounce directly out. The only difference is that it doesn't have the bouncing force that Luffy's rubber produces when compressed. In just 10 minutes, Wild Magic Vine tried all kinds of tricks. In addition to changing the shape of his body, he can make his body covered with thorns, and he can also dig holes. He can also make vines, flowers, and other plant-type creatures grow rapidly. The remaining abilities, the Wild Magic Vine can't be so short. Find out in time. After the transformation is over, Xiao Chen walked to Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan, and said in amazement, this wild magic vine is really good, although its strength is not as strong as Thunder, but its abilities are the same as Ghost's, especially Mini. He must be a hero. My luck is not bad, 2 of the 3 alien heroes are still very strong. The only uncertainty is that, in Omnitrix, the one who has no impression of me at all, Mask Man? What alien hero is this? There is one last alien hero I haven't tried. Tian Xiaoban didn't look tired at all. I'm a little hungry. I'll go up to eat and practice magic for a while, Xiaoban, Xiao Chen, and then you will see the next alien. Tian Xiaoan couldn't take it anymore. She stretched her waist and yawned, and walked up to the in an old broken car. Xiao Chen was also a little tired, leaning on the body of the old broken car, quietly waiting for the cooling time to end, and chatting with Tian Xiaoban about his favorite violent sumo wrestling. Fortunately, the cooldown is over soon. So, let me see what this last alien hero is. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and slowly twisted the Omnitrix pattern 4 or 5 times. This time he was lucky. The masked man was in the 6th position. He immediately pressed the Omni button, Zhao Zhaorix's button. The green light flashes again. This time, Xiao Chen didn't feel the bursting power in his body, or the peculiar ability to stretch his arms and legs. Instead, burned to death. The sky, the time has come to the afternoon, although the sun is not the most poisonous moment, but it is also very tanning. Under the sun, Xiao Chen only felt extremely uncomfortable all over his body. His body seemed to be on fire, and there was a terrifying burning sensation constantly. Boom! Xiao Chen was half kneeling on the ground, his eyes shrugged, and he looked a little weak. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Tian Xiaoban asked Xiao Chen nervously, but as the DNA light on Xiao Chen disappeared, when he saw the alien's appearance, his expression gradually showed a hint of horror. It seems like vampire? It was an adult man wearing a black-green jumpsuit, black gloves, and penetrating blue-white skin. His teeth were pointed, not all of the sharp teeth of the thunder, but the row above. 2 of the teeth in particular are fangs, and they are wearing boots. The face is not wearing a mask, but the face looks like wearing a mask, and there are 3 protruding horns on both sides. This is exactly what a vampire looks like. And just like the vampire recorded in the mythology, he looks particularly uncomfortable under the sun. Xiao Ban, don't worry about the vampire, give me a hand. The vampire made a very strong voice. Compared with the ethereal ghost image, his voice was more like the cold and bloodthirsty in his bones. Cough, good. After Tian Xiaoban reacted, he hurriedly came to the side of the vampire and reached out his hand to support the vampire's shoulder. To his surprise, the vampire's shoulders were as cold as ice cubes, and had no normal human body temperature at all. It seems that aliens are not normal humans. Thank you. With the help of Tian Xiaoban, the vampire walked into the old broken car with the air conditioner on. What? 727 Tian Xiaoban, who was sitting on his bed practicing magic, opened his eyes curiously, and the moment he saw the vampire, he had goosebumps all over his body, as if he was awakened by his childhood fear, and let out a scream. Ha ha ha, Xiaoban, you are such a coward? Seeing Tian Xiaoban's appearance, Tian Xiaoban let out a burst of laughter, with a hint of pride in his tone. After being laughed at, Tian Xiaoban saw the Omnitrix pattern on the vampire's abdomen, and then he reacted. Huh, it's much more comfortable. The vampire sat on the icy sofa and felt extra comfortable. At the same time, his strength was gradually increasing, and his various abilities were constantly rising. The body that didn't feel at first suddenly has a lot of power. It seems that because of the sun, the ability is suppressed. Xiao Chen, your new hero is actually a vampire. This guy is as scary as a ghost. Tian Xiaoban pointed at the vampire and said shudderingly. Don't worry, it's just scary looking. The vampire waved his hand, but said calmly, now, I need to test, BGEF, in this small place, the ability of my body. Here, Xiao Chen, don't mess around. Mark can be said to be the most nervous, and quickly reminded the vampire. Comment? In the next second, the vampire's body rose up in place, and it was directly lifted into the air, sticking to the ceiling, like a gecko. I can fly. If it is at night, I can still see clearly, just like a gecko. Just like a real vampire. Does this ability also exist in Gliding King Kong? Is there any difference? Tian Xiaoban asked. Of course, but I need a test subject. Xiaoban, can I ask you? The vampire looked at the three of them, and finally asked Tian Xiaoban. Oh well. Tian Xiaoban felt a little fear in his heart, but he still nodded and agreed to help Xiao Chen to overcome the fear in his heart. Then, here we come. The vampire's eyes widened suddenly, releasing a beam of light blue light. Call out. The light wave reflected in Tian Xiaoban's eyes. Time. She felt so sleepy all of a sudden, and the world was spinning around, and she fell to the ground with her head up, and fell asleep. Hypnotized. Tian Xiaoban clenched his hands tightly. It's great. In the future, when Xiaoban is nagging, you can use this ability to calm her down. Xiao Ban, I feel your words are full of maliciousness. The vampire looked at Tian Xiaoban in disbelief and said angrily. This hypnotic ability is closely related to the illusion of ghosts. They are both released through the eyes, and they are both manifestations of spiritual power, but the specialization points of the two are different. By the way, Xiao Chen, can't you be like a vampire, sucking blood? Talking about this, Tian Xiaoban's eyes even showed a trace of fear, and he became nervous. No, the vampire firmly denied this. He was not comforting Tian Xiaoban and the others. I don't have any urge to suck blood. On the contrary, I feel that I can absorb energy and then bounce back. Huh, it looks like it's just the appearance. Seeing the vampire's bright and calm eyes, Tian Xiaoban was also relieved. Unfortunately, the remaining fighting skills of the vampire, as well as the strongest ability enslavement, cannot be used here, and there is no room for it. All in all, he is a jack-of-all-trades alien hero with a lot of abilities. Taste? In the last few minutes, the vampire opened the door again and stepped out of the old rack. In the blazing sun, he walked forward step by step. His footsteps were firm, and his heart was full of perseverance. Even though he felt a burning pain all over his body and his eyes were full of tears, he gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. This is his training for vampire DNA? Must overcome that weakness to sunlight, at least not like just now, under the sun, without any ability, directly cut into a dog? The enemy will not give you a chance to fight at night. Xiao Chen, I believe in you, you can do it. Looking at the vampire who was struggling to move forward, Tian Xiaoban raised his fist and encouraged him. Don't worry, come on, Xiaoban, I'm not that rude. The vampire's pair of fangs almost shattered, his eyes were full of twisted bloodshots, accompanied by broken tears, his body was numb, and he moved forward mechanically. These few minutes. Extraordinarily long. I don't know how long it took. His numb body broke through the limit, suddenly regained his strength, his footsteps suddenly accelerated, and at the same time, he regained a lot of control over his abilities, and the burning pain became hot. I used to feel like I was being roasted, now I feel like I'm in a steamer. My adaptability to sunlight has improved a lot. Great. The vampire's face showed a look of joy, and his chest suddenly stood up, his arms were bent into a crescent shape, and his muscles were bulging together, full of the beauty of muscle lines. Bang bang bang. He can throw a punch under the sun. Xiao Chen has defeated himself again this time. Mark watched this scene with relief. I am afraid that all the powerful alien heroes of Xiao Chen came from this situation. At least this perseverance is the same as when he was young. Never give up. Time flies by. Here in the old broken car, Xiao Chen turned into a vampire and continued to strengthen the sun resistance. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban who woke up were also infected and trained together. And the news of Moath's disappearance has once again fallen into the hands of many earthquakes. For the attitude of Moath, the Earth Table heroes are all expected. Where did the flower branch come from, saying something inexplicable, and being so self-righteous? I'm afraid it will be cleaned up by Xiao Chen, or someone from the Tiangong Union? This incident did not cause much disturbance. In the final analysis, the time Moath destroyed the city was too short, and there were not many buildings destroyed, which resulted in insufficient influence. By the way, Dong Wu was imprisoned again, and his sentence was 45 years ago, and now it has risen to 380 years. Although this guy didn't kill innocent people like Moath, he was creating dinosaurs and indirectly causing casualties, so he took a large part of the responsibility. As the frightening day passed, on the brand new second day, even ordinary people who were hiding at home came out of their homes to go to work, go shopping, and engage in social activities in human society, completely forgetting the shadow of Moath. After all, people in Gotham City are used to it. Xiao Chen, Mark, and others from the old broken car woke up early and did what they should do in the morning as usual. Just different. Early in the morning, Xiao Chen stepped out of the old broken car, looked into the distance, made sure there was no one within a few hundred meters, then lifted the Omnitrix and transformed into a vampire again. The morning time passed by in a flash. Xiao Chen, I've been practicing all morning, how is it? Tian Xiaoban asked loudly to the vampires outside while staying on the sofa by the window of the old broken car. Now I can use most of my abilities in the sun. Also, I feel that my resistance to sunlight is temporarily, can't be improved. The vampire stood in the sun, raised his head slightly, and squinted at the blazing sun. He only felt some discomfort, and his resistance was almost the same as that of ordinary Earth people, but it did not reach the level of aliens. Moreover, he can feel that his ability in this area has been practiced to the limit, at least his personal limit, and he can no longer improve. For this result, the vampire is quite satisfied, and even if he accidentally turns into a vampire during the day, he can still fight the whole battle. Training is over. When it was time to transform, Xiao Chen, who was hungry, went straight back to the old car and collapsed weakly on Tian Xiaoban's bed. Xiaoban and Xiaoan were also blinded by hunger and kept urging Mark. Mark smiled helplessly, and drove everyone to a nearby barbecue restaurant. After a delicious meal, he drove out of the city in the afternoon and headed to a new city. The road was calm and peaceful, and there were no more annoying robots like Moath. The only thing I hated was that the traffic jam took a long time, and it didn't reach the destination from the afternoon until it got dark. Fortunately, when the sky was dark, the road conditions were much better, and the old car was finally able to drive unimpeded. Tian Xiaoan sat on the sofa board, closed his eyes, muttered words in his mouth, and practiced magic. Xiao Chen enjoyed this hard-won peace, watching news from various places with interest on Tian Xiaoan's laptop. Only Tian Xiaoban, bored, has been through until now. Grandpa, does your car have any onboard music or something? I'm so bored. Tian Xiaoban said unbearably, I really can't. Xiao Chen, you transformed into a little soldier, let's have some fun. Although I'm also a little bored, I'm just bored for a while, and I'm going to my destination soon. Xiao Chen comforted Tian Xiaoban, and then he immediately changed the subject and looked at Mark. Actually, Grandpa, I would like to know why Moath knows you, and he seems to be very familiar with you. Hearing this, Tian Xiaoan quietly pricked up his ears. Tian Xiaoban showed an enthusiastic expression. Grandpa, tell us about it. The grievances between you and Moath, as well as you, the technologies you used in Mount Razamo, and the days you used to work in the Heavenly Union when you were young. Story. Hey. Mark sighed lightly, a flash of memory flashed across his eyes. This time, he didn't have any intention of concealing. It has to start from when I was young. When I was still a member of the Tiangong plumbers, Moath came to Earth and used his spaceship to suck up all the nuclear bombs on Earth. For flowers. Then Moath and its machine monsters attacked the military depots. When I was young, I, and my other teammate Phil, went to stop Moath. He told the story of how he cooperated with Phil to defeat Moath. This story has ups and downs, twists and turns, and in the end it was still Mark and Phil, who represented justice and defeated Moath who wanted to conquer the Earth. It turned out that's right. Xiao Chen was amazed. Mark was really wise and martial when he was young. If Omnitrix falls into Mark's hands, especially if it is given to Mark when he was young, I am afraid that it will be able to exert a strong fighting power. I hid things from you at the beginning, only about the plumber and electrician when I was young, and about the mysterious organization of the Tiangong Guild. Regarding the Omnitrix, I don't know where it would end up. Before Xiao Chen got it, I didn't even know it would come to Earth. With sincerity on Mark's face, it can be said that he said everything without reservation. As for Mark when he was young, apart from overflowing Moath, how many aliens did he turn over? Looking at the way he was refitting an old broken car and having the right to enter and leave the base of Mount Lissimo at will, he knew how powerful he was when he was young. However, the current retirement life is not bad, even because of Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, and the others. It seems to be more exciting than when they were young. The enemies you encounter are stronger? Unfortunately, it would be great if I could listen to all the legendary stories of Grandpa's plumber. Tian Xiaoban said regretfully. Then you can't finish listening to it for 3 days and 3 nights. Mark said with a smile. Grandfather. Xiao Chen showed a gesture of interest. I want to know, how do I join the Tian Trade Union? I want to join the Tian Trade Union. 100,000,000. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Mark, who was driving, coughed violently. After coughing vigorously for several times, he recovered. Grandpa, are you all right? Xiao Chen looked at Mark's face with a slightly embarrassed expression. I wonder if his problem was too sudden? He thought very simply. If he joins the Heavenly Guild, he will punish evil and promote good in the future. Even if he doesn't get a sign-in reward, he can accumulate some prestige for him, or exchange powerful weapons within the Heavenly Guild. That's the best of both worlds. Xiao Chen, at this stage, neither you nor Xiaoben or Xiaoan can join the Tian Guild. Although he used to work in Tiangong, Mark still rejected Xiao Chen's topic with great certainty, and by the way, he rejected Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben, leaving them both innocently shot. I really want to know the reason, Grandpa. Xiao Chen asked with a puzzled look of 727. Yeah, why? Tian Xiaoben also asked with doubts. He also wanted the plumber from the union that day. Unlike Xiao Chen, he thought it was cool. Aren't professional heroes cool? Being a plumber is not as simple as you think. There are many complicated jobs, and it is not suitable for you. Mark said with reason. There is another point. You are all students, but the plumbers of the Tiangong Union are not suitable for you. Do the tasks on time. Are you sure you will be able to do the tasks in time when you go to school? His remarks can be said to be stunned, and he went straight to the point. Xiao Chen quieted down and smiled bitterly. No way. I forgot that I was still a student. Although he has always been among the best in the school's exams, he can't miss school for a long time. Then I can just drop out of school, and then focus on punishing evil and promoting good. At this time, Tian Xiaoben's eyes lit up, and there was an amazing sentence. As soon as he said this, Xiao Chen's mouth twitched fiercely. Mark turned his head abruptly. His face was extremely cold, even more frightening than Mahaza's face, staring fiercely at Tian Xiaoben. This stupid, really can't speak. Tian Xiaoben shook his head helplessly. Next was Mark's lecture to Tian Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben became extraordinarily well-behaved, and no more nonsense. Actually, one more point, Mark didn't say. That is also an important point. Xiao Chen owns the Omnitrix. If he joins the Heavenly Guild, the news will most likely be made public. Xiao Chen, who is not yet young, may be able to fight against the sinister aliens. But, if you want to deal with him, is it the so-called justice side? Plumbers are also human beings. Although they hold justice, they may also become enemies. Even if Xiao Chen showed maturity that didn't match his age, Mark always helped him think about everything unknowingly. Tian Xiaoben is being trained here. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan, passive training? This taste is unpleasant. Until, whoa, a harsh siren sounded outside, interrupting Mark's words to teach Xiaoben. Xiao Chen stood up in relief, pointed to a fire truck whizzing past, and said excitedly, Grandpa, hurry up, drive and follow the fire truck to see what happened. We need us there? Good. Mark is the most important person, immediately stopped lecturing, and drove to keep up with the fire truck. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan both breathed a sigh of relief, secretly praising Xiao Chen's wit. The speed of the old broken car was neither fast nor slow, just enough to follow the fire truck at full speed across a distance, and came to a large villa. The bald old man in a suit and leather shoes stood at the gate, and hurriedly followed the police car that came from the fire truck and said something. It doesn't look like anything. Xiao Chen looked at the villa and didn't hear much noise or any emergency. There is no imaginary crisis. He immediately lost much interest. Originally this was used to divert the topic, but now it doesn't seem dangerous, so he can just leave it to the police. Then why don't you let me go? Tian Xiaoan's eyes finally opened, and it seemed to become clearer. The lucky girl is about to return to the arena again. It's all right. You and Xiaoben can rock paper scissors. Xiao Chen leaned against the door and said casually. At this time, Xiao Chen, who was in front of the door, could carefully hear the conversation between the bald old man and the fire brigade. Please hurry up. That strange thing is really scary, and it is destroying everywhere. The old man's words made Xiao Chen immediately lift his spirits. What? Weird stuff? Could it be that some alien is doing the trick? Although it didn't cause any damage, is it possible that it is an intellectual type or a spiritual type like ghost? That, Xiaoben, leave it to me. Xiao Chen didn't have time to explain, so he said something in a hurry, raised the Omnitrix screen and turned into the first alien. Taste. With a burst of light, a scary vampire appears in front of the car door. That slender body is like a long spear that can't fall down, awe-inspiring and terrifying. The momentum is similar to that of a diamond god of war. Vampire? Exactly, use it to fight. The vampire moved his muscles and bones slightly, with a cold smile on his face. This alien's DNA, he's going to fix it? Xiao Chen, the car window is open. Mark looked at Xiao Chen, the alien form, and immediately opened the sunroof above the old car. Taste? The vampire's body was straight, like a dark blue blade, and it turned into a streamer and rushed out of the car. Outside the car, it is night. It seems to embellish his blue figure. Lord of the night, king, vampire? Hey, Xiao Chen is going to be ripped off. Tian Xiaoben complained faintly when he saw the vampire flying out. When the vampire was there just now, he didn't dare to complain. Really a little scared. I heard what the reporter said just now. He said that there is something strange in the house. It must be an alien. Xiao Chen rushed out after thinking about collecting 4.5 DNA from the alien. Mark explained it for Xiao Chen, and after saying this, Xiao Chen's behavior instantly became a lot more reasonable. Outside. So, trouble. The old man said, suddenly feeling a chill on his bald head, and subconsciously looking up, he saw blue lightning that cut through the night sky. It's fleeting, like a comet. It's as if the sky is going to be ripped apart. Is it an illusion? No, I saw it too. What happened to that light? The fire brigade members, including the police officers with guns, stayed where they were and muttered, very surprised, and they didn't even dare to enter the villa for a while. Because that light is directed towards the villa? The vampire in the dark night felt extremely excited. He opened his mouth and let the wind blow into his mouth. Well, it was delicious. At night, even the air is so sweet, funny. When he turned on the floating mode to fly in the sky, everything around him became a mosaic-like existence, and the speed could even catch up with half of the flashing star monument. The vampire directly smashed the glass of the villa and broke into the living room of the villa very violently. The glass slag, accompanied by his figure, plunged into the floor inside and fell to the ground. In the villa lobby. This place is very empty, there is no furniture, and it is very large, 200 or 300 square meters. The sound of vampires breaking through the windows can be heard throughout the hall. Only rows of columns support the house. Only. In the dark. Vampires are exceptionally keen to see everything around them, the broken stones on the ground, the footprints of unknown alien creatures on the walls, and all kinds of details were not spared by the vampires. 16. Okay, dare to ask this friend in the room, which planet is he from? Can he speak Earth? I can speak both English and Chinese. Because the main purpose is to absorb DNA, and the aliens don't hurt people very much, so the vampire speaks politely, like a medieval aristocrat, standing upright on the ground modestly and politely, and speaks elegantly and casually. After a few seconds. Silent. No. The vampire frowned slightly, clasped his shoulders with his hands, and stood proudly in the air, ready to fly into the depths to continue his exploration. What? Suddenly, a red monster rushed out from behind the pillar, ran right in front of the vampire, and screamed at it. The red and yellow body, the standard demon blood red eyes, upright, has a pair of crab claws, and what is even more terrifying is that it is full of fangs and saliva while roaring. Terrible aliens? Only, this guy is half the size of a vampire's leg. Moreover, this red monster is still very lacking in IQ. It seems that he has no idea how strong the vampire is, and is yelling at him. Boom! The vampire covered his face with his hands, and slapped his horns fiercely. Xiaoban, Grandpa, I hope you don't come in, or you will definitely laugh at me. He was so anxious just now, just for such a gadget? Still collecting DNA? Don't come here. I'm afraid Omnitrix sucks your DNA, I don't know how to delete it. Roar. The little red monster suddenly turned its head and roared at the back, and then rushed towards the vampire. Any accomplices? Two little monsters in pairs. The vampire tilted his body casually, yawned by the way, and let the little red monster slam into the air beside him, smashing a head full of gold stars all at once. Roar. The little red monster was very small and full of energy, and he got up in an instant, roaring at the vampire again. Noisy. The vampire's somewhat lazy and elegant eyes suddenly turned cold, like the eyes of a poisonous snake. There was no anger in that tone, not like the four-handed overlord resounding through the world, but it contained a kind of tyranny in elegance. Monument. The little red monster fell down on the spot, staring at the vampire with a blank expression. Even the facial expressions were completely lost, and it got stuck on the spot. Now, it's like nature here. A snake suddenly stared at a frog. The frog was still showing off his own incomprehension in the first second. Broken. The next second, the little red monster fell to the ground and fainted, stunned. The vampire's mentality returned to calm, and he shook his head speechlessly. I don't need to do this anymore, just kill it instantly. How do I get into the next 9 minutes? Sneak through the city. Taste. Suddenly again, the position where the little red monster looked back suddenly released an azure blue energy ray, which quickly attacked the vampire, as if to catch him by surprise. It's not an accomplice, it's a human. However, I hate people who sneak attack. The vampire's lazy expression showed full of killing intent. Looking at the blue light, he stretched out his palm unhurriedly and blocked it in front of him. Don't block, don't dodge. This alien is really an idiot. The sneak attacker at the back showed a smile, wishing to open champagne to celebrate. I don't have a body of crystals, and I don't have illusions, so I just resist like this. It's just an appearance. That's it. Taste. The sneak attacker soon stopped laughing, and his expression was as ugly as eating a fly. The blue energy rays actually stopped directly in front of the vampire's palm, and because they were piled together, they formed an irregular energy shape. Become like a light wave that a vampire is about to release. It is one of his abilities, the strongest absorbing energy. He can fight back with energy, or he can eat to temporarily strengthen his body. It can be said that he is also the kind of perverted frog that can eat any energy and spit it out, and it can suppress his ability. Absorb energy? How can this alien be so strong? The sneak attacker looked at the vampire in shock, and pulled the trigger continuously, releasing blue rays of light. You are in vain, sir. We need to have a good talk. The vampire waved his left hand gracefully, as if doing tai chi, wrapped the energy between his arms and sent it to the energy body in front of the right hall, condensing a huge energy wave 727 half the size of his body. The power contained in this energy wave. Even more, the debris and dust on the ground began to vibrate continuously, and the intensity of its rays illuminated the entire hall. Presented in front of the vampire. It was an old man in a blue uniform, a bit like a plumber's outfit, holding a high-tech spear. Although his face was wrinkled, he still held his spear effortlessly, his chest erect, as strong as a young man. Old man? Also, it seems a bit like a plumber. The vampire frowned slightly, and immediately, he lifted the large energy ball and aimed it at the ceiling above. Taste. The energy body flies upwards. Boom! In an instant, the unstoppable energy body smashed the ceiling, blasted a big hole, and flew towards the night sky. Phil, and everyone outside, saw the blue energy body through his own vision. Flying towards the sky, the last one slammed into the dark clouds of the night, shredding countless clouds, causing an incomparably violent wind, rolling down, and blowing several streets of confetti flying everywhere. That light. It's as bright as fireworks. Do you still fight? The straight moonlight, through the hole, shone on the vampire's figure. Phil couldn't see the face covered by the light. But I can hear the condescension in that voice. No, stop fighting. I think we can talk peacefully. After seeing the terrifying fighting power of the vampires, Phil's face burst into cold sweat, barely squeezed out a smile, and began to beg for peace with the vampires. It's almost there. The vampire snorted coldly, walked towards the little red guy in front, and picked up the latter's body with one hand, as if picking up a lamb. What should I do with this guy? If you don't mind, you can leave it to me. I'm a plumber from the Tien Guild. My name is Phil. The Tien Guild specializes in dealing with these alien incidents. Phil said with a smile on his face. Days Union Plumbers. Phil? Isn't this Grandpa Mark's former comrade in arms? The vampire had a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, he was a character in Grandpa's story before, but now he appeared in front of him by accident. In this way, there is no need for a conflict between the two sides. Then, leave it to you, plumber. The vampire threw the red guy in his hand to Phil at will. Phil stretched out his arms to hug, and leaned back for a distance before barely catching it. Little monster. It's a lot of strength, so just use it casually? I didn't expect such a thin guy to have such great strength. Phil was secretly surprised, and put the evil star of destruction in his hand to the side, and instead started chatting with the vampire. Looking at your appearance, you also know that the Heavenly Union works, right? Of course I do, said the vampire. Now that we know, why don't we cooperate? You and I will deal with alien monsters together. After we catch the alien monsters, we will pay you half. Apparently, Phil was very cold about the strength of vampires and kept sending out invitations. His eyes unknowingly fell on the Omnitrix pattern on the vampire, thoughtfully. No, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead. The vampire moved cowardly, yawned, and walked back bored. I thought that there would be a battle between dragons and tigers. No matter how bad it was, I could gain some combat experience. I didn't expect it to be so boring. But right now, watching the vampire turn around and turn his back to himself, Phil's heart was suddenly excited. It's a rare, powerful alien, and if it's sold to someone in the Heavenly Guild, will it get paid well? That's full of gold, jewels, and this guy has his back to him? Taste. Phil slowly aimed the laser gun at the vampire's back again, holding his breath to aim, for fear of making a mistake. Idiot. Although the vampire turned his back to Phil, his expression was full of frost, because he had already discovered the fierce killing intent that rose from Phil just now. The human heart is also a vicious enemy? Monument? Phil pulled the trigger. The blue electric light shone on everything around, whistling and flying towards the vampire's back, and he was about to succeed in one blow. The vampire stopped. Phil's heart clicked, and his palms were sweating. Has it been discovered? However, the vampire just stood still, and did not show the meaning of dodging. Phil heaved a sigh of relief, secretly delighted in his heart, thinking that he could catch such a powerful alien. But the next picture slapped him severely. Taste? Vampires seem to be deliberately waiting for the attack to approach themselves before dodging. His body coordination is so powerful that he can instantly mobilize his strength when a crisis comes, with terrifying speed. In an instant, the vampire flipped to the right, dodged the laser neatly, the light burst in the corner of the hall, blasting a big hole, and thick smoke rolled out. Hidden. Phil's heart trembled. He just felt the figure in front of him, the flower. The position of the vampire changed. The speed is already at a level that he can't catch with the naked eye. Coupled with those fangs and claws, they can kill him in an instant. I think you are really troublesome. We didn't need to have a conflict. The vampire turned around slowly, patted the wrinkled clothes slightly, and walked towards Phil lightly. Don't think I can't beat you. Taking up his courage, Phil quickly took out the finger tiger from his pocket, put it on his hand, and showed an old-fashioned appearance, but he rushed towards the vampire without fear. A pair of fists attacked directly at the deadly part of the vampire. Want to restrain my power with skill? The corners of the vampire's mouth twitched in disdain. His limbs moved quickly, his hands became hook-like claws, and he grabbed Phil's fist in a strangely curved posture. Taste? In the blink of an eye, the vampire's claws restrained Phil's fist, forcibly pulled the latter to him with strength, raised his knees again, and hit Phil's chest head-on with his knees. What? Phil let out a scream, and instantly fell backwards and fell with a real sound. Fortunately, there was only some pain, which restricted his movements and would not be seriously injured. His expression was still stunned. Your own skills are not as good as this vampire's skills. Although the fighting skills displayed by vampires are very ancient and strange, they can effectively hurt the enemy, know how to control the enemy, and crack the enemy's offensive. Similar to the rock-shattering fist in One Punch Man. I didn't expect that this fighting skill is very useful. The vampire's face also has a hint of surprise. There is no record of fighting skills in his memory, but as long as he fights close-quarters combat, his muscles seem to have a memory, and they will automatically use those moves. This is what is called, engraved in DNA skills. I admit defeat, I'm sorry. Phil quickly apologized again, for fear that this noble vampire would kill him in a fit of rage. I won't do anything to you, but, to prevent you from being disobedient. The vampire's palm hung up, releasing a dark blue light wave that suddenly landed on Phil's body. Zhao Liao Zhao. Phil's eyes suddenly became numb, and his expression was also demented. He completely lost his previous heroic spirit. He could only say mechanically, Master. The vampire nodded lightly and smiled with satisfaction. Isn't this much quieter? The enslavement ability is his strongest ability. Slave others, fight for yourself. Outside world. Although the villa was quiet, the firefighters, police officers and the bald old man still did not dare to go in. There was an explosion. Who dared to go in? Recently, there are more lunatics, such as the doctor riding a dinosaur, and the octopus branch driving a spaceship. Who knows what the hell this time? Mark, Tian Xiaoben, and others quietly got out of the old car, came to the back door of the villa, got into the back garden of the villa, and walked towards the hall. Because when the three of them saw the laser, they subconsciously thought of Moath, and to be on the safe side, they came over to find out. Grandpa, Xiaoben, why are you all here? The vampire looked at the figures walking into the hall from the back door, and at first he looked a little wary, and then he saw the three figures clearly. When you are fighting with the enemy, the light released on the opposite side, and the ball of light, can be seen by everyone outside us. I am a little worried that it is from Moath, so let's take a look. Mark explained while looking towards Phil's expression was startled. Ha 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 ha, is it just such a gadget? Tian Xiaoben looked at the evil star, and immediately hugged his stomach, laughing again and again. Xiao Chen, you don't want the DNA, right? Ha 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 ha, I just checked. The vampire took a deep breath, turned his face to the side, and said calmly, yes, maybe this alien is intelligent and not good at fighting. Tian Xiaoben also tried to explain something to the vampire. It's just that the vampire didn't answer Tian Xiaoben, and he couldn't blow it to destroy the evil star. Yes, it's him. Mark approached Phil and looked at it carefully, and finally made a sound of affirmation. It's your old comrade in arms, Phil, right? Vampire 743 took the lead and gave Mark the answer. Comparison? Xiao Chen, how did you know? Mark looked puzzled. It's like this. Vampires will be hostile to Phil, until the battle, said it, from the beginning to the end. Want to work with you to make money? This is quite in line with Phil's character. When Mark heard the result, he was not too surprised. He knew the character of his plumber and comrade in arms very well, so he kept a secret. I didn't expect him to be such a plumber. Tian Xiaoben shook his head with disappointment on his face. As decent as Grandpa, there are powerful plumbers. Can't you really find one? This wave of rainbow bends made Mark very comfortable, but he felt embarrassed. By the way, Xiao Chen. Mark remembered something again, and pointed to Phil who was demented. You said that you controlled him with your enslavement ability, so when will he be able to return to normal? Don't worry, Grandpa, after my transformation is over, he will most likely return to normal. The vampire said with oath. As predicted. After a few minutes passed, the Omnitrix pattern on the vampire began to flicker, and as he turned back into a human, Phil's eyes gradually brightened. Xiao Chen, you'd better stand behind the three of us, don't let him see the nitrix in your hand. Although Mark wanted to say hello to Phil, he didn't forget to protect Xiao Chen's identity. Let Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben stand beside him, and Xiao Chen stayed at the back. Thus, Xiao Chen, who was standing at the back, lowered his head, put his hands in his pockets, said nothing, and seemed to have no sense of existence. We have something to say. Phil's expression completely returned to his previous expression. He stepped back suddenly, and said with some fear to Mark and the others in front of him. Phil, calm down, it's me, Mark Tian. Mark's voice was much softer than usual. Horse, Mark? And two little friends. Phil was stunned, looking at Mark, who is both familiar and unfamiliar, and the two children beside Mark. There seems to be a number of people behind. Where did the vampire just now go? He felt like he was in a dream, unrealistic. I understand. You're not Mark, it's me who got an illusion, and I'm in my brain illusion. Phil patted his thigh suddenly and took it out from his waist with a look of understanding. Chi Song, I'm familiar with this, I won't feel pain in the illusion, just a touch can wake me up. Seeing his death-defying behavior, Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben hurriedly discouraged him, but nothing happened. Or Mark the most timely. Fei, BGEF, have you forgotten? Mount Lahaimo, Tian Guild, we were all plumbers before. If you still don't believe me, I will mention in front of my 3 juniors that you were on a business trip to find a small. Mark spoke extremely fast, watching Phil's 7 songs getting closer and closer to his body. he became anxious, and accidentally shook out one of Phil's past events. Only when the head landed suddenly, Phil trembled with fright, and growled angrily at Mark, "Don't say it, Mark. I believe you are. Magical or not. It would be too embarrassing to expose your own model hands in front of these children." I finally believed it. Mark was also relieved. If he didn't say anything, Phil would really be able to stab himself. Although he was a mercenary plumber, he was ruthless like a plumber. Where's the vampire? Phil looked around, then lowered his head to look at the destructive evil star on the ground. You may still not understand the situation. I was originally here on a mission to capture aliens, but the result was a vampire-like alien appeared, and was also capturing this alien called Destruction Shaxing. Sabotaging the evil star was killed by him, and I am not his opponent. Fortunately, you are here. After all, his face was still covered in cold sweat, and even if he was given 10 courage, he dared not say it's his own credit for defeating the evil star. We've seen nothing, maybe he's gone. Mark immediately started a polite conversation, and after chatting with Phil a few things about the current situation, he showed his intentions. "Phil, you still have a lot of tasks to do, you must be very busy, we will not disturb you. Walk slowly. Remember, watch out for the vampire, and follow him when you meet him." Phil heard Mark's implication, and after a polite sentence, he began to clean up the destruction of the evil star, without any intention of holding back. Different road non-phase plan. Mark, Xiao Chen, and others turned and left. But Phil, who was buried in the destruction of the evil star over there, secretly raised his head, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and he looked at Xiao Chen. When he was leaving, Xiao Chen was also at the front, but the light from his reddish Omnitrix could not help but penetrate through the gap beside Mark and the others, penetrated to the back, and looked very bright. Phil watched it for a long time, and when Xiao Chen walked out of the door, he saw the Omnitrix on his swinging right wrist. It's like a watch. Phil was shocked. He remembered again, Mark deliberately concealed Xiao Chen's behavior, and the strange pattern on the vampire. This kid, it won't be. I'm not sure yet. If this is the case, Mark's grandson is priceless. But it's hard to say, maybe it's just a coincidence. I'm going to test them. Phil's mind became active. Back in the old broken car, Mark sat in the driver's seat. After Xiao Chen and the others were seated, he started the engine non-stop and drove towards the road ahead, not thinking about getting together with Phil. It seems that this Phil cooperated with Grandpa for money. Grandpa was more purely to save people. The philosophy of the two is fundamentally different. Xiao Chen sighed in a low voice. He is also a bit selfish, violent vigilante, but he is not as exaggerated as Phil, and he backstabs with a backhand. It's getting late, we'll find a place to stay in a while, or sleep in the car. What's your opinion? Mark absent-mindedly chatted about home life. I can do it, Xiao Chen said cheerfully. It's still an old broken car. Although it's a bit crowded, it feels very comfortable. Tian Xiaoan said, 743, and I have to practice magic for a while at night. The time to go back and forth is enough for me to practice for a while. Already. Everyone agrees that living in an old broken car is the most comfortable. Mark stopped the old car and ran all the way. He was also very tired, so he simply parked the old car in the parking area, ready to let everyone rest together. They also had a very simple dinner in the car, by the way, which was simple bread and fried eggs, and Mark enjoyed a piece of beef tongue jelly that Aunt Vera had given him. After dinner, Xiao Chen stretched and was ready to take a bath and sleep. Woohoo! At this time, there was a sudden burst of rapid radio bursts from the radio station on the old broken car. Mark, I need your help. On the other end of the radio, there was a call for help. With some flustered emotions, listening to the voice, it was Phil's voice that was right. It's philosophy. Xiao Chen and Mark looked at each other tacitly, made eye contact, but did not speak. There are 2 Wapimancer star beasts in the meat canning factory next to Highway 42, and I can't deal with them alone. There was also a roar of beasts in the background. It seems that Phil is in danger. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and looked at Mark. Grandpa, what is your opinion? I don't know what Phil wants to do. However, the 2 Wapimancer star beasts should really exist. Let's go to the scene to help him first. To prevent those 2 big guys from running out and hurting ordinary people. Mark's heart was still helpful. He made the decision and drove to the location Phil said. For Mark's words, Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and did not refuse. There was indeed a little reluctance in his heart to save Phil. He knew that it might even be Phil fishing. But if Grandpa wants to go, then go to Kiss and let Grandpa rest assured. As for Phil, Xiao Chen has the absolute certainty to defeat him. In the face of overwhelming power, Phil's conspiracies are nothing, not to mention, Xiaogong and Xiaoban are actually fighting power. Grandpa, Xiao Chen, I really want to know, what exactly is the Wapimancer star beast? On the way, Tian Xiaoban expressed his doubts. Xiao Chen pretended not to know, but Mark replied earnestly, the Wapimancer star beast is the big orange dog in the Omnitrix. You name it super beast, but its race is in the universe, known as the Wapimancer star beast. Anyway, Xiao Chen also had a fighting spirit in his heart. If it is the same kind of 2 super beasts, he may be able to use the super beast to fight with the opponent and learn the opponent's fighting skills. After all, his fighting skills are all practiced on the earth, and the 2 Wapimancer star beasts may have racial skills. 3 people must have my teacher? Some time has passed. The old wreck drove to the place where the meat cans were. Just through the closed door, Xiao Chen in the old car could hear a low roar from the factory, which was completely carved out of the same mold as the cry of a super beast. I'll go first. If there is any danger, I'll be the first to encounter it. Mark took the brunt of pushing open the factory door, keeping Xiao Chen behind him, and Xiao Chen also consciously let Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban stay behind him. The four walked carefully into the meat canning factory. There are facilities everywhere in the factory, all kinds of meat foods are hung on the conveyor belt, and the air is full of mixed taste of various cured meats. And on the walls of the factory, there are shocking scratches everywhere. Xiao Chen carefully placed his hand on the Omnitrix, opened it gently, selected the first alien hero, and followed behind Mark. The four people walked towards the depths in the aisle between the various conveyor tracks. Boom! There was a sudden movement under the conveyor track in front. A figure climbed out from under the conveyor belt. It was the disgraced Phil. He got up after coming to Mark, and said in a panic, "I can't deal with those two big guys alone. Mark, I'm sorry to disturb you so late." "It doesn't matter, where are they?" Mark asked with a serious face. Phil was about to speak. Boom! In the office deep in the factory, two terrifying ferocious beasts climbed out, and the door was destroyed long ago when they entered. They stood in the open area and roared at Xiao Chen and others in a low voice. The body length is more than half that of the super beast, the color is also different, it is dark orange, and the fangs of the mouth are turned out. Adult super beast. No, it should be said that it is an adult Wapimancer star beast, which is much bigger than my super beast. Xiao Chen looked at the two huge Wapimancer star beasts with envy said. These two giant beasts are very ferocious. Mark, you have to be as brave as you used to be. 4.5 Although Phil was praising Mark, his eyes kept turning to Xiao Chen Xiao who was behind. As a result, the two of them didn't use him, and looked at the enemy in front of them intently. Tian Xiaoban's face was full of confidence, and he really thought Phil was scared, so he comforted, with a few of us here, everything will be done. Done. His palm pressed directly on the reactor on his chest and began to transform. Phil's expression instantly became stunned. Looking at Tian Xiaoban who was quickly transformed, there were 10,000 alpacas running in his heart. Did he miss the target? Will it be this kid? Actually, Xiaoban took the lead. Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing, but he was also very happy, leaning on the conveyor belt beside him. After Tian Xiaoban transformed, he raised a pair of palms, aimed the cannon at the heads of the two Wapimancer star beasts, and released two golden light waves with a flavor. This is more powerful than my laser gun. Phil looked at the violent light wave and said in surprise, Mark, you actually handed such a dangerous weapon to a child. Mark smiled awkwardly, glanced meaningfully at Xiao Chen, and did not answer Phil's words. There are corrugated organs on both sides of the head of the Wapimancer star beast. It is their sensory organs. When they perceive danger, they will shake to a certain extent. Flavor? They jumped heavily towards the conveyor belts on both sides, causing Tian Xiaoban's attack to fail in an instant, blowing the office in front to smithereens. Seeing the damage Tian Xiaoban caused in an instant, Phil looked straight at Xiaoban without saying a word. I don't need a cannon. Tian Xiaoban looked at Phil's expression and muttered with some guilt. Taste? The Wapimancer star beast over there, but one of them launched a surprise attack, directly pounced on Tian Xiaoban, and overwhelmed him to the ground. Roar. The Wapimancer star beast roared fiercely, and unpleasant saliva flowed from the gap between the teeth, on Tian Xiaoban's steel helmet. Ah, how disgusting. Tian Xiaoban said with disgust, looking at the other's raised paw. He hurriedly turned his head to the side. Boom! A claw directly penetrated the ground next to his head, leaving a deep scratch. Xiao Ban, release the rocket thruster at maximum and let your body fly out. Xiao Chen instructed. Tian Xiaoban immediately followed suit, releasing terrifying flames from the front of his palms and the soles of his feet, and with a flavor, he slipped out with his back against the ground. Boom! The other claw of the Wapimancer star beast just landed on a cloud of air, staring angrily at Tian Xiaoban who flew out. Haha! The other Wapimancer star beast also moved. It ran fast on the conveyor belt and rushed towards Tian Xiaoban who was sliding on the ground. The speed was even faster than Xiaoban, and it was about to be pressed on him. Xiao Ban, activate the core strength and kick its jaws. This is the best chance to attack. Xiao Chen said loudly. Good. Tian Xiaoban resolutely chose to believe Xiao Chen's words. His chest released a dense electric light, and his right leg was wrapped in lightning-like light, rubbing the body of the Wapimancer star beast with great precision, kicking the latter's jaw. The Wapimancer star beast was hit on the forehead, and his head swayed directly, as if he was drunk. Although he still pressed his head on Tian Xiaoban's body, there was no movement. That kick is strong enough to kick it. Nice job, Xiaoban, go ahead and attack another super beast. Subconsciously, Xiao Chen used the name super beast. Under his command and the small squad, the two work together. One can see the blind spot of the other's perspective that the other cannot see, and the other can play the corresponding action. In 2 or 3 minutes, another Wapimancer star beast fell on the conveyor track and fainted. Perfect combination, we are like Robin and Sherlock Holmes. Tian Xiaoban, who had released his transformation, walked up to Xiao Chen and was so excited that he gave Xiao Chen a high five. This kid is really not simple. It seems that he has experienced many battles. Moreover, he has said the name of the super beast. It means that they have seen this kind of alien before, and they have named it. ER's eyes turned slightly, looking at Xiao Chen who was standing there, feeling more and more wrong. Especially when he saw that Xiao Chen deliberately concealed the movement of the watch on his right wrist, he was sure of a certain idea in his heart. How am I qualified to be a plumber? Tian Xiaoben looked at Phil again and asked complacently. You must be a very good plumber. And Xiao Chen is the same. Phil immediately blew the rainbow bottom and said, we solved the 2 Wapin Mancer star beasts together. I believe the owner of this warehouse will be very grateful to us. Would you like to go to collect the reward together? Good send. Tian Xiaoben cheered excitedly. Although Mark was wary of Phil, he still had some questions he wanted to ask Phil, so he agreed. Let's see what he'll do. Don't rip him off. Xiao Chen decided to stand still, looked at Phil with no expression, and followed behind everyone. Their pay is live in the presidential suite. In a luxurious room. Tian Xiaoben ate unlimited ice cream and marched happily on the road where he had diarrhea, while Tian Xiaoan read the book quietly. For flowers. Phil leaned comfortably on the reclining chair, and deliberately looked at Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben. The presidential suite is very comfortable, right? Xiaoben, your combat ability, Xiao Chen's command, and my advanced equipment, add them together. Will definitely be invincible. Does it have my share? But the aliens look scary, and I don't dare to fight them. Xiao Chen deliberately hid his clumsiness and looked innocent. This made Phil suspicious again. Tian Xiaoben originally wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mark's most ruthless gaze in his life. Xiaoben prefers to show off some cool things. For example, he has a good brother who can transform into an alien. Phil, I have a question to ask you. Generally speaking, the chance of 2 Wapimancer star beasts appearing in one place is very small. Mark asked Phil meaningfully. Phil's face remained unchanged, and he said with a smile, it doesn't matter when the aliens appear. As long as we can get the reward, isn't it enough? Xiaoben, come out with me. I have something to tell you. Mark looked back at Tian Xiaoben and took Xiaoben, who was eating ice cream, out of the room. He must have discovered something. Phil's face was a little embarrassed, and he glanced at the quiet Xiao Chen secretly again. He told that little class to go out, but he didn't tell this kid to go out. Could it be that I really think too much? It was a coincidence before? Or else? Mark has no reason not to discuss with him. The cautiousness of this pair of grandfathers and grandsons has already made Phil almost insane, and who made him have no real proof seeing Xiao Chen transform into an alien with his own eyes. After a few minutes, only then did Mark and Tian Xiaoben enter the room. How is it? Are you unsatisfied with your stay? Phil also tried to talk. Mark just replied indifferently, it's okay, I just want to have a heart-to-heart with my grandson. Tian Xiaoben trotted all the way to Tian Xiaoan's side, whispered beside her for a while, and then came to Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen, Grandpa called me out just now, including when I ran to Xiaoan and whispered. Grandpa actually wanted to chat with you. He felt that this Phil stole the void projector. I hope you can watch him here. We'll go back to base to see if that thing is still there. Only then did Tian Xiaoben reveal Mark's plan in its entirety. 100 million, leave yourself alone with Phil. Hearing this news, Xiao Chen nodded, his face unchanged. He wasn't sure if that thing was on Phil, but if Grandpa didn't find it. So, Phil's void projector will definitely fall into his hands? To deal with Phil, Xiao Chen is familiar with Phil's high-tech combat. And his nodding action fell into the eyes of Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and the others. They exchanged glances, got up immediately, and found a reason with Phil. Phil, I remembered, I have some things that fell into the food processing factory before, and I need to go back to get them. Xiaoan, and I went there. Xiao Chen, please take care of it. Mark showed an apologetic look and showed a very realistic acting. Okay, it's okay. I like being with children very much. Phil's eyes flashed a gloomy look, and he could see that Mark had rejected his plan to join forces in disguise, and Mark didn't trust him. Can't blame him for that. Xiao Chen, stay here and listen to Uncle Fei 16. Mark also instructed Xiao Chen before leaving here with Xiaoben and Xiaoan, and quickly returned to the old broken car, starting the hurricane mode. No traffic jams at night. In the presidential room, Phil put on an amiable look and looked towards Xiao Chen. Little boy, can you show your uncle what your watch is? Hoo. The direction he looked in, Xiao Chen collapsed on the ground and fell asleep with his hands as pillows. A vein burst out on Phil's forehead. He resisted the urge to beat Xiao Chen and took a deep breath. It's impossible for such an idiot child to have such a powerful weapon. I must have thought too much. Then, it is worth noting that Tian Xiaoben and the battle-hardened Mark. Phil looked at Xiao Chen, who was sleeping, and turned his anger into joy. Mark, you left me a perfect hostage. Thus, there's no need for him to follow Mark at risk, and it's time to attack Mark at the base. Just stay here, take Xiao Chen as a hostage, and contain Mark. No matter how bad it is, it can make that Tian Xiaoben dare not do anything. As long as I wait for Grandpa's text message, this Phil will be useless. Xiao Chen snored while facing the Omnitrix with the raised screen facing the floor. As long as Phil behind him dared to make a move, he would directly press the screen down. The room was very quiet, and neither of them moved. They were both waiting for Mark to break the deadlock. About half an hour passed. In the base, Mark looked at the empty exhibition cabinet, took a deep breath, and rubbed his fists together. The void projector, it really disappeared. Grandpa, what the hell is the void projector? Tian Xiaoben asked Mark suspiciously. Void Zero Realm is another dimensional space that holds many vicious alien prisoners. The Void Zero Realm projector is a high-tech that can open the portal to the Void Zero Realm. Phil used it to get those aliens out and make a profit. Mark explained. Isn't it dangerous for Xiao Chen to be with him? Tian Xiaoan suddenly became nervous and asked Mark. I'll let him know now and let him be careful of philosophy. Mark pressed the keyboard of his phone and sent a text message to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also has his own mobile phone, but he rarely uses it. After all, he and Mark couldn't see each other often, and they had to have a mobile phone to communicate with each other. In the private room, Xiao Chen pretended to be very tired. He couldn't hold back anymore. The big brother's mobile phone in his pocket finally sounded a crisp mobile phone prompt. Come yet. Phil's eyes became sharper, and he looked at Xiao Chen, who was lying on his side with his back to him, and put his hands in his weapon bag. I'm sleepy. Who sent me a text message at night? Grandpa and the others won't come back yet. Xiao Chen pretended to get up and yawned, his right hand still in his pocket, but his left hand took out his phone. He turned on the phone and pressed the button to the text message column. The void projector is in philosophy. Don't ask what it is, beware of Phil. Or just transform and hold him. Mark's text message was simple and straightforward. Okay, it's time to start. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Phil is well aware of this truth. He clenched the laser gun in the bag in his palm and was about to take it out. What? There are salesmen sending spam text messages at night. Did you make a mistake? Xiao Chen suddenly let out a whimper. The tone is more excited and the volume is loud. What? Spam text messages. Phil was stunned and let go of the laser gun in his hand. Did you make a mistake? Research. Next moment, Xiao Chen instantly pressed the Omnitrix's screen with a light-speed action, selected the current alien, and showed his transformation in front of Phil. With that dazzling green light, the crystal body of the Diamond God of War appeared in front of Phil's eyes, with the pattern of Omnitrix on his body. I've been fooled. Phil looked at the familiar pattern, panicked instantly, hurriedly held the laser gun in the weapon bag again, and pulled it out. Taste? But the Diamond God of War just flicked his hand, and a diamond-throwing knife sputtered out, and in an instant, it stabbed into Phil's weapon 743 bag unexpectedly. The huge penetrating power penetrated the entire weapon package, smashed the barrel of the laser gun inside, and then plunged into the wall of the presidential suite, pierced a hole to other rooms. Without the weapon, Phil was anxiously holding the weapon on his body, looking at the Diamond God of War in front of him, desperately moving his brain, thinking about how to escape. It's impossible to fight. You must find a chance to use the Void Zero projector. Here, he doesn't dare to use it, and the end is probably the same as that laser gun. Raise your hands, put your weapon bag down. I don't want you to die, otherwise, die. The Diamond God of War did not talk nonsense, raised his palm, his two fingers folded together, turning into a barrel shape, and the cold diamond muzzle aimed at Phil's brain. He released a strong killing intent and suppressed it on Phil's body, making the opponent gasp for breath. After so many long battles, he also deeply understood a truth. To these wicked people, you must be ruthless enough so that more innocent people will not be hurt. I'll put it down now. Even if Phil was completely unwilling, in the face of absolute strength, he could only do it obediently. His palms slowly loosened, and he was about to raise his hands. Monument. The door of the presidential private room was suddenly pushed open by the people outside. Have an accomplice? The Diamond God of War instantly aimed the diamond barrel at the gate, and his nerves were tense. What the hell are you doing? Why did you make a hole in the wall? Throwing darts. An angry big man held a gun in his left hand and the diamond knife in his right, with a look of I want to fight with you. Then, he saw the Diamond God of War aiming at himself with a diamond barrel. I'm sorry to disturb you. You are busy with your work. I went wrong. The big man was covered in dense cold sweat, and suddenly squeezed out a reluctant smile, explaining to the Diamond God of War. What's the matter with this guy? The Diamond God of War was still in a state of confusion. Phil was faster than he could react. After all, he's been a plumber all his life. Xiao Chen has only been a plumber for half a month. Taste? Phil made a decisive decision, grabbed the weapon bag, slammed into the window with his body, and jumped out of the window to leave. Don't go. The Diamond God of War suddenly turned his head and fired a few diamond flying knives out of the window, only to disappear into the vast darkness, but there was a bang outside the window. Phil had already landed. Damn. The Diamond God of War stomped his feet angrily, glared at the big man with the gun unhappily, and then rushed towards the window. Is this a movie? Did I destroy the scene? The gunman was so frightened that the pistol in his hand fell to the ground, and he stood there dumbfounded. The Diamond God of War did not explain, turned out the window, and fell from the window to the ground. The presidential private room was only on the 3rd floor, which is why Phil was so bold and fled through the window. Monument? Even if it was only a few meters high, when the heavy body of the Diamond God of War fell to the ground, it left a pair of footprints several centimeters deep on the spot. He looked up at the surrounding streets. On the street, many passers-by looked at the Diamond God of War with a very shocked look, and stopped the movements in their hands. What is this? Making a movie? Strange creatures? Or aliens? Over there? The Diamond God of War glanced around, and soon saw Phil's figure burrowing into the alley in the distance. He immediately rushed out like a ferocious tiger, surpassed the sight of countless people, and rushed into the alley. The alley was narrow and crowded, and the Diamond God of War had to turn on his side to move forward. The speed slowed down a lot, and he couldn't help but feel very anxious. Bang bang bang. Phil can no longer be seen in front of him, and he can only hear footsteps farther and farther away, gradually disappearing into the ears of the Diamond God of War. Never mind. The Diamond God of War gritted his teeth and put his hands on the ground. A large number of crystals protruded from the ground, forming an upward staircase, crowding the alley. He walked up the stairs and jumped to the wall of the alley, like walking on a single plank bridge, running fast on the wall. The speed of the Diamond Ares is not an advantage, but it can easily beat Phil's speed. The exit of the alley was shrinking from him, and it was close at hand, but the sound of footsteps in front of him suddenly stopped. The Diamond God of War warmed his heart, and with the help of the inertia of running, when he was about to reach the exit, he jumped hard and fell heavily into an open space outside the exit of the alley. Boom! This time, the force was so great that his body fell to one knee on the ground, but fortunately he supported his body with both hands and almost fell. You have no chance, Xiao Chen. Phil's voice sounded from above the head of the Diamond God of War. The Diamond God of War looked up. I saw Phil standing in front, motionless, with the moonlight shining on him. He was holding a peculiarly shaped firearm and pulled the trigger towards the Diamond God of War. The empty weapon bag was thrown aside, like a general rubbish. Taste. A ray of light burst out from the muzzle. It's not a laser, it's a strange energy. The Diamond God of War did not take the trick, but rolled to one side, dodging the attack of the light. This, I am afraid it is the Void Zero Realm projector. The Void Zero Realm, the Diamond God of War is very clear. It is the place where many alien criminals are imprisoned. Your tricks are very powerful. I am not your opponent. But you helped me when I was most dangerous. Thank you. Phil, who managed to escape, sneered at the Diamond God of War with a sneer. In his heart, he also wanted to get the Omnitrix, the Diamond God of War. Such a powerful weapon, he must get it. The light did not hit the Diamond God of War, but formed a portal in the open space. Nothingness, the portal of the piano world. The Diamond God of War got up from the ground and looked at the portal in shock. Haha, that's right, kid, you're so smart, even I'm at a loss. Phil started talking nonsense. Taste. Next moment, the diamond flying knife pierced the sky again, passing Phil's arm in an instant, and a blood flower bloomed. Ah! Along with Phil's screams, he subconsciously released his weapon while holding the palm of the Void Zero Realm projector, directly covering the bleeding wound and screaming like crazy. The arm was directly wiped with a terrifying bloodstain. I was talking to you just now, and I was also distracting you. The Diamond God of War quickly walked to Phil's side, bent down and picked up the Void Zero Realm projector, and put this weapon in the palm of his hand. Weapons are here. In addition to the pain, Phil saw this scene with incomparable despair, and fell directly to the ground. Twice by this kid. If he was young, he would have been vigilant and would not have been hit by that knife. But now he is no match for the young Xiao Chen. Losing the Void Zero Realm projector also declared that Phil had completely lost to Xiao Chen. But in the portal, a dark shadow slowly appeared. Stop. The Diamond God of War hurriedly pulled the trigger again, and the portal instantly disappeared from its place. But that burly body still remained in this clearing. It's still a step too late. An alien prisoner came out. The Diamond God of War's expression suddenly became worse. His hands were clenched, and he was ready for battle. Phil's painful expression showed a touch of excitement, and he endured the pain and fell into the ground. Ha ha ha, you are finished. This guy sees. How is Zhao going to be a very vicious alien prisoner? It's not you. What kind of kid can deal with? Wait for you to die? Ding. Detected sinuable object, the vicious prisoner in the void. Send it back to the void, or kill it violently, and you can complete the sign-in. It seems that because of the strength of the opponent, the sign-in task has naturally inspired Liang. The Diamond God of War, who was in a bad mood at first, instantly became excited, and the gaze that looked at the shadow became extremely fierce. The fighting spirit exploded at once. What the hell is this place? I was let out. However, there was a very standard English discourse from the shadow, with a hint of difference. There was a hint of surprise on the Diamond God of War's face, looking at the shadow, because the other party was under the wall, so he couldn't see clearly, and asked tentatively, "Are you a person from Earth? Can you communicate?" Earthling. The dark shadow's eyes slowly landed on the Diamond God of War, and his eyes suddenly became full of killing intent, especially when he saw the Omnitrix pattern on the Diamond God of War. He clenched his fists. Tian Xiaoban, I am going to kill you. What? Tian Xiaoban? What did Xiaoban do? The Diamond God of War had a look of astonishment on his face, before he could ask him the reason. Bang bang bang, that black figure stretched his legs and dragged his heavy body, leaving a series of heavy footsteps on the ground. Taste. In an instant, he flew in front of the Diamond God of War, and his giant body was 1 or 2 heads taller than the Diamond God of War. So fast. The Diamond God of War looked surprised, raised his head slightly, and completely saw the appearance of the person in front of him. This is a giant with red skin 743. He has 4 hands, wings on his back, something like a spotlight on his forehead, and short black hair, like the short hair of a human boy. Call out. 10 is not like Kevin clenched his fist and waved it fiercely on the Diamond God of War. Ping. Although the strength was strong enough, it only made the Diamond God of War's heel hook to the ground and slid back for more than 10 meters. There was only a little pain in the body, and it was not too uncomfortable. What a sturdy diamond body. You've become a lot stronger in such a short period of time. 10 Unlike Kevin, staring at the Diamond God of War, he roared. At this time, the Diamond God of War who stopped in his footsteps, only then can he carefully see the appearance of 10 dislikes Kevin. Those feet are clearly the solace of the flashing stars. One of the eyes is clearly the eye of the little surprise soldier. 4 hands, with Flame Man, Diamond God of War, and Super Beast. There are also his wings and spotlights, which are respectively the gliding King Kong and the big steel teeth. This shape and tone make it clear that the original 10 is not like Kevin. But the question is, Kevin in this world has not become a 10-like monster? Since the battle with Kevin, BGEF, never touched it again, let alone absorbed DNA from Omnitrix. Boom. 10 is not like Kevin raised his fire hand, condensed a huge fireball, and used it heavily towards the body of the Diamond God of War. Immediately, the Diamond God of War finally retracted his surprise, his expression was covered in frost, and his right arm suddenly turned into a huge axe. Boom! When the axe broke the air, it also divided the oncoming fireball into 2, brushed from both sides of the body, and exploded to the ground in the distance. Whether it's not like Kevin or something kills you, send it back to the Void Zero realm. The Diamond God of War said with a look of anger, and the axe hand changed to the original appearance. This kid doesn't feel right. When did he become so fierce? I remember that Tian Xiaoben should be a virgin. Unlike Kevin, who looked at the murderous appearance of the Diamond God of War from a different place, he felt that something was wrong. Next moment. Bang bang bang! The Diamond God of War stepped on the ground with both feet and quickly came to the front of 10 dislikes Kevin, and an uppercut hit the 10 disliked Kevin's jaw hard. Hey, 10 is not like Kevin spewing droplets, his head rose instantly, and his body also took off upwards. That diamond fist does not need too much skill, it is pure strength and quality. Boom! The Diamond God of War raised another fist, clenched his fist, and a diamond finger tiger stretched out between his fingers, and it was a shocking punch, which exploded and hit Kevin's abdomen. Puff! Unlike Kevin, just as he took off, an even greater force came from his abdomen, instantly blasting him out, taking off more than 10 meters away. This time, the corrosive liquid from Glider King suddenly spit out. Bang bang bang! Unlike Kevin before he landed, the arms of the Diamond God of War turned into honeycomb-shaped gatlings, and released dense diamond flying knives, which flew towards the latter's joints, as if to destroy the opponent's possessions with one move. Means of attack? You guy. Unlike 10, Kevin felt a huge threat, reluctantly opened his eyes, and looked at a shuttle of flying knives. His face was full of consternation and fear. This series of killer moves like flowing water can be played by that guy from Xiaoben? Could it be that this is not Tian Xiaoben? Puff? No matter what, we must fight back. 10 is not like Kevin spit out a mouthful of corrosive liquid again. The hand of flames aimed at the spit out corrosive liquid and released a flame. Boom! The corrosive liquid and flames formed an extremely terrifying explosion in front of him, and the impact swept away like a gust of wind, not only causing the diamond flying knives in midair to deflect in unison, but also knocking Kevin down. On the ground, the smoke that spread along with it obscured his area well. It's useless. The straight arms of the Diamond God of War immediately aimed at the smoke, intending to sweep with a carpet-like firepower. Bang bang bang! At this time, a string of corrosive liquid sprang out of the smoke, followed by an open flame, illuminating the corrosive liquid. Oops! The Diamond God of War immediately switched his attack method, and spread out his fisted hands and placed them on the ground. Boom! A diamond wall more than 1 meter high rises from the ground in front of him in an instant, like an indestructible city wall. The corrosive liquid was first the wine on the diamond city wall, and then the fireball fell, and it formed a fierce explosion, and the smoke spread from the corner of the wall, covering the area around the Diamond God of War. Only the Diamond God of War behind the city walls is not threatened. His brain was quickly analyzing and doing calculations. Based on combat performance, the current 10 is not like Kevin, who has learned how to match alien abilities. Very difficult? Of course, it is precisely because it is difficult to deal with that the system issues tasks. But if you compare it to the wounded hell demon JAS, not like Kevin, it's just barely eye-catching. Taste? In thick smoke, a wind-like voice silently moved behind the Diamond God of War. Boom! Immediately afterwards, 4 palms pinched the shoulders and knees of the Diamond God of War fiercely. When he reacted, his body was already in the air, and he was lifted up by 10 dislikes Kevin. Taste? 10 Unlike Kevin, the wings on his back quickly flapped, his eyes were full of bloodshots, he clenched his teeth and flapped his wings, and his body quickly rose upwards. He and the Diamond God of War flew into the air in an instant. Your body is really heavy. 10 Unlike Kevin, panting heavily, holding the body of the Diamond God of War with his trembling hands, he aimed at a house in front of him. Taste? Throw the ladder directly towards the house. The body of the Diamond God of War fell to the house, like a bowling ball from the sky and the ground, directly smashing the entire house to the collapse, and rolled down into the basement of the house, and countless fragments of the house were crushed on him. Cough cough. 10 didn't look like Kevin was so tired that his wings were about to break, and he fell to the ground just as quickly, with a cold smile on his face. Tian Xiaoben, do you think I can't beat you? In the world of nothingness, I've gotten so much stronger. Fight, good fight. Phil, who fell to the ground, was a little worried at first looking at Shiwei Kevin's scratches. Until he saw this, he kept congratulating Shiwei Kevin. You what a hero. Huh? Who are you? 10 unlike Kevin glanced at Phil coldly, his diamond fist turned into a honeycomb gatling. What soup? What soup? Phil raised his hands in fright, with a nervous expression on his face. No, don't get me wrong, Xiao Chen and I are enemies. We are still friends. The Zero World Projector unleashes yours. Xiao Chen? What the hell? Isn't he Tian Xiaoban? 10 is not like Kevin and Phil staring at each other, neither of them understand what the other is saying. That Omnitrix pattern is indeed right. Boom! When the two were talking, there was an earth-shattering roar from the house. A diamond-like figure climbed out of the piles of ruins, as if reborn from nirvana, standing proudly on the ruins, exuding a strong murderous aura from all over. Unlike 10, Kevin looked around, his heart was pounding involuntarily, and he didn't dare to breathe. This diamond god of war is indeed a strong feeling. It's quite different from the atmosphere of the small class. It's like a ruthless warrior. It's the same level of strength as Diamond King, except the diamond god of war's arms turned into a pair of huge meteor hammers, roaring and rushing towards 10 unlike Kevin. Call out. Unlike 10, Kevin is also very fierce, staring at the diamond god of war with grinning teeth, 4 hands grasping fists, and his body also slams into the diamond god of war with a smell. Comment? In an instant, the figures of the two collided, and they waved their fists on each other at the same time. Diamond god of war's heavy punch instantly hit 10 like Kevin's head with a gold star, and it's endless to follow. He himself was knocked to the ground by Shibuya Kevin's 4 powerful fists, and he felt substantial pain. I haven't been beaten for a long time. Come on. At this moment, the Diamond God of War seems to have recovered from the situation he had faced with the army of warriors. His eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent, the pain was weakened to the extreme, his whole body was boiling with blood, and the moment he landed, he bounced like an electric shock, chasing 10 different Kevin. You punch me and punch me crazy. Hey, you bastard, servant. Calm down. 10 is not like Kevin who was beaten with bruises on his nose and face, vomiting blood again and again. On the other hand, looking at the Diamond God of War in front of him, even if he was hit by various powerful ultimate moves, he still stood firm and did not say a word. Not like Kevin, it made him feel it. Your opponent is not a biological opponent, but a fighting machine. Did this kid have any special training? Looking at the state of the Diamond God of War at this time, Phil was the best able to see the situation and analyzed the situation. His body is helping him to shield him from damage and magnify it. His fighting spirit and muscles are also merging his fighting skills. In other words, his body is fully prepared for battle. This can only be done by warriors who have been on the battlefield and survived. It turns out that my body is completely integrated into all the skills. The Diamond God of War listened to Phil's analysis, and also had a general understanding of his own situation. Boom boom boom. His fists also became stronger and stronger, and he had a solid and terrifying hand-to-hand fight with 10 different Kevin. Damn it, this is not Tianzioben at all. Who the hell are you? Why are you so powerful? 10 Unlike Kevin, after a few minutes of confrontation, he hurriedly stepped back and shouted hysterically. Kill. The Diamond God of War in this state has abandoned all reason and is only born for fighting, and he doesn't pay any attention to 10 Unlike Kevin's questioning at all. Oops, calm down. Unlike 10, Kevin soon made another burst of howling and howling. When he hits the opposite side doesn't care at all, not afraid of pain. It's a fart. Soon, Kevin, who lost his will to fight, was instantly caught by the Diamond God of War. His body fled in place, and spun around in the air, and a pair of legs just happened to firmly clamp the neck of 10 Unlike Kevin, causing the latter to rotate with him. For flowers. Boom. Until the Diamond God of War's feet were facing the ground, his knees quickly bent, and he actually used 10 dislikes Kevin on the ground. Unlike Kevin, who was thrown and screamed again, he opened his eyes in pain, and his pupils shrank instantly. That is one. A figure falling from the sky. That damn depression almost made him urinate. Research. Click. The Diamond God of War had his arms and knees bent and placed in front of him, forming a double hammer, which slammed down on 10 Unlike Kevin's chest. The sound of bone cracking sounded. 10 Unlike Kevin's expression distorted violently, his body completely lost his strength, and he cried out in pain, and the screams were very loud in the sky. Whoa whoa. The Diamond God of War rolled down from Kevin and lay flat on the ground next to Kevin, panting violently. His body was about to collapse, and there were severe tingling pains in his limbs. He wasn't injured, but he was also beaten all over. But give 10 Unlike Kevin's worst injury, the latter collapsed completely and screamed, I want to go back to the Zero World. I don't care if you are Tianzioben or Xiao Chen. I just want to fight the original Tianzioben. If I had a little more strength, I would choose to kill you, but now, I can only send you back. The Diamond God of War reluctantly raised his trembling palm, and set off the void that fell to the ground during the fight. Projector, opened the portal to 10 Unlike Kevin. Finally, it's time to go back. Unlike Kevin's eyes, a line of tears fell, his body relaxed, and his face was happily sucked back into the void. The Diamond God of War pulled the trigger again and finally closed the portal. 10 Unlike Kevin, officially dropped the line. It's that the Diamond God of War has not yet figured out why it came out that 10 is not like Kevin, and now, when he thinks about the words of 10 is not like Kevin, he found something suspicious. 10 Unlike Kevin, when he saw the Omnitrix pattern, his first reaction was not Xiao Chen, but Tianzioben. In other words, in his memory Zioben is the master of Omnitrix. It must be Zioben in another world? Billion, it seems that there is a real possibility that I will meet another Kevin. The Diamond God of War looked thoughtful. Ask Grandpa when the time comes, he should be very familiar with these weapons. Right now, he just wants to take a good rest. His head naturally leaned to the side, using the ground as a pillow. For him in the body of a diamond, it was softer than cotton candy. Phil's figure also fell into the eyes of the Diamond God of War. He struggled to get up, the wound on his arm was tightly bandaged, and he was weakly perpendicular to his thigh. He followed and knelt and walked out of the alley, trying to escape from here. I still don't give up. It seems that my heart is too soft. A cold glow flashed in the eyes of the Diamond God of War. Although he did not have much strength, he could still easily do such things as raising his palm. Taste. Raise one hand, in addition to the middle finger, the other 4 fingers are separated towards the 743, releasing 2 diamond flying knives flying out at different angles. In an instant, the flying knife swept past Phil's ankles. 2 bloodstains bloomed. Phil once again fell to the ground in severe pain, screamed in agony, rolled over and over again, and no longer had any thoughts of escaping. If he runs away again, he doesn't have enough parts on him to fight the Diamond God of War. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the green reward. The transformation time of the host's Omnitrix lasts for 1 minute. The reward is quite satisfactory, as expected by the Diamond God of War, so his Omnitrix transformation time has reached 11 minutes. This time, it's all over, and it hasn't changed yet. It fully shows that whether it is his combat strength, combat skills, or transformation time, he has crushed himself when he first obtained Omnitrix. No wonder the small class is getting stronger and stronger in the later stages. And just like that, the Diamond God of War lies. After lying down for a minute or two, he regained his human form, still with some bruises on his body, and fell to the ground to rest. Phil didn't even have the strength to crawl, not to mention running away. It was Xiao Chen's kindness to be able to stop the bleeding. Because Xiao Chen took into account 1 point, Phil betrayed the Heavenly Guild. If the living Phil was returned to the Heavenly Guild with the Void Zero projector, then, you may be able to allocate some fame and prestige, and it will be easier to join the Heavenly Union in the future. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of the look of Xiaoen's Kylie in Ben 10 years later. Unfortunately, the rushing sound of the old broken car interrupted Xiao Chen's imagination. Finally found, Xiao Chen. The old car stopped in a nearby open space. The lights illuminated Xiao Chen's body. Mark quickly got out of the car and arrived in front of Xiao Chen with a nervous expression. How is it, Xiao Chen? Are you all right? I can't die, Grandpa. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and waved his weak arms, indicating that he was fine. Xiaoen, help. Mark turned around and said, and then came to Phil again. Looking at Phil, who was crying and howling, he didn't have the slightest sympathy. Instead, he wanted to beat the other party, so that his grandson couldn't get up, and he was left with bruises. You must know that this is a 10-year-old child. Phil can't tell you how hard it is, but it was actually another kid who beat your kid. Thank you all. Over there, Tian Zioben and Tian Xiaoen supported Xiao Chen together from the left and right sides, feeling the support of the two, and he thanked him. Don't worry, with us, you won't be hurt again. Tian Zioben vowed and comforted Xiao Chen. He seemed extremely reliable at this moment, and Xiaoen would not be demolished at this time. I'm curious, how did you guys find this place? I mean, how did Grandpa know I'm here? Xiao Chen asked curiously. At that time, before we and my grandfather got to the hotel, we heard someone talking about the Diamond Man on the street. I immediately thought of you, turned the corner, and looked for you and Phil nearby. I didn't expect to find you. Tian Zioben's words during this time, there was also a trace of admiration for Mark. This kind of meticulous observation made him and Xiaoen unbelievable. It stands to reason, Xiao Chen, that guy couldn't have hurt you so badly, right? What happened? Tian Xiaoen also inherited a part of his careful character, and after caring, he asked. Cough, wait a minute. Xiao Chen coughed twice and said weakly. After a while, Mark tied Phil to the ground. Xiao Chen and Zioben were sitting on the sofa of the old broken car, resting well. During this period, Xiao Chen also introduced the void projector in his hand. After Mark came back, he explained the ins and outs. If it wasn't for that waiter, none of this would have happened. Tian Zioben first sighed, and then asked, is it really Kevin? How could he become that ghost? Can I do this with you? I'm not too sure. I want to ask Grandpa about this question. Why is there such a strange Kevin? What's the secret of this void projector? Xiao Chen looked at Mark. If Mark didn't know, he wouldn't understood. Tian Zioben and Tian Xiaoen are the same. At this time, Mark hesitated for a moment, but after all, he did not intend to hide his grandson. This void zero world projector, occasionally, very occasionally, will be unstable. The portal that opens may be something else, the void of the universe. That is to say, parallel universe? It just so happened that Xiao Chen met. He even said that because of him, a parallel universe had already appeared. I didn't expect this concept to be true. I always thought it was a sci-fi movie. Tian Xiaoen pondered in disbelief. This time, Tian Zioben wisely endured a sentence. Please, nerd, have you become stupid when you study? We have met domojas and alien watches and these messy things. What else is there for us? Unbelievable? Science fiction or something, isn't it our life? This time, Tian Xiaoan was speechless, so it made sense. Xiao Chen and Mark couldn't help showing 4.5 smiles when they saw this scene. This was the first time that Tian Xiaoan couldn't say Tian Xiaoban. With a smile on his face, Xiao Chen glanced at the Void Zero projector from the corner of his eye, and his heart trembled. If you release some ferocious aliens from the Void Zero realm, one by one, you will collect DNA one by one. Wouldn't it be able to greatly enhance the number of aliens, its own combat capabilities, and adaptability? Xiao Chen's breath became hot. But soon, he suppressed his thoughts and became firm. This kind of weapon, who knows what monsters will be released, just like 10 different Kevin from the parallel universe. If it is used for personal use, isn't he another Phil? Although Xiao Chen can't be a pure hero, he can overcome these crooked thoughts in his heart. The final processing result of the Void Zero Realm projector was collected by the people from the Heavenly Union, and Phil was also taken away by the way. It's up to Mark to inform the people of the Union. When he put down the phone, he said to Xiao Chen and others, "Okay, I have notified the Tianhui Association now, and they will send someone to come soon. We are waiting here. Other members of the Heavenly Guild? Maybe meet the aliens." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and he murmured, and the idea of collecting DNA also rose in his heart. Several people chatted for a while again, and about 10 minutes passed. When the door of the old broken car was knocked, Mark got up and walked over, opened the door, and stood outside were two people in uniforms of plumbers. One was an alien with a slug head, and the other was a standard blonde man. "Hello, former plumber Mark, we're here to get the void projector," the blonde plumber said. "Excuse me?" Mark said politely, leaning 16 to the wall allowing the two plumbers to easily get into the car. "Here you are." Xiao Chen did not hesitate, handed the Void Zero projector to the blonde plumber, and at the same time cut off the idea of collecting slug alien DNA. Such a small child, he has no stage fright at all. If you join the Tiangong Union in the future, you will definitely be an amazing plumber. Go outside. Why is this guy's injury so serious? After walking out for a while, the two of them found Phil who was almost dying, and instantly made an incredible sound. "It's me, I accidentally hit him too hard, that's why I beat him like this." Mark immediately touched his head with his hands, pretending to be naive, and explained with a smile. "Don't worry, we're just a little surprised. After all, Phil is also an old plumber who is difficult to deal with. If it was Mark, he would definitely be able to do this." The two Heavenly Guild members explained gently. One escorted Phil away, and the other carefully picked up the Void Zero Realm projector, rode the modified car that came, and left quickly. "It's too windy." Seeing their retreating backs, Tian Xiaoban excitedly ran outside and said to Mark and the others, "Did you say that? They have their own combat uniforms and their own modified cars, and there must be a lot of weapons in them. Like Transformers? Are we going to have these too?" "Xiaoban, I don't know if you have modified your car in the future. All I know is that you should rest now, it's very late. The same goes for everyone else." Mark put on the serious look of an adult, pointed to the clock that the time came to 9 o'clock, and reminded. Tian Xiaoban was instantly disinterested, walked in obediently, and closed the door. "Okay, I see. This night, I still rested in the old broken car. Although it is not as spacious and comfortable as the presidential suite, it is also very safe and warm." The next morning, when Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and others got up, Mark was already driving, and by the way, everyone's breakfast was prepared. At this time, the old broken car is wandering in the new city. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, and the others were sitting in the car window looking at the scenery along the way as usual, or practicing magic, and borrowing Xiaoan's laptop to check the information of the violent sumo. In short, there is no Moath after that. Everyone's pressure was extremely small, and they were all enjoying the beauty of the vacation. What? When the old car passed by a video game store along the way, Tian Xiaoban suddenly got up from his seat, even ignoring the games on his laptop, and pointed to the sign of the video game store outside the window. The signboard is an electronic screen that pushes the latest news in real time. The exciting subtitles of Furious Sumo 2.1 version, officially released. This version fixes a lot of bugs, and updates the multiplayer team battle mode make Tian Xiaoban unable to extricate himself. This, Xiao Chen has also heard about it, is a spin-off of the Furious Sumo game. It was still the 2.0 version before, and it was very famous. I didn't expect that the 2.1 version has been released. Players' expectations for him are probably equivalent to the unreleased Cyberpunk 2077 in the standalone game. It just so happens that we have nothing to do. If you want to buy it, we can stop and buy it together. Xiao Chen stretched his waist lazily, and there was a slight noise when his joints moved. He hadn't moved for a long time, so it was just right to go down for a walk. "Okay, I have no problem, take a breath of fresh air." Mark and Tian Xiaoan also agreed. The old car stopped on the road beside. Immediately after, when the four got out of the car, they were dumbfounded. There are long queues in front of the video game store. At a glance, you can't even see the end, you can only see dense human heads. That, Xiao Chen, Grandpa, you won't go back on what you said, right? Tian Xiaobanya looked at Xiao Chen and the others and asked embarrassedly. "Alas, yes, no regrets." Xiao Chen held his forehead, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. 2 hours have passed. We've been queuing for 2 hours, and this line can't move for half a day. Xiao Chen squeezed into the crowd, his footsteps kept tapping, blue veins bursting out of his forehead, his emotions were about to explode. Xiao Chen, please, be patient, it's worth waiting for. Tian Xiaoban was actually not discouraged. If you never gave up in your studies, you would have been admitted to university long ago, right? Tian Xiaoban couldn't stand 743 either, and taunted with his arms on his shoulders. In the past 2 hours, they played all kinds of boring games on their mobile phones, and they almost sat there and played a board game. Okay, I know you're impatient. Tian Xiaoban also knew that he was wrong, and said generously, in this way, I will continue to line up here, and the 3 of you will go shopping elsewhere, don't worry about me. He also deliberately patted the reactor on his chest, but fortunately he didn't exert any force. When Xiao Chen and the others heard the words, they casually asked him a few words. After handing him the money, they immediately left the team and walked along the street. Tian Xiaoban did not forget to complain as he walked. Forget it, Xiao Wen, tell me where you and Grandpa are going? I can do it. Xiao Chen said. Go to the library, I want to read. Tian Xiaoban's goal is quite clear. I'm fine, there should be books I like to read in the library. Xiao Chen agreed immediately, which is better than waiting in line. The 3 walked forward while chatting. Sudden? What? Help? The monster is coming. It's not a monster, it's like a flowery head that was broadcast on the news before. Doesn't that mean video synthesis? It's obviously true, those liars. A large group of people ran out of a gold jewelry store in front, screaming and screaming for help while madly running for their lives. This sudden scene made Xiao Chen, Mark, and the others stop in an instant, and they didn't have time to think about what these people said. Boom! The explosion was accompanied by a smoke screen released from the door of the jewelry store, briefly covering the area outside the door. Next up, a blood-red figure, the outline of an octopus head, jumped out of the smoke screen and landed heavily on the street in front, and the huge force instantly dispelled the surrounding smoke. The figure became clearly visible. It has well-developed and powerful limbs, muscles like Li Xiaolong, and an octopus head on its head, but its eyes are pitch black, and it looks so inconsistent. Waste JAS. Xiao Chen suddenly made an unbelievable voice, it's all like this, how come you haven't died yet? Oops, is there another ultimate evolution coming? Fan, I actually met Xiao Chen in the same city. Kevin turned his head and glanced at Xiao Chen with a murderous look on his face. I'm strong enough now, not only do I have the powerful DNA of Moath, there is also the superpower of electric current, not necessarily weaker than him. It can be said that his strength is almost the same as that of 10 different Kevin. The main reason is that his current ability has been strengthened, and the strengthening effect is permanently preserved. Hurry up and transform, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban immediately raised his hands and protected him in front of Xiao Chen, for fear that the enemy would interfere with Xiao Chen's transformation. Xiao Chen also hurriedly opened the Omnitrix screen. The first alien hero that popped up was actually a little strange soldier. He had to suppress his complaints and twisted to the second alien hero, Bio. The second alien hero is Thunder. Although he hasn't used it much before, his fighting power is also very strong. Xiao Chen was about to take a picture of Omnitrix. Buzzing. There was a huge roar from the sky. Kevin, Xiao Chen, Mark, and others all looked up at the sky in unison. I saw a special police fighter flying in the sky, with the Vulcan Gatling under the sliding wings on both sides, and the muzzle aimed at Kevin's body. SHHHHHHH. On both sides of the street, there were also rows of special forces wearing riot helmets, uniforms, and laser guns. This time, even the US Special Forces have come to deal with the alien Moath. Xiao Chen stared at the special forces around him. This was something he didn't expect. People see. It must be that the influence of Moath is so bad that they got the trace of abolishing JAS, and regardless of the agreement with the Heavenly Guild, they came to encircle and suppress Moath. Mark said with a complicated expression, no matter what, let's observe the situation first. After he finished speaking, he held Tian Xiaoban with his left hand and Xiao Chen with his right hand, and hid in the clothing store next to him with the two of them, watching the situation outside in front of the glass door of the clothing store. Moath, your plan to conquer the Earth will not succeed. The leader of the Special Forces is Captain Stee with handsome blonde hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and blue pupils. If it was in an American TV series, he would be the perfect match for the male number 1, just in front of Moath. Death is not enough? You are so boring. Kevin slowly made a deep voice. Compared with Moath, his voice was slightly immature. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at the Special Forces who were blocking the front and rear streets. In the sky, there are fighter jets? Let's fight fast. Xiao Chen is still in this ghost place. Take the call. Captain Stee ordered. Flavor? Countless special forces raised the laser guns in their hands and released blue rays of light at Kevin. Compared with the rays of light released by the Moath robot, it was simply the difference between a star and a moon. It's useless. I saw Kevin holding his breath, his mouth tightly closed, his body slightly bent, his face twisted, and the muscles in his body became extremely swollen as if they had swelled. In an instant, the whole body became muscular, strong, and powerful, like a muscle tank. Bang bang bang! Under the huge physique composed of muscles as strong as steel and as strong as a ball, the laser landed on the body and caused an explosion, but it did not cause Kevin the slightest injury, and the body stood upright. Moath is really powerful, Tian Xiaoban sighed when he saw this scene. Xiao Chen AI raised his brows and his expression became very wrong. What's wrong? Xiao Chen. Mark observed this carefully and asked curiously. Megas is not right. Xiao Chen shook his head slowly and said, the Moath in my impression is not so weak. That's right, the guy in front of him is also strong enough. However, compared to the real Moath, he is still far behind. First of all, the eyes, Moath's eyes, are extremely ferocious, as cruel as predators seeing herbivorous creatures, ravaging the bloodthirsty creatures. Then comes the fighting power. Even if this Moath praises his strength and his muscles are in a state of exertion, it still can't compare to the exaggerated body of the powerful waist JAS, which is like a city wall. And Moath wouldn't go to a boring place like a gold jewelry store. When Xiao Chen raised these doubts, Mark and Tian Xiaoan were also convinced by his words. But there are more questions entangled in the hearts of the three of them. Not Moath, who is it? Another parallel universe? The three looked at each other strangely. If so, that would be outrageous. There. After a burst of laser gun charges, Kevin suddenly released his fists, his swollen muscles slowly contracted, and with the help of his current strength, he kicked the ground with the soles of his feet. Taste? Kevin jumped on the spot as if he was flying, flew to the vicinity of the combat helicopter, stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the tail of the helicopter, and violently stretched out his claws, click, tearing the rotating wing broken. The combat helicopter, which had an unstable center of gravity and tilted backwards, crashed towards the special forces at an extremely fast speed and could not stop at all. Master Ben, how is Xiao? Take a step first, I won't waste time with you guys. Kevin grinned, avoided the helicopter with his feet, and jumped in the opposite direction with the help of his strength, doing several somersaults in the air. Fall firmly to the ground. Over there, the special forces looked at the incoming combat helicopter, and those who were farther away continued to distance themselves, and those who were closer were hurriedly rushing into the distance, ignoring Kevin at all. Taste? After Kevin landed, he immediately got into the alley on one side and ran to the other place. Go. Xiao Chen also abruptly pushed open the back door of the clothing store. With a roar from behind, the smoke sank directly beside him. Without looking back, he knew what a violent explosion it was. But he kept walking, and instead of looking back at the explosion, he rushed straight into the alley next to him, and put his palm on the Omnitrix screen to prevent this strange Moath from making a sneak attack. Mark and Tian Xiaoan followed closely, and the figure rushed out of the smoke screen. Walking into the alley, Xiao Chen could see the exit of the alley, and was ready to turn to Moath on another street. He hurriedly accelerated his pace, but he was still farther and farther away from the other side, gasping for breath. Call out. At this time, suddenly, a force came from behind him, lifted his body, detached from the ground and suspended in midair, speeding up countless times, and was finally able to keep up with the pace in front of Kevin above. Who? Xiao Chen looked vigilant, but he didn't transform immediately, because the other party was helping him pursue Moath, so there was no need to be so nervous. Relax, Xiao Chen, I'll take you to chase Moath. Tian Xiaoban's voice came from behind. He completed the transformation of the battlesuit, holding Xiao Chen's clothes in both hands to restrain his body, leaning on the rocket thrusters on his feet, carrying the weight of the two and following Moath. It's fortunate that you responded quickly, Xiao Chen said happily, and lowered his head to look at the special forces. The group of special forces followed under the leadership of Captain Sti. Of course, the speed was far less than Tian Xiaoban's flight speed, let alone catching up with Moath. Although Xiao Chen had some headaches for these people interfering in this matter, but fortunately he had time to transform, in the condition of no one. I was in line when there was a loud noise from your side, and then I saw helicopters and 743 special forces surrounded. I found a place where no one was around and completed the transformation. Tian Xiaoban recounted. That's the version of Furious Sumo 2.1 that you're most looking forward to, and you've been queuing for 2 hours. Xiao Chen joked to Tian Xiaoban. That was before, now I want to be a hero more. Tian Xiaoban replied. With his help, Xiao Chen followed Kevin from a distance all the way, and he was not left behind. As for Xiaoan, Grandpa, and the special forces, they had been left behind for a long time and could not see it. Kevin finally entered a mint, and Tian Xiaoban and Xiao Chen, who had run out of energy, also sneaked into the mint. In the mint, huge machines are still in operation, and a large number of coins are transported on the tracks, as well as many valuable gold coins. Tian Xiaoban and Xiao Chen hid in the huge machine, under the cover of the machine and the roar of the engine, they would not be found. So much, at least it can be sold for hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Kevin looked at the money around him, stretched out his arms and held up a large group of gold coins, and said with a smile, I will never be short of money in the future. With this money, I can buy a luxury car and a presidential private room. Is this really Moath? Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen with a look of surprise. No, it shouldn't be. In my impression, the pattern of Moath is not so low. He may not be the Moath of this universe. Xiao Chen was silent for a while, then said seriously, blowing the Moath invisibly. After all, he is also the big boss who made him suffer. If you don't blow it, how can you appear to be powerful enough? Well, whether it's Moath or not, I'm going to stop it. Xiao Chen didn't continue chatting with Tian Xiaoban, but turned away the Omnitrix, chose an alien hero, and immediately shot it. The light flashes down the side of the giant engine, This familiar light, Kevin's expression showed a hint of tremor, and he immediately put all the money on the body to the ground, clenched his fists tightly, his muscles burst, and at the same time, ZZ electric light appeared. Moath, stay safe. The flame man slowly walked out from behind the huge engine. While talking, he raised his palms, his fingers were separated, and there were small flame bullets condensed. Sure enough, it's Xiaochan. Kevin looked at the flame man, the killing intent in his eyes increased sharply, his teeth began to itch, he waved his arms forward heavily, and the electric light flew out like a big net. Also, I'm not Moath, don't get me wrong. It doesn't matter if you are or not, just lay down and talk about it. The flame man let out a low roar, all his fingers aimed at the lightning in front of him, and bang 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 released countless flames that whizzed out. Several bullets directly penetrated Kevin's offensive, entangled with the current. There are a few fire bullets left, attacking the muscles around Kevin. Kevin took out the stance he used to deal with the laser before, his muscles swelled, his teeth clenched, and he made a defensive gesture. Boom boom boom. When the flame bullet hit him, he didn't feel as relaxed as when the laser hit him. Ah, so hot, so hot, so hot. Kevin let out a burst of screams, and his heart that was a little lucky suddenly became a little scared, and he no longer dared to take it lightly. There were large burn marks on several parts of his skin. Fire punch. The flame man noticed that Moath was weakened, and he pursued it even more, slammed his right fist heavily, and a huge flame erupted, like a whole huge fist, covering the entire aisle in front. The conveyor belts on both sides, and even the coins on the conveyor belts, were all melted by the high temperature flame. You melted all your money? You bastard. When Kevin saw this scene, he didn't care about the pain, he gritted his teeth and cursed, and swung his right fist out angrily. The muscles of the entire arm are actually twice as wide as the other arm, the connected muscles are like candied haws, and the outer layer is wrapped with layers of electric current like hemp rope. Electric fist? This current, and this greedy tone of money Kevin. The flame man's expression changed, and he instantly thought of Kevin. Has he turned into this ghost? Boom! The electric light and the fierce fire collided together. The power of the electricity was no match for the flame, but Kevin's huge power caused the condensed fire fist to shatter. The current also expanded suddenly, slamming against the shattered flames. In an instant, the entire mint was covered with red and blue light, and it was hot red for a while, and cold blue for a while. Light up, taste, taste. A color meteor rose from the ground, and immediately, a larger spherical electric current also floated up, and the two sides collided continuously in midair. Every time they collided, the room would be illuminated by bursts of strong light, like a singing K. After crashing back and forth a dozen times, the flame man took the lead in stepping on the cloud-like fireball, dazzlingly dodging the impact of the spherical electric current, and immediately threw a fist towards Kevin's back, displaying a huge fire fist. Boom! This time, the current was completely suppressed, and it broke into countless tiny electric voltages that flickered in midair, and Kevin was blasted directly from midair by an explosive punch. Kevin with a long series of screams. As the fire fist fell to the ground, the flames exploded suddenly, blasting the ground out a big hole concave to the bottom. The mud and dust all around, they were all burned to a charred black. Even Kevin's body is full of terrifying burns, with a painful expression on his face. His hands are claw-like, and scratches and cracks are made on the surrounding rock walls. The smoke from the flames made him cough and eat. The flame man floating in the air stepped on the flame cloud and flew to the ground again. He jumped and landed next to the big pit where Kevin fell. The black smoke came out from the inside, causing the flame man to fundamentally can't see what's inside. No matter what's going on in there, I'm going to hit it with a fire fist. It's sure to hit, Kevin. The flame man clenched his hands into fists, looked at the smoking pothole, and made up his mind. Kevin has become stronger this time. Compared with the previous battle, it can be said that there is a world of difference. It is actually whether he can win with all his strength for 1 or 20 rounds, or he can catch the opponent's flaws. Can't stay any longer. There was a fierce cold glow in the eyes of the flame man, and his arms instantly ignited a fire. Like a flame demon, the extremely high temperature flame even made the air boil, and the ground was scorching hot, and a trace of flames gradually ignited. The earth is full of marriage fires. No way, I'm going to die of heat. Tian Xiaoben leaned beside the huge machine, almost collapsed, and kicked the mint's window weakly with the soles of his feet. When a gust of cold wind came in from outside, his expression softened a little. That's right. It's scorching hot air. Tian Xiaoben can feel very cool. You can see how hot it is in here? However, while enjoying the cool air, Tian Xiaoben half opened his eyes, and vaguely saw cars parked in front of the gate of the mint. One by one, fully armed men got out of the cars, opened the gate and walked towards here. He didn't have the strength to tell the flame people in advance, so he could only cover his mouth to ensure that he would not be discovered. Farewell, Kevin. The flame man's arms gathered terrifying fire fists, and with a soft roar, his fists were immediately raised high, and his fiery face was filled with cold murderous aura. When you want to smash, taste. A huge blue laser was released from the door. Okay. The flame man's attention was instantly attracted to the past. He tilted his head and saw an increasingly dazzling light. Boom! The flame man, who was caught off guard, was instantly blasted out by this ray of light. The violent explosion caused him to fly out more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. The condensed fire fist also turned into countless flames, like a downpour of rain, like falling into the ground of this factory. At this moment, the factory turned into a flame hell. What the hell are you doing? The flame man slammed the ground heavily with his fist, climbed up from the ground, rubbed his right hand against his stinging chest, and sternly questioned the group of people at the gate. I saw that Captain Stee was carrying a laser cannon and stood at the door at the front of the gate, and behind him was a row of neatly lined up special forces, all holding high-tech laser guns. It's nothing serious. This is the most powerful weapon in the headquarters. Captain Stee looked a little shocked. It seemed that this alien was obviously not good at defense. Then, it didn't cause much damage. What surprised him most was that this alien could speak their Earth's language. We chased the aliens all the way to get here, and then opened the door. The first time we saw you, you were ready to use your abilities to blow up the factory. What do you say we are doing? We are just doing what we need to do, Captain Stee said with a loud voice and full of alertness. I'm also chasing that prisoner. You guys figure it out for me? I'm on your side. The flame man said loudly and forcefully, with a hint of serenity in his tone. If it weren't for the fact that the other party regarded him as an enemy, just because of the dead hand just now, he couldn't help but want to explode. Captain Stee was silent for a few seconds when he heard the flame man's words, and pointed around. Please, look around, can you? What's the meaning? The flame man's tone was very aggressive, and he didn't take this best special soldier in his eyes at all, and looked around coldly. His expression suddenly turned ugly. Ask for flowers. IF**CK. All around, there are blazing fires everywhere, and the more they burn, the more vigorous they are, and some flames even climbed to the walls, along the walls to melt the whole factory. All the conveyor crawlers, gold coins, and coins on the ground turned into dust and died in the sea of fire. Even if Captain Stee and others were standing near the gate, they could feel a gust of hot wind blowing from the warehouse from time to time. After standing there for a while, their clothes were soaked with sweat and almost dehydrated. If you go in, I'm afraid you will die very ugly. After watching this environment, looking at the flame man covered in fire, his face full of anger, standing on the sea of fire unscathed, he is simply telling Captain Stee to them that he is the culprit of all this. Now, you choose whether to be arrested or to fight with us. After the arrest, you can hire your lawyer. Seeing that the opponent was strong, Captain Stee also tried to confuse the flame man. Inflammation. Taking advantage of the gap between the other party's speech, the flame man put his arms behind him, suddenly condensed a large amount of flames, and waved his arms to release the flames in an instant. The huge flame actually burned in front of the gate, forming a huge flame city wall, not only blocking the gate, but also blocking the entire width of the wall with the gate. Fire! Fire! Captain Stee immediately found himself being wanted, and ordered his subordinates in a rage. However, when their lasers approached the vicinity of Yanshangzhen, they were swallowed up by terrifying flames, and there was no sound left, and they were completely crushed. This made them unable to start, and they could only stamp their feet in place, furious. Kevin, it's time to settle the account with you. You actually made me take the blame once. Thinking of taking the blame for Kevin, the flame man became irritable. His personality was like fire, and he walked to the big pit angrily. Beside him, his eyes looked inward. In the pitch-black pit, there is only a mound of Kevin's body, including palm prints on both sides of the mud, which are traces of Kevin's climbing outwards. Kevin, get away. These pig teammates. The flame man's anger gauge was instantly filled to the extreme. 100 million. The flame man looked up at the ceiling again. I saw that there was a gap in the ceiling that was burned by the flames, which was just enough for Kevin's body to move freely. Not only that, but the surrounding walls were also burned with large holes after another, and the special forces were about to discover these caves. Xiao Ban, I'll take you out of here first. The flame man walked behind the huge machine and said to Tian Xiaoban while guarding the surroundings. After talking for a long time, he did not get a response from Tian Xiaoban. Small class? When the flame man looked down at Tian Xiaoban, the latter was like a chicken in soup. His whole body was wet with sweat, his eyes were slightly closed, and his mouth was unconsciously muttering, thirsty, so thirsty. Xiaoban, I'll take you out now. The flame man's expression immediately became solemn, and he forgot the unhappiness before July 43, and only wanted to take Tian Xiaoban out. He stretched out his right hand, lowered the temperature to almost the same as the palm of an ordinary person, picked up Tian Xiaoban's clothes, and picked it up like this, so as to avoid direct lifting. His left hand spun around in a circle, and a fiery red protective shield was formed, covering the bodies of the two. Inside the protective cover, not only is it not hot, but it is a little cool, and the temperature drops quickly. This is equivalent to a flame insulation belt. The temperature is released outwards, but the inside is kept at normal temperature. Stick to the small class. My movements are fast, and I can walk out in a few steps. The flame man kept comforting Tian Xiaoban, quickened his pace, and walked out through the back door of the warehouse with Tian Xiaoban. Since he controlled the protective cover, he left a small hole in the protective cover so that the road ahead could be identified. After leaving this warehouse, the flame man immediately retracted the surrounding flames into his body, and carefully placed Tian Xiaoban on the bench on the street. Due to the attack, there were not too many people on the streets, and everyone knew that Moath, who was famous for his murder, wanted to escape from the city. I'll get you a bottle of water. Looking at Tian Xiaoben, who was dehydrated, Huoyan Man swaggered into an unattended canteen, took out a few bottles of normal temperature mineral water, and walked to Tian Xiaoben's side. Holding a mineral water bottle, he shook it in front of Tian Xiaoben. The latter's eyes instantly released a touch of brilliance, his mouth trembled slightly, and he was in a state of Zhongchang, but he didn't have the strength to lift his palms. Forget it, I'll help you. The flame man reluctantly twisted the cap of the mineral water bottle, and poured the mineral water into Tian Xiaoben with great care to prevent him from eating it. First a few drops, then 1 second and 1 second, Tian Xiaoben got up by himself, grabbed the mineral water bottle, raised his head and poured cool mineral water with all his might, and didn't give up until he drank all of it. Are you okay? Small class. While drinking water, the time for Omnitrix's transformation had long since ended. Xiao Chen, who had transformed back into a human state, stood beside him with concern and greeted him. It's not a big deal, thanks to the previous genetic enhancement, I recovered quickly. Tian Xiao squad leader sighed in relief and said in a relaxed tone. This time, I didn't pay attention. The power of the flames was too great, and I didn't control the destructive power for a while. Xiao Chen said frankly, with a look of guilt on his face. Tian Xiaoben stretched out his palm and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. It's alright, I didn't take it to heart. Xiao Chen, let's catch Kevin first and most importantly. Yes, catch that guy Kevin first. But first we have to find out where Kevin went. Xiao Chen's face became serious, and he looked around the empty space. We will go to Grandpa and Xiaoan now, and wait for a while. In the old broken car, see if you can investigate anything? Okay, I can walk around no problem. Tian Xiaoben stood up from the bench, strode around, and recovered very well. Seeing this, Xiao Chen finally felt relieved and prepared to leave with him. Wait, children, don't move. Please stand where you are and don't have any suspicious behavior. Thank you for your cooperation. In the distance, the special forces led by Captain Stee bypassed the blazing mint and rushed towards Tian Xiaoben and the others. Although the laser gun was on his body, it was not aimed at them. Also scary enough. Raise your hands. Xiao Chen's face turned black, he resisted his anger, raised his hands skillfully, and Xiaoben also raised his hands after realizing it. Soon, Captain Stee and the others came to the front of the two of them, standing upright in a row, looking at the two of them blankly. Captain Stee even glanced up and down the two of them, seeing that the two of them were very uncomfortable. Two little friends, have you seen any suspicious aliens? For example, a takoyaki head and a fire head. Captain Stee's words instantly made Xiao Chen very upset. I didn't see it, we just happened to pass by. Xiao Chen pretended to be harmless to humans and animals, forcibly squeezed out a smile. Tian Xiaoben did the same, but the smile was uglier than crying. Very cool watch. Captain Stee glanced at the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist and praised. Thank you, this is the latest watch toy. It's a reward for my perfect score in the final exam. Xiao Chen used his Omnitrix to show Captain Stee and the others in a showy tone. This time, the Special Forces people no longer doubted the two of them, and their expressions were a lot more friendly. It seemed that their captain was just a pig teammate. Damn, if they can't catch those two guys, they might set fire to other places. The economic loss caused by the firehead alone is worth hundreds of millions. 4.5 Captain Stee stomped his feet and complained. After a few words, he said to a group of special forces behind him, let's go patrol elsewhere. After saying that, they turned around together and walked towards the mint again. They soon turned to another place and disappeared from the sight of Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben. Finally dealt with it, let's go, Xiaoben. Looking at Tian Xiaoben, who looked wrong, Xiao Chen said, the economic loss of several hundred million he said is to scare us, don't worry, that money should be compensated by Kevin, let's go back to Grandpa. He took Tian Xiaoben and walked towards the old broken car. Without looking at the mint, he walked like a fly. Captain Stee, who was hiding at the corner, looked at the two who were leaving, and immediately ordered, now, immediately send 2 teams, 1 team of 10 people, to follow these children. Captain Stee, aren't these 2 little boys ruled out? Although we don't want to question you, tracking those 2 aliens is the most important thing right now, especially the Flamehead. The other members of the Special Forces raised their opinions to Captain Stee, and apparently they did not find anything suspicious. Do you really think that those 2 little devils have nothing to do with aliens? Captain Stee sneered, his eyes flashing a cold arc. That little brown-haired boy has several empty mineral water bottles next to it, and there are still some water droplets in it, which means that he just opened it and drank it. Yes, many people on the street have fled the city long ago, and are going to leave here through the overpass. How can there still be children strolling on the street? When he raised doubts about these details, the other Special Forces members seemed to be enlightened, their expressions suddenly became enlightened, and they immediately started to act according to what Captain Stee said. A full 20 Special Forces got into 4 cars and followed Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben, and Captain Shi 16 ordered others to call in combat helicopters and stronger weapons. The former would allow him to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible, while the latter would allow him to deal with those terrifying aliens. That watch must be hiding something, definitely. Captain Stee muttered, taking a deep look at the direction Xiao Chen and the others were leaving, before leaving with the other members. Although Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben did not meet Tian Xiaoan and the others on the road, after waiting in the old car for a while, Tian Xiaoan and Mark returned to the old car not long after. My lucky magic pendant told me that I should go here. Tian Xiaoan wore the lucky magic pendant on his body, looked at Xiao Chen in the old broken car, and said with a smile, "If it weren't for Xiaoan, I would continue to look for you." Mark said, "Then, Grandpa, please drive and get ready to follow Kevin. Let's find a way to find Kevin's location," Xiao Chen said solemnly. Hearing the words, Mark walked to the driver's seat and activated the deformation ability of the old broken car. As for Xiao Chen, he turned on Omnitrix and switched the alien hero to Xiao Kaibing. "But, little raiders, can you really find that guy Kevin? Surveillance video may not be able to capture this guy's speed. Why don't you try it, Super Beast?" Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he instructed Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan to help move the sofa furniture in the living room area of the old car to the bathroom, so that it was packed. He turned into a Super Beast. Even without furniture. Roar! The moment the Super Beast came out, its limbs could not be stretched at all of them were shrunk in front of the chest, and the body was almost against the glass of the old broken car, and the fur swept across the cold body from time to time. "Ho ho ho, squeezes me to death." The Super Beast looked reluctant and did it a few times. "Xiao Chen, don't complain anymore, you're still counting on your big dog to find Kevin? I mean, Super Beast," Tian Xiaoban said. "Understood." The Super Beast roared again, reluctantly getting used to this somewhat crowded feeling. The body slowly calmed down, and even its own thermal ability was actively turned off, and the whole beast seemed to be in a deep sleep. Under these circumstances, the spider sense in his body is superimposed on the heat sense, like a satellite, as if to cover the entire city. Explosive information, smell, all squeezed into the brain feedback of the Super Beast, almost made him die on the spot due to this massive amount of information. "Kevin, I'm looking for Kevin's location." The Super Beast meditated in his heart. Soon, his perception became skilled, and he eliminated countless breaths in an instant. Although he might not be able to find Kevin's breath, he could immediately perceive that there was a very powerful force in the distance of the city. The breath is moving at high speed. In this city, except for Kevin who can have such a momentum, no one can have this kind of power. Roar. The Super Beast hurriedly stretched out one of his hands, with a finger on his hand. With his claws closed, he gestured in front of Mark and the others. "Here." Mark immediately took out the paper and black ink and placed it on the ground in front of the Super Beast. The Super Beast used these to write a word on the ground. "North." "Go north?" Mark immediately looked north from the direction of the driver's seat. North, just the exit of the city? Could it be? He thought of a certain possibility, no longer hesitated for a moment, full of the speed of the old broken car, and galloping towards the direction given by the Super Beast. After the old broken car left, 4 cars. The special forces above were stunned to see this scene. Is their car speeding? How many tickets does it cost? Idiot, is this a ticket problem? There's clearly something wrong with these guys. Hurry up. They're going to be impounded for just this modified car. The 4 cars also pulled the accelerator full and turned on full speed, barely keeping up with the speed of the old broken car. After all, these 4 cars are not ordinary cars, but 743 loaded cars modified from racing cars, which are specially used for rushing on the road. The old broken car drove all the way to the north, the surrounding buildings gradually became fewer, the road ahead became wider, and even the outline of an overpass could be seen not far away. It's the way to another city? At this moment, the Super Beast's nose moved dexterously, and his eyes immediately looked fiercely at the back of the old broken car. Although the back was the wall inside the car, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate this layer of wall. See their cars tracked behind. These smells, follow them all the way, and come on aggressively. His spider sense reminded him little by little. Although it is very weak, this group of people is a threat, and they are definitely not ordinary people. What's wrong? Xiao Chen? Tian Xiaoban asked suspiciously, looking at the Super Beast. The Super Beast immediately stretched out its claws and wrote a few words on the paper. There is someone behind. You mean someone is following us from behind? The clever Tian Xiaoan instantly deduced what the Super Beast wanted to say. The Super Beast nodded his head several times, his right arm slowly raised, and his clenched fist was placed on the door, as if preparing to open the door to fight the people behind. Xiao Chen, let me do it. Tian Xiaoban walked to the car door and pushed the arm of the Super Beast on the door with both hands. You still have more important tasks to do. That monster, only you can deal with. At this time, he no longer called Kevin Moath, but called a monster, because he also found that this was not the original Moath. Thinking of this, the Super Beast wanted to explain, but was unable to explain Kevin's identity, patted Tian Xiaoban on the shoulder, and transferred the task to him. As it happens, my reactor has also absorbed a lot of energy, enough to deal with them for a while. Tian Xiaoban held the reactor with his hand, quickly equipped his body with the steel battlesuit, opened the car door with his hand, and jumped out. The moment he jumped out, huge flames burst from his feet. Under the huge impact, he was forced to fly upwards. Call out? Looking at Tian Xiaoban flying into the distance, the 4 cars driven by the special forces stopped in unison, and looked at Tian Xiaoban flying in the sky in shock. Is this Iron Man? There's something weird in that car? Follow this guy? Pay attention to this man's palms and feet. There are heavy hot weapons hidden in them. We must keep an eye on him. Tian Xiaoban's high-tech weapons directly surprised the people in the special forces. After the surprise, they also turned their attention from the old and broken body to Tian Xiaoben, and the car turned around and followed in the direction Tian Xiaoben flew. Xiaoben, you must take care and don't let anything happen. After the super beast blessed Tian Xiaoben, he didn't seem too concerned. After all, with Tian Xiaoben's strength, even if he lacked energy, he could handle these guys. The biggest advantage of Xiaoben is that he can control the consumption of his own energy, choose one of the combat power and the transformation time, give up and make a choice. Without the tracking of the special forces, the super beast also relaxed, until a few minutes later, he recovered his human appearance, and also told Mark and Tian Xiaoben the true identity of Moath. Kevin? How did he get like that? Mark asked in disbelief. I always thought it was Moath. Although I don't know how to do it, I will stop him. Xiao Chen said firmly while putting the sofa and other furniture back. He wasn't alone in being equally determined. When Captain Stee got on the combat helicopter and took out the walkie-talkie to talk to the tracking team, he was furious when he learned that they had gone to track Tian Xiaoben. Didn't I say, your mission is to track, just track is enough. Captain, that's a self-propelled arsenal wearing steel armor, with artillery, rocket thrusters, and a high-tech core. The special team in charge of tracking on the opposite side expressed their confusion. In their eyes, this is already extremely dangerous. Character. It's not someone in armor that you really want to track. It should be the kid with that watch. Captain Stein exclaimed, aliens are our most important target. My sixth sense tell me, that watchboy must know aliens. What kind of high-tech, compared to the fighting power of that flame alien, it is not worth mentioning at all. But Captain, we have already said with some embarrassment to the special forces facing us. Tell me, where did you last see them go? I'll go after them myself. Captain Stee said in a cold voice, with a solemn face. During the call, he learned that the old broken car was heading north, and quickly made an inference. This group of people must be heading towards the bridge, and when they drive out of the overpass, they will leave the city. At that time, it is possible to go to the deep mountains, the suburbs, or other cities. This is an act of guilty conscience. After Captain Stee gave the order to the pilot of the combat helicopter, the plane flew at high speed and headed towards the bridge. The old broken car is also driving towards the bridge. After Xiao Chen moved all the furniture back, the speed of the old car also slowed down significantly, and the shape changed back to the normal old car. I see. In front of it is a large bridge standing on a large lake. The bridge has long been jammed with densely packed cars, making it extremely noisy. Cars are constantly honking their horns frantically, some people are scolding, and some people put up their middle fingers and get out of the car. Fight, even real people eat chicken. In a word, the scene was chaotic. Although many ordinary people were reluctant to believe in the existence of Moath, thinking that it was fake and a conspiracy, when they really saw the news that Moath had come to their city, they were still feared to run away. As a result, the old broken car stopped in front of several cars. Looking forward, there were endless cars. Waiting for dozens of minutes, or even an hour or two, the old car can't drive any further. It's too congested here. Xiao Chen paced back and forth helplessly. The United States is a big country of cars, so there will be so many cars when an accident occurs, and he is no longer a super beast, so I'm not sure at all where to go. But Xiao Chen looked down at the ground with a strange expression. Why does the ground feel a little swaying? Relax, Xiao Chen, I'll use the lucky pendant to see if I can sense Kevin's position. Tian Xiaoben slowly picked up the lucky pendant, closed his eyes slightly, and began to use the lucky pendant to try to sense Kevin's position, with a faint pink light on his body. The magic, Zhao is good, the light of the law. This way of looking for someone was extremely exhausting to her, and a crystal clear sweat immediately permeated her forehead. I feel, Kevin is around here. The light on Tian Xiao's tattoo quickly disappeared. With doubts on his delicate face, he wiped the sweat with the sleeves on his wrist, and looked around through the car window. But there are only cars, and cars nearby. Good. The most important is, if Kevin is seen by anyone, it will definitely cause panic. It is impossible to be like this. Peaceful. Although the picture in front of him was a large-scale chaos, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was already at the level of drizzle. Suddenly, the ground under his feet trembled even more, and someone in the car in front showed a puzzled expression. He stuck out his head and looked at the ground below. The puzzled expression instantly turned into a fearful expression. Seeing their terrified appearance, Xiao Chen also put his face on the cold car window and looked at the ground below. The ground was shaking in the slightest, and even faint cracks could be seen. A terrifying thought instantly rose in Xiao Chen's heart. Is this bridge about to collapse? Xiao Chen, what's on it? Tian Xiaoben, who was standing beside him, stretched out his finger in a panic and pointed to the bridge on the bridge. Generally, bridges are under the bridge. The bridges of this bridge, from the bottom to the top, cross the bridge and form a cross shape with the bridge, and there are more than one, and there are steel cables in the middle of the bridges above, connected to each other. And at the very top of the bridge, under the crescent moon, a black shadow was actually there, grabbing the steel cables connecting the various bridges with its palms, pulling them out of shape, tensing, and even cracking. You, don't even try to run, I'm going to destroy this bridge. Kevin pinched the steel cable with his claws, his expression twisted slightly, trying to destroy the entire bridge. No wonder I can't find Kevin's place. It turns out that this guy is so mad that he ran to the bridge 743. Xiao Chen's expression became solemn. He immediately raised the Omnitrix, and quickly selected the alien hero. We need an alien hero who is fast, can fly, and has strong fighting power. That monster is in the sky. What does he want to do? He's trying to destroy the bridge and kill us. Run. There were also many passers-by who found Kevin on the bridge at this time and panicked. Some people tried to come to the entrance, but because of the crowds and cars, they were so crowded that they couldn't walk. The situation is even more chaotic. On top of this fearful scream, Kevin's bloodthirsty smile was illuminated by the moonlight, and he made a cold, cruel voice. I don't know why I heard your screams. It makes me very comfortable. It's Moath's DNA. Taste. Sudden, an afterimage like twisted lightning flew out from the sunroof of the old broken car, like an eagle, hitting Kevin high in the sky. Xiao Chen, it's my fault again. How did you find me? Kevin's eyes fell on the black shadow flying towards him. His expression became violent, and his double, BGF, palms fiercely grabbed Xiao Chen, who had hit him in front. Taste. However, his claws only caught a dark afterimage, just the shadow left by the high-speed movement. Suffer it. Kevin. The vampire flew to the top of Kevin's head at this moment. His body spread out, his clothes fluttered in the wind like a cloak, his whole body was illuminated by the moonlight, and his indifferent eyes were full of murderous aura. Ding. Detected sign-in object, Kevin with Moath's DNA, electrical ability, complete fighting spirit. The host can complete the sign-in by defeating Kevin or preventing him from destroying the bridge's conspiracy. This time, Kevin also met the sign-in requirements. I don't know if it was because of his extreme fighting will, or because the destructive power of vampires was not as good as that of Blaze. Monument. The vampire's body began to fall from the sky, and his legs were like sharp weapons, slashing towards Kevin's head. I got you. Kevin suddenly raised his head, turned his face towards the vampire's solace, opened his bloody mouth, exposed the fangs of his mouth, and bit the vampire's solace. Taste. Seeing this, the vampire unhurriedly activated the floating ability again. The body that had fallen abruptly stopped, and floated up again, so that Kevin didn't bite his foot at all. The first to bite a ball of air, and then, there is a bang. Ah. Kevin's teeth hit together, instantly closed his mouth, hanging his cheeks, tears were coming out. Boom. While Kevin was screaming in pain, the vampire quickly fell again and kicked Kevin's cheek with his foot. Puff. Kevin, who was kicked hard, was spitting out blood, and his body kept going backwards, taking 4 or 5 steps back. Bang bang bang. The vampire landed suddenly, leaned forward like a sprint, and moved in front of Kevin, and a pair of fists slammed on every joint of Kevin's body like a meteor shower. Ah. Kevin screamed again and again, but it was durable enough. He just kept retreating. His face was distorted, but he didn't mean to fall in the slightest. Asterisk wow. Look, someone stopped that monster. No, another monster is beating this monster. Whatever monster he is, as long as he is preventing that monster from destroying the bridge, he is saving our lives. He is a hero. When passers-by saw the vampires on the bridge, they all opened their eyes in amazement. Many passers-by who like to read hero comics even waved their fists and cheered, as if they had come to the world of comics. Vampires are that superhero? Enough. Kevin's face is fierce, and the wounds all over his body arouse his ferocity. The exterior of his body instantly shines with a dazzling blue light, tearing everything around him. Monument. The huge electric current instantly flew the vampire bullet out and slammed into the bridge on the other side. His head is about to hit. Many people closed their mouths when they saw this, and their hearts were pounding nervously. It's better to knock you into a crooked neck vampire. Kevin had obviously seen a vampire movie, and the corners of his mouth evoked a smile, and the electric light on his body was still flickering. Taste. At the moment when it was about to hit, the vampire suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed the steel cable at the bottom. Taste. The vampire's body was twisted downwards again, spinning up and down the wire, like a big windmill, spinning violently 4 or 5 times, unloading all the power of Kevin's current explosion. Very flexible. Xiao Chen, have you considered doing errands? You'll be very welcome there. Kevin sneered at La Man, with a contemptuous expression on his face, laughing and sneering at the vampire. His expression didn't make him laugh anymore. Monument? I see. The bow-shaped steel cable was so straight that it almost broke, and it was strangely frozen in midair with the vampire. Kevin, are you ready? The vampire's face evoked an icy arc, with an invisible mockery, and his body was facing Kevin's side. Comment? Moment. The taut steel wire bounced back like an oversized slingshot, knocking the vampire's body out, turning it into a light, and flying back to Kevin's side. Not good. Kevin's complexion suddenly changed, showing a look of horror. The vampire's rapidly enlarged body was reflected in his eyes, and there was only one thought in his heart. Dodge to the side, don't get hit. The idea just came out. Boom. The vampire's shell-like body, accompanied by overwhelming force, slammed into Kevin's chest heavily. Kevin's pig cock opened, but he could only make a choking sound in his throat. At this moment, his eyes became very dull. It seemed that his vision was blurred, his body was bent into a shrimp shape, and he flew forward with the vampire. It's just that he flew forward in the form of a wall of flesh, taking the vampire. Behind him, cough cough, the vampire's head was also dizzy, and his body was even more numb, as if his body had hit a rocky mountain. It seemed that he couldn't compare his strength with Kevin, but had to use his agility and skills. Boom. The two of them flew out of the current bridge together, and slammed onto the bridge next to them, making a deafening sound. Countless gravels were instantly stirred up, and Kevin's body fell directly into a pit, while the vampire is intimately falling into his arms. Kevin, I'm up first? Because of Kevin's buffer, the vampire's state is acceptable. He pressed his hands on the tentacles of Kevin's head, stepped on his body, and swayed up, as if stepping on it under his feet. Great! The hero wins. You have won. Moath has been defeated by you. Mr. Vampire, would you consider giving me an autograph? Or a photo or something? The people on the bridge completely ignored the slightly shaky bridge and stood there cheering, leaving Mark and Tian Xiaoan speechless. And in the crowd, a blonde man in black, with a cylindrical thing under him, squeezed into the crowd, and kept walking towards the spacious place, with a very impatient expression. These idiots, what are you looking at here? Star Wars? Was accidentally injured, I don't care. Kevin, are you dead? The vampire didn't care about those shouts, and looked down slightly. Kevin, who was stepping on it, closed his eyes tightly, his body was motionless, and he lay in the pothole naturally, as if he was dead. Only, there was something strange in his heart. Why, the system has not been prompted. Nourishing? ZZ? Sudden? On Kevin's eyelids, next to his fingers, there was a trace of electric light. The vampire's heart jumped violently, the hairs on his body stood up as if they were stimulated, and a huge sense of crisis enveloped the whole body. Monument? Without hesitation, he jumped up hard. Die? Noticing his movement, Kevin suddenly opened his eyes and let out a crisp roar. The tiny electric sparks on his body instantly turned into a huge electric current, blasting into the body of the vampire, like an aurora, at this moment light up half the sky. The dazzling light made countless people close their eyes, unable to adapt to this sudden strong light. That electric current, chasing the body of the vampire hanging in the air? Go to hell, Xiao Chen, I'm going to kill you in one blow. Kevin grinned and spat out a mouthful of blood, with a fang mixed in it, his expression full of unforgettable hatred. Taste? The vampire's body has no time to dodge the current from the side, and can only retract its limbs, like diving up, and constantly lift off to widen the distance from the current. On the ground. You are more dangerous than that new Moath. Let's destroy you first. Captain Stee was standing on the roof of a car because he couldn't find an open space. This time, no one finally squeezed him. He took out a laser cannon, put it on his shoulder, and aimed it at him. That shadow in the sky? The car owner who was scolding also immediately became quiet. Taste? The cannon's muzzle flashed with dazzling blue light, but it was not released, but was forced to be compressed into small balls, recreated, compressed again, and cycled at a very fast speed. Just a few seconds later, a huge blue energy ball condensed in front of the muzzle, as huge as the fireball of the Flame Man. Go to hell. Captain Stee let out a low growl and slammed the firing trigger. Boom! The laser cannon released a flood-like impact, and the blue laser ball pierced the night like a bolt of lightning and smashed into the vampire in the sky, fell to the ground. There is also tricks to attack that hero. Big brother vampire, be careful. This alien doesn't look like a good guy. It's best to clean him up with that alien. The crowd looked at the blue energy ball rising from the ground, and there was another noise. Ask for flowers. The vampire looked down and listened, his expression suddenly covered with clouds. A blue energy ball seemed to overtake a car, a huge electric current that surpassed Kevin, and smashed into his body at a faster speed. The distance keeps getting closer, and there is no way to hide. Who did this with a cold arrow? If you let me know, he will definitely die. The vampire was instantly angry, cursing, and his words suddenly stopped, because when the energy ball approached, he was nervous. Feeling lost? That is to say, call out? The vampire's body stopped abruptly, his eyes were tense, and with anticipation, he grabbed the energy ball directly with both hands. He's going to be blown up. Captain Stee immediately concluded after watching the vampire's actions. Haha, Xiao Chen, it seems that you have a lot of enemies. You deserve it. Kevin is a complete schadenfreude. Boom! But what made the two slap their faces was the vampire's outstretched hands, as if grasping the real object, held the energy ball and turned it into an attack on his hands. Call out? He also regarded it as a basketball, put it on his fingers and spun it around. His expression gradually relieved his nervousness and became more relaxed. Kevin, this thing is for you. After a play, the vampire holds the energy ball in his hand and uses it hard against the current below. Boom! The blue laser ball and the huge electric current collided together, and in an instant, the two turned into a storm, swallowing the entire night sky above the bridge, as bright as an aurora, and the wonders here can be seen even from a distance. And the vampire's body also disappeared into the dark blue sky. Gone? Where? Where is he? Kevin's pupils became tense. This unknown fear made him very cramped. He hurriedly got up from the broken bridge and kept looking around. The same was true for Captain Stee. He hid beside the car and looked around the bridge, frantically searching for vampire figure. Where? Captain Stee suddenly saw a slender shadow, his face covered in cold sweat. Kevin is standing above the bridge, and under the slate on which he was standing, the vampire hangs like a bat, and step by step, quietly approaching the top, like a hunter who wants to hunt prey. Steve seemed to see the result that he was going to face, and was scared into a cold sweat. Call out? The vampire came behind Kevin and instantly threw himself on his back, grabbed his neck tightly with both hands, and hung his body on his back. Ah! Kevin's neck was tightly hugged, he couldn't breathe for a while, his face turned red. You are too sinister, Xiao Chen. Boom! His palm squeezed the vampire's arm forcefully, spinning like a spinning top, and the huge spinning force threw the vampire out of him. The vampire collided with the bridge in the distance, and was smashed to pieces. When he stood up, he ran after him. Kevin shook his head, looked at the vampire on another bridge, stretched out the solace of his feet and quickly stepped on the wire rope, stepped on the slender wire rope with his toes, and came to the vampire. A fight? I'll stay with you to the end. The vampire's face showed a cold color, and he also stepped on the tightrope, and moved towards the opponent as quickly as Kevin. But obviously, comparing the figures of the two, 743 Kevin's body is like a hill, compared to a vampire, the two are like an eagle and a vulture, and the difference in size is not small. Taste? Just when the two sides were about to collide, the vampire suddenly stood on one foot on the wire rope, and the weight gathered at one point caused the wire rope to bend slightly downward again. Monument? A burst of elastic force instantly bounced the vampire high, and Kevin's body just swept under him and hit a cloud of air. The vampire made full use of the flexibility of his body, and kicked Kevin's neck when he fell, kicking the latter's neck, running after him, and almost fell off the tightrope. It's not very powerful, but every time he hits it, it makes me feel so painful. Kevin barely kept his balance and looked at the vampire who fell back on the tightrope, jumping towards the opponent again. Taste? Taste? The vampire sometimes used the steel cable as a cable, grabbed it with both hands and slid down, and when it slid over the sole of Kevin's feet, he squeezed the steel cable, slipped, and bounced, and took off again and kicked Kevin's body with the solace of his feet. Body? Bang, bang, bang. In this way, in just 2 or 3 minutes, Kevin moved back and forth, swayed left and right, but he couldn't catch the vampire's body that bounced into the sky for a while, and fell under his feet for a while. On the contrary, its extremely powerful body fully played the role of being beaten in this battle. Soon, Kevin's face was blue and swollen, and his body was covered with wounds. This kind of unilateral beating made him even more angry. That's great, Mr. Vampire, that's what it is. Punch it. Punch like this, like this, like this. Knock him down. The passers-by on the ground cheered again, wishing they could personally come to instruct the vampires on how to fight this battle. Captain Stee's face was full of gloom. He climbed up from the ground again, patted the dust on his body, raised the laser cannon, thought about it, and put it down again. These two aliens have not yet decided the winner. Now I can't waste any more energy. Whoever loses, I will kill whoever is the first. Don't even try to run away from the winner. His eyes were full of killing intent. In his opinion, both monsters deserve to die. Enough. Kevin angrily listened to the voices of the group of people on the bridge. He couldn't help it. He swiped his right fist to the ground. Huge fist waves swept across the bridge. Many people who didn't have time to dodge were thrown out. Some were knocked down on the car. Some were hit together. Like a huge wind and waves, people swayed like grass. In an instant, the screams continued. Stop. The vampire jumped from the tightrope violently, using the same trick, and slammed into Kevin's body. But this time, monument. Kevin's muscles swelled up the moment he was hit, and his body seemed to have doubled, becoming extremely burly. The vampire that hit it was bounced back to the original wire in an instant. Xiao Chen, I can take and fight countless times, but you can only fail once. Moath's devil DNA is very effective for me. Kevin kept talking nonsense. His hands moved faster, and he grabbed it directly. The vampire who fell on the tightrope too late to get up. He squeezed the vampire's body with his big hands and lifted it up. Kevin, we don't have to live or die, right? The vampire's face showed a hint of pain. Not only the chest felt suffocated, but also the limbs, and even the whole body. There was a feeling of being crushed by countless forces. Beg for mercy. Kevin was overjoyed at first, as if the humiliation he had always felt was washed away. The corners of his mouth rose wildly. Xiao Chen, I'll abolish your defeat first, then you will kneel down for me, kowtow and call out Lord Kevin. I might consider letting your family escape. Its voice is full of cynicism, and it wants to smash Xiao Chen under his feet, crush his self-esteem, crush his hero status in the public, and make himself the opponent's demon. It's average. The passers-by below saw this scene, and they forgot their injuries from being attacked by Kevin's fist style. There are also a few of them who finally remembered that the four-handed alien, the flame alien, the vampire, must be an alien hero just like them. His hand was caught, which means that my energy ball can kill him. Captain Stee looked at the captured vampire, not wanting to miss the opportunity, and raised the laser cannon again. Kevin's screams broke everyone's peace. Taking advantage of Kevin's complacent moment, the vampire opened his teeth like big steel teeth and bit Kevin's left hand violently, his fangs completely submerged in it. That piercing pain made Kevin let out a truly painful scream this time, and his body trembled like an electric shock. Xiao Chen will not surrender. Even if his limbs are tied, he will bite the enemy with his teeth, causing the enemy to shed a drop of blood. Showing weakness by the enemy just now was just used to make the enemy take it lightly. Cunning, too cunning. Captain Stee said repeatedly. Go down, go down. Kevin let go of his hands and vigorously swung his left hand that was bitten by the vampire. After waving it a dozen times, he threw the vampire out again. Only this time, the vampire used his ability to float in the air with ease, and fell to the wire rope in the distance as light as a swallow. I don't want to listen to your pleas for mercy, I'm going to kill you immediately. Xiao Chen, your resistance is futile. Kevin's murderous heart exploded completely, bloodshot everywhere on his face and muscles, and the hatred that penetrated into the bone marrow made his black pupils bright red. Vidin, so what? Like it says so. It can pick up and play countless times. But the vampire's blood bar is destined not to make mistakes, otherwise it will be seriously injured. Xiao Chen's biggest failure is to turn into an alien hero who is not good at fighting against the life of these ants. Unfortunately, this guy has reacted to it, and it seems that it will be a good show to watch. 4.5 again. Captain Stee evoked a smile. In the short term, vampires have an advantage. In the long run, Kevin wins, and according to his speculation, this vampire has something to do with that little devil, so he definitely can't fight for a long time. You can try and see if you can kill me. This time, the vampire showed a strange expression, with a kind of depressed surprise, as if expecting something. Die. Just when Kevin clenched his fists and was about to rush out, his expression suddenly became weird. What happened? It suddenly looked down at its left hand. That left hand suddenly let go, as if it doesn't belong to it, can't force it at all. No, not impossible. It's totally numb. You? The conscious Kevin looked at the vampire tremblingly, only to see his sharp teeth showing in the latter's smile. This guy's teeth are poisonous? Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself will never end in 100 battles. Kevin, you don't know anything about my abilities. The vampire said to Kevin with a relaxed tone and some contempt. You bastard, too despicable, too despicable. Kevin grabbed his left hand with his right hand, and threw his left hand around anxiously, but he still didn't feel it at all, as if he didn't have this hand, he didn't even feel the small hole-like wound on the back of his hand. Worst of all, the numbness that gradually climbed from his left palm to his left wrist, all the way up, slow, but deadly. Mahaza's DNA was trained by the aliens in turn and adapted to Xiao Chen's initial 10 attack methods of alien heroes, but it did not adapt to the powerful poison of vampires. If it was me before, I would have to rely on those well-trained initial heroes to deal with you. Now I can defeat you even with new heroes, the vampire said firmly. This is the most difficult for Kevin to accept. It is improving, and Xiao Chen is improving 16 times faster than that. Why is the poison so strong? Even if I don't have resistance, it wouldn't be so easy to get caught. Kevin asked again in disbelief. The vampire didn't speak, just pointed at Kevin's neck. Kevin lifted the tentacles near his chin, his eyes were down, and his neck was constantly twisting, and only then did he barely see a scar on his neck. Yes, scratches. Vampire scratches his neck with his hands, and the injury doesn't seem to feel pain at all. Your neck has long been eroded by the poison on my claws, and I grabbed you for more than 10 seconds. The poison was strong enough, but unfortunately it was suppressed by the power in your body. The vampire shook his head regretfully. Kevin is terrified again. It turned out that just a few minutes ago, this guy was already preparing for the poison attack. He didn't even know it, thought he was going to shoot himself to death. It's no wonder that the poison on the left arm spread so quickly, because I have 2 poisons. Do you know why I've been talking nonsense with you for so long? I know that I have time to transform, and I have to talk nonsense with you, just waiting for the poison to spread. The vampire's fangs reflected a cold light, and the fingers that were constantly thinking suddenly stopped. He slowly put down his hands, his fists turned into claws, and the cold wind lifted his clothes. Now, your time is up. Kevin's entire left arm kept falling to the side, like a burden, affecting his balance. Left arm, completely numb. Bang bang bang. The vampire's pace is very fast, and the fighting style has changed from the beautiful skills before, but has become a brutalist, simple and rude. He came to Kevin's body, easily dodged the latter's right fist, a sliding shovel passed between Kevin's legs, and his claws swept across Kevin's legs suddenly. What? Shallow claw marks, left on one of Kevin's right legs, with a slight tingling sensation, and it's fear. Comfortable. The mob in the vampire's heart was released, got up from the tightrope, and patted the Martian's clothes gracefully. No. Kevin knew exactly what would happen if he was caught, and he was in a panic, turned around, and stumbled towards the vampire. The vampire turned his back to him, and when he was about to be caught, he lowered the wire again, bounced, and did a backflip in the air, jumping over Kevin's head. Taste? The claws came out like the wind again, leaving deep claw marks on Kevin's shoulders. Ah! Kevin screamed again, not in pain, but full of fear. Squeeze, sweep. The vampire's next battle was a treat. As his delicate fingernails slid across Kevin's skin, the moment it burst, the deep yellow blood of the alien creatures bloomed like flowers, full of beauty. Kevin felt that more and more parts of his body became numb, and he couldn't obey. He was thinking about what movement he was thinking about, but in fact he fell hard or couldn't control his body at all. Even, its consciousness has become more and more blurred, as if it has entered the stage of general anesthesia. Now, bruised all over. This battle, it's time to end. The vampire gently fell onto the tightrope, squinting at Kevin who was stumbled as if he was drunk, slowly raised his claws, and aimed at the opponent's throat. At least, it was a painless death. For Kevin, this method of death should not be too easy and too liberating. Boom. Far away. Captain Stee has already raised the laser cannon, and a dark blue laser energy ball is condensed in front of him. His expression is full of gloomy and cold. Alien, it should be me to destroy. It should not be you, a vampire, otherwise what is the face of my captain? Boom. The energy ball flew out in one fell swoop under the action of a huge propulsive force, and detonated on the side of Kevin's body. That brilliant blue light even illuminated the vampire's body, stabbing him so much that he couldn't open his eyes, but his jaws and fists were exerting frantically, and he could hardly control his emotions. It's the bastard who attacked him before. Taking advantage of the fisherman while he is fighting against Kevin, and looking at each other's appearance, he wants to kill him and Kevin together. Damn, Kevin's head was robbed. Boom! The energy ball pushed Kevin's anesthetized body all the way, and plunged into the lake under the bridge. The lake surface just set off waves of ripples, and there was no movement for the first few seconds. Until there was an explosion under the lake. The lake surface was sparkling in an instant, there were white waves everywhere, and the splashing water seemed to be violent. Kill the first one. Captain Stee instantly showed a touch of excitement, smiled and made a yeah gesture, and then looked at the vampire with his eyes closed. Although the cannon can't kill you, but I'll call for arming later. Helicopter here? Let the helicopter's heavy weapons kill you. It must have been exhausting to fight that takoyaki for so long. You can't run away either. Taste? After the vampire felt the light disappear, he opened his eyes instantly, and his eyes were actually covered with torn bloodshots. I ask again, who did it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get blue reward, choose any alien hero to enhance all-round abilities. This time, the vampire didn't even bother to care about the system prompt. He looked straight at the crowd. Those wide pupils, like the eyes on the cover of the movie Dead Silence, made everyone breathless, like falling into a bottomless abyss. The 18th floor of hell? This guy's eyes have such a strong sense of oppression. Captain Stee looked at those deadly eyes, and with lightning speed, he quickly climbed to the back of a car with his hands and feet. Leaning back against the car, trembling all over. Those terrifying eyes, he now recalls the cold, bloodthirsty eyes of vampires, and he still can't help shaking and sighing coldly. Me, what am I doing? Why don't I even have the courage to stand up? I'm Captain Stee? The best captain. Captain Stee slumped on the bed, grabbing the ground with his palms shaking, trying to make his body stand up. Boom! He may have just got up halfway, his knees bent down again, completely soft. He couldn't get up at all. Not only that, he is afraid of looking at the vampire, afraid of being discovered by the vampire for what he has done. This is a fear that comes from the depths of the soul. When a tiger is woken up by a cat that is overly capable, the cat will know what the king of beasts is. Still not coming out? The vampire's fists clenched slowly, his teeth gritted loudly, and his face burst into blue veins. He didn't want to waste any more time, and he only had a minute or two left to transform, so he had to directly catch the little mouse who was attacking him from behind. Xiao Chen looks very angry. Tian Xiaoan in the distance has never seen Xiao Chen's angry look, and a trace of fear arises in his heart, who makes a vampire look really scary. If it were me, I'd be angry too. What did this person do? Mark said angrily. The laser cannon he fired at Kevin just now probably just blew Kevin out and killed him. Kevin was not captured or killed. In other words, he let go of the criminal Xiao Chen worked so hard to subdue. The most shameless thing is that this person actually backstabbed Xiao Chen before, obviously wanting to wipe out Xiao Chen and Kevin together. Since the other party is determined to kill Xiao Chen, then he has to make a good sense. The consciousness of being killed. Taste? The vampire's body slowly floated into the air, flew towards the bridge below, and landed heavily on the roof of a car under the terrified eyes of countless people. The car owner shivered for a moment, and after a scream, he tightly closed his mouth, not daring to make a sound. The crowd nearby was also a riot, panic, and crowded into the distance. Moment. All around the vampire became empty, not crowded at all, which is ironic. Fear can disperse crowds. Why are all these people gone? Captain Stee hid behind a small car and looked at the crowds around him who gave in. His heart froze instantly. Without the cover of these people, how could he escape? Bang bang bang. Next moment. Captain Stee's heart beat fiercely, goosebumps all over his body, and his facial expression became completely sluggish. The vampire's face slowly stretched out from the side of the car, and his eyes looked straight at Captain Stee's face full of cold sweat. I found you. You misunderstood. I was just passing by. Captain Stein tried his best to explain, but he was holding the laser cannon in his hand, and his movements were also very flustered, so he was waving his tool for crime while explaining. Taste? No nonsense. The vampire grabbed Captain Stee's collar with one hand, stood up, and vacated again, holding on to his prey like an eagle, and flew to the lake in the distance. His speed was so fast that Captain Stee didn't even react. He found that his body was vacated, and he struggled constantly, still to no avail. The power of vampires is only stronger for Kevin, and for Captain Stee, as terrifying as machine monsters. After just 10 seconds, the vampire reached the shore of the big lake and threw Captain Stee's body on the shore. Hey! Captain Stee's body slammed into the stone, and his body suddenly turned blue and purple, screaming and rolling back and forth. Research? Vampires also landed on the ground? Seeing this, Captain Stee actually managed to hold back the severe pain. His expression kept twitching, his eyes suppressed the extreme pain, and he put on a very flattering look. Lord Vampire, I have been observing you for a long time. Just now I found that you were being chased by electricity, so I deliberately released the laser cannon to help you, because I know you can absorb energy. He also held on to expectations, expecting this powerful alien to be a fool, an obedient idiot. Taste. The vampire didn't even answer. His eyes were so cold that he regarded Captain Stee as a corpse, and he stretched out his claws to land on Captain Stee. Ah! Captain Stee screamed. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces, and a trace of bright red penetrated from the torn clothes. It was his chest, which was outlined with huge claw marks. Enough, enough. You've made me so down, so miserable. What else do you want? Captain Stee growled at the vampire in agony. It doesn't matter, then, you won't be in pain anymore. The vampire, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly showed a smile of anticipation. Once he showed such an expression. It's the enemy's turn to fear. Me, my pain. The expression on Captain Stee's face became trembling, and he could feel the burning pain in his chest disappearing quickly, replaced by numbness. A numbness that swept through the whole body. Boom! This time, Captain Stee's head slammed onto the ground, his neck crooked, his clenched fists loosened, and his whole body was in a very relaxed state, as if he had been injected with anesthesia. Only his eyes remained. The blue pupils that can barely keep their eyes open proves the fear in his heart. Your fate is already doomed. The vampire slowly stretched out a hand, grabbed Captain Stee's trouser leg, and walked towards the big lake, step by step, step by step. Captain Stee, who was powerless to resist, could only look at the vampire's back with fearful eyes and drag himself into the lake. Goo goo goo. At this time, the lake flooded the vampire's knees. It even drowned Captain Stee's body. Although the water was not deep, it was enough to drown Captain Stee, who was lying flat. This is the death I prepared for you. Are you satisfied? The vampire gently put down Captain Stee's trousers, looked back at Captain Stee, who was submerged in the lake, and grinned. Slow, breathless, drowning. Captain Stein under the lake. The figure in front of him had already become blurred, and he didn't know whether it was because his vision was blurry, or because the water poured into his eyes, which made him unable to see the vampire standing in the water. His consciousness dissipated little by little, but he could not feel any pain. This is the scariest. You are lying on the operating table, watching people destroy your internal organs little by little, but you can't resist. You can only watch the white spotlight and the devil's scalpel continue. At last, you die slowly. It has to be said that vampires give death, not a simple violence like Moath's, but to turn death into a silent art. The ghost in the Omnitrix. I really appreciate the various practices of vampires. Finally, there is a very interesting DNA in this watch. Moreover, this host has also grown significantly, and it can even make him stronger, which makes him have no opinion for the time being. But, the ghost is very angry and the killing intent is boiling. No matter what our kind of evil spirit aliens do, there's always a bunch of goddamn humans who judge people by their looks. If I were the one who fought that kid on the flyover today, I'm afraid they'd applaud that kid. Ghost Shadow 743 thought quietly. A trace of evil thoughts rose in his heart. Of course, the vampire is unaware of the thoughts of ghosts in Omnitrix. Anyway, it is impossible for him to use ultimate evolution on ghosts, and he also has a way to deal with ghosts. Now, he just wanted to appreciate Captain Stee's passing. Grumpy. Captain Stee didn't even have the sound of drinking water. His eyes slowly closed, his body completely frozen, his movements and expressions were frozen, and it looked like a painting. Kevin, I don't know if he is dead or not. Anyway, you must be dead. You should die instead of him. The vampire bent down slightly, leaned over, and said to Captain Stee, Baya baya. Ah, it's time for transformation. The Omnitrix pattern on the vampire began to flicker. He straightened his back instantly, stumped his feet heavily on the soft sand at the bottom of the lake, and floated up again, rising on the water. Layer upon layer of waves. Taste? The vampire took out the strength to suckle, like a straight arrow, and swiftly flew into the woods on the shore, and plunged into the woods on the eve of the transforming light flickering. Bio. The dim woods lit up with a burst of light. Soon, Xiao Chen with wet pants walked out from the other exit of the woods, and glanced at the lake. Captain Stee, although we are enemies, but in view of humanitarianism, I still want to send you a word. A good journey go. I don't know if Kevin died or not, but when he died, he would be a companion with Captain Stee. However, the task was finally completed, and it was barely a good result. Xiao Chen thought about it as he returned to the bridge. The road on the bridge was not easy to walk. He needed to bypass a lot of vehicles and people who were still watching. Tiny and Mark. And on the road. My little friend, why are your pants wet? There are people who care, and there are also annoying little devils. Ha ha ha, is this scared to pee your pants? Tell you, if the vampire is next to us, I can be his superhero friend. What was supposed to be a handsome funeral for a vampire turned Xiao Chen black all the way. Because of the wet pants, he almost lifted the Omnitrix in front of everyone, turned into an alien hero, and told them that Lao Zi was an alien hero. Of course, just think about it. Xiao Chen, why are your pants wet? Xiao Chen finally returned to the old car after a lot of hard work, but after Mark saw it, he asked with concern. It's a long story, I don't want to explain. Grandpa, help me get a new pair of pants. Xiao Chen said with black lines all over his head, and Mark didn't ask any further. He gave Xiao Chen a new pair of pants and asked him to change them in the bathroom. Superior. After changing his trousers, he and Tian Xiao, BGEF, sat on the sofa together, while Mark drove off the bridge and drove back towards the original road, which is the road they came from. Grandpa, drive slowly, maybe Xiaoben will be waiting for us on the road? I hope nothing happens to him. If something happens, those people will end up miserably, I promise. Xiao Chen looked at the car window all the way and kept reminding Mark that they had not forgotten that Tian Xiaoben went out to attract the attention of the special forces. If it wasn't for him, they would not have been able to deal with Kevin in such a timely manner. However, after searching all the way, Mark, Xiao Chen, and others did not find Tian Xiaoben, just when they were getting anxious and even about to get angry. Zane, I finally bought the game CD of Furious Sumo 2.1. A familiar cheer came from a video game store on the side of the road. Haha, little friend, you are really timely. After the bully named Mahaz was driven away, we opened the store immediately, and I didn't expect you to wait all the time. Taste? The old broken car suddenly stopped on the road. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaowen's face was full of speechlessness, looking through the car window to the store full of video games ahead. I saw Tian Xiaoben holding the game CD and saying something to the boss with a smile on his face. Little class. Mark's expression became pale, he sighed heavily, and rang the bell of the old broken car with his finger. Drop drop drop. On the silent road, the bell of the old broken car was still very loud. Ah, my family has come to pick me up, uncle, thank you for the game CD. Tian Xiaoben was attracted by the car bells on the road. After seeing the familiar old broken car, his eyes suddenly lit up, holding the game CD just ran to the door of the old broken car. He also carefully put the game CD in his trouser pocket, gently opened the car door with both hands, walked up, spread his hands, the hero is back. It's just that the atmosphere in the car is not the praise he imagined. The expressions of the nerd and Xiao Chen are normal. Grandpa's face looks scarier than Mahaz. That, Tian Xiaoben seemed to realize his wrong behavior and scratched his hair carefully. Xiaoben, you. Just when Mark was about to reprimand, he noticed the dust on Tian Xiaoben's clothes, already on the back of his hands and some scratches on his body, and his heart moved. The next moment, his tone softened. You did a great job. Is a compliment. Although Xiaoben is a bad student who likes to play games, has poor academic performance, and sometimes has a temper and personality, but he's also a hero who sacrifices his life for his family. Mark's reprimand could not go on, but turned into a compliment, a real compliment, because Xiaoben has heroic qualities that cannot be ignored. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoben who looked like this, slowly got up, spread his arms. Xiaoben, welcome back. Tian Xiaoben was not used to this kind of touching scene. Xiao Chen smiled and said, okay, Xiaoben, just kidding. I guess you can't wait to play Furious Sumo 2.1? Can you let me play with you? Okay, of course it's fine. Xiao Chen's words were in the mind of Tian Xiaoben. He sat on the sofa excitedly and put the game CD on the table. Xiao Chen, you are not my opponent in the game. I will teach you how to play combos. Xiaowen, borrow your laptop to use the optical drive. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaowen again. Tian Xiaowen looked at the excited Xiaoben, and Xiao Chen who was in high spirits, and immediately showed a somewhat affectionate smile. Just don't break the keys of my laptop. By the way, you two, you must go to bed before 9:30 p.m., otherwise you won't be allowed to call 7:43. Mark also emphasized the time to sleep, but compared to usual, they already have enough time to play. Next. It's Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben's game time, along with the sweet music. The Furious Sumo 2.1 version is officially opened. When you get up. Xiao Chen stretched, walked to the table, put away the laptop that had not been put away, put the game CD in the box by the way, and packed it up. I had a great time playing last night, and I found the one I had when I was a kid. Feel. When you were young, Xiao Chen, you were talking in your sleep again, aren't we when we were young? On the other side, the sleepy-eyed Tian Xiaoben replied in a daze. Haha, yes, I was wrong. Xiao Chen immediately showed an embarrassed and polite smile, and accidentally said the wrong thing. Countless topics quickly flashed through his mind, trying to find a topic to divert the conversation with Tian Xiaoben. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, from the car door. Someone out there? I gonna go see. The knock on the door made Xiao Chen heave a sigh of relief. He stopped talking about the previous topic and came to the door. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen also half opened their eyes and looked at the door in confusion. Wait, what if it's an enemy? When Xiao Chen was about to open the door, he suddenly became alert. So early in the morning, who would knock on the door with nothing to spare? Or the door of the RV? Ghost, you are the most suitable alien hero to detect. Xiao Chen opened Omnitrix, quickly switched the first shapeshifter that popped up on the chart to a ghost, and shot it. Ghosts, terrifying ghosts, appeared in front of everyone. Compared with vampires, there is less etiquette between gestures and more primitive fear. Let me see if it's an enemy or an ordinary salesman, or a person who issued a ticket. The ghost made a cold voice, and the figure disappeared instantly and disappeared without a trace. Stealth, turn on. The invisible ghost slammed straight into the door again. His body did not hit the door directly, but with the help of the superpower of penetrating the wall, he passed through the door and came out of the car. Sure enough, it's the enemy? Fortunately, I'm on guard. The ghost figure floated in midair, looking at a group of fully armed enemies standing in front of the old broken car door, holding hot weapons, their faces protruded with countless biting killing intent, and at the same time, they were grateful for their vigilance. Now he is on top of this group of people, and these people don't even know it. This is thanks to the strange and complex superpowers of ghosts. It hasn't opened yet? Do you want to knock? It's unnecessary. Don't forget, this family is not ordinary people. Yes, directly blow up this car with a laser gun, and the people inside will naturally come out. Be careful, these people are suspected of possessing large thermal weapons. Don't act rashly. The gun-wielding enemies in front of the door whispered, and they all fell into the ghost's ears word for word. You are dead. Ghost Shadow's pupils suddenly dilated, and murderous aura boiled over. Hey, it's so cold. Those people suddenly stopped whispering, their bodies trembled for a while, and they looked at the top of their head strangely, but couldn't see anything. What an inexplicable fear. They just wondered for a while, didn't care, just regarded it as an illusion, and put their attention back on the door. Result. How did the old broken car in front of me become the shape of a Transformers Optimus Prime? Bang bang bang? After a few seconds, looking at the enemies who were fighting in a ball, the ghost figure was expressionless, but just stretched out a hand and gently rotated his fingers, just like manipulating a puppet, playing with these enemies. After a while, the enemy was basically defeated. At this time, the purpose of the ghost changed from defeating to interrogation. The gang is immersed in a world of illusion, the sky is the face of the ghost, and all around are weapons to interrogate them. A few minutes later, with fear on their faces, each enemy turned over, and the ghosts got all the information they wanted. This group of people are all subordinates of Captain Stee. After Captain Stee's death, their superiors investigated the news of the death and suspected us, so they sent people to arrest us. Ghost Shadow frowned. The matter is it's getting tricky. Stee, even involved in my antagonism with the Special Forces. Especially, when the United States knows that he is such a special existence, then in order to get his Omnitrix, anything will happen. He immediately got back into the car and talked to Mark about it. And Mark's handling method is very simple. Hey, is it the Heavenly Union? That's right, my grandson was bullied and Mark immediately reported it to the most powerful organization on Earth, and the United States has to avoid its sharp-edged Heavenly Union. Wait. After the call, Mark said confidently. Another few minutes. The Union has acted. They all know that Mark is a legendary plumber and a retired hero, and they also know that this retired hero and his 4.5-year-old grandson have dealt with many aliens and scientific maniacs during the summer vacation, and the fighting power is amazing. Anyone with a brain knows that it is necessary to win over this pair of grandfathers and grandchildren. So, another half hour passed. In an old broken car, Xiao Chen and the others stared at Captain Stee's boss in a stunned manner, and respectfully stood in front of several people and apologized. I'm sorry, although Stee has outstanding abilities, it is an indisputable fact that he has a bad personality. It is we who are blind to Mount Tai and offend the legendary plumber of the Tiangong Association, as well as these heroic juniors. I sincerely apologize. I hope you can accept us. Apologies. Mark drank tea with a calm expression. For the first time, Xiao Chen experienced something that could be solved instantly without force. What is the offspring of a legendary hero? Grandpa is doing this, a lively old version of the urban male protagonist? In the end, after the boss apologized, he stuffed a red envelope of $500 to Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, and the others, and dragged away the people who fell outside. This is the end of the matter? It was Xiao Chen and the others who didn't plan to pursue it, and this incident was resolved. On the other hand, the Heavenly Union said that in the future, if there is a need for such a trivial matter, just mention it and do it immediately. This also greatly increased Xiao Chen's affection for Tiangong, and he also realized that the energy of the Heavenly Union. In the future, be sure to join the Heavenly Union and get to know this organization well. Of course. Next. As usual, Mark drove the old car, there was no special forces to follow, and there was no call from the Heaven Union. Xiao Chen and the others sat on the sofa chatting, starting a new day and heading for a new journey as always. Just a little later today, on the way, Tian Xiaoben eloquently recounted Mark's call and the heroic gesture of responding to Captain Stee's boss. Mark and Tian Xiaoben became the best listeners. Xiao Chen made an excuse, escaped into the toilet again, closed the door, leaned against the wall, and began to be in a daze. It looks like a daze, but in fact, system, use that all-round ability enhancement for vampires. The route Xiao Chen wants to take is naturally balanced development and excellence. Instead of choosing to strengthen the past heroes, he strengthens the new heroes, strengthened successfully. The system responded in an instant. Xiao Chen naturally felt nothing. He opened the Omnitrix and turned to the vampire pattern. Well, he looked much stronger. Unknown error found, suspected space warp. Suddenly, the system released a rapid, sharp voice in Xiao Chen's mind, and the cold tone became anxious. And Xiao Chen's Omnitrix also flashed a faint red light, as if the self-destruction program was activated. What's going on? Xiao Chen was immediately stunned. He had a bad premonition. He immediately got up from the toilet, pushed open the toilet door and shouted to the outside, Grandpa, Xiaoben, it's not good. His words came to an abrupt end. Just because after he pushed open the toilet door, what appeared in front of him was not the living room area of the old broken car, but the bragging Tian Xiaoben standing on the sofa. It's full of light, infinite space. Taste. Xiao Chen's vision swirled, and the whole person fell into the space in front of him, as if he had fallen asleep. And in the original old broken car, Mark and the others were still chatting, and there was no movement in the toilet on Xiao Chen's side. Several people chatted, and the topic came to Kevin from the parallel universe. Grandpa, will there be us in a parallel universe? Tian Xiaoben asked curiously. Yes, according to my assumption, every parallel universe is a replica of the present universe, or we are a replica of him. In short, we can still exist. It may only be because of some small things, or when it comes to major events, we make different choices, and that makes us different. Mark explained to Tian Xiaoben. Since there is a parallel universe, maybe it's me who owns the cool watch, and Xiao Chen is the steel warrior. Tian Xiaoben was whimsical. Duotu, if it wasn't for you standing there, I would have thought you were talking in your sleep. Tian Xiaowen replied in a conditioned reflex, but looked at the toilet with some worry. It seems that there has been no movement for a while. When Xiao Chen woke up from his sleep, he got up and found himself in an unfamiliar environment. This is a gas station. Look around. Deliver? The old broken car is next to the gas station. Tian Xiaowen is drinking in front of the convenience store of the gas station. Mark is beside the car, and Tian Xiaoben is standing aside. What happened? Xiao Chen found himself sitting on the ground, got up quickly, his expression was full of doubts, he didn't know why he suddenly appeared here, what happened, etc. Omnitrix. Xiao Chen remembered the abnormality of the system and Omnitrix before fainting, and hurriedly picked up his right wrist. On the wrist is Omnitrix. Xiao Chen sighed heavily, as if he had taken a reassurance pill, his whole person became much more confident. With this watch, he would be able to solve the accident. Now, to find out what happened. Hey, Xiaowen. Xiao Chen waved at Tian Xiaowen. Huh? Who is this? I don't know. Tian Xiaowen Zuba was still holding a straw. After hearing Xiao Chen's shout, he looked up at him, but his eyes were full of question marks. Like, I don't know Xiao Chen in general. Who is this? I don't know either. Mark and Tian Xiaoben also looked at Xiao Chen strangely and ignored him. For flowers. Xiao Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression became unbelievable. Grandpa, Xiaoben, and Xiaowen, why don't you know yourself? System, what's going on? What happened? Xiao Chen's question was not answered by the system. This TM system is dead, it's just a tool that can send sign-in tasks? Correct. Before he fell asleep, he seemed to hear the system say something like distorted space. Before, when the Void Zero realm was opened, it seemed to be connected to a parallel universe. I don't know if there is a relationship between the twisted space and the parallel universe. If Xiao Chen may have traveled from his own universe to this parallel universe by chance? If this is the case, he will cry without tears. Boom. Hey, you knocked off my drink delivery. The sound in front aroused Xiao Chen's idea. Two masked motorcycles rushed out of the convenience store and walked in a hurry, so they knocked off Tian Xiaowen's drink, which made her very unhappy. But the next second, Xiaowen, Mark, and the others noticed the sacks in the hands of the two motorcycle racers at the same time, and immediately understood everything, stopped talking, and even got a little nervous. Only Tian Xiaoben was eager to try it. Little girl, you talk a lot. The two robbers seemed to have made a mistake in their lines, but they were still very excited today. Instead of running away, they looked at Tian Xiaowen fiercely. Oops, Xiaowen is in danger. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly became serious, ready to transform. Whether it is Xiaowen from a parallel universe or not, he will not let it go. Similarly, Tian Xiaowen and Mark were also very nervous. Tian Xiaoben suddenly raised his left wrist and slapped it hard. All right, just look at me. Snapped. He slapped it so hard that his wrists hurt, and he turned red and grinned for a while. What is this kid doing? The faces of the two robbers were full of confusion, and neither Mark nor Tian Xiaowen looked at Tian Xiaoben. Why, how could it be? Tian Xiaoben seemed to have been hit, looking at the empty left wrist with a look of disappointment. Only Xiao Chen knew how he felt. That action. It's a transformation? Become an alien hero with Omnitrix? Xiao Chen looked at this familiar scene, and the memory in his mind popped out. It seems that there is an episode in the original book where Tian Xiaoben travels to a parallel world and returns to the beginning of the summer vacation, but he has no Omnitrix, but his memories are still there. In that episode, Xiaoben was very sad, and the watch was never available, but it returned to normal in the next episode, as if the parallel world did not happen in the past. But Xiao Chen didn't expect. This scene actually happened to me too? The current plot is, Tian Xiaoben from another universe has crossed over, and the self in the original universe has also crossed into this universe? You guys, are you courting death? Do you want me in the show? At this time, the robbers had already pulled out their pistols and aimed them at Tian Xiaoben. Mark and Tian Xiaowen became more nervous, and hurriedly talked to the robbers to appease them, trying to exchange Tian Xiaoben's safety. Hey, those two over there, don't trouble them, just trouble me if you want. 16 Xiao Chen, who was standing over there, no longer thought about how to get back, but chose to save Tian Xiaoben and the others first. What the hell? Another one looking for death. The two robbers looked towards Xiao Chen, the pistols hadn't finished turning, and they didn't finish speaking. Monument. Xiao Chen clicked on the Omnitrix's screen, aimed at the first alien hero on it, and directly started the transformation. Fuck. Tian Xiaoben was dumbfounded. What happened to this familiar operation? Tian Xiaowen and Mark both looked confused. How could this child do the same movements as Xiaoben? The difference is that this child has a watch on his wrist. Taste. The light flickered. Except for Tian Xiaoben, everyone's eyes widened, showing a look of surprise, thinking that the watch was some kind of glowing toy. The pile of parts in your hands can't cause any harm to me. When the vampire slowly walked out of the light, it can be said that the 5 people, including Xiaoben, were stunned, staring at the vampire with big eyes and small eyes. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. Obviously they couldn't believe what happened in front of them. Everything? Strange, monster, alien I haven't seen. Why does this guy look so scary? The psychological quality of the 2 robbers was the worst, their souls were scattered, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. Mark was a little surprised. He had never seen this alien. Tian Xiaowen was a little scared. Tian Xiaoben looked incredulous. Why is there an alien hero in his little watch that I don't have? Shouldn't that be my little watch? Was it stolen by him? At this moment, he was full of thoughts. For 10 seconds, let go of the thing in your hand, and then disappear from my field of vision, and I will pretend that I don't see anything. No waiting. The vampire slowly wrapped his hands around his shoulders. At first, his hands were only placed in the middle of his shoulders, not his head. After groping for a while, he placed them on his shoulders. That is to say, the shoulders are widened and the body is bulky, and the cold, domineering words of the vampire reached the ears of the 2 robbers, and the sense of oppression was extremely strong, like the deterrence of a blood-sucking emperor. This guy is so cool. Tian Xiaoben couldn't help but be a little surprised. This incarnation was different from him, and felt more domineering than him. Don't worry, this kid must have used some tricks or some kind of trick to get dressed up in such a short period of time. In essence, he's just a kid. Yeah, it's just a kid in a Halloween costume. Just kill him? The 2 robbers glanced at each other, perhaps thinking that there could be no vampires in the world, and they all insisted that Xiao Chen wanted some kind of trick. Immediately they scolded and went for the pistols on the ground. Unfortunately, no chance. You don't even have to count, the vampire said softly. Taste. Next second, like lightning, he turned into a violent gust of wind, blowing past the 2 robbers. There were 2 muffled noises, and the figure appeared directly behind the 2. Monument. Boom! The 2 robbers fell beside the vampire one after the other, and they were all knocked unconscious. Kill it all. The vampire patted his palm and looked at Xiaowen, and the others indifferently. If it wasn't for an emergency, I wouldn't have to transform at all to deal with these little thieves. So handsome. This guy is really cool. Tian Xiaoben was dumbfounded and clapped his palms, but in the next second, he realized that something was wrong, and aggressively walked up to the vampire. Hey, you guy, why? Took my little broken watch? Are you from Moath? Or from the secret organization? Fuck. Mark was shocked when he heard the word Moath and looked at Tian Xiaoben in a stunned manner. How did this kid know about Moath? Xiao Ban, don't worry. My experience is the same as yours. The vampire shook his head lightly, looked at Mark, Xiaowen, and the others, and said, I know, you 2 must be very confused. Xiaoben and I must be very confused. What are you talking about? Let's get into the old car together. Some things are not suitable to talk about outside. What he was about to say was very shocking. Same experience. Tian Xiaoben was shocked. No, you are very dangerous. Mark refused the vampire's request, picked up the gas gun at the gas station as if facing an enemy, and threw it at the vampire. Call out? The vampire casually turned his body to one side, dodged the 743 strokes, and said, Grandpa, trust me, okay. If I wanted to hurt you, you would have already fallen. As a plumber, how could Mark believe in Xiao Chen, who has no relationship with him? Grandpa, don't worry. Tian Xiaoben suddenly stood up and said a word for the vampire. His expression became extraordinarily solemn. I think people who have a small broken watch and use it to punish evil and promote good will not be bad people. This person's experience is the same as his. Maybe, the 2 can find some clues. I saved you all just now. The vampire glanced at Tian Xiaoben gratefully, and explained it to Mark again. Okay, let's go, but you can't make any movements? Put your hands where I can see. Mark agreed with his fighting strength, and reminded the vampire solemnly. So, he and the vampire walked side by side. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen followed, and the 4 walked into the old car together. When they got in, the vampire was the only one who bent over to enter. The air conditioner was turned on, and the vampire made another car music, jazz, and then sat on the sofa with Mark and the others. Little, there is this friend who I don't know who can transform into an alien. What do you want to say? Say it. Mark looked at the 2 helplessly and said, Grandpa, don't you remember? Watch, Dr. Dongwu, Moath, Corpse Burial, Eternal Samurai. Tian Xiaoben took the lead to talk to Mark and Tian Xiaowen, but his words left Tian Xiaowen at a loss. Mark is also very familiar with the name Moath, and he does not know any other names, and he is very confused when he hears these names. Xiaoben, let me tell you. How could they possibly figure out the situation if you say that? The vampire couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted Tian Xiaoben's speech and strongly demanded to give him the right to speak. Stupid, I think it's better to let Mr. Vampire narrate. Besides, you must pass the language test in the future, otherwise your language management ability will continue to be so bad. Tian Xiaowen said. Tian Xiaoben is so angry. Okay, let me talk. The vampire showed a helpless smile, interrupting the brother and sister's mutual comfort. This funny and speechless expression, as well as this skilled interruption, made Mark a little shaken. What happened to these 2? The matter of Moaths may have been investigated, and it is possible to transform into an alien with technology, but if you get used to it, you can't do it. Vampires are obviously used to Zioben and Ziowen each other. Everything has to start with Omnitrix. The vampire's name for the little broken watch is very formal and official. The tool he used to transform into an alien turned out to be Omnitrix. I thought it was just a legend. Mark showed a surprised expression. Immediately after, the vampire spoke eloquently about his acquisition of the Omnitrix. To deal with Dr. Dongwu, behead the poachers, beat the aliens, build a steel battlesuit for Zioben, get a lucky charm for Ziowen, and finally knock Kevin down into the big lake, and then go to the toilet. The moment I opened the toilet door, there was a white light in front of me, and then I fainted. When I woke up again, I was at the gas station, said the vampire. Yes, I can testify to this. Tian Zioben raised his hand and said, I also found myself at the gas station when I woke up after falling asleep. He looked at the vampire again, and said enviously, I didn't expect that you could use the little broken watch more powerfully than me, and you could actually use the alien hero to run away Moaths. In my story, getting a small the one who broke the watch was me, but the enemies we encountered were the same. Even after the decisive battle with Kevin, the two fell asleep and woke up, only to find themselves in this place. Zioben thinks that Xiao Chen is a cool person, including the steel suit. If he can have a steel suit, he can also be an alien hero? Wait, I can hear the difference in your stories. Mark interrupted the two. His expression became suspicious again. You both have Omnitrix, right? Yes. Tian Zioben and Xiao Chen said in unison, and Xiao Chen's body flashed for a while. It was time for him to transform, and he changed back to his human form. Then why, one person has Omnitrix and one person doesn't? How to explain this biggest bug? Didn't you all come back from time travel? Mark asked immediately. This, Tian Zioben couldn't answer. I also want to know where my little broken watch went. I miss you so much, little broken watch. This question, I can't answer you, because I don't know what's going on. Xiao Chen sighed without any explanation. Possibly, his Omnitrix has been strengthened by various systems, and it is inextricably related to the system, so it has not disappeared. As for Tian Zioben's Omnitrix, it was very likely that he disappeared during the shuttle, or for other reasons. In short, he didn't know. Look, the lie was pierced by me. Mark showed a confident smile, and then glanced at Xiao Chen. I didn't expect Zioben to have such a powerful friend as you, not only Omnitrix, but also I'll make up stories with him. I'm so good at making up stories, I almost believed it. At least he believed that Xiao Chen really had the most powerful weapon in the universe, Omnitrix. Why don't you believe it, Grandpa? Tian Zioben lay on the table and roared inexorably, looking at Xiao Chen for help, telling him intuitively that this Xiao Chen from a parallel universe must be there is a solution. Grandpa, then I have to say something that will convince you. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, turned around for a while, and began to quickly reveal all of Mark's identity information. You are a retired plumber from Tiangong. Your base is in Mount Lahaimo. You were in love when you were young. You are an alien woman with similar magical abilities. She likes to eat your food. You also defeated Moaths when you were young, with Phil. At the same time, your old broken car was also modified by you. You are still small. Your favorite snack is your favorite snack. Fuck. Xiao Chen is doing well now? Because this is not the main universe he is in, he can freely say all the information he saw in the original book. When the time comes, throw the pot to Mark of the main universe, and say, Mark there told him. You, stop talking. The sweat on Mark's head became more and more. Tian Ziowen on one side was shocked, and Tian Zioben looked at Mark in disbelief. Grandpa, you were in love with aliens when you were young? It won't be Dagong. Teeth like that? Let's stop talking nonsense. Although I don't know what Dagong Gaia is, she is very charming and appreciates the food I make. Mark immediately defended his former girlfriend, but he regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. Done. Admit it. He also finally believed in Xiao Chen. Because, if Xiao Chen is not from another universe, how did he get this information? Mark doesn't know Xiao Chen at all, let alone hand over the information to Xiao Chen. There is also Tian Ziowen, who is also completely convinced. She loves food, books she loves to read, her boring summer vacation schedule, and her knowledge of books. Xiao Chen actually knows them all. Mark and Zioben don't know these soft words? Only one question can explain. That is good. Xiao Chen is a person from other universes. In other universes, Zioben and Ziowen are family members. They have a very harmonious relationship, and their abilities are extremely powerful. Only then can they get so much material. Even Zioben, who has also traveled through the world, doesn't know about it. Material? That's cool. Xiao Chen looked at Mark who was in a hurry, Xiao Wen who was shocked, and Tian Zioben who was shocked. He took a sip of cold water with a look on his face. It's really cool to give you 3 spoilers directly. If it weren't for the fear of being suspected, he would be able to tell what happened a few years later. After a series of explanations, Tian Zioben finally understood the secrets on Mark that he didn't know, and Mark and Tian Ziowen also completely believed that these two people were really people who came back from time travel. So, Grandpa Mark, I really want to know what happened to Zioben and I. In terms of combat ability, maybe I'm better than you, but I really don't know anything about it. Xiao Chen asked Mark worriedly. He has to figure out what happened before he can figure out a way to get back. Xiao Chen, Xiaoben, don't worry about the two of you first, let me think about it. Mark frowned, and after thinking hard for a while, he looked at Tian Xiaowen. Xiaowen, can you put your laptop, lend it to Grandpa? La? Okay, here it is. Tian Xiaowen quickly took out his laptop from the bag and handed it to Mark. Mark used this laptop to open the official website of the Tiandi Union, log into the website with his own identity, and asked questions on the website. Of course, he didn't say everything, just simply asked what Bai Guang was. Is this useful? Tian Xiaoben was still skeptical about the Heavenly Union. Xiao Chen, who had seen the huge power of the Tiangong, looked relieved. Xiaoben, Anla, if the Tiangong doesn't know what happened to the 743 situation, then others will not necessarily know. As predicted. After a while, Mark had an answer. It's a stand-in attack, X, it's a time-space distortion. Mark said this word, and the system also said this word at the time, but Xiao Chen didn't understand the meaning of this word. Time warped? Both Xiaoben and Xiao Chen looked at each other, very confused, and Tian Xiaowen, who had always been good in school, was also confused. Distortion of time and space means that in a certain place in the universe you are in, a space-time distortion has occurred, which is equivalent to turbulence in the ocean. Turbulence will roll you from your original position to a very far place. And time and space distortion is to roll you from the universe you are into the other universe? Mark gave a good explanation. As for the occurrence of this phenomenon, it is actually very common. Just why the Earth? This is worth thinking about. Why did the two time-space warps meet two people with Omnitrix, and they are both related to Mark? In the dark, as if something destined to happen. However, Mark, Tian Xiaowen and the others couldn't figure out the reason why Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben had crossed over, so their IQ couldn't. Jit. This, Xiao Chen was still very puzzled. Why did he encounter such a thing? Without any choice. Xiao Chen waited for a while, then lifted up the Omnitrix whose cooldown had been restored, opened the Omnitrix's screen, and began to select alien heroes. Are you transforming again? But there are no enemies. Tian Xiaoben looked at Xiao Chen strangely and asked. No, not turning into a fighting alien. Xiao Chen shook his head, found Xiao Kaibing, and pressed it. Me am. Xiao Chen evaporated in situ. At this, when Tian Xiaoben, Mark, and the others bowed their heads, they saw a very small little soldier standing on the floor. It's the little surprise soldier. Tian Xiaoben said in surprise. Star Gavin? An extremely intelligent race in the universe, do you want to transform into it to figure out what's going on? Mark immediately guessed the intention of little raiders. Yes, Grandpa, give me some time, I will think about the cause and effect. Little Chi Bing nodded lightly. At this time, a smart general is needed. This also surprised Tian Xiaoben, because if it were him, he might not have thought of thinking about these things with little Kaibing. Just a few minutes. Little raiders are quiet. Others are also quiet. I understand. Little Chi Bing stood up. Why does their universe happen to be warped in time and space, and then travel through with Xiaoben from other universes? Because his universe, from the moment he travels through, is actually the biggest time-space distortion. Therefore, the whole world, at the moment he passed through, underwent earth-shattering changes. It was so subtle that it could be ignored. Xiao Chen's birth. This is the biggest butterfly effect he brings. Therefore, Xiao Chen will be able to travel to this place today, this morning, every minute, and every second. Because this is the impact he had on the universe when he traveled back in the first place, causing the universe to have space-time distortions and twisting himself. As for the reason why this small class crossed over, little Chi Bing still doesn't understand, but there is a high probability that some kind of accident happened and the two got together. Grandpa, although I understand why I came back, there is still the biggest problem. Xiao Kaibing showed a wry smile and raised his head. How do Xiaoben and I go back to our original universe? Yes, this is our biggest problem. I don't care how or why I came here, I just want to know how to get back. Tian Xiaoben also said very anxiously. However, this question, Mark and Tian Xiaowen naturally could not answer. Not even the little soldier can do anything about it. He has a high IQ. The key is that he has not learned this kind of knowledge, just like those scientists who are among the best in human IQ. No, knowledge is to be learned, and then you can use your IQ to achieve these things. It is impossible to create something out of nothing. Therefore, little Kaibing has no choice. He had no choice but to wait until the transformation was lifted. In the end, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben also reached a consensus. Since they can't go back, they should stay here for the time being, take a step by step and see if they can find a chance to go. By the way, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoben stared at the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist and emphasized, since you already have the Omnitrix, can you help me get the Omnitrix of this universe? No problem. Xiao Chen immediately assured. He remembered that the original book was very miserable, and he couldn't get the watch, but, with him, this Omnitrix would definitely not be able to escape. After receiving Xiao Chen's promise, the squad leader heaved a sigh of relief. With Omnitrix, he wouldn't have to worry too much. The big deal would be to start all over again, and he would have more friends to fight side by side. Think about it, it seems more exciting. How is it? Do you want to go to Mount Lahaimo and find some tools that can help you? At this time, Mark asked both of them, still brooding about the crossing. However, the two also figured it out and both refused. Tian Xiaoben said bluntly, Grandpa, everything is business as usual, just pretend that nothing happened, and start the first day of travel according to our summer vacation plan. If it's not business as usual, how does he get the Omnitrix? When Mark heard this, he no longer bothered about the parallel universe, mainly because he couldn't figure it out, so he returned to the cab of the old broken car, started driving, and drove towards the campsite. And Xiao Chen, with the assistance of Tian Xiaoben, it was logical to stay and accompany them to travel together. Anyway, Grandpa Mark doesn't seem to be poor, and he can afford one more child. The driving journey was boring. Xiao Chen talked about the details of his world, and instantly brought Xiaoben and Xiaoan closer to him. Especially Tian Xiaoben, really? You helped me get my favorite violent sumo card. Yes, and before I left, you also bought the Furious Sumo version 2.1 game. Xiao Chen said. It's great. It seems that I in that world are not inferior. Although there is no Omnitrix, I am not worse than me. Tian Xiaoben boasted about himself in another world, and gave Tian Xiao a mocking look. When, it doesn't look like this nerd. Actually, Xiaoben, do you still remember what I said? Xiaogong gave Xiaogong the magic pendant of terrifying corpse, and Xiaogong also mastered that power. She is also a hero, a heroine. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiao again pattern. Did you hear it? Stupid? I'm no worse than you? Tian Xiaoan was very satisfied with himself in another universe, proudly showing off to Tian Xiaoben, and at the same time with expectations in his heart. The world's own. Will it become like that? Boom! While the three were chatting, there was a sound from the road ahead. Huge bombing sound? The old car stopped suddenly? What happened? What happened? Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben almost rolled off their seats, hit the wall, and asked Mark in the driver's seat while rubbing their sore necks. No, there is a person riding a big frog and running on the road. Mark got up from the driver's seat and said in surprise. What? Xiao Chen reacted abruptly, ran directly to Mark's side, and looked outside through the windshield. On the road, a man with long white hair wearing a genetic variable, riding a huge bullfrog, jumped quickly on the road, knocked down a telephone pole, knocked a car flying, and was heading towards a certain go to the big store. This person, Xiao Chen, is all too familiar with Dr. Dongwu. Dr. Dongwu, why is he here? Tian Xiaoben, who rushed over next, also looked at Dongwu in a stunned manner. Oh, he is the Dr. Dongwu you mentioned. Mark suddenly woke up and became nervous. In your universe, shouldn't Dr. Dongwu be the enemy that will appear tomorrow? This is a parallel universe, not everything is the same as our universe. Xiao Chen explained seriously, looking down. Omnitrix charged state. Boom! Over there, Tian Xiaoben patted his wrist again, but in the end, he found nothing, and his expression became depressed. Popping. Xiao Chen stretched out his palm, patted Tian Xiaoben's shoulder a few times, and said comfortingly, Xiaoben, it's okay, without Omnitrix, you are still a hero. Dr. Dongwu gave it to me, you go to the campsite first. Give you the address. Mark told Xiao Chen the location of the campsite, and after he remembered it, he let him get out of the car to deal with Dr. Dongwu. By the way, Xiao Chen, be careful. Looking at the childlike Xiao Chen, Mark expressed his concern and warned Xiao Chen, although not as serious as Mark in his universe, but also with concern. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiao Chen answered sincerely, making Mark a little moved. Then, he walked out of the old car without looking back, looked at Dr. Ji Wu's fading figure, and directly opened the Omnitrix to select the alien hero. Research? Dr. Dongwu, I'll use you to train Hong Tianli. The burly Hong Tianli waved his huge claws, hugged his body, rolled forward, turned into a big round ball, crushed the road ahead, and quickly followed. Huh? What? Dr. Dongwu felt the movement behind him getting bigger and bigger, and when he turned around, he saw the huge golden sphere, that is, thunder. Don't worry, Xiao Chen will definitely be able to defeat Dr. Dongwu perfectly. If I can do it, so can he. Tian Xiaoben patted his chest towards Mark, who was still a little worried, and said with confidence in Xiao Chen, we go to the campsite first, and he will surely follow. Mark also retracted his sight, stepped on the accelerator, started the old broken car and continued to drive to the distant campsite. This shake. From day to night. The agile body of the Flash Star quickly shuttled through the highway, left the highway in just 1 minute, arrived in front of a large forest, and found an old broken car in the woods. Dr. Dongwu is really lucky. After his big frog was knocked down by me, he let him run away. In the end, he got me a bunch of ancient creatures, but they all became my thunder and wild magic vine. The sandbag. For flowers. This time, the Flash Star completely destroyed Dongwu's genetic variable device, and incidentally, this guy fell and turned into a fool. Luckily the Flash Star was fast enough to get to the campsite when it was dark. A large piece of open space appeared in front of him, with a little spark. After approaching, the spark turned into a fire. The old broken car was next to him. Tian Xiaoan, Tian Xiaoben, and Mark were sitting next to the fire, chatting. Baya. As soon as he arrived at the open space, the time for the transformation of the Flash Star had also arrived, and he turned back to a human state after running. The light that disengaged the transformation attracted the attention of Mark and others. Xiao Chen, you're here. Tian Xiaoben turned back to look at Xiao Chen, but his expression was very lost, and his tone was weak. Aren't you hurt? You came so late. Mark asked with some concern. I'm fine. Xiao Chen shook his head and looked at Tian Xiaoben again. Xiaoben, why did you suddenly become like this? Did Omnitrix get it? It's so late. Tian Xiaoben muttered. Let me get it. Tian Xiaoben raised her left wrist with joy and worry, and the Omnitrix on her wrist appeared very clear under the light of the fire. It seems that only Xiao Chen's Omnitrix is on his right wrist. What's going on here? Xiao Chen's Zijiao slammed hard and asked. Because Tian Xiaoben sighed heavily and talked about the process. In short, by chance, Tian Xiaoben obtained Omnitrix one step earlier than him, and because he knew the importance of a watch, Xiaoben didn't mess around with this watch, until now, not transformed. After hearing it all, Xiao Chen suddenly felt very bloody. Xiaoben didn't get Omnitrix again. This time, it was directly given to Xiaoben. Is Xiaoben too sad? Don't worry, I will pay attention to Omnitrix. This watch will definitely be used by me to exert its power. Tian Xiaoben solemnly said to Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, and others. During her speech, in space, Moath was again incompetent and furious. Then, a small robot descended over the earth and came to this forest. Not one, but a group. Billion. Although Tian Xiaoben's words were very solemn, Tian Xiaoben couldn't help but feel depressed and cried again and again, thinking that his own Omnitrix was gone. He was about to go crazy. Xiao Chen was also very helpless. Tian Xiaoben looked at Tian Xiaoben like this, and did not continue to ridicule him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Chen very curiously. Xiao Chen, your understanding of Omnitrix is definitely better than someone else's. The head is awesome. So I want to ask, which alien heroes are more practical? Tian Xiaoben became unhappy, but Xiao Chen was a little modest. It's just that each has its own advantages. As for which alien heroes are useful, it depends on the situation. But I suggest that you become a diamond god of war if you are in trouble. Can resist, fight, run, and launch long-range attacks. It can be said that he is a very standard powerful warrior, or else. 743 Tian Xiaoben had an idea and raised the Omnitrix on his wrist. Xiao Chen, I will transform into an alien now. You teach me how to play a stronger battle. Okay, no way. Just as Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, Yu Guang saw the situation in the distant forest and immediately changed his tune. Tian Xiaoben, and the others followed Xiao Chen's gaze. In the distance in the forest, there were actually stars glowing red, wandering back and forth over the forest. But at least there are several such stars. It's Guangzhi's small robot. Xiao Chen looked at the Omnitrix on his wrist, and his expression instantly became helpless. The Omnitrix was in the energy recovery stage and could not transform at all. Neither can I. Tian Xiaoben sighed, stretched out his empty left wrist, and his expression was a lot more depressed. The behavior of the two Riddlers made Mark and Tian Xiaoben a little confused for a while. It was Mark who reacted first and looked at Xiao Chen and the two of them. I almost reacted. You two suddenly became like this. Is it because of those red dots on the forest, or what you have experienced, Moath's robot attack? As expected of you, Grandpa, you immediately understood what we meant. Xiao Chen praised Mark and looked at Tian Xiaohong solemnly. Then, just as Grandpa said, those little red dots are Moath's small robots. They have laser ability, flying ability, all of them are. It's hard to deal with. Xiaoben and I can't transform. Xiaoben, it's up to you. Don't screw it up. Xiao Chen and I are both excellent, and we have solved the robot incident perfectly. Tian Xiaoben said complacently. Me? But I haven't transformed once. Tian Xiaoben's eyes were obviously a little cramped. Although she was much smarter than Xiaoben, her adaptation to new things was obviously not as good as Xiaoben. It was only after Xiao Chen reaffirmed and gave Xiao Wen a trusting look that she mustered up the courage and picked up her confidence. Xiaowen of my universe, she can stand up for an ordinary person who is being bullied, she can also face a group of lunatics with a samurai sword in order to save me, and she can also fight against mutant monsters alone. I believe you are just as good? Xiao Chen's remarks even moved Tian Xiaowen a little. She turned out to be so good. Bang bang bang. The group of small robots in the distance were actually approaching the open space, and they kept bombarding a large forest with their laser beams. The sound of the bombing interrupted the conversation between Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaowen. Then, I'm going. Xiaowen understands the principle of preemptive strike, and has learned to open the Omnitrix's screen, and select the alien hero. Boom, lights up. Although he is not a diamond god of war, he is a domineering flame man with flames burning all over his body. I'm on fire, but I don't feel pain. Tian Xiaowen transformed into a flaming man, lowered his head and looked at his burning palm. Xiaowen, it's over to you? Grandpa Xiaoben and I are covering you from a distance. Xiao Chen fully showed the sentence that speaking is an art, and hid behind the old broken car with Mark and Xiaoben, leaving Tian Xiaowen alone beside the fire. Because Tian Xiaowen transformed, it attracted the attention of the Omnitrix detector. Those small robots stopped emitting light instantly and quickly approached Tian Xiaowen. When she just got used to this body, her 4 eyes glowed red, and a terrifying robot like a tentacle monster floated around her and surrounded her. Isn't there any danger? Mark was worried. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the fully charged Omnitrix, but slowly turned his back behind him and said solemnly, every incarnation who gets the Omnitrix must be ready for the first battle. Everyone, good evening. Tian Xiaowen showed a reluctant smile, and after seeing these small robots, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. SHHHHHHH. In an instant, All around are condensed red light. These small robots are condensing red laser. Leave me alone. Tian Xiaoan raised his hands anxiously and waved hard at one of the small robots, unexpectedly waving a large ball of fire, slamming into the body of the small robot. Boom! The flame engulfed the body of the small robot, and the laser and the flame collided and burst together, destroying the robot's body instantly, and at the same time, it also caused a burst of smoke in the air. The violent fluctuation caused by the explosion caused the other 3 small robots to shake and almost fell from the sky. I can control the flames. Tian Xiaoan himself looked at her hand in disbelief, and as soon as his fist was clenched, 2 huge balls of fire 4.5 balls appeared. The confidence in her heart came up immediately. Call out. Tian Xiao's tattooed body jumped towards the sky, and the flames condensed by his fists were released towards the robot, but this time it was avoided by the agile robot. Bang bang bang! The small robot counterattacked, releasing laser beams, but Tian Xiaoan kept dodging, jumping, and evading. The process is summed up in one word: there is no danger. This human kid is really difficult to deal with. Above the earth, Moath sat intact on the huge chair in the hall, with a fierce look on his face. The remaining 3 robots directly start the group mode, join forces to beat her down, and bring her back to me. It doesn't think that, to deal with a mere human child, it needs to take action on its own. No need. In front of Tian Xiaoan, the remaining 3 small robots gathered together, 1 on top and 2 on the left and right sides, forming a triangle-like posture. Flavor! The 3 small robots burst into red light together, and the burst of red laser light actually gathered in front, condensing a large beam of light. It can even be said to be a red energy column. Boom boom boom! Tian Xiaoan hurriedly fled to the side in embarrassment. The energy column was chasing after him, like red lightning, and huge ravines appeared on the ground that passed, as if there was a geological disaster. Amazing power! Seeing Tian Xiaoan who was chasing him in a triangular posture, Xiao Chen couldn't help sweating for her. When did Moath's cerebral palsy robot become so smart? Xiaoan should be able to handle it. He can always turn into a flash star to save people. If I were here, I could blow them up with one punch. Tian Xiaoban was still lamenting the unfairness of his fate. You better stay away from me. Tian Xiaoan clenched his fists angrily, and after the small robot's offensive ended, he shot another swirling flame with a terrifying tearing power. But the 3 small robots immediately disbanded the formation, either to the left, or to the right, or upward, perfectly avoiding the flame vortex, and in the next second they gathered again to form a triangular formation, posing an impeccable state. Boom! The woods behind were swallowed up by a huge vortex of flames, smoke was rising above the woods, and the woods were full of fire. Is it still unsuccessful? Tian Xiaoan's face was unbelievable, but the other side didn't give her any chance to breathe, and the 3 small robots released small lasers that were not powerful but surprisingly efficient. Shhhhhhh. More than a dozen small lasers several meters long, like a rainbow, swept past from different directions, like a terrifying laser rain. This time, although Tian Xiaoan reluctantly dodged, he was still hit by a laser, and he fell severely and fell on the pitted ground, surrounded by pits blasted by the laser. Xiaoan. Mark clasped his fists tightly, and Tian Xiaoban couldn't stand up anymore. He changed his usual expression, and his expression became very angry. What are these damn iron bumps doing to my cousin? Don't worry, it won't hurt her much, just a little pain. Xiao Chen comforted the 2 of them in a deep voice, and at the same time raised the Omnitrix, which had popped up the screen. I'm just as nervous as you. But, please let Xiaoan win this battle. Very important. Everything is under control. Okay, this little devil on Earth has already lost. Moath also thinks so, and it believes that the advantage lies in it. The 3 small robots slowly retracted the fort and reached the sky above Tian Xiaoan's head, spinning their tentacles, preparing to grab Tian Xiaoan. You guys, do you underestimate me too much? The stupid cousin can beat you all beautifully, how can I not do it? Tian Xiaoan reluctantly got up from the ground. His body was still a little bit running, his eyes were full of unwillingness to admit defeat. Fighting intent? I can't stand still, do you still want to fight? Moath was not surprised because of Tian Xiaoan's arrogance, but was very annoyed. This human being likes to be brave so much, then kill her and fight again. Break her hand with Omnitrix and bring it back to meet me. Taste? The small robots began to glow red, but Tian Xiaoan, who was standing straight ahead, could not stand still, and it seemed that he could not escape this. Both Mark and Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also held the Omnitrix screen and couldn't help but want to press it. Sudden. Tian Xiaoan slowly raised a hand and greeted the small robot. Exactly. It's the sea of fire behind them. Boom. Next moment. Shocking. The flames that ignited in the large forest, under the excellent fire control ability of the Flame Man, actually formed a sea of fire like a tsunami, swallowing a large area of land in front, and everywhere it went, it was scorched earth. The head swept around the 3 small robots, devoured their silhouettes completely, and exploded to pieces. Tian Xiaoan was in front of the figure who was running after him. It is a sea of flames that covers a large area of land and is constantly rising and falling like waves. From time to time, fire waves of several meters high rise from time to time, and they fall like water, very similar to the ocean. Of course, Tian Xiaoan no longer controls the fire at this time. It can be said that the flame is just burning by itself. And she just borrowed the forest fire, not like Xiao Chen, who released so many flames out of thin air, but the performance was still good enough. Boom! Tian Xiaoan collapsed on the ground tiredly, with a tired expression. If I had known, I would have given the Omnitrix to that pushy idiot. Little 760, you are really excellent. Well, I admit that although you have a lot of shortcomings, you are doing a good job. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and others quickly walked over to Tian Xiao's tattoo, rewarding her. Only, the four of them looked at the hot sea of fire in front of them together, and turned their sorrows over. This flame is still spreading to the open space farther away, and there are even sporadic sparks in the woods, which are gradually turning into flames, from burning one tree, or even more than a dozen trees, and even the entire forest has rekindled a forest fire. The meaning of the consequences will inevitably be catastrophic. They can't be like Moath, saying that if they destroy it, they will destroy it, and they will not dare to do anything. Leave it to me, Xiao Chen said with a serious expression. If it were me, it would be a simple matter to absorb these flames. Boom! After all, he turned on Omnitrix and turned into a flame man. He transformed. Tian Xiaoban and Mark immediately ran far away, because the DNA light was just flashing, and an unimaginable high temperature came from the inside, which instantly made them sweat. This temperature, still got it. Even Tian Xiaoan, after seeing the flame man transformed by Xiao Chen, the flames on his body suddenly dimmed, and his brows frowned. Xiao Chen, is the flame burning on your flame man really? Why do I feel like lava? Let me fix this fire. The flame man unfolded his back, and a flaming somersault cloud appeared under his feet. He stepped on the flame cloud and floated into the sky. As he lifted off, countless flames condensed into huge columns of fire, chasing after his figure, and they were all absorbed by him. Living? The sky is getting brighter and brighter, and the fiery red light dyes the dark night, like a sunset glow. So beautiful. Tian Xiaoan, who released his transformation, stared blankly at the flame man in the sky, with a shocked expression on his face. This trick, even I can't do it. Tian Xiaoban also stared blankly at the flame man in the sky. Until the sky returned to night, a large number of flames gathered in the body of the flame man, and the color of his body changed, turning into a dark blue, a blue flame. Wind blows. Turned into hot air. The bird flew over, instantly burst into flames, and fell to the ground screaming. This flame, let it go. The flame man raised his palms, and a giant fireball that was more than 10 meters high, like the sun, gathered on his palms. The fireball naturally continued to lift off with the flame man until the darkness engulfed the two figures. Will it be okay? Tian Xiaoan, Tian Xiaoban, and the others became faintly worried, and Mark stared at the sky with a solemn face. Monument. Perhaps because of the distance, there was a slight noise from the sky. Then, the sky burst out with countless brilliance, some red and some gold, like fireworks covering the vast sky. The light shines over the entire camping area, including the nearby forest. In other campsites, countless passers-by watched the scene in the sky in shock, and watched this miraculous picture in awe. Equally astonished, there is the Moath in the universe. Speaking of this a few minutes ago, the moment Xiao Chen transformed, Moath was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on with this? Why are there two Omnitrix incarnations? It felt very incredible, and his subordinates began to check the information to see if there was a possibility of two Omnitrixes in the universe. Until the Tyson exploded, Moath and their energy meters also felt violent fluctuations. First, Tian Xiaoan defeated several small robots, and then the second Omnitrix incarnation appeared, stronger than the former. This made the always brutal and arrogant Moath frown and gave an order grimly. Come here. Call Diamond King, 6 monsters, and Crab now, and come with me tomorrow to Earth. Catch these two who own the Omnitrix. This is the strongest bounty hunter. Yes, Lord Moath. In this universe, the deputy is still the humanoid robot with a reddish physique. It bowed its head and said, Lord Moath, we will prepare you for an all-out attack tomorrow, etc. Moath raised his hand and said with a grim face, you can't let them live too comfortably. Later, you will send 3 large robots to surround and suppress the 2 shapeshifters. Maybe they will be injured, so that tomorrow's battle will be easier. The lion beats the rabbit with all his strength. What's more, the opponent is not a rabbit, it is most likely a jackal, tiger, and leopard that will bite it. Yes, Master JAS. A Moath's attack plan that is infinitely more ferocious than the original story begins. Among the earth. After finishing everything, the Flame Man landed, chatted with Tian Xiaoan and the others, introduced his abilities, and had an idea by the way, Xiaoan, after it is safe, I will take turns to transform into those aliens that your Omnitrix does not have, let you to absorb DNA. Great. Thank you. Xiao Chen is like Tian Xiaoan's novice mentor, which makes her very grateful. The transformation of the Flame Man lasted for several minutes before the Omnitrix pattern glowed red, and it changed back. As before, everyone sat next to Dihuo, surrounding Tian Xiaoan's Omnitrix, and discussed one topic after another. One of them was Moath. Xiao Chen and Xiaoban made a science about the strength of this enemy in advance, so that Xiaoan could be mentally prepared. Not to mention Grandpa, he has already revealed his identity in advance, and there is no secret at all. Listen to what you said, Moath is so powerful, I feel that this watch becomes very heavy when I wear it on my hand. Tian Xiaoan was a little dejected. Anyway, Xiaoban and I can't go back now. If Moath comes, I will help you. Xiao Chen showed a smile and comforted her. This made Tian Xiaoan also smile and looked up at Xiao Chen. Thank you. Okay, you must be hungry after so long? I'll bring something delicious. According to the development of the timeline, at this time, Mark got up and left the fire to go to the old broken car. Tian Xiaoban's expression suddenly changed, and he instantly found a reason to run away. Xiao Chen, who had sworn each other with Tian Xiaoan in the last second, also passed away from the fire in the next second. Only Tian Xiaoan sat beside the fire for no apparent reason. The two of them, are they talking about slang words that boys only understand? Mark came over with a plate of worms. Xiaoan understood everything. Help me as promised. Tian Xiaoan suddenly wanted to cry without tears. Looking at the plate of worms in front of him, his whole body began to tremble slightly. Eat it, Xiaoan. Mark smiled and looked at Tian Xiaoan. It's very nutritious. Grandpa, can I have pizza, or something like French fries? Don't be silly, Xiaoan. Tian Xiaoan was in despair. Has it been served yet? Grandpa, please bring some bread or something for Xiaoan. Just give me this plate. I just don't have enough physical strength. This moment, Xiao Chen's voice resounded in Tian Xiaoan's ears like the sound of heaven. He came to Tian Xiaoan on his own and took the plate of worms, because he had eaten it several times, so he could barely eat them. Didn't you go away? Tian Xiaoan stared blankly at Xiao Chen, but his mind didn't turn around for a while. Didn't I say, I'm going to the toilet? I'm done, Zhao Wang's, so I'm back. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoan strangely, his mouth kept eating the worm. His physical strength is indeed there is recovery. Tian Xiaoban, who was hiding in the dark, looked dumbfounded, and Mark had some tears in his eyes. This is a good boy who knows how to enjoy delicious food. Tian Xiaoan's mood went up and down like a roller coaster, and his eyes were full of emotion. I misunderstood you, knowing that Grandpa will bring this kind of food, and willing to help me. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Her voice was very low, and she looked at Xiao Chen's handsome side face illuminated by the fire, and she was a little bit fixated. Full blood resurrection tale. When Xiao Chen ate all the food, his physical strength completely recovered. Tian Xiaoban ran out of the dark and ate a heated sandwich with Tian Xiaoan. Both of them were completely convinced by Xiao Chen. After dinner time, the two Omnitrixes cool together to the top and both can be transformed. And danger came quietly. In the large campsite, 3 incomparably terrifying robots appeared. Wanton destruction? After dinner, everyone returned to the old car, ready to rest, and Mark had to prepare another bed for Xiao Chen. Just then, Tian Xiaoban and Xiao Chen both seemed to be anticipating something. They did not wash up, but leaned to the side to look at Mark who was busy and Tian Xiaoan who was about to wash up. Could it be that the large robot you will encounter next is coming out? Mark looked at the synchronization between the two, and his expression became bad. Xiao Chen just uttered a word, but the radio from the old broken car radio station interrupted what he wanted to say next. Help! We are in the largest camping area, and 3 huge robot monsters suddenly appeared here. Please help the police quickly, and other tourists must not come here. It was a man's hurried voice, and at the end, it turned into a scream. Tian Xiaoan closed her mouth. She couldn't imagine what the group of people was encountering. 3? No. Tian Xiaoban was stunned. My enemy at that time was only one machine monster. Dong Wu, didn't you come out ahead of time? Because of the two of us, this universe will inevitably change. 760 Xiao Chen explained briefly, then said quickly and calmly, Grandpa, please drive us to that campsite. Xiaoan's Omnitrix and I just finished charging. Good. Without further ado, Mark sat in the driver's seat and drove to the campsite. He actually noticed Xiao Chen's words. I and Xiaoan, meaning, Xiaoan will also fight against these machine monsters with Xiao Chen. Although he is worried about the safety of his granddaughter, after getting Omnitrix, Xiaoan has to prepare for these challenges. As a grandfather, Mark, he can only hope that Xiaoan can grow up quickly. Don't get hurt, Tiny. Along the way, Xiao Chen is also enlightening Xiaoan, and Xiaoan is worthy of being Mark's granddaughter, and he is ready soon. After arriving at the campsite, the tragic situation outside the car window was beyond the imagination of Xiaoan and Xiaoban. Campsite. Countless tents and vehicles were buried in the flames, and the ground was surrounded by huge potholes. There were not many screams of passers-by here, because, with the exception of a few people hiding behind trees, in some hidden places, most of them fell to the ground or died in the fire. Catastrophe? The catastrophe of the dead, and the 3 giant monsters with a length of more than 10 meters and completely mechanized, are still wandering non-stop. The infrared rays of light in their eyes scanned the surrounding, trying to find the hiding people, and ruthlessly kill them. Xiao Chen, tell me, what kind of hero do you use to defeat these damned mechanical monsters? Tian Xiaoan clenched his silver teeth tightly and looked back at Xiao Chen with an unprecedented domineering look in his eyes. Xiao Chen was much more receptive in his heart, took a deep breath, and said, Xiao Wen, leave the one on the left to you, and leave the other 2 to me? It's too difficult to deal with 3 at the beginning? Although Tian Xiaoan was a little unwilling, he nodded and agreed with Xiao Chen's arrangement. Ding. Detected check-in objects, 2 of the 3 battle robots under the command of Moath. The host chooses to destroy 2 large robots or drive out 3 large robots to complete the check-in. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen actually got the sign-in this time. Just like before, getting the sign-in on these enemies is more challenging. At first it was easy mode, now it is hard mode. Let's go. Xiao Chen pushed open the car door, got out of the old car with Tian Xiaoan, and arrived in front of a grass. He first opened Tian Xiaoan's Omnitrix, selected the Diamond God of War, and pressed it. Taste? Wearing a blue shirt, a somewhat tall, small patterned version of the Diamond God of War appeared on the spot. Immediately, Xiao Chen also transformed into the Diamond God of War. His Diamond God of War is similar to Jit, Xiaoban's Diamond God of War, only a little stronger, and his eyes are unusually cold, arrogant, and invincible in the world. Chill, handsome. Tian Xiaoan couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Chen's alien does have a personality. Mark also praised. Go straight on, Xiaoan. The Diamond God of War looked at Tian Xiaoan next to him, his tone slightly proud. I can't teach you forever how to fight, you have to figure it out for yourself. Taste? The next second, he rushed out of the grass, like a cheetah, and raided in front of 3 large robots. The 3 large robots stopped in unison, lowered their heads, and scanned the Omnitrix pattern on the chest of the Diamond God of War like a scanner. In Omnitrix, X3, you two, come with me. The Diamond God of War condensed in front of him in a stair-like shape, with a diamond staircase extending upwards 2 or 3 meters. He quickly ran up the diamond staircase and jumped hard when he was about to hang in the air at the end. Call out? The heavy body of the Diamond God of War instantly jumped onto the shoulders of a large robot. He unceremoniously punched this guy in the head. Boom! A simple diamond punch made the brain of this large robot smoky, its head turned continuously, and its body tilted backwards. Using the robot's shoulder as a springboard, he jumped onto the shoulder of the large robot in the middle, and knocked down the robot together. The remaining large robots raised their palms and wanted to release the laser to attack the Diamond God of War, but Tian Xiaoan attracted their attention. Big guy, your opponent is me, don't find the wrong person. Similarly, the Omnitrix pattern on Tian Xiaoan's tattoo was scanned by the large robot, and it immediately followed Tian Xiaoan. Abandon you first and then talk about it. The Diamond God of War looked at the first large robot that was knocked down by himself, his eyes were cold. The latter has already stood up, and although his head is tilted to the right, it is barely useful. Raising his wrist is a red laser cannon. Taste? The left arm of the Diamond God of War instantly became much wider, forming a prismatic shield, and the right arm was extremely straight, turning it into a diamond mace. He raised the shield in his left hand, and ran to the large robot in front of him without changing his face. Boom boom boom! When the red laser landed on the prismatic shield, it instantly scattered into several beams of light, blasting to the surrounding ground, leaving many potholes. The Diamond God of War just slowed down, still holding his shield and moving forward with the laser, until he arrived in front of the large robot. Boom! The mace swung out angrily, hitting the legs of this large robot like a baseball. Boom! The Diamond God of War swept away with a stick, and the lower body of the large robot was instantly empty, and a pair of broken mechanical legs were blasted into the sea of fire in the distance, resulting in a violent explosion. And because there were no legs for balance, the large robot in front of him fell directly from the spot, and fell ruthlessly in front of the Diamond God of War. Go to hell. When the large robot put its hands on the ground and barely lifted its head to look forward, what they saw was a murderous figure with the Diamond God of War holding up his mace. Monument. A stick fell. The mace blew up the mechanical head of the large robot, smashed it into countless mechanical parts, and fell to the ground with electric sparks. The mechanical body without the head lost all light directly, and died like a dead body, fell to the ground. On the ground. Kill the first one. The Diamond God of War pulled out the diamond mace from a pile of scrapped parts, and looked at another large robot with a knife-like gaze. Call out? The latter also unleashed a terrifying laser attack on him. The Diamond God of War moved forward while holding his shield to defend, the mace dragged on the ground like that, sketching a long chasing crack on the ground, closely following his figure. Bang bang bang! In front of this large robot, the Diamond God of War immediately put down the prismatic shield, quickly swung the diamond mace, and hit the opponent's body. The robot was smashed to smithereens. In the eyes of passers-by, they excitedly embraced BA, looking at your extremely violent Diamond God of War, and their hearts were full of gratitude. It was this alien who destroyed those monsters. He is a hero. It's all done. The Diamond God of War heaved a sigh of relief, and sat on a pile of parts, not afraid to stab himself. The mace and shield all returned to normal arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get green bonus, Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute. In other words, is it 12 minutes now? The Diamond God of War is a little excited. This simple and straightforward way to improve is also his favorite. Tian Xiaoban and Mark looked at the performance of the Diamond God of War with an unexpected look. Tian Xiaoban still remembers what Diamond taught him at the beginning, but looking at the Diamond God of War in front of him, although he is also fighting with direct combat, his strength is obviously able to hold up. And the Diamond God of War is not mindless, it's just that it's unnecessary to deal with this kind of machine monster. The other side. Tian Xiaoan was still fighting against a large robot in front of him, that metal body, enormous strength, and lasers that were enough to knock her up and hurt her, let her eat one after another. After she saw Xiao Chen kill 2 large robots neatly, she almost couldn't believe what she saw. How could a battle robot that was so difficult to deal with, on Xiao Chen's side, like an ordinary person with no power to tie a chicken, was easily destroyed? Boom. Once again, after Tian Xiaoan was knocked out, she clenched her hands and got up from a car wreck angrily, but was surprised to find that her arms had transformed into a pair of spikes. It turns out that this can transform the body. She quickly mastered this physical ability, and at the same time found it. When the diamond arm becomes flat, it will flash with bursts of luster. Light? This can reflect the laser light. Tian Xiaoan instantly passed through this phenomenon and discovered the ability of the diamond god of war, and his expression became pleasantly surprised. Yes, although Xiaoan is not as adaptable as Xiaoban, she is very smart and knows how to use the alien's physical abilities quickly. Xiao Chen spoke highly of Xiaoan's appearance. Seeing this, Tian Xiaoban smiled. Finally, I know how to use that trick. It's over. Next moment. The large robot has once again released a dazzling red energy cannon. Taste? Tian Xiaoan's arms folded together to form a flat diamond mirror, which actually reflected the energy cannon of the large robot. As her folded arms moved, the energy cannons also reflected in different directions. Finally, boom! Tian Xiaoan's arms were aimed at the large robot's body and slammed heavily. The cannon was first reflected into a curved edge, and then swept across the waist of the large robot, showing the shape of lightning. The robot, cut in half by its own tricks, started a large explosion and fell into a cloud of smoke. Finally beat this big guy down. Tian Xiaoan's arms returned to their original state. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear, and heaved a sigh of relief. It's time to go, diamond friend. The diamond god of war sitting over there, got up, his arms returned to normal, and shouted at Tian Xiaoan. Okay, full diamond friend. Tian Xiaoan almost leaked his words, and immediately changed his words. His tone became much more serious, and he rushed towards the forest ahead with the diamond god of war, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Point 0. Only Mark and Tian Xiaoban immediately got into the old car and left here after following the two figures. There was only a group of ordinary people left in the same place, all face to face, shocked. Over the earth. The temperature in the halls of Moath is very low. Crab, 6 monsters, and Diamond, the three of them stood behind Moath's throne, looking at the picture on the screen. That is the picture of Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan defeating the large robot. The three remained motionless and remained calm. As you can see, these two Earthlings with Omnitrix are very difficult to deal with. Tomorrow, you will attack with me? After this is done, the bounty will definitely be indispensable to you, Moath said in a low voice. Don't worry, Mr. Moath. The arrogant crab had a much smarter tone in front of Moath. Perhaps it only takes the three of us to get rid of these two guys. The implication is very simple. It is that the robot of Moath is not strong enough, not that these two Earthlings are really difficult to deal with. I hope you can complete the task. Moath heard Crab's implication, but he didn't care. He just snorted and spoke indifferently. Sir Jas, I need to tell you in advance. The deputy went to the four of them, because Lu Liuwei and the others are going to Earth in an aircraft, and you are going in a small spaceship, and you have to bring an army of machines. So, your arrival time on Earth will be a little later. Billion later. Moath frowned. Don't worry, Lord Moath, it's only 10 minutes to half an hour short. I believe it's impossible for the three bounty hunters to lose in such a short time. The deputy said bluntly. Boom! The sound of bullets being loaded sounded. Liu raised his gun to his deputy's head. Crab's huge crab claws slowly opened, but the diamond remained motionless, his eyes staring straight at the diamond god of war transformed by Xiao Chen on the screen. The deputy looked at the movements of the two and was extremely calm. Enough. Moath broke this awkward situation with a deep voice, and said coldly, then let the three come to the Earth in advance and help me defeat the enemy? I will bring my mechanical army to enjoy the victory and conquer the Earth by the way. Don't worry, Mr. Moath, we will be able to complete the task. The question is, who will complete it first? The 6 monsters withdrew their weapons and looked very cold. The three of them were then arranged by Moath to take a good rest. Even Moath himself closed his eyes and rested, just to recharge his batteries and face tomorrow's battle with the most courageous attitude. Back to Earth. Xiaoan, who had already released his transformation, looked at the diamond god of war in front of him with a look of surprise. Xiao Chen, you transformed earlier than me. Why haven't you released after I have released it? The diamond god of war shrugged. It may be because I am more familiar with Omnitrix, so the transformation time continues. It's only a few more minutes. A few minutes are crucial. Tian Xiaoban's voice came from the side. The old broken car was already parked beside him. He got out of the car. Xiao Chen, how much do you know about this little broken watch? For example, say who made it. The maker? Asmus? He is also a Gavin star, the race of the Little Raiders? I don't know the specifics. Diamond God of War is another wave of spoilers, but it is revealed that Omnitrix's transformation time has come, and he has also changed back to human form. Not long after this chat, Grandpa Mark's curfew time came. Like Xiao Chen's Grandpa Mark, he had to rest at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. And this time, the surroundings also fell into calm. Moath's frantic offensive finally stopped, but this may just be the last moment of tranquility before the storm. After Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan had already gone to bed and fell asleep, Mark made a bed for Xiao Chen and let Xiao Chen rest on this bed. Grandpa Mark, Tomorrow, don't drive to your destination, go directly to Mount Lissimo. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was standing beside the bed, suddenly said with a dignified expression on his face, "Do you think Morjath will attack us again?" Mark's expression was a little surprised. "Relax, we're not so vigilant about that group of robots. No, I mean, Moath will come in person. And, he's not alone." Xiao Chen emphasized that he always had a bad feeling. The most important thing is that in this parallel universe, Moath is not seriously injured. It will definitely come to attack Xiao Chen and the others. Otherwise, it has a problem with its brain. Give Xiaoan a chance to adapt to Omnitrix. Since Moath is coming, Xiao Chen is about to be fully prepared. Moath will come? Are you sure, Xiao Chen? Mark had seen the power of Moath, and he immediately became serious. It will definitely come. Moreover, according to the previous 2 battles, Xiao Chen found that the butterfly effect has appeared in this universe, and the enemies have become more and stronger. When Moath comes tomorrow, there may be many more mechanical monsters. So be prepared. Okay, drive directly to Mount Lissimo tomorrow. Fortunately, Mark was a great-grandfather, so he agreed directly. Only then did Xiao Chen feel relieved, and fell on the bed, unable to hold back his sleepiness, and fell asleep. Good material? How did you expect that? Xiao Chen, who was sleeping, felt his bed kept shaking and shaking, woke up from the dream, and his eyes slowly opened a gap. A red man is sitting over there, constantly turning the tires. Wiped my eyes. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw Mark, who was already driving, and the old broken car was already at the top speed. The items in the car, including the bed, are moving at a high speed and shake, and if the chassis is not stable enough, they may fall down. Grandpa, we are? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Go to Mount Lissimo. I rushed early, took a shortcut, and headed to Mount Lissimo. It is expected to be there in an hour or 2. Mark replied calmly. Xiao Chen was completely awake. The memory of yesterday seems to have happened in the last second. Not a dream. He got up numbly, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and used a new toothbrush. After washing, he could only wear Xiaoban's clothes, and it was Xiaoban's clothes. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan were also woken up by the shaking. After they got up, they also cleaned up. They were surprised when they learned where Mark was going. Could it be that Morjath will attack in advance? This is really something to watch out for. After all, the number of mechanical monsters attacking is different. But, before the old broken car arrives at Mount Lissimo, on the way, I stopped in front of a canteen, which belongs to the suburban canteen. You must be hungry, there's no food in the refrigerator, you should go to the grocery store to buy something to eat, you can't be hungry. Mark told the 3 of them, and took out dozens of dollars from his pocket, reaching Xiao Chen's hand. Let's go, have a good meal, and you will have strength when you are full. Xiao Chen also agreed with Mark's choice very much. He walked out of the old car with Xiaoban and the others, went to the canteen, bought some nutritious children's meals, and devoured them on the table provided by the store. Although the price was quite expensive, the 3 of them were very full and returned to the old broken car together, and continued to move towards the distant Mount Lissimo. The good times don't last long. Bang bang bang, 3 meteors streak across the sky, 3 big pits exploded in the earth. The 3 bounty hunters got out of the aircraft, walked out of the big pit, and walked straight to the canteen. Bang bang 4.5 ping. When the 3 of them walked in, the sound of a collision instantly sounded inside, as if something had been smashed and knocked down. 3. Don't smash the cashier and the shelves, what are you asking? Did you see someone with a watch passing by? I see, you said that cool watch. I saw 2 wearing a watch. The person with the watch walked over there. The boss explained everything after a while of beating, smashing and looting. The 3 bounty hunters walked grimly out of the canteen. Diamond King threw the tracker on the ground unhappily. If the tracker's energy is not enough, we don't need to ask for directions, just fly all the way. Stop complaining. The bounty is limited, I'll go catch them first. Crab's mechanical thighs began to spin rapidly, and took the lead in chasing in the direction of the old car's departure. The old broken car then drove forward at full speed. The wings on both sides made the entire car extremely fast. Of course, this speed could not be maintained for a long time, because there is always a need to stop and fill up before moving on. When it stops again, Mark got out of the car and oiled the old car, while Xiao Chen and others walked down to take a good breath of fresh air. Xiao Chen was standing on this lonely road, his eyes unknowingly looking into the distance. In the distance, he could see the end of the flat land at a glance, and it was still a desert-like flat land. No one lived, and there was no house. This scene reminded him of the town of Stella when he was attacked by the 666 monsters. There are still some buildings there, and it is even more desolate. Okay, the oil is on. Mark just finished the oil, and after covering the fuel filler of the car, he looked at the driver's seat, which is also directly in front of the old car, and suddenly stopped talking, dumbfounded. Stand there. What's the matter, Grandpa? Xiao Chen looked at Mark strangely. I saw that Mark's expression became extremely sharp, and his whole body was full of tension, as if he had encountered some opponent. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoan immediately followed and looked in front of the old broken car. Yes, 16 giant crab bodies. It carries a knife on its back, its right arm is a huge pliers capable of severing steel, its left hand is an arm made of special material, and its golden shell looks radiant in the sun. Crab robot. Xiao Chen instantly saw the identity of this old friend and blurted out. First, I'm not called Crab Robot, I'm called Crab. Claxia was very unhappy with this title, and the pliers slammed open to the sides, pinching Mark's head fiercely. Second, get out of your way, you human being who gets in the way. Grandpa, be careful. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban all shouted anxiously. Still Xiao Chen didn't respond quickly. He immediately pressed the Omnitrix screen, and when the screen popped up, he glanced at it casually, and after realizing that it was not the figure of Xiao Kaibing, he decisively pressed the Omnitrix screen. Taste? A purple, childlike figure, accompanied by a twisting electric current like a thunderbolt, appeared where Xiao Chen was. It's the purple light. At this point, Crab's crab claws were only a short distance away from Mark's neck. Keep your dirty hands away from Grandpa Mark's body. Mechanical crab? The pattern on the purple chest flickered for a while, furiously releasing an electric current like lightning and thunder, but just as it was released, it slammed into the body of Crab, who was caught off guard at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The current was like a shock wave, blasting Crab out a few meters away, and then blasted open, blasting a bottomless pit. Okay, what a painful attack. Although Crab immediately raised his hand, grabbed the edge of the pit, and jumped out, his expression was ugly. His shoulders, chest, and antennae on his lower body were full of cracks, torn apart by the electric current. Crack? How can the attack of electricity be so fast and so powerful? Grandpa, are you alright? The purple light ignored Crab and looked at Mark casually. Fine. At this time, Mark's back was covered in cold sweat, and he still couldn't forget the scene where the purple electric current flew past him and blasted the enemy in front of him. The most dangerous time in my life is probably this time. He didn't say much, and directly carried Tian Xiaoban onto the old car, leaving the battlefield to the purple light and Crab. Xiao Chen, do you need my help? Tian Xiaoan also raised his wrist and asked. No need, deal with it one, don't make it too easy. The purple light said relaxedly. The tension on his face was relieved a lot, as if he was doing something that had a chance to win. If it weren't for the fear of hurting Grandpa, his tricks would be even more powerful. Hehe, I'm not the only one who came to catch you. Claxia sneered, mocking the arrogance of the purple light. Scare? Taste? Said that CAO and CAO would arrive, and two figures crossed from a distance, leaving the airflow caused by the rocket thrusters in the air, followed by a long string of them. They flew directly behind Tian Xiaoan and the purple light, that is, behind the old broken car, and they happened to be surrounded by Crab. Two more. At this time, the expression of the purple light was still very calm. He knew that one of them would definitely jump back, and he was still very calm. Comer. It is the 6-6 monsters and the diamond. One is floating in the air, the other is stepping on a hoverboard. All of them are equipped with one piece of equipment. Ding. Sign-in objects detected, any two of the 3 bounty hunters sent by Moath. As long as the host does not retreat or defeats them, the sign-in can be completed. This kind of difficult challenge will naturally trigger the sign-in reward, which makes the purple light's fighting spirit soar. Can you choose two? He did not hesitate to answer in his heart. At the time, it was a bit difficult to fight 6 or 6 monsters alone. But now, he has the confidence to fight 2. Moreover, the diamond is left to Tian Xiaoan, which is actually a protection for Tian Xiaoan, because the diamond is either paddling water, or is a teacher teaching Tian Xiaoan all the way. Xiaoan, the one who stepped on the hoverboard is handed over to you, and I will deal with the remaining 2. The purple light said. Good. Tian Xiaoan directly photographed the Omnitrix transformed into a diamond god of war, standing behind the purple light, and the two of them went 760 to 760. The 6-6 monsters looked directly at Tian Xiaoan. He didn't care about the bullshit arrangement of the purple light, he just wanted to destroy this weak-looking human girl. I'll deal with her. Result. Diamond raised his arm directly in front of Liu monster, forcibly grabbed Liu monster aside. His eyes under the mask were extremely cold. Don't argue with me, otherwise, I'll beat you with them. The Liu monster was silent for a while, as if to complete the task quickly. He bypassed the diamond, flew to the purple light, and attacked with Crab. Call out. Tian Xiaoan took the initiative to charge towards Diamond King. His arms turned into diamond spikes, and developed a violent offensive. Diamond King also stepped on the hoverboard, pulling the battlefield of the two to one side, and would not be swayed by the purple light. Side disturbed. All right. The purple light looked at the enemies on both sides, and the small palms gradually clenched, forming an electric fist. When will you two fight me? My time is limited. He's charging? Stop him. Crab instantly saw the intention of the purple light, and roared in shock and anger. Taste. Liu immediately pulled out his samurai sword and slashed at the purple light's head from the side, while Crab simply and straightforwardly smashed the purple light's body with big crab claws. It's all too late. Kill you first, then, crawl. The purple light was the most unpleasant for Crab. His eyes narrowed, and he raised his small right fist and hit Crab's chin. Haha, your small fist, body, want to hit me? Stop teasing. Looking at the purple light body, Crab immediately laughed. Its crab claws were almost as big as the purple light body. Boom. But the purple light figure turned into a terrifying electric current when he threw his fist, and instantly moved under the chin of Carrot. His small fist was like a rising dragon from Mount Lu. It hit the fragile chin of Crab, and a powerful electric current directly blew its chin, sending it flying out. The huge electric current caused by that punch accompanies Crab's body until it hits the ground and explodes. The smoke obscured Crab's figure, making it difficult to see what it was like. The Liu monsters on the side were dumbfounded. Neither he nor Crab expected that the power of the electric current would be so powerful, and the condensed electric current was even scarier than a bomb. The power of electricity is really strong. The purple light has a very happy expression, at least, he will be quite restrained in the face of robots. Moreover, in terms of speed, it is close to the Flash Star, and in terms of attack strength, it is close to the Flame Man. It can be called an almighty alien hero. Taste? After a brief hesitation, the Liu monster's expression became even more murderous. Although the samurai sword only slashed in the air, he still relentlessly swung the samurai sword toward the purple light above. Call out? The purple light turned around and looked at the samurai sword that was getting closer and closer, and his body suddenly turned into a burst of electric light. The cold samurai sword just cut through a current, and the figure of the purple light has already appeared on the ground a few meters away. Speed, so fast. Liu looked at the purple light a few meters away in disbelief, pulled out his pistol in disbelief, and quickly released a laser bullet at the purple light. Shhhhhhh. But the purple light's body just moved left and right, and it easily avoided all the laser bullets of Liu monster, and those bullets all fell behind him and pierced the ground. Click, click. Trying to pull the trigger again, Liu found out that the energy of the laser pistol has been completely used up, and it can't be pressed. Boom. At this moment, the other fist of the purple light, which was condensed with electric light, swiped hard at the body of the 6-6 monsters in the air. The tiny electric light on the fist, after being swung out, suddenly expanded into a current wave like a turtle kigong, and hit the body of Liu who was caught off guard, causing the latter, like Crab, to be driven by the current all the way to the distance. On the ground, boom, the 6 monsters were sitting on the road together with the electric current. For a while, a purple light flashed on the earth briefly, and then there was a loud noise. The whole road seemed to tremble violently, and was shocked by the terrifying power of the electric current. The light dissipated, and the explosion point appeared a huge crater with a diameter of about 3 meters and a depth of about 3 meters, as if it had been hit by an aircraft. The 6 monsters were lying in the pit, motionless, as if they were dead. Has it all been done? The expression of the purple light became a little surprised. He looked at his fists in disbelief. He knew that electricity restrained these robots, but it wouldn't be so restrained, right? The system prompt has not come for a long time. Okay. The purple light sensed something was wrong, and he suddenly felt a little vibration on the ground under his feet. Boom. In an instant, the slight vibration turned into a loud noise. Crab's pliers ripped apart the ground like a drill bit, and broke out from the ground under the purple bare feet. The fist in his hand moved towards the purple light body, and it was a slap in the face. All this happened in an instant. The purple light didn't have time to react, but the current subconsciously condensed a small shield in front of him. Boom. Crab's fist smashed the shield like a broken bamboo, and there was still a lot of energy left, and hit the purple body of light. Hiss! The purple light's expression changed slightly, and instantly moved back several meters, and there was a burst of stinging pain. Do you think I'm that vulnerable? Crab roared angrily. The upper half of his face was still normal, and the chin shell had fallen off, revealing the gears and mechanical parts inside. Taste? The ice-cold, murderous crab claws, like attacking prey, want to take advantage of the purple light to pinch off his body? Boom! The purple light abruptly restrained some tingling pains in his chest. He clenched his fists, his eyes glowed with terrifying electric light, and a huge purple light appeared all over his body. At this moment, the light was extremely dazzling, and the terrifying electric current was even repulsed by the electric current the moment Crab's crab claws approached. My beard is smoking. When Crab's pliers fell in front of him, he couldn't believe what he saw. The crab claws were actually scorched by the electric current. Now, I will unleash all the currents in me, and in a few minutes, I will bring you down. The purple eyes flashed with bursts of electric light, and the voice became full of Langang's domineering, and the small body was as mighty as the god of thunder. This time, he can win, and it will make these bounty hunters eat and go. Call out. The Liu, King Zhao's, monster in the pit also flew out at this time. Its body was covered with scars, dust everywhere, and small scratches. Although it was not a major injury, it was very embarrassed. Moreover, just a few tricks, he was beaten like this. Xiao Chen, so strong. Tian Xiaoben looked at this scene in disbelief. His heart was pounding, and he held his breath. It is only when he is dreaming that he will be as strong as Xiao Chen. If it is said that the robot of Moath is not enough for Xiaoben to see the difference between the two, then Liu monster and crab did let Tian Xiaoben know what strength is. These two people are super strong, and Xiao Chen's ability to gain an advantage is a miracle in his eyes. On the other side, Tian Xiaoben transformed into a diamond god of war, and was easily slung by Diamond. It can be said that Diamond can evade her attack with just one step, and use his body joints to counterattack at will, and Tian Xiaoben can be defeated. Repel, completely crushed the small lines. Tian Xiaoben was retreating step by step, with a look of disbelief. Fortunately, Diamond was not a dead hand, but was teaching her step by step. After realizing this, she was also slowly learning, accumulating experience, and even learned counter. Yes, there are some small improvements. There was satisfaction in Diamond's eyes, but there was still a hint of disappointment in his expression. However, this little progress is far from enough to deal with Moath. Wait for Moath. The meeting will come. This little human girl will not be the opponent of Moath, and there is no chance of winning. As long as he makes a dead hand, Tianziaoan will undoubtedly lose, and similarly, as long as Moath makes a dead hand, it will be difficult for Diamond to compete. But Diamond looked to the side. The monstrous, incomparably powerful purple light appeared in amazement. This child, however, showed unparalleled fighting power, and even the Pedro Chavez he transformed into made Diamond King have the illusion of that's himself. If this child adds diamonds to deal with Moath, there is really great hope. Lulu Wei, let's kill him together. You can see his strength. We have to catch him before we can discuss the issue of the bounty. Claxia immediately sought Lulu Wei's alliance. Lilia Wei also nodded 760 coldly, and sent out a long string of purple riddles that Light could not understand. At %yen. 1 person and 1/2, a word is settled. Crab readily agreed. Boom, but the purple light no longer listened to their nonsense. He raised his palms and released thunder like electric light towards both sides, accompanied by a roaring sound. Boom, Claxia raised the crab claws used as a shield, and at the same time raised the samurai sword in his left hand to block together, and only blocked the high voltage electricity of the purple light. Liu monster's armor became darker, as if it had entered the defense mode, which also blocked the terrifying current. But when the offensive in front of them subsided, the purple light has disappeared from its original position. Where is he? Liu monster and Claxia looked around in confusion, but couldn't find the figure of the purple light. Taste. Until a spark of electricity wrapped around Crab's left hand. In an instant, the split electricity, condensed into the purple light body, just lay on Crab's left arm. Whenever Jfabu had any hair, I'm afraid all of them would stand up and look at the purple light on his left hand with horror. He had just raised the idea of attacking, and the latter had already launched an attack faster. Boom, the current of the purple light wrapped around Crab's left arm. Yesterday, the terrifying electric current instantly turned Crab's left arm into charred dust, and quickly faded away under the package of electric light, and spread toward Crab's shoulder. One move, kill you, the purple light said with a cold expression, but at this time, Crab no longer dared to laugh at his height. No. Feeling the threat of death, Crab hurriedly raised his crab claws and cut off his left shoulder bluntly. What? The purple light fell to the ground along with the broken shoulder, and in an instant, the shoulder also turned into scum, and nothing left disappeared with the wind. And Claxia, who survived with a broken arm, hurried back several steps, never dared to look away, staring at the purple light. He still couldn't forget the horror of the extreme speed of that purple light. You don't even know when the other party ran into your hands. It really is about to become a light. Invisible, light? You made a smart decision, hoo. The purple light stood up a little tiredly, the dazzling purple light on his body seemed to be dimmed a little. He is now in the strongest state to deal with it. Consume a lot. Lu Liuguai, he almost killed me with that move just now, and it cost him a lot, so I'll leave it to you to finish it off. Crab said to Liu Liuguai with a great kindness. Taste? The 6 monsters attacked decisively, quiet like a bamboo forest, moving like a gust of wind, and the samurai sword also turned into an afterimage and slashed out, like a man and a knife in one. It's not that he listened to Crab's words, it's just that he didn't want to give the purple light a chance to regain his strength. Shhhhhhh. Accompanied by bursts of sword lights and sword shadows, there is always a trace of electric current passing around the samurai sword. The speed of the purple light was always 1 point faster than that of the Liu monster. This made the 6 monsters attack, and they could only watch their samurai sword slash into an afterimage, and the purple light brushed past their own sword. It was impossible to hit, but this unusually powerful offensive also caused the purple light to consume a little stamina. It's up to me to sneak attack, and he ends up. Seeing this scene, Crab couldn't sit still. It quietly raised its limbs and approached the purple light. Crab claws attacked silently, cooperating with the 6 monsters. The purple light is waiting. This is the moment. He has been paying attention to all around, because he needs a chance to kill these 2 guys in seconds. Broken. When the crab claws caught the light, it only shattered an afterimage, and the samurai sword of the 6 monsters also split the afterimage. What's the matter? What about others? Crab opened his pliers in disbelief, and after realizing that no one was there, he asked Liu monster, who also looked confused. You two, let's go down together. Between lightning and flint. A ray of light. Jumping beside the 2 weapons, a figure condensed and floated in midair. The purple light held Crab's crab claws in his left hand. His right hand grabbed Liu monster's katana. The electric light on his body began to explode. I hate everyone on this planet. That's Crab's standard line. Boom. Next second. The electric light not only wrapped the body of the purple light, but also instantly conducted electricity, wrapping the bodies of the 6 monsters and Crab. Only, the 2 people in the electric light, like ghosts, trembled wildly, one by one as if they were about to dance. This terrifying discharge method lasted for more than 10 seconds. Boom, the exhausted purple light returned to its original state, falling from the air, half kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, and limbs extremely weak. Sizzle. Crab didn't appear to be hurt, but there was electricity all over his head, and his body was still twitching, falling back with force. The armor of Liu monster's head shattered directly, revealing his terrifying monster face, with one finger and fangs, but instead of roaring, puff black smoke, boom, immediately. The 6-6 monster spitting black smoke fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. 1 ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the blue reward, choose any alien for a DNA upgrade. DNA upgrade rule 1, there is a probability to upgrade the current race to a race with higher growth space. DNA upgrade rule 2, must be a positive upgrade effect, and will not cause the host's aliens to have independent consciousness and the possibility of breaking away from Omnitrix. The reward this time is to upgrade the alien's DNA. The purple light was a little surprised, he had never received such a reward. As a matter of urgency, DNA upgrades cannot be performed yet. The purple light reluctantly recovered some physical strength, climbed up slightly from the ground, and looked at the battlefield between Diamond and Tian Xiaoan in the distance. Xiaoan, get out of there, we have to go. Me, I want to go too, but I can't handle it. This big guy. Tian Xiaoan was retreating at this time. Because of her lack of physical strength, she was no longer a match for the Diamond. Even if the opponent released water, the result would be the same. Diamond looked towards the purple light with a strange expression on his face. Although the purple light used up most of his stamina, he defeated Crab and the 6-6 monsters, and only made them immobile. But it's also an amazing result. And, what Diamondback doesn't know is, the purple light can absorb current. In other words, if he absorbed the current to fight, then his record would be even more terrifying. Now I can't join them, I have to stab Moath at a critical moment. Diamond thought to himself. The purple light saw that Diamond was acting, and decided to do whatever it took. He raised his palms to aim at the Diamond, and exhausted the last trace of his physical strength, barely releasing a string of current beams. Just fall under this trick. The purple light was reflected in Diamond's eyes, but he also followed the meaning of the purple light and let this move fly him. Tian Xiaoan took the opportunity to escape, hurriedly ran to the purple light, and took the exhausted him into the old broken car. Mark, who was in the cab, immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the old broken car flew away in an instant, leaving a long dust. Cough cough cough. Liu can't help coughing, his eyes are full of unwillingness, he wants to chase, but his whole body is numb and he can't move. Crab is still short-circuit. And Diamonds. He rubbed his chest and said in surprise, that move just now hit my body through the armor, it hurts. How long? How long has it been since you were beaten? This kid, really powerful, is the kind that gives him hope of defeating Moath. And on the old broken car, the purple light and Tian Xiaoan sat on the sofa together, and completely trousered on the soft sofa. Xiaochan, it seems that this universe has really been rewritten by me and you. Liu blames them, they shouldn't have come out so early. Tian Xiaoban paced back and forth and brought up this question in the car. Just now, the enemy came too fast, and everyone didn't think much about it. Now that the battle is over, of course, we must think about these issues. Yeah. The purple light smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the Diamond is also here. But he didn't help us, he beat us. Tian Xiaoban looked puzzled. Don't worry, he has his reasons for not helping us now. When the time is right, he will definitely help us. The purple light said without hesitation. It was precisely because of this early attack by the 6-6 monsters that Mark and the others highly recognized Xiaochen's words. Morpheus, perhaps attacked as early as they did, so it was right to go to Mount Lissimo to get a weapon. Let's not talk about it, I'm very tired, you can talk. The purple light found a reason, no longer communicated with Tian Xiaoban and the others, but focused on the rewards of the system. DNA upgrade, it sounds very tempting. So, who should you choose? He had to focus on the light that he had transformed into now. Among all his alien heroes, it seems that there is no hero who restrains the machine monster so much. Many of the future enemies are machine monsters, and the aliens in the original book who are afraid of electricity will catch a lot of them. Upgrading that light, in the long run, is undoubtedly the right thing to do. System. Upgrade that light's DNA. Xiaochan gave a choice. It was also at this moment that a ray of light flickered on his body, and he changed back to his human form, and Tian Xiaoan, who was beside him, had already changed back. Update successed. In an instant, the system is upgraded. Ask for flowers. Almost unbelievable. Unfortunately, my Omnitrix is still fully charged now, so I can't see what that new hero is. Xiaochan moved the red Omnitrix in great distress and sighed helplessly. Xiaochan, it's better not to play with that watch, I've been pitted by a small broken watch before. Tian Xiaoban, who was on the side, saw his behavior and educated him seriously. I know, Xiaoban. Xiaochan looked at Tian Xiaoban in disbelief and nodded. After a few minutes, the cooling time is up. Xiaochan opened the Omnitrix and twisted to the pattern of light. Instead, is a brand new alien hero? Wait, this alien hero, it's it. Xiaochan looked at this unfamiliar figure, and suddenly there was a record about this alien in his mind, and suddenly exclaimed, Who? Xiaoban and Xiaoan on the side looked puzzled. It's okay, I'm just talking nonsense. Xiaochan smiled, put down his hands, said harmlessly, and began to chat about other topics. He was still very surprised, he didn't expect that he would get this alien. One more warrior? Of course, in the next rush time, he will not have the chance to use this hero, but together with Tian Xiaoan, he transforms into a shapeshifter, and the two transform in tandem, missing each other's transformation time, so be prepared. Under the blessing of the shapeshifting monster, the old broken car drove faster, from the desert to the mountains, getting closer and closer to Mount Lissimo. And far away, a small spaceship rushed towards Mount Lissimo. Moath was sitting on a chair in the hall, Carve was lying in a training warehouse, and there were mechanical tentacles everywhere to help him repair his body, and the 6-6 monsters were eating luxury goods. A big meal to replenish your stamina. Drilling into the diamond, in the future, it will be revealed. After a long absence, Moath had a look of anticipation in his heart, and his expression was full of bloodthirsty. Listening to you, I am looking forward to these Earthlings. No matter how the second Omnitrix comes out, I will get it. Looks like it's stronger and better than the first Omnitrix. They must win. Billion in the eyes of Moath, these two Omnitrix are already in his bag. After all, besides him, there are a terrible army of machines and 3 powerful bounty hunters. Only, because Xiao Chen and the others turned into shapeshifters, the speed of the old broken car reached an unprecedented level, and even the small spaceship was pulled away, unable to catch up in a short time. Therefore, all the way to the base gate of Mount Lissimo, Xiao Chen and the others are still safe and sound, and have never been attacked again. The ground at the entrance of the base was quickly withdrawn, revealing a metal floor, which began to descend to the ground, turning into a metal elevator, and as the old broken car descended, the ground above closed again. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan, there is no need to use Omnitrix, but 760s can continue to save physical strength. I don't know yet, Grandpa's base turned out to be so big. Tian Xiaoan looked at everything nearby in amazement and said, the weapons in here should be enough for us to arm. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoan's surprised expression and said with a smile, wait, Xiao Chen, you said we, the bag doesn't include me. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen with excitement. Does not include, includes. Mark and Xiao Chen answered Tian Xiaoban's words at the same time. Ah this, Grandpa, are you serious? Don't forget that I was also a superhero before I crossed over. Tian Xiaoban looked at Mark in disappointment and protested. But Mark's attitude was resolute. Xiaoban, don't think about it. You are not that alien hero now, you are just one of my grandsons. The matter of dealing with Moath, leave it to me, Xiaoan, and Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen helplessly. Xiao Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders, meaning that he had nothing to do, and then turned his eyes away, letting Tian Xiaoban figure it out himself. The old broken car fell with the elevator. What appeared in the eyes of everyone was an incomparably wide underground base. Mark took Xiao Chen and the others out of the car and walked towards the depths of the base. The base was very large. After walking inside for a few minutes, they came to another weapons warehouse. The bricks on the wall of the arsenal are just drawable cabinets, and there are how many terrifying weapons there are? Xiao Chen, Xiaoan yours? Mark skillfully pulled away the twitches one by one, took out 2 sets of children's height clothes, and threw them to Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan. This is. Xiao Chen took the clothes and took a closer look. It looked like ordinary white casual clothes, but when he squeezed it hard, he could feel the full tenacity, similar to the existence of soft armor. He and Xiaoan put on clothes neatly, and Mark put on his size clothes. Then, he took out a large laser gun that looked like a submachine gun from one of his large cabinets. Boom! Mark shot at the open space in front of him, and the laser emitted was azure blue, like a rainbow. The laser blasted away the open space in front of him in an instant, and the resulting explosion swept across a huge area with a diameter of more than 10 meters. In an instant, the roar and the smell of gunpowder of the laser spread throughout the base. In an instant, a large pit appeared in the open space, with gunpowder smoke. It seems that my sword is not old. Mark set up his laser gun and said with a smile, yeah, Grandpa, you're not bad. Tian Xiaoban, who was also wearing a uniform and holding a laser gun, walked over to Mark. Xiao Ban, where did you get it? Mark's eyes widened, and he immediately looked at Xiao Chen beside him. Xiao Chen immediately pretended not to know, although he saw Tian Xiaoban stealing the laser gun in the past, but he didn't see anything. You found it, do you believe it? Tian Xiaoban waved the pistol-shaped laser gun and joked. Hey, okay, Xiaoban, you are with us. After a while of silence, Mark sighed and agreed to Xiaoban. Great. Tian Xiaoban raised the laser gun and answered happily. Then, if Xiaoban also participates, our side will have 5 battle strengths. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban and calmly estimated the gap between them and the Moath team. The other side has 2 powerful mercenaries, and the big devil of the universe, Moath, and the mechanical army behind it. No, their fighting power is not enough. Mark said helplessly, Xiao Chen, we only have these people. In fact, I also really want to find my former plumber partner, but, you know, they may be in other countries, or even other planets. Wait, maybe, there's someone I can find. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This person used to be his enemy, but if you use it, it will definitely help. Grandpa, you contact an old friend of yours. Xiao Chen directed Mark on the spot. After about half an hour, the small spaceship came to the city near Mount Lissimo, because Xiao Chen's Omnitrix signal was interrupted 10 minutes ago, and it was interrupted in this area, and in the base. Phil, who was wearing a plumber's uniform, looked at Mark, Xiao Chen, and the others in confusion. Mark, that is to say, this grandson of yours entrusted me to help, and gave back $1 million. Yes. Xiao Chen answered first. He shook Mark's cell phone, and directly asked for Phil's bank card number, and typed the money. Phil still looks unbelievable. Such a generous commission. Horse, let him do anything? But when Xiao Chen said that they were going to deal with Moath, Phil's scalp was still a little numb. Moath, Xiao Chen, my little client, Moath is a very powerful devil. It is cunning, brutal, and powerful, Phil said intermittently. How much is 4.5 more? $2 million. Hit over. When are you going to fight Moath? This is the brief and powerful conversation between Xiao Chen and Phil. Tian Xiaoan, Mark, and Tian Xiaoban all looked like they were thieves, because the money was obtained by Xiao Chen, who turned into a little soldier, and then called Phil. In other words, Phil, the tool man, helped him. After busy, you have to be arrested for the money. It's like being completely screwed. Seeing Phil nodding and bowing to Xiao Chen, the three of them couldn't believe it. In this way, we have another experienced plumber here, which is not bad. Xiao Chen shook hands with Phil with satisfaction, representing the official start of the task, and the two looked at Mark. Moath, where is S now? Now we have two ways to deal with Moath. After talking about Moath, Mark's expression became much more solemn, and he offered a battle plan. The first one is to wait for the rabbit. The second type, take the initiative to attack, that is, we find Moath to attack. Turn passive into active. I'm used to the second way of fighting. Xiao Chen walked towards the old broken car without looking back. Let's go, Grandpa, Phil, Xiaoban, everyone's name X1. Damn JAS, I haven't fought with him for a long time. Mark, I hope we can be as brave as we were back then and have a good cooperation. Phil glanced at Mark, and then looked at the position of the void projector, then followed Xiao Chen. Hope falls like this. Mark replied faintly, followed by holding the laser gun. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan followed. The five people got into the old car together, and then returned to the ground from the elevator. The question is, how to find Moath? Xiao Chen asked Mark to turn on the small TV in the old broken car according to the method of looking for Moath before. 16. As soon as the TV was turned on, it was not a variety show or a comedy show that was set before, but a very solemn news show, or a live broadcast. It was a helicopter perspective, and the picture was a little shaky. Looking down at the city below, can be clearly seen. Moath's small robots are flying around, destroying buildings, bombing innocent people, and several large robots are running rampant in the city, destroying high-rise buildings. The figures of Moath, Diamond, and the others were staying on the busiest street in the city center, lightly eating snacks and drinking afternoon tea, being photographed by helicopters, and they didn't bother to destroy the helicopters in the sky. Because of this, it can increase the fear of them in people's hearts. Helping the mech is enough to destroy the city, just a matter of time. Moath, this time, I will crush you and let you bear all the pain of those innocent people. Xiao Chen looked at Moath in the picture and muttered. As for the cities that the Moaths were destroying, Xiao Chen couldn't be more clear. It's the city where JAS and Dr. Dongwu attacked together in his universe. And Mark and Phil also recognized that this is the city near Mount Lissimo, and hurriedly drove the old broken car towards the city without stopping. The car left the mountain area and got on the elevated road. There were many vehicles passing by them, all of them fleeing towards the mountain area. Many people's vehicles were even speeding, as if they were out of order. This is just a small scene. When it's time to enter the city, there are not many passers-by on the lively street. There are bombed ruins everywhere, or buildings set on fire. People's screams can still be heard vaguely, but they are very weak, very weak. Stay here. The people who are not dead die, or hide and hide. The whole city was filled with gunpowder smoke, like a hell on earth. Looking at this tragic situation, Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban tried to get out of the car to help many times, but Xiao Chen firmly stopped them. Only by capturing the thief first and capturing the king can stop the tragedy. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. Xiao Chen rubbed his fists and said decisively. But, you're right. Xiaoban sighed, nodded silently in approval of Xiao Chen's words, and put down the laser gun in his hand. Everyone, we couldn't dodge, and a small robot flew over us. At this time, Mark, who was in the driver's seat, reminded everyone. Xiao Chen immediately leaned over the window and looked out, and the others also learned his movements and looked straight ahead. Ahead is a small robot, flying towards them. The two are almost about to collide. Found suspicious vehicle. The small robot also noticed the old broken car, and the fort slowly aimed at the old broken car. Not good. Xiao Chen instantly moved his palm to the Omnitrix, and Tian Xiaoan made the same action after half a beat. No need, leave this guy to me. Fortunately, Phil is the master of collecting money. He used his body to directly knock open the door of the old broken car, jumped the car and fell to the side of the street, and through the action of rolling, the force of the fall was removed. Monster, fight me. Phil jumped out, holding the laser gun that came with him, and shouted the small robot in the sky. The attention of the small robot was instantly attracted to him, and the turret also aimed at him. Seeing this, Phil ran directly to the side of the alley, successfully diverting the small robot away. And Mark drove an old broken car and came to a hidden corner where he could also observe the situation from the street, quietly waiting for Phil to return safely. However, several minutes passed. There was no movement in the street. Xiao Chen groaned inwardly, with a nervous expression on his face. He can't even beat a small robot, can he? In my impression, Phil should not be such a bad person, but Mark also frowned worriedly. It seemed that Phil had really encountered something unexpected. When everyone was about to give up Phil ran out of the alley he entered. His clothes were clean, and he held a laser gun in his hand, as if nothing had happened. Coming. Xiao Chen saw Phil's figure, and immediately held a flashlight and shook it at Phil. Phil, who understood it, ran back to the old car after looking around to make sure there was no robot. Does it take you so long to solve a small robot? Looking at Phil returning to the car, Xiao Chen asked strangely. That guy is so fast at 760, it's hard for me to aim. Maybe it's old. Phil picked up a cup, poured cold water, took a gulp, and explained with a wry smile. The weird thing is, Xiao Chen looked at his clothes. Very clean. He must have used some unknown means to kill the small robot, as for what, only he himself knows. As long as nothing goes wrong during the cooperation period. Xiao Chen thought silently. After he looked away, Phil secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking with lingering fears, I don't know why, but I always feel that this child's eyes are very sharp, as if he saw me right through. On the next journey, I will never encounter robots again. The city is very big, and it is impossible to encounter robots twice in a row on one road. Finding Moath is also very simple, just judge the location of Moath based on the TV screen, and that's it. What's more, these guys have been drinking tea in the city center and haven't moved. So, in just over 10 minutes, the old car slowly parked next to a luxury hotel. Xiao Chen, Phil, and the others got out of the car and watched Moath and the others right in front of them through the gaps in the railings beside the fence in the parking lot area of the luxury hotel. Moath, they are sitting in the open-air restaurant, enjoying themselves. Grandpa, are we going to attack them directly from here now? Xiao Chen lowered his voice and asked Mark on the side in a low voice. Mark pointed to the old broken car next to him, and lowered his voice as well. Xiao Chen, I will set up autopilot for my old broken car, let the old broken car hit it head-on, and we will attack Moath from the other side. The probability of successful attack will be very high. That's it. Xiao Chen immediately took Mark's idea. He and Tian Xiaoan and the others continued to lurk here, while Mark lightly returned to the old broken car and clicked on the screen above. Liu Liuwei and Claxia were bounty hunters. They seemed to have noticed something and looked around strangely. The host on the helicopter had a panoramic view of everything because of the angle of view. He immediately helped Mark and the others to cover, and pointed the camera at Crab's side. Mr. Robot, do you have anything to say to us people on Earth? At least let us know. What are your names? What is your name? Does it still make sense? Claxia immediately looked up at the helicopter and waved the cold big crab claws. A group of dying people. What do they know so much about? If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use value, you would have to die. Everyone on this earth, Moath, will not spare a single one. Moath also said lightly. You, the host in the sky is speechless, his body is full of chills, and his facial expressions are a little frightened. The pictures are also spread all over the world in real time. For a time, countless people were discussing Fitha's arrogant behavior. Done. Mark also completed the autopilot under the cover of the host, and slowly returned to Xiao Chen and others, Xiao Chen, Xiaoan, Phil, and Xiaoban. Wait 5 seconds, we will be ready in 5 seconds. Get ready for battle. Okay, 5 seconds, right. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, holding his breath, everything around him fell silent, only the voice of a few people reciting numbers in their hearts. 5, 4, 3, 1, boom. The tires of the old broken car turned quickly, and it flew out like a wild horse in an instant, and slammed into Moath. Who? Crab Liuliu and the others rushed to the side subconsciously, and Moath also stood up, but it was too late to dodge. Boom. The old wreck first hit the dining room table and chairs, and then slammed into Morpheus's body, drove dozens of meters beyond it, and slammed into the wall before being forced to stop. Moath also slammed into the wall, and the wall collapsed, pressing down on it. Mr. Moath. Under the carrot, Diamond, and others stood up together, and looked at the old broken car with cold eyes. They seemed to think that the enemy was on the old broken car. Liu threw out a grenade. Crab picked up a large rock and smashed it at it. Diamond Kong swayed his hand perfunctorily, and released a diamond flying knife. Boom! The old broken car was badly beaten, it was blown to the side and rolled for several laps, the whole car was smoked, and the car skin was even shattered. This scene. Mark is so sad. Superior. But the old car has the best sneak attack time for everyone, because all the enemy's attention is on that car. Boom! Monument! Xiao Chen was the first to jump out of the railing, and the moment he landed, he was no longer a small human, but a huge four-handed monster. Four-handed king? Immediately afterwards, next to him is the feminine four-handed overlord, which is Tian Xiaoan's version. The two of them moved forward quickly, their soles trampling the ground heavily, causing the ground to shake. One rushed towards Crab and the other towards the 6-6 monsters. It's you? The moment Crab turned around, the huge figure was close at hand, and the fierce expression was exactly the same as the purple light before. Monument? Guess right, no reward. The four-handed overlord raised his heavy fist, his muscles were full of blue veins, carrying the strength of the 8 extreme collapse, and hit Crab in the chest. Boom! This punch not only used all his strength, but also applied martial arts, like a bomb with a blasting effect, making a violent sound. Under the carrot, he was directly blown away by the fist, and flew out a dozen meters, or even more than 20 meters away. It can be seen how terrifying the power of a punch. At the same time, on the ground in front of the fist of the four-handed overlord, a huge ravine with a length of more than 10 meters appeared, which continued until the place where Crab fell to the ground. Ayo. Crab who fell to the ground, his chest cracked directly, the golden shell fell off, revealing the precise parts inside, looking extremely miserable. The Liu monster was thrown out by Tian Xiaoan and fell on a bench a few meters away, smashing the entire bench. He just shook his head and climbed up from the ground. It seems that I still have a big gap with you. Looking at the power caused by the four-handed overlord, Tian Xiaoan looked at the 6 or 6 monsters, and was more deeply aware of the gap between the two. This power is not a grade? It doesn't matter, the sneak attack is successful now, we can just wait for the victory. The four-handed overlord evoked a smile and stepped out vigorously, wanting to take advantage of the victory before Crab was up. Click. The sound of a laser gun being loaded came from behind. The four-handed overlord and Tian Xiaoan didn't care, and thought it was Xiaoban and Grandpa who also found out. Don't move, or the two of them will be killed by me. Phil's voice, King Zhao's, suddenly sounded, and his tone was quite cold and unfamiliar. The four-handed overlord's body froze and looked back suddenly. Phil, Xiaoban, they all jumped over the railing. Only, Phil's laser gun pointed at Tian Xiaoban's head, which made Mark dare not act rashly. His expression was extremely cold, not like he was joking, and no idiot would make a joke in this situation. How come? Tian Xiaoan watched this scene in disbelief and made a stunned voice. I finally used such a chess piece. Among the collapsed walls, Moath turned out and walked towards the four-handed overlord unscathed, patting the dust on its body. Crab and the 6/6 monsters also came together and followed Moath. Moath seemed to have known for a long time that this would happen, as expected. Time goes back to the time when Phil went to the alley to lead the small robot away. After the small robot came to the alley, instead of fighting with Phil, the voice of Moath came out. Phil, I remember you, you are a very good plumber. The small robot was suspended in midair, speaking the unusually cold words of Moath. Megas, what do you think? Phil's eyes burst out with murderous aura and asked. You didn't immediately destroy this small robot to prove that you wanted to listen, right? Moath said slowly, I need your help. You, as an I, are arranged in Tian Mark's team inside. In this short period of time, it has long known the identities of Mark and others, and can tell it like the back of the hand. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will be able to fight 100 battles? Why should I listen to you? You're a villain. Phil demanded Moath again. Go and see the 3 bounty hunters under my command. Why, every time I post a bounty, they rush to complete the task. It's because, doing things for me, I have money to spend, and I will not default on my debts. Do things, to talk about credibility. This is also the Moath of this universe. It is a very clever place. 760 has always had a big pattern. It will never default on any bounty, nor will it settle accounts after the fall. 1 is 1. Having said so much, I just want to tell you, if you help me, I will let you join my team. As for the resources of this planet, I will give you 1%. Moath said lightly. 1%. Phil's breath became hot. At least it's worth hundreds of billions, or even more, but you're just making empty promises. How can I trust you? As a result, Moath randomly called in a few small robots, and helped Phil get hundreds of millions of dollars, and hit him in his card, the kind that hit him. These are naturally taken from places like the bank, and you can grab them. Now, do you think I'm making a bad check? Join me, follow them, there's no future, you'll die in battle with Moath, who will coerce and lure them, and play it lively. Under the olive branch of this cunning Izumio, Phil surrendered, pretended nothing happened, walked out of the alley, and returned to the car. This is also the reason why there are no traces of battle on his body. A smart enemy is just as threatening as a powerful one, let alone a powerful and intelligent being. Just as Moath had imagined, Phil, a chess piece bought with money, is also useful, isn't it? He directly eats the four-handed overlord Hishan Xiaoan to death. Abandoning Lord Jas, I did a good job, right? Phil pointed his gun at Tian Xiaoban and sneered at Moath. Moath nodded slowly, you did a good job. The human child with the second Omnitrix, you take the initiative to come over and release the transformation. I can make your family die later. I advise you not to do any useless resistance. The four-handed overlord's expression was full of suffocation for a moment, and he stared at Phil with 4 eyes, as if he hadn't heard Moath's words. The 4 eyes were extremely blood-red, and everything around them instantly darkened, leaving only the 4 bright red eyes, like the coercion of the gods. Under this oppression, Phil seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss, his limbs became cold, and his body trembled. The fear, the insignificance of being a human being, manifested in a moment like this when he met Moath when he was young. Give you 3 seconds to surrender, otherwise all the enemies present will die. The four-handed overlord paused for a word, and said in a very penetrating voice, Ultimate evolution. There are 2 more chances. If the result is true, other family members are dead, even if it is a parallel universe. Then he starts the ultimate evolution. Hammer all the aliens to death, and leave none of them, except for diamonds. Ha ha ha, boy, what are you, Bjit, dreaming about? You don't think you alone can beat us all? I'll give you 3 seconds, don't surrender, Phil, you just slaughtered my old friend Mark Tien. Moath mocked the four-handed overlord pretending to be disdainful, but there was a look of fear in the depths of his eyes. He could sense a complete threat from the four-handed overlord. 6 or 6 monsters, under the carrot, and Xiao Wen next to him, shuddered even more. 3, 2. Moath began to count down, and it counted down the death of Tian Xiaowen, Tian Xiaoben, and the others. The four-handed overlord is also counting down in his heart, and he counts down the death of all enemies except Diamond King. 1. When both count to 1, the palm of the four-handed overlord was instantly placed on the Omnitrix pattern, and he wanted to press the pattern to activate the ultimate evolution ability. Kill. Moath also gave Phil an order, saying mercilessly. Phil's laser gun also pointed at Mark's head. Stop me. At this critical moment, the two sides are about to kill. The diamond, which had already removed its armor, roared in a low voice, attracting the attention of the audience. The four-handed overlord stopped transforming, and Moath also looked at him, and everyone's focus suddenly fell on the diamond. On King Kong. Boom! I saw Diamond King rushing to Moath's body, and an uppercut hit Moath's chin. Hey! That punch was so heavy that Moath seemed to be hit by a big pendulum, and ran back several steps, spit out a mouthful of pus and blood, and was directly attacked by the diamond. Traitor. Moath looked at Diamond back in shock and anger. Crab, 6 monsters, and Phil all looked at Diamond in disbelief. At this time, the cells of the four-handed overlord's body were burning. He turned on the limit speed, and the huge body seemed to teleport past Flavor and appeared behind Phil. The picture of this scene is very shocking. Behind Mark stood Phil. Behind Phil stood the four-handed bully. Yes, Phil's mouth was slurred, and he began to apologize tremblingly. He didn't dare to look behind him. Just the dark shadow covering his body made him feel extremely oppressive. Next second. Broken. The four-handed overlord raised one hand, like a marble, and flicked his finger to Phil's back, and the latter bounced off. Phil took off instantly and landed on the ground dozens of meters away, falling apart. Instant kill. There was no hesitation. You traitor. Over there, Moath also punched Diamond Kong's body hard. Although Diamond is covered in diamond crystals, Moath's punching power is very terrifying. Diamond was shaken back to the side of the four-handed overlord, Tian Xiaowen, and others by the terrifying punching power. Are you all right, Diamond? The four-handed overlord looked at Diamond and asked worriedly. I didn't seem to tell you, my name is Diamond, right? Diamond gave the four-handed overlord a look, shook his head, and said, forget it. Now that you know I'm Diamond, it's easy to do next. Let's join forces, together against Moath. Join us. The four-handed overlord immediately stretched out a hand. Diamond stretched out his palm without hesitation, and the two of them shook hands briefly, establishing a preliminary trust. Thanks to me for giving you so much bounty, Diamond, you are a traitor. Moath was so angry that he vomited blood. Originally, its traitor plan was successful, and it was about to wipe out this group of people in one fell swoop. As a result, this Diamond was killed halfway, completely destroying its plan. If it weren't for Diamond, maybe Moath has already won. Moath, let's have a fair duel. Stop talking nonsense. The four-handed overlord let out a low roar and rushed to Moath in front of him, also hitting Moath with an uppercut. Jazz's jaw, puff. Moath's angry face was instantly distorted, his facial features were shifted, and he vomited blood while smashing into a 2-story villa. Boom! The four-handed tyrant jumped heavily in the direction where Moath fell, and launched a fierce killing with him. Mr. Moath. Crab was afraid of what happened to Moath, and raised his huge pliers to think about it. Taste? Mark suddenly raised the laser gun and released a blue light behind Crab. Old man, it was a mistake to let you survive in the first place. Feeling the movement behind him, the helpless Crab turned around, raised the crab claws as a shield, and was repelled several meters away by the light before blocking the attack. It went to Mark in a fury. Taste? The 6 monsters took off in place, trying to fly towards Moath. Hey, tall man, your opponent is me. The four-handed overlord that Tian Xiaowen transformed into jumped in front of the Liulio monster, stretched out his forepalms and grabbed the Liulio monster's body, and forcibly searched the Liulio monster that flew into the air from the sky. Taste? The 6 monsters who were forced to have a murderous look on their faces, the armor of each joint of the body was cracked, and countless tentacles stretched out, wrapping around Tian Xiaowen's body like a whip. Bang bang bang! It threw a heavy punch without hesitation, punching Tian Xiaowen's body again and again. Not to be outdone, Tian Xiaowen fought with it. The two mercenaries have their own opponents. SHHHHHHH. At this time, all the small robots of Moath flew into the air, and the large robots appeared between the buildings in the distance. Taste. Diamond King's arms turned into a pair of diamond thorns, and there were countless barbs on the thorns, like a mace, and the cold diamonds reflected his tough face. Leave these robots to me to solve. After that, he shoved his hoverboard into Tian Xiaoben's hand again, and then ran towards the robots without saying a word. This made Tian Xiaoben look speechless, standing on the spot holding the hoverboard. This makes me seem like a skateboard kid, specially helping you take care of things. The reporters on the helicopter watched with enthusiasm. I am afraid that he will have only one chance to witness this kind of big-scale battle in his life, just like being in an Avengers movie, watching the villains and heroes fight each other. In front of the TV, there are also many people watching this shocking picture. I saw Xiao Chen transforming into a picture. Of course, these were things that Xiao Chen only needed to worry about after the war. The four-handed king is here. After he jumped out towards Moath, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Detect sign-in objects, cosmic bully, table hero who has conquered several planets, Moath. The host chooses to expel it from the earth, send it to the void, enslave it, or kill it, and then the sign-in can be completed. The task of the system will follow. It seems that there are multiple options, but in fact, there is only one option in the eyes of the four-handed bully. Die. Boom. Moath first smashed the entire villa and collapsed on the floor of the ruins, and then the body of the four-handed overlord was like a mountain topped, and slammed into it. Ask for flowers. For a while, the surrounding ground kept shaking, and the huge wind and waves raised dust, forming a piece of flying sand and rocks all around. Bang. Bang! The four-handed overlord sat on Morjath's body, his eyes were murderous, his arms were arched, his muscles were stretched, and he was madly attached to Morjath's head like a machine gun. That explosive output hit Moath's head down, directly pressing out a big hole, and he couldn't see his head. After a few punches, the four-handed overlord's retracted fist is already covered with the blood of Moath's slime. Dead. Die. The four-handed overlord was like a killing god, his eyes were piercing, his voice was like thunder, and when one pair of fists was tired, he directly alternated with the other pair of fists. Enough. The beaten Morjath seems to have been beaten with blood. 0. Its head was pulled out of the pit, and it was an octopus-like face that looked like a facelift. Boom. In an instant. Its body seemed to be inflated, and it doubled in an instant. Its limbs were wrapped in circles of muscles like a tree trunk, its chest, and even the entire upper body was full of muscles like a strong man, and its 8-pack abs were even more angular. Distinct, like a knife. Morpheus, the strongest battle mode. Taste. The four-handed bully threw a punch without hesitation, aiming. Still that damned Moath's octopus face? I said, enough. Moath's palm was blocked in front of him in an instant, mercilessly caught the fist of the four-handed overlord. Boom. The two forces collided with each other, which is simply a divine power that is unimaginable for human beings. The impact of the scattered impact is to lift up countless broken rocks around him, and even huge cracks and ravines appeared on the ground within tens of meters. Crab, who was chasing Mark, tripped over a gully, allowing Mark to successfully escape a kill attack. Tian Xiaoan had just brought out the 6-6 monsters, and he was tripped over by the shattering of the earth, and then he noticed the battlefield between the four-handed overlord and Moath. God, I feel Xiao Chen transformed into a hero, and my hero, not one race. This is a strong duel. Thank you for the monthly pass of 176883. The background shows the account number, not the name, so I don't know what your name is. Thank you anyway. 100 million da. The palms of the four-handed overlord and Moath collided with each other, and even the entire arm. The muscles were surging like squirming, bursting blue veins, and even red. The palm of Moath, little by little, stuffed back the fist of the four-handed tyrant. However, its face was almost red, and it was too late to take a breath, and it was suppressed quite reluctantly. As for Xiao Chen, the Moath in the universe gave him the feeling that he was not forced, but really suppressed. Also, this Moath has no scars at all, but that one has scars all over his body, which is obviously different. I still have 3 hands. The remaining 3 fists of Hand Ba Wang were clenched together, and they were fiercely swung towards Moath's face, chest, and even abdomen, bursting a series of air. Boom! Moath's legs were even faster, like the legs that a rabbit avoided, but 760s turned into 2 phantoms, and kicked the four-handed overlord's chest with an explosive kick. Hey! The four-handed overlord's face was twisted in an instant, and when he asked about his chest, there was a huge pain, and his body was like the wind with a broken line, flying uncontrollably towards the cars behind him. Taste? After kicking the four-handed tyrant, Moath retracted his eyes, and another carp got up quickly. It slightly wiped the mixed blood on its face, opened its fangs, and rushed over with a roar, like a wild beast. This time, Moath went all out, even fighting for his life, to face off against this strongest opponent. Boom! The four-handed bully who fell into the car directly smashed the hood and fell to the ground. Very painful. The four-handed overlord's chest was only up and down, and then there was a slight tingling sensation. It must have been injured, and the injury was a little heavier than Moath's. But, fight, don't let down. He roared and stood up, but the severe stinging pain made his face covered with blue veins, which turned into strength. Taste? In an instant, the four-handed bully raised the surrounding cars with 4 hands, and threw it towards Moath like a ball. Boom, boom. Moath's footsteps seemed to be without brakes, and he never stopped. He swung his fists forward continuously, smashing the thrown cars into pieces, and countless car parts slid across his body and scattered on the ground, until the last giant shadow hit. Moath subconsciously punched, but the opposite was the four-handed tyrant. Taste? The four-handed overlord leaned to avoid Morjath's heavy punch, and his fist cut through the sky like an electric current, and suddenly hit Morjath's chest. Puff. Moath bent down and vomited blood. His expression became more and more distorted and fierce, and his backhand was a punch to the face of the four-handed overlord. Hey! The four-handed overlord ran back several steps, his vision blurred for a short time, his ears buzzed, and his nose seemed to have blood surging. Although he couldn't see his face, it was because his facial features were shifted. Feel? Boom. Moath flies to the four-handed king. The four-handed overlord's sight became clear again at this moment, his legs tightened his steel-like muscles, he stood firm, and directly transferred Moath's to his back. Click. Moath's claws hooked the shoulders of the four-handed overlord, and it seemed to score a point, leaving a tearing scar under the steel shoulder. Megas, taste the feeling of being pressed into a patty? The four-handed overlord sucked in a breath of cold air, endured the pain, jumped on the spot, and slammed his back to the ground. Boom! His whole body was on Moath, because Moath was hanging on his back, so he kept taking the meat pad to fall to the ground first, and he was deliberately squeezed to the ground. Puff! A big pit was pressed out of the ground, and the two fell into the big pit. Moath, who was pressed down on the ground, was bruised again, accompanied by an unpleasant smell and accidentally splashed on the face of the four-handed overlord. Boom! As soon as Moath vomited blood, his eyes were red, he opened his bloody mouth like a shark, and instantly bit the back of the four-handed overlord. What? The four-handed overlord also naturally let out a painful howl, and there was an unbearable pain from somewhere on his back, which even the strong man couldn't bear. I see. The original red needle-like fur fell down, as if there was a bald spot on the back, and the skin was also torn apart, leaving a row of bite wounds. Boom! The four-handed overlord turned his grief into strength. His limbs bent into lunges, and his four knees slammed into Moath's limbs with a sound and force like a heavy hammer, as if to crush its body. The screaming Moath kicked the four-handed overlord out of the pit, and then jumped out himself. When the two land together, the eyes are blood red, there are scars everywhere, showing the state of bloody fighting. Both sides, killing red eyes, only the enemy on the opposite side is left in their eyes. This guy, he can actually make Moath look like that, and he watched this scene with shock, he really didn't see the wrong person. This person is indeed enough to fight against Moath. The diamond god of war he transformed into, that light, is not as powerful as this four-handed overlord. At least, hand-to-hand combat ability, the four-handed king has a unique position among all heroes. Moath, Xiaochan. The 6-6 monsters entangled with Tianziaoan flew towards the four-handed overlord and wanted to sneak attack, and Tianziaoan also ran towards Moath. Don't bother me, X2. Moath slapped Tianziaoan's body a few meters away with a slap, and the four-handed overlord lifted one end of his foot, like kicking a can, and kicked the ironclad body of the 6 monsters away. Broken pieces? With the two landings, the two honestly continued to peck each other and stopped interfering in the duel between the two. Kill? Moath and the four-handed overlord roared at each other and threw their fists forward. This time, the two of them were hit hard at the same time, they retreated together, and then, let's get closer together, boom, step back, get closer, boom. You punch me punch is like the simplest turn-based battle, and it is a turn-based two-way attack and 4.5 hits. All the surrounding houses, ground, and vehicles were blown away by the fist wind caused by the collision of the fists, like invisible claws tearing back and forth between this world. Watching this battle, the host was already trembling, as if on pins and needles. He could hardly imagine that the four-handed bully was transformed from a child, because this kind of battle was beyond his imagination. And it seems that this battle decides the life and death of mankind. In front of the TV, in addition to ordinary people, the boss of the TNG organization was also watching. Dong Wu, who was in prison, watched with other criminals. Many familiar enemies were watching the live broadcast. Of course, I also saw the transformation screen. Minutes of fighting. The battlefield is littered with wreckage of all kinds, from fragments of houses and vehicles to wreckage of machines with diamond-throwing knives stuck in their heads. The fight between Diamond King and the robots is also fierce. He constantly creates diamond ladders around the building, running back and forth, moving, and jumping over to attack while avoiding attacks. Every wrong step will lead to doom. The victory and defeat of each battlefield are gradually coming out. Tianziaoan, who was beaten by the Liulio monsters and retreated, suddenly fell on the diamond-flying knife stuck on the ground, and a touch of excitement passed through his heart. Call out? She bent down and picked up the diamond-flying knife, and she had 4 knives in her 4 hands, just like the octopus Haki in one piece, waving a diamond knife. Liuliawei waved his tentacles beside him, holding a samurai sword, with a fearless appearance. At the moment he doesn't know what a powerful match would be the diamonds of diamonds and the power of the four-handed overlord. SHHHHHH. Although Tianziaoan's swordsmanship is incoherent, but driven by huge force, a sword is passed, and a huge wave-like mark is formed in an instant, like a cold light. It cuts off the tentacles of Liuliu monster. Every 16 steps forward, Tianziaoan slashed off one of Liuliu monster's tentacles. At the end, the tentacles of Liuliu's whole body were broken, and even the samurai sword was blown away. One last touch. Tianziaoan slammed the diamond-flying knife on the ground, and he stepped on the ground. Taste. She hit Liuliu monster's body as if it were taking off, and crushed it to the ground, like a mountain, pressing down on the ladder, unable to move. A long minute passed. The 6 monsters, who were struggling, gradually stopped struggling. Tianziaoan was also exhausted, his muscles were sore and he fell back, his expression full of fatigue. It seems that defending the world is really not an easy task. Xiaoben and Xiao Chen are really excellent. The battle here is won and lost. The other side. Mark, who had reached the limit, was forced by Crab to the edge of the fence, and there was no way to retreat. Crazy looked very hysterical, and raised his huge crab claws high. I've had enough of the cat and mouse. I'll send you to hell now. Hey, I'm still old. When I was young, I could play all day. Mark leaned against the fence, unable to speak, speaking weakly. Then you can die in peace. This era doesn't belong to you. Crab's pliers hit Mark's head. Research. Next moment. Mark raised the laser gun and aimed at a certain place on Kraka's head to release the last energy. It was a very weak, small laser like a ping pong ball, but it just penetrated the machine of Crab. Yesterday. Hashtag. Control panel. After fighting for a long time and hiding for a long time, Mark finally analyzed Crab's control panel. Under his shot, Crab's body froze, his eyes gradually dimmed, and his heavy body fell backwards. Die. Monument. Exhausted, Mark couldn't talk about helping at all, and fell to the ground, looking breathless. On both sides, the anti-megas side won. On the other hand, the big boss battle situation of the two sides is divided into winners and losers. Moath and the four-handed king are both scarred. After numerous confrontations, Moath walked drunkenly, and followed him. The four-handed overlord made a bang and fell to the ground with his head up. Although his eyes were half open, his body couldn't get up. Little boy, you still can't beat me, Moath. Moath trembled and walked to the four-handed overlord, raised his feet and aimed at the four-handed overlord's head, wanting to take back his victory. This is definitely a tragic victory. Although it won, it was hit hard as never before. It is also more determined that it wants to obtain a second Omnitrix. Get up, get up, get up. The four-handed overlord's palms fell on the ground together, as if he wanted to prop up his body, but his body was very slow to get up, and there was no time to parry. Physical strength is recovering, but it's too late. He doesn't have the strength to perform the King Kong indestructible magic now. Not good. Diamond King was shocked when he saw this scene, but a large robot dragged him and prevented him from saving the four-handed overlord. Tian Xiaohong and Mark are also more than enough. At this critical moment, don't treat me like a child. Tian Xiaoben, are also a hero. Tian Xiaoben actually activated Diamond's hoverboard. He jumped onto the hoverboard, stepped on the hoverboard and flew towards Moath, driving at the maximum speed, almost becoming a ball of light. He, too, has beaten Moath. Damn Earth Kid, damn Tian family. Abandoned Jas felt the movement, roared, and wanted to step on his feet quickly, but it was too late. Boom! The hoverboard collided with Moath's chest, and Tian Xiaoben jumped to the ground in the first second, turning over several times. Now, even just the impact of the hoverboard made Jaz's eyes burst out, and he took a few steps back before throwing the hoverboard aside. Boom! It was half kneeling on the ground again, and it was difficult to recover. Not sending a robot to deal with me is your biggest mistake, Moath. Tian Xiaoben pointed at Morpheus' bald head and said incomparably domineering. Good. Diamond was excited, Mark was ecstatic, Tian Xiaoan was in awe of Tian Xiaoben for the first time, and even the host couldn't help clapping his hands. This brave child is too strong. If it was him, or it was the people in front of the 760 TV, they didn't have the courage to save the four-handed bully, but he did it. He can be a hero even without that Omnitrix. No, I can't. I will lose to two human little devils. Jas roared uncontrollably, tried to get up, but it was just as difficult as the previous four-handed overlord. Thank you, Xiaoben, brother. At this time, the four-handed overlord, already standing up, patted Tian Xiaoben's shoulder lightly with his palm, and then walked to Moath. What? Moath stopped tremblingly and raised his head slightly. The sun is gone. Only the huge black shadow blocked its sight. Occupies its field of vision. Broken. Next moment, Moath felt his neck light up, the sound of wind blowing everywhere in his ears, his vision blurred quickly, and his body didn't hurt anymore. Uppercut? The four-handed bully hit a ruthless uppercut? In the field of vision of Diamond, Tian Xiaoan, and others, Moath was blasted out by this uppercut, and took off in place. His neck was crooked. This punch was still an explosive 8-pole collapse, causing the four-handed overlord to collapse. Boom! Moath flew to the small spaceship in the sky and made a huge bombardment with the spaceship. The sky burst into a spectacle-like gigantic spark, with the earth-shattering punch of the four-handed overlord, although he himself fell tired. However, the willpower of the opponent was completely defeated. The overlord of the universe, Moath, exploded with the spaceship in the eyes of outer space and the whole Earth. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but this can still survive. It can only be said that Brother Octopus, Moath, may have some kind of relationship with races such as the Outer Gods. The robots lost command and control and were easily destroyed by diamonds. Both Crab and the 6-6 monsters also died in battle. Total victory? The most extreme is four-handed overlord perfectly completed the sign-in task given by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get purple reward, get a chance to travel back to the main universe within 48 hours. Restore all the host's physical strength and injuries. Save the host's limit state and enhance all the alien heroes in the host's watch. What broke out was a purple reward, an unprecedented purple reward. Call out? In an instant, the four-handed overlord was full of blood and resurrected, his eyes widened, and he felt the infinite power up and down his body, and the pain on his body also healed, including the wound on his body that was bitten by Moath. The most surprising is the last reward, save the limit state to enhance all heroes. In the death battle with Moath just now, he made a breakthrough, and he was able to compete with Moath in an almost equal manner. It is similar to that of human beings breaking through their own limits, and this kind of breakthrough limit is unsustainable, and it will naturally recede after the battle. The system is preserved forever. That is to say, whether it is the four-handed overlord or Xiao Chen himself, they have gained stronger power, and even all the alien heroes have been slightly strengthened. Xiao Chen, Xiaoben, rest for a while, I'll go see if Moath is dead. With an excited heart, Diamond picked up the hoverboard lying on the side, and stepped on the hoverboard to fly high into the sky. The four-handed overlord got up, moved his body, helped Xiaowen, Mark, and the others, and gathered with Xiaoben. Xiaoban, you are a hero, I'm sorry, Grandpa misread you before. Mark said sincerely. Now is the time for truth. Xiaowen, you're great too. In short, if my third battle is not against the big water monster, but directly against a bounty hunter like Liuliawei, I may lose a mess. Unlike you, then clever. Tian Xiaoben also recognized Tian Xiaowen. But you will always be my cousin. Tian Xiaowen said with a smile. Everyone looked at the four-handed overlord, the great hero. Xiao Chen, you are as powerful as you said. Mark said solemnly. That watch, Xiaowen, and I are not as good as yours. I believe we will be able to fight side by side and become the best partner in the future. Tian Xiaoben also resigned. After, the four-handed overlord suddenly felt a little reluctant in his heart. I wanted to leave so much before, but now, there are some people who are reluctant to fight side by side. Goodbye everyone. It seems that he felt the subtle emotions of the four-handed bully, and the other three looked at him and wanted to ask what was the reason. Before he could speak, Diamondback is back. His face was filled with joy and excitement. Moath is confirmed to be dead, because I saw its body and the spaceship turned into wrecks. Thank you, you helped me get my revenge. It turned out that Diamond's hometown was destroyed by Moath back then, and it was because Diamond stole the treasures of his hometown for money, which indirectly led to the destruction of his hometown. His own planet, his own race, was destroyed in front of his eyes. Even an Iron Man would be moved. From that moment on, this man without a hometown changed his hard-hearted, profit-oriented character, only to avenge Moath. And today, Xiao Chen and they helped him fulfill this wish. Diamond, happy cooperation. The four-handed overlord smiled and raised his fist. Diamond also raised his fist, and the two bumped their fists against each other. Even Diamond, who didn't like to joke, showed a faint smile. Cough, that's right. The four-handed overlord looked at the hoverboard on Diamond King's body. Can you give this hoverboard to me? I want to give it to Xiaoben. Give it to me. Tian Xiaoben's heart skipped a beat, staring at the four-handed bully in a daze. Xiaoben, don't forget, you are also the hero who defeated Moath. This hoverboard is for you. I hope you can use him to become a hero in the future. The four-handed overlord said solemnly. Diamond naturally gave no hesitation and handed the hoverboard directly to Tian Xiaoben. Thanks. Tian Xiaoben did not take the hoverboard immediately, but hugged the four-handed bully fiercely before taking the hoverboard. Diamond King, shall we hug? Forget it? Diamondback said. Kiss, you're blushing. The four-handed overlord teased Diamond King. I didn't blush at all, what nonsense are you talking about? King Kong hurriedly defended his innocence with the appearance of lying innocently with a gun. Everyone laughed. This picture is very warm. Even the host on the helicopter, after confirming that Moath and the others were killed, fell back to the ground with the help of a rope using a camera. The host. Noticing that the TV host had landed, the four-handed overlord hurriedly spread out his forearms, covering Mark and their faces and bodies behind. This friend, you don't have to worry. The host quickly explained to Four-Hands Overlord, we are live streaming the whole process. It started before you transformed and has been live streaming until now. I want to ask you, what have you won? Do you want to say something like a testimonial? Boom. These words resounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of the four-handed overlord. Including Tian Xiaoben and others also changed their expressions. They all knew very well what this would mean. Even the pushy Tian Xiaoben was a little uneasy. You mean, saw the picture of my transformation? The four-handed overlord widened his eyes and raised his voice slightly, but he did not suppress his excitement. Monument. The host took a step back in fear, and said with a smirk, yes, I also want to apologize to you. When you stretch out the watch, the screen zooms in on you. The whole process is filming you. It almost became Xiao Chen's solo show, but this made the four-handed overlord secretly relieved. In this way, Xiaowen's transformation picture was not captured. It doesn't matter to me. I have to leave this world anyway. It doesn't seem wrong to enjoy the sensation of exploding the world and exposing the secret to the public. Horrible corpse, evil cursed witch, eternal warrior, Trisk's countless villains started to act, watching TV and became crazy. By the way, I want to ask you, what does it feel like to be transformed into this? What do you think? The host started to talk a lot and kept interviewing the four-handed bully. Xiao Chen, it's time to go. Your Omnitrix will definitely be targeted by some people on Earth with bad intentions, and this group of people together will be troublesome. Diamond King pushed the four-handed bully. shoulders, reminding. Yes, the four-handed overlord thinks of the gang of people on Earth. They are not as powerful as Moath, but if they come together, let's go. Sir, what's your name? Can you leave a name? The host looked at the four-handed bully who was anxious to leave, and had to ask a question. Call me the King of Four Hands? You can also call me by my name, Xiao Chen. After a brief introduction in front of the camera, the four-handed overlord jumped on the roof of the old broken car. Diamond and Tianzioben got on the hoverboard, and Tianzioben and Mark, who had been transformed, stayed in the driving of the old broken car. Room. Taste. The old broken car took off, and the hoverboard took off with it. After a while, he disappeared into the street. The host was still excited and muttered to the camera, I believe everyone in 760 is as excited as I am. There are really superpowers in this world, and there are aliens, and even can transform into aliens, the alien hero who saves the Earth. I am sure he will become an internet celebrity. In fact, as he said, Xiao Chen became a mess in such a short interview time. How red is it? The host just prepared the helicopter and went back. What about the man with the watch, and the diamond man? Where did they go? A man dressed in tattered clothes, looking like a homeless mess, blocked his way. There are mosquitoes flying around. Wow, what a wonderful look. In the building next door, the indifferent boy with sparks all over his body was looking at everything below with great interest. On the other side of the street, a man in silver armor took the lead, followed by the eternal warriors, and then a group of warriors, moving towards this side. On the other end, is a weird old man holding a hypnotic tool. I don't know how many people, and even people who didn't appear in the original book rushed over. All this, Xiao Chen and Mark don't know. After arriving at the base of Mount Lissimo, BGEF, Xiao Chen's Omnitrix also ran out of energy and transformed into a human state. Diamond King jumped off the hoverboard, thanking Xiao Chen and others again and again. Thank you, if you didn't help me, I might never have a chance to take revenge. It doesn't matter, Moath is our common enemy, helping you is also helping us. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said loudly. However, your identity has been exposed, and you must be careful next time. Diamond said worriedly, then looked at Mark and the others. Although the little girl's Omnitrix was not found, your appearance was also photographed. Take care. Don't worry, alien friends. We'll keep a low profile. Mark vowed that, as a plumber of the Tiangong Union, he can keep a low profile anytime he wants. In order to avoid the limelight, they were prepared to stay at the base for a few days and wait until the maximum heat passed. But, before that, Xiao Chen and others couldn't help but turn on the TV and watch TV programs. What is it like? As predicted, as soon as the TV is turned on, it is the picture of Xiao Chen transforming into the Omnitrix, the picture of the four-handed bully, and the picture of analyzing the Omnitrix pattern. The news is talking about what Omnitrix will be, the variety shows are talking about Xiao Chen, and the comedy shows are talking about the talk show about Moath. It can be said that the TV is full of Xiao Chen, the savior who saved the Earth. As for the Bugman and others who appeared later, it can be said that the popularity was suppressed, even Tianzioben and the others were the same. Xiao Chen, you are famous. If you open a social account, you will have tens of millions of followers, right? Tianzioben touched Xiao Chen lightly with his hand and said enviously. We can't hide forever, can we? Xiao Chen replied helplessly, still a little excited. I decided to go out tonight, go to the press conference, attract the attention of the whole world, make them forget you, and then make a grand curtain call. No. Do this and you'll be in a very dangerous state. Diamond and Mark immediately began to refute Xiao Chen. The starting point was for Xiao Chen's personal safety. Actually, I don't care. Even if I broadcast live in front of the whole world, it will be fine, because I can go back right away, back to my world. At this time, Xiao Chen no longer concealed the crowd, and told the news that he could go back. Heard. Mark, Tianzioben, and Tianzioben's complexions suddenly changed, which was very exciting. Tianzioben instantly felt a burst of reluctance. Tianzioben moved forward excitedly. Xiao Chen, what about me? You found a way to go back. Does that prove that I can go back too? Seeing Tianzioben who was elated, Xiao Chen felt a little uncomfortable and fell silent. This is really hard to talk about. Seeing the silent Xiao Chen, Tianzioben had a bad premonition. Xiao Chen, why are you not talking? Don't tell me I can't go back. Tianzioben is asking his soul again. Yes, Zioben, I only know how I can get back, not how you can get back. Xiao Chen couldn't bear to say, don't look away, not daring to look at the expression on Zioben's face. Why? Tianzioben couldn't understand Xiao Chen's words, and his expression turned to despair, etc. If Xiao Chen can go back, maybe he can find clues to go back. Tianzioben held a glimmer of hope. Xiao Chen, then you can't tell me, how did you get back? I'm sorry, this can't be said. Xiao Chen was even more embarrassed. He felt that it was more difficult now than when he faced Moath, and his tone was a little weak. Aren't we friends? The kind that fight side by side? You don't even want to tell me. Tianzioben's last hope was dashed, his expression finally filled with despair. He turned his back to Xiao Chen, and his voice was very angry. Xiao Ban, he must be unable to say it because of something unspeakable. Please understand Xiao Chen. Mark put his hand on Tianzioben's shoulder and comforted him. At the same time, Mark also saw Xiao Chen's tangled mood. Want to help, but can't help, that kind of dilemma. Maybe it's because of something. It is also a gratifying thing for Mark to stay with Xiaoben. If Tian Xiaoben is gone, there will be no such person in this time and space. After all, he is his grandson. During the whole process, only Diamond looked confused. What are you going back to? Where are you going back? Isn't this the Earth? Are you not people from the Earth? Diamond, that's it. Glancing at Tian Xiaoben, who was still angry, Xiao Chen sighed, walked to King Kong, explained the ins and outs to him, and heard his expression wonderful. No wonder you called me Diamond when you first met, and I didn't even tell you my name. Diamond looked at Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben in disbelief, and when we were working together, the two of you also unexpectedly trusted me, not fortified at all. I thought it was too simple to be a child of the Earth, but I didn't expect you to already know my identity. After a long time, he was the one who was kept in the dark. After accepting the shocking incident of crossing parallel universes, Diamond can somewhat understand Tian Xiaoben's mood. He also came to Tian Xiaoben and said, Xiaoben, if you can get my approval from another universe, you must be there's something special about it. Trust me, the universe needs you. What? The unique comforting method of Diamond makes Tian Xiaoben come to the spirit. What do you mean? Tian Xiaoben turned around and looked at Diamond. His eyes widened and question marks were written all over his face. Haven't you found it yet? There is no other you in this universe at all, that is, you are unique. Think about the battle with Moath, if it weren't for you, we would all be finished. If you go, Xiao Chen also left, Xiao Hong and Mark, can they really deal with so many villains? Diamond put on a sincere look, constantly emphasizing the importance of Tian Xiaoben. In an instant, Tian Xiaoben's eyes turned to Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaowen, and Mark, and the three of them were naturally very face-saving, and they all gave affirmative eyes. This universe needs a Tian Xiaoben. 67E. At this time, Tian Xiaoben clenched his fists, and his sad expression became firm. Grandpa, Xiaowen, I will stay and help you. Let Xiao Chen go first. Until he and I find the shuttle to me. The way of the universe, let me go back. The universe cannot be without him? Very good, Diamond flickering success. Xiao Chen put his hand behind his back and gave a thumbs up in the direction of Diamond. Diamond is the pig's horn slightly raised, and said, finally, it's done. This can be considered a favor for you, Xiao Chen. After everyone dealt with Tian Xiaoben, they also recalled that Xiao Chen was about to leave here. Everyone is very sad. Xiao Chen, can you stay a little longer before leaving? Tian Xiaowen looked at Xiao Chen with some attachment and asked. Sorry, Xiaowen. If you stay for a while, you will only be more reluctant to bear me. Don't worry, maybe one day, I will really find a way to come back. Then I will meet you again. Xiao Chen showed a gentle smile to Tian Xiaowen, walked to her, and slowly put his hand on the Omnitrix on her wrist. Be like a hero, cheer up. I hope everyone can be happy. Tian Xiaowen felt his warmth, and a smile appeared on his face, but there was an undisguised sadness in his eyes. Xiao Chen, brother, bye-bye. Tian Xiaoben, on the other hand, stretched out a fist coolly and said carelessly, see you. Xiao Chen smiled, raised his fist and collided with Tian Xiaoben's fist. Your family must miss you very much. Go back early after the press conference. Mark looked at Xiao Chen and began to exhort him earnestly, as if every Mark would say, thank you, Grandpa Mark, you are as brave as my grandfather in the universe. Xiao Chen praised. Diamond, on the other hand, was silent, only Xiao Chen noticed. He stood behind and gave himself a slight bow, show his respect and thanks. Then, everyone, I'll go first. Xiao Chen distanced himself from everyone and walked towards the elevator in a hurry, rarely turning his head back during this time. Tian Xiaowen and the others looked at his back, feeling a little lost in their hearts. It's like an empty space. Especially Tian Xiaowen, thinking of his various teachings to himself and his care, always felt reluctant in his heart. Although the two have been together for a short time, it is not enough for one person to like another person in such a short time, but it is enough to leave an excellent impression. Ask for flowers. Maybe when the two meet again in a few years, it may not be as simple as a friendship. Only, can we meet? After walking out of the base, Xiao Chen turned on Omnitrix and transformed into a glider. After flying recklessly in the sky for a long distance, his heavy body felt much better, and the pressure was released. I miss you too. But, my universe needs me? I have to go back. Xiao Chen, who became a human again, fell back to the ground. Finally, when he was about to descend the mountain, he turned around and glanced at Mount Lissimo before he firmly lifted his footsteps and walked out. 0. Goodbye, everyone. About an hour or two later, the internet has exploded. The popularity of Xiao Chen. Because this hero boy who can transform into an alien used special hacking technology to hack into the TV station signal tower and talk to the host. He's going to hold a press conference. The time is 2 hours later. The location is Times Square in a large city, the same city where Kevin encountered Kevin. This has made countless reporters rush to hear the news, and before the time has come, the place is already packed, because everyone wants to take pictures of Xiao Chen earlier, and it will definitely sell out. Of course, there are also some uninvited guests. They hid in the corner, or controlled a few reporters as human beings, reserved a small rest area for themselves, hid in the crowd, and quietly waited for Xiao Chen to come. Time flies. 2 hours later. the sky gradually darkened. The lights in Times Square were on, and the whole square was dazzling with stars. There was a large stage in the square. The stage was empty, and under the stage, it extended to the wall, crowded with reporters, and the reporters were carrying cameras. Time is up. Will this hero come? Everyone held their breath. 100 million taste. When countless spotlights, cameras, gather on the stage, a figure quietly appeared in the most dazzling area. He, dark blue body, prismatic black mask, feet with pulleys, black torso glowing in the spotlight. Flash star. Everyone, afternoon or evening, in short, hello. He stood on the stage without stage fright, facing the cameras of countless reporters. Click, click. The cameras on countless reporters began to shoot frantically, and some people from TV stations were broadcasting the scene. The whole Times Square became agitated, and people were scrambling to squeeze to the side of the stage to take a close-up picture of the savior. You guys calm down first, don't hurt others, or 760 was hurt yourself. Flash Star looked at the excited crowd, lifted the mask, and held his forehead helplessly. Also, no get on stage to interview me up close, or I'll leave now. Under his strong control, the crazy scene calmed down a little, but there were still fanatics who climbed on several people and shot the heroic appearance of the Flash Stars from a high place. What question do you want to ask? Raise your hand, I'll point to one, and then someone asks the question. Don't make any noise. Flash Star spoke again forcefully, placing his hands on his waist and scanning the entire Times Square. All reporters raised their palms without exception, wishing they were the lucky ones. You. The Flash Star pointed at a reporter who seemed to be pleasing to the eye and asked him to ask questions. It's just that the reporters beside him were very excited, and after asking them continuously and confirming that he didn't memorize it, they reluctantly asked the reporter to ask questions. I want to ask you, how did you transform into an alien? Just a watch. The reporter asked nervously. That's 2 questions. Flash Star made a small humorous moment, and the atmosphere at the scene eased a lot, and many people laughed lightly. He continued, it wasn't a watch that really turned me into an alien, it was DNA. I have a way to store the alien's DNA so that I could turn into that alien. As for the watch, it's just a storage container. Try to get rid of small wrinkles as much as possible. Another sensation was present, including the people in front of the TV. You can really turn into an alien? Just need DNA? As for whether there are aliens, I believe Moath, they have answered this question. Then, Flash Star ordered a few more people. Except for you who can transform into an alien, are there any special human beings on Earth? For example, aliens, strange creatures, human beings with superpowers. Of course, for example, there is an alien named Alien in the town of XX. Other than that, those people you mentioned, believe it or not, Flash Star deliberately sold out. The gang in Tiangong sees the TV's pop-up star. Sweaty. F***ck, don't say it anymore. The secrets are all finished for you? How far has the Earth's technology progressed? How many aliens in outer space are hostile to the Earth? After a few more sales, the appetites of all reporters were lifted, including those watching live broadcasts and TV viewers. Worldwide, countless countries, countless humans, are watching this TV show, looking at the chatty and handsome appearance of Flash Star. He has become a superstar and has huge influence on a global scale. Even many big figures in the United States want to meet Flash Stars, and there are variety shows in many countries. They are considering whether to spend hundreds of millions or more. Qian, come and invite Xiao Chen to interview on the show? That must be pretty cool. Have to say, being famous is really cool. At the very least, the flashing star in the spotlight looks relieved, and the feeling of telling all the secrets is really enjoyable. But that's it, everyone. Flash Star shook his palm and made a yeah gesture toward the camera. The interview time is over. I'm leaving here. No. I still have questions. Yes. Is it convenient for you to accept a private interview? The reporters and friends present panicked, trying to keep the Flash Mob star on stage, and their curiosity was just aroused. In the corner, Kevin looked at the flashing star on the stage and showed a very excited expression. Go? You can't go. If you let me touch your DNA, maybe I can become an alien, or I can be famous, make a lot of money, and drive a fancy car. Taste? Someone moves faster than him? Among the crowd, a corpse wearing a sleeve robe, holding a magic wand, and a corpse with a magic pendant floated into the air, with a subwoofer. Go? Where are you going? Hand over your secret and talk about it. He is ours. On the other side, the bald bully pushed a bunch of reporters away and jumped onto the stage, clearing a path just for Posang, Gorgon, and the others to step onto the stage one by one. Immediately after, the Sky Secret Organization came from the sky in a helicopter. The Bugman was dragged over by a gang of flies. All kinds of villains, all jumped out at this moment. The reporters were excited, and the spotlight was shooting wildly. Real? Those people that the flashing star said, really appeared. Big news, this is definitely the hottest big news in the world. Wow, that's amazing. It's the first time I've been surrounded by so many enemies. Flash Star was a little flattered. Looking at the enemies surrounding him, he didn't move, he was very calm. Be careful, who knows what powerful abilities he will have. After all, he has defeated the existence of that cosmic monster. The TNG organization was very cautious, and 4.5 decided to stand still. Taste? Kevin flew towards Xiao Chen with electric shock all over his body, and the bald tyrant rushed towards Xiao Chen extremely recklessly. Other enemies, including reporters, all stared at the flash star for a while. Some thought he would defeat 2 enemies magnificently, some thought he was the one who was defeated, and some wanted to be a fisherman. Only, they didn't expect it. Taste. A burst of white light appeared on the body of the flashing star, and in the live broadcast screen of the world, just like that, it disappeared into this world. He was taken away by that white light. System, take me back to my world. This was the last sentence that Flash Star said to the system in his mind when he parted. After the Flash Star left. Boom! The bald man and Kevin collided together. The bald man was thrown out by the electric bullet, and Kevin was also hit by the invulnerable body of the bald man, and the two flew in the opposite direction together, unable to control his body. Where did he go? Horror Corpse looked at the original location of the flashing star in shock, and quickly looked at every corner of Times Square, but couldn't find the shadow of the flashing star. I can't find it. Why did it suddenly disappear? And he didn't leave by speed, he was taken away by a white light. The reporter friends became even more incoherent, and even some journalists with faith began to think that the flashing star was a god, and the god who was taken away by light was a miracle. The audience and friends in front of the TV were also startled and excitedly discussed the mystery of the disappearance of the flash mob on the internet. And the bullies in Times Square. I don't think so. It must be you, the clown. You are the kind of conspirator who knows how to play tricks. Hand over that kid who can turn into an alien. A happy scene appeared. Horror Corpse raised his staff directly at Posang, and scolded loudly. 16 what? You're doubting me? You'll regret doing it. Posang was not a vegetarian, so he fired immediately, and his chubby body was actually tensed with granite-like muscles, as if he had opened 4 Luffy in gear. Driving the helicopter, I want to check your plane. Have you hidden people inside? The Bugman was not idle either, and immediately flew towards the helicopter of the TNG organization. Bang bang bang! The sound of fighting sounded. A dozen or even more than 20 bullies huddled together. The sky was full of magic, gunpowder, superpowers, all kinds of attack methods, emerging one after another. This is comparable to a big movie of the Women's Federation. It's going to be 1,000 times more exciting? The audience was stunned. Shit, is there such a good game? The reporter ran for most of the time, but still stayed a little further away, not afraid of death, to film this thrilling scene. Under the base of Mount Lissimo, Tian Xiaoban looked at the villains who were fighting together, and was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, the harder you fight, the better, to save us from encountering these troublesome guys. Tian Xiaoban wasn't as big-hearted as he was, and he was a little lost. Mark sighed with emotion. The way Xiao Chen ends is really unexpected. I'm afraid he will become a legend in this world, a legend that will never be seen again. Did we really have no chance to see him? Grandpa. Hearing this, Tian Xiaoban couldn't help but ask. Xiaoban, who knows what will happen in the future? Mark said vaguely, afraid to look into Tian Xiaoban's pitiful eyes. Her appearance also made Tian Xiaoban feel a little secretive. Xiaoban, let me get you something good to make you happy. Tian Xiaoban came to Tian Xiaoban and grabbed the Omnitrix in Tian Xiaoban's hands with both hands. Ding dong. He pressed Omnitrix to turn on the screen. Dude, don't play with this watch. In your story, isn't there enough experience of being taught a lesson for playing with the watch? Tian Xiaoban resisted a little, but he couldn't stand Tian Xiaoban's goodwill, so he was embarrassed to withdraw. Had to use words to constantly discourage. Alright, I'll try to see if I can get a few more DNAs for you. Tian Xiaoban blinked mysteriously. There are at least hundreds of millions of extraterrestrial DNAs in the small broken watch. Maybe I can get it for you. Some strange creatures that Grandpa has never seen before. He is looking forward to it. Xiaoban, don't mess around with Omnitrix. Diamond and Mark said in unison, just as severe. What? Tian Xiaoban was so frightened that he slammed the rings on the bezel of the Omnitrix with his fingers. Click. The Omnitrix instantly issued a unique transformation sound effect, releasing a dazzling light. Green DNA light? Really success. Tian Xiaoban hurriedly took a few steps back, squinted at the light, and said excitedly. What? Diamond King and Mark also stared at the green light in a stunned manner. Could it be that they hit the ground and unlocked some DNA? Taste? The light quickly dissipated. Xiaoban, how did I transform? One is a crocodile, but it has awakened the same ability to walk upright as a human being. The complexion is dark green, as if growing up in the deep sea. The most attractive thing is that it is wearing a white sleeveless shirt, red shorts, and dark red, sunglasses-like glasses on the face, and a proper beach look. Its sound is very rough. There is no doubt that this is Tian Xiaoban. It seems that, because of the unhappy Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, who turned into a crocodile, began to slowly grow into the power of a supernatural dragon. Let Xiaoban calm down first. Xiao Chen help us, by the way, he's gone, let's solve it. The people who were in a hurry began to save the field. Things that belonged to this universe ended in a farce. But time and space turbulence will appear once. Maybe. Will it still appear? When you wake up again. Xiao Chen 760 found himself still in that toilet. Is this coming back? Is everything I experienced a dream? Xiao Chen looked around in disbelief, wiped his body, and his transformation was released. He hurriedly stood up from the toilet, even more worried. If it's a dream, it's too real, right? Bio. Xiao Chen clicked on his Omnitrix, trying to confirm whether it was a dream. Rotate Omnitrix, rotate Omnitrix, rotate again. One alien after another passed by. Finally, fixed on that guy. The purple light is the alien with the upgraded DNA. He is in the Omnitrix. Everything before that is not a dream. Xiao Chen confirmed it thoroughly, took the Omnitrix screen back, and slowly rotated it back so that the transformation would not be triggered. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a knock on the toilet door. Xiao Chen put down his left wrist, walked to the toilet door, and opened the toilet door. Xiao Chen, are you alright? You've been in for half an hour. Fortunately, Xiaoan reminded me and Xiaoban, otherwise we would be hard to notice you when we were driving and the other was driving. Could it be is there some bully in our toilet? Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and Tian Xiaoan, all three stood at the door of the toilet with worried, puzzled expressions, especially the toilet was clean and the toilet water was not flushed, which means that Xiao Chen had not been flushed before. No toilet. It's okay, I just turned into a little soldier and played Omnitrix for a while. Xiao Chen immediately raised his Omnitrix and used Omnitrix as a shield. Look, I just created a brand new hero. Huh? New hero. Tian Xiaoban took the lead to look at the Omnitrix screen. The shadow that appeared on the screen was the new hero he and Mark had never seen before. Xiao Chen, don't mess with the Omnitrix next time. This thing is a high-tech universe. If it breaks, or if something goes wrong, it will be very troublesome. Mark was also concealed by this reason and warned earnestly. A sentence. Xiao Chen walked out of the toilet and got off the donkey along the slope. I see, Grandpa, I'll come out now. Xiao Chen, would you like to try your new hero? Tian Xiaoban said expectantly. Let's have a meeting. Xiao Chen put the screen that popped up from Omnitrix back, and after prevarication, he sat on the sofa by the window. Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and others looked at each other in dismay, and they didn't know why Xiao Chen's mood suddenly became a little impetuous. Xiao Chen has a lot of thoughts. The experience of parallel universes is vivid. Makes him weird. Why did I stay in the parallel universe for at least 2 days, and the real lifetime only passed half an hour? Is it because the time flow of each parallel universe is different? Xiao Chen thought curiously. Would it be possible to return to that parallel universe after spending a month in this universe? Xiaoan and the others are all middle-aged. He didn't quite understand these questions. Just at this time, bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door. This interrupted Xiao Chen's train of thought, and also surprised Mark who was about to drive. Grandpa, I transform. Xiao Chen reacted, raised his Omnitrix, and made the mouth shape of this sentence. Leave it to me, Xiao Chen. I haven't been there for a long time. Tian Xiaoban was eager to try. His palm quickly activated the reactor on his body, and the handsome red steel armor wrapped his whole body. Seeing him like this, Xiao Chen was rather happy and gave Xiaoban the chance to fight criminals. But, will there be too many enemies knocking on the door recently? Boom! Tian Xiaoban opened the car door and raised his other hand in the next second. The golden starlight from his palm engulfed the other person's figure. You are very unlucky. You met me. Send. Wait, it's me, we just met? Did you forget? A familiar voice came from the door, full of tension. Who are you? Tian Xiaoban was stunned, put down his palm gun, and his expression became surprised. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoan, and others walked to Tian Xiaoban together and looked at the person who came at the door. It is Captain Stee's boss, the main boss of the special forces. Why are you? Are you here to give us money again? Xiao Chen replied subconsciously. No, it's not. The boss took out a folded document from his body. I will show you this. I think it is necessary to show you. What? Xiao Chen took the folded paper, unfolded it, laid it flat, held it with both hands, and read it in the sun. Black and white, very clear. Like a form? Name, Moath. Evil deeds, wanted to invade the earth, and destroyed the city many times, causing public panic, setting the mint on fire, trying to destroy the bridge as above. Experience, when destroying the bridge, he was stopped and defeated by the alien hero in time, but due to Captain Stee's negligence, he did not succeed in capturing Moath alive or let the alien hero kill him, but shot him down into the water. Result, there was no Moath's body tissue in the water, and it was highly suspected that the monster had escaped. Obviously, the first few in the column of evil deeds are describing Moath, and the latter is describing Kevin, and the result is self-evident. There is actually no body tissue of Kevin in the water, which proves that it was not smashed into the water, but was rescued by Captain Stee, a pig teammate, and escaped by diving? He is still alive. What makes Xiao Chen very gratified is that Captain Stee's boss has a very good attitude. He handed over such an important document to him, which is very helpful to him. Thank you, this document is very important to me. We, both clear. Xiao Chen solemnly took back the document and shook hands with the boss. It's okay. The boss also smiled. I won't bother you anymore. Before he left, he looked at Tian Xiaoban, who had been released from his transformation, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He really didn't expect that this family is not immortal. Xiao Chen, what did he give you? Tian Xiaoban immediately came over curiously. Xiao Chen handed the information to Tian Xiaoban, closed the car door, walked back to the sofa, and said as he walked, you don't need to read the previous content, it's something we all know. The last sentence, Zhao Wang's, is the point is, Kevin is not dead. He sat on the sofa, head down, chin in hand, thoughtful. Not dead. Tian Xiaoan looked surprised. Is this guy a cockroach? He has been defeated by you a few times, but you still haven't solved it. I tell you, unless you see it with your own eyes, the enemy has been dealt with by yourself, and then you can rest assured. If the enemy falls into the water, falls into a cliff, etc. when he is seriously injured, as long as you don't see it with your own eyes, then there is a chance of survival. Xiao Chen seriously learned that most of the iron laws of the two-dimensional world, as for the law of no harm if there is smoke, do not apply here. Then what are you going to do? Xiao Chen? Mark stood not far away and asked. Stay, find him, and kill him with your own hands. Xiao Chen's words were short, but very powerful. When he raised his head, his eyes were already filled with frost, but in such a big city, where are we going to find Kevin? Tian Xiaoben asked in confusion. Let's go there and find out if there are any clues. Xiao Chen looked at Mark and said, Grandpa, please drive over there. No problem. Mark returned to the driver's seat and started the old broken car. Because it was early in the morning, there weren't many cars driving out from the bridge. In addition, Kevin had been haunting near the bridge, so people knew that it is better to stay in the city than to crowd on the bridge and think about going out. Stay well. At least this guy Kevin doesn't look down on ordinary people's wallets, he just wants to rob rich people's money. The old broken car was parked beside the bridge. The weather on the bridge was calm, and the upward bridge was repaired by a few workers, which looked very peaceful. I turned into a big steel tooth and went to the water to find clues. Xiao Chen patrolled the bridge in his car and found nothing, so he decided to use the big steel teeth to search for underwater information. It's a waste of time to work here. Then Grandpa and I will drive a few laps around this bridge to see if we have any new discoveries. Tian Xiaoben also finalized a new task and said, Okay, 760 let's split up. Xiao Chen nodded, turned on the Omnitrix's screen, photographed the screen, and transformed into a big steel tooth. Boom! Big steel tooth pushed open the car door. His feet landed on the dry, hot ground, very hot and very hot. He couldn't help but quicken his pace and hurried to the bridge. The big sun made him warm all over, and even a little dehydrated. There was a feeling that he was going to die of dehydration. I need water. When he came to the bridge, the big steel teeth directly grabbed the railing with his claws, and easily jumped his whole body over the railing, like a diver, and jumped towards the sparkling lake. Boom! He suddenly fell into the big lake, and the surface of the lake was ups and downs. Some people heard the sound of falling into the water, and looked here curiously, thinking that it was someone who was looking for a shortcoming. In the lake, Deganja's whole person is very refreshing, and his movements are much faster in an instant, like a duck in water. Flavor. He was like an engine, swaying his fishtail wildly, looking for Kevin's clues under the lake nearly 10 meters deep. The spotlight allowed him to see the dark surroundings. After swimming for 1 or 2 laps, he only found a trace in the bottom of the lake. On a soft sandy soil, there were still a few traces of being crushed, but it would soon be washed away. It should be that Kevin fell into the lake, and it fell to the bottom all at once. Can't find anything. Deganja searched carefully again, but couldn't find anything, and his expression was a little impatient. Boom! After a few minutes, he was worried that the transformation would be released suddenly, and he would drown in the deep water, so he rushed to the shore of the lake. When Big Teeth came to the cobblestoned, wooded bank ahead, he has made a new discovery. Boom! The sole of the foot accidentally broke something. Big Steel Tooth looked down and saw that it was a branch. He looked forward and found that on the ground not far away, there was a pile of charred wood, and there was a stone pot made of stones on the wood, and only some fish bones were left in the pot. Kevin still eats here. Big Steel Tooth hurriedly drank a large gulp of water from the shore, drank it into his stomach first, then took a big mouthful without swallowing it, and then chased towards the woods. Maybe, not far? There were indeed traces in the woods, but after Deganja walked out of the woods, he didn't see Kevin. There is only the highway in front, and a large lawn next to the highway that can't be seen to the end. Nothing at all. The Big Steel Tooth reluctantly went back. When he returned to the old broken car, he had already released his transformation. Seeing that Xiao Chen looked a little disappointed, Mark had already guessed the result of the investigation, so he didn't ask any further questions. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben were still a little curious, holding a glimmer of hope. How is it? Did Bjit investigate any clues? No. Xiao Chen took a sip of water and said dejectedly, although I can be sure that Kevin left through the woods. But I don't know where he went. If you go to the big lawn, you won't find this guy at all. On the contrary, if Kevin hid in a big city and wanted to find him, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's okay, Xiao Chen, we can also stay in the city to see if we can catch Kevin. Mark comforted Xiao Chen and drove towards the city. Not long after they left, there are people complaining by the lake. What's the matter? Why is the water pump in the lake suddenly unable to start? What the hell? Sitsize? Lawn in the distance. There seemed to be electric lights flickering. At the same time, above the Earth's atmosphere, a brand new spaceship flew from a distant galaxy and arrived here, seemingly observing people on Earth. Commonwealth Bank entrance. Xiao Chen disguised himself and sat in the bank's security room, staring at the surveillance screen, trying to stand by and catch Kevin. Suddenly, all the surveillance footage in front of him was cut off. Kevin appeared. Xiao Chen's first reaction was that Kevin destroyed all the cameras, destroyed with electricity. He opened the Omnitrix and walked out of the security room. Come outside. Froze. What is this kid doing? Dad, I want that cool watch too. So handsome. Why is there a power outage here? It's so hot, the air conditioner doesn't work. The security room was inside the bank. When Xiao Chen walked out like this, all the passersby in the waiting hall of the bank looked at him at once. Xiao Chen's expression froze instantly. His expression was full of stiffness, an embarrassing feeling he had never experienced before. Why? So safe? What about Kevin? Cough, kid, do you know where the power distribution room is? We are plumbers here to repair, please take us there. Mark, who was in the waiting hall, stood up and helped Xiao Chen. Using this reason, take Xiao Chen to the corner. Xiao Chen, what's the situation? You were almost discovered by them. Mark looked at Xiao Chen strangely and asked, Grandpa, the monitoring screen is completely black. It seems to be affected by the power outage. Xiao Chen said solemnly, I don't think this matter is simple. How could it be now? You said so. Mark's eyes became strange, and he looked at the air conditioners in all corners. The air conditioner was off, and over the bank window, the customer was arguing with the teller, apparently because the ATM was not working. And outside the bank, there were shouts and scoldings from countless buildings. Power cut? Everyone's house has a power outage. Xiao Chen, Mark, and the others walked out of the bank and came outside. It's not just a bank that's out of power. Even all the shops in this entire commercial street were in a state of power outage. The traffic lights on the road were also out of power, and the owners kept yelling. Because of the power outage in the hotel, many tourists are complaining about the bad electricity service. Am I living in the last century? Why can't even a simple resource like electricity be used? Is there anyone still in charge of the traffic lights? Is it illegal to run a red light if I drive past? Anyone? The street is in chaos. Power outage. Xiao Chen looked at what happened in the commercial street, and couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable. This luxury metropolis will have a power outage? And it's this kind of place that has a power outage. The problem is definitely more than that simple. Mark said solemnly. Grandpa, let's get in the car first. I need to investigate what happened to this power outage. Xiao Chen pointed to the old broken car and said very seriously. Okay. Mark nodded, and returned to the old broken car with Xiao Chen. In the old broken car, Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban were still blowing the air conditioner. Because it was an electric box, it would not be affected by electricity consumption. That is to say, it is not the influence of some special magnetic field, but the electricity is sucked away, resulting in insufficient supply. Xiao Chen instantly thought of this possibility. He understands everything. Kevin didn't want to rob a bank or take revenge on himself, but after a simple meal, he went to absorb electricity to strengthen his body. Xiaoan, use your laptop to find out how the power system in this city works. Xiao Chen quickly looked at Tian Xiaoan and said excitedly. This must be done in a race against time. Kevin absorbs 1 more second of electricity, and his strength increases by 1 point. Between speeches, a house outside this commercial street also lost power. More and more. Good. Tian Xiaoan hurriedly came to the laptop, pushed away Tian Xiaoban who was playing the electric game, exited the game interface, opened the search engine, and searched for the current city. The city we are in is the most famous tourist city and commercial city. Because it has tourism attributes and advocates a pollution-free green city, it relies on environmentally friendly wind power to generate electricity. Tian Xiaoan thought of the city's brief description. Came out. Wind power. Xiao Chen's mind seemed to be a flash of light, and he suddenly woke up. Go to the bridge. He said very decisively. Must be that place. Okay, I'll drive over at full speed. Mark immediately sat in the driver's seat, clicked a button on the driver's seat, and the old car quickly deformed. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan immediately sat on the sofa, covering the windowsill beside them, and by the way pulled Xiao Chen, who was thinking, back to his seat. Taste? The deformed old broken car began to gallop towards the road ahead, surpassing countless waiting cars in an instant. Exhaust gas filled the air, enveloped a lot of cars. Who drives so fast? Is this a racing car? Is this guy speeding? All the drivers were stunned. But, although the old broken car is very fast, Mark has been holding the steering wheel tightly, constantly spinning, drifting, and dodging buildings one by one. Is it a land sprint, or a sprint in the city? The speed is not fast enough. It's too slow, let me come. Xiao Chen couldn't help it anymore. He directly raised his wrist with Omnitrix, and quickly found the alien hero upgraded by that light. Use this to deal with Kevin, it is the best. Boom! Xiao Chen pressed Omnitrix. The intense DNA light enveloped his entire body, causing Xiaoan next to him and Xiaoban on the opposite side to close their eyes, fearing that they would be illuminated by this intense light. This is a new hero. It also looks like a video game, but it's much more domineering than that light. And it's handsome. What appeared in front of the two of them was the new hero whose light DNA was upgraded. Taste? His figure turned into a purple electric light, which instantly penetrated the gap of the old broken car and moved to the street outside the car. Kevin, I hope you bring me another sign-in reward this time. For flowers. Holding this devil-like idea, the purple electric light seemed to have cast a shape-shifting shape, jumped to the street hundreds of meters away, and continued to move forward at this thunderous speed. A ray of light dashes across the street, only for 10 seconds. The electric light appeared just above the bridge, streaking over the heads of everyone like a shooting star, rushing straight to the endless lawn. This lawn is so big that even he doesn't know which direction to look for, but he is very sensitive to electricity and can feel a huge electricity in the distance. It's Kevin, that's right. Boom! The purple electric light accelerated, turning into a ball of purple ball lightning, heading towards the wind turbine. 0. Boom! 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 After flying out for a distance, the lawn in front was actually thundering, lightning and thunder, showing a very dazzling blue electric light. On the lawn, it is one after another, countless windmill generators, spinning like crazy, and there are countless cables connected underneath. Originally, the wind should have carried the electricity, but now it is delivering electricity to the windmill. On the blades of the windmill, there are circles of electric light, and a huge column of electric current is derived to the sky. More than a dozen, or even dozens of current pillars, all converged to a single point in the sky, and the rays of light shrouded the surrounding ground, bathed in this blue light. Even the figure wrapped in electric light is like a god, containing an unimaginable and shocking terrifying energy. This kind of power really makes me want to stop. I finally got a new way to play my superpower, only then can I use my power. In that godlike figure, Kevin's dull and somewhat pleasant voice suddenly came out. Kevin, you won't get it again. Xiao Chen suddenly stopped in the distance, suspended in the sky, showing his figure. It was a human-shaped figure, very thin and tall. Mobility was taller than a star. There were 2 long tentacles on its head. Even the fingers were tentacles, but the end was a current hole. He is Electric Lizard. 100 million, late is my good brother Xiao Chen, you have changed a new look today. Kevin's playful eyes looked at the electric lizard, his eyes fell on the Omnitrix pattern, and he became more and more disdainful. What did you transform into? Aliens, no match for me? My superpowers are stronger than your watch. He suddenly strengthened the power absorption, and all the windmills were instantly wrapped by the electric light, operating frantically, and at this moment, the electric light condensed around him also formed a huge sphere like the moon, wrapping him in it. The light even made it difficult for the electric lizard to open his eyes, and the electric energy shocked him even more. Boom boom boom! It was precisely because Kevin was absorbing the electricity uncontrollably that the cables of all the big windmills started to blow up, and small pits appeared on the ground, all caused by the exploding cables, and the windmills themselves were even more charred and popped up. Pile of gunpowder smoke, stopped turning 760. Call out. The electric ball also quickly disintegrated into countless electric lights, spreading around. My current. Kevin, who was glowing all over, tried to lift his palms and released a suction force, trying to absorb all the scattered electricity into his body. This electricity is mine. Seeing this scene, the electric lizard raised his palms without hesitation, and suddenly released an unparalleled suction in front of the palms, a terrifying suction like a black hole. Taste? The electric current around Kevin pulled towards him in just 1 second, and flew towards the electric lizard in the next second. My current. Kevin growled angrily. Mine. The electric lizard looked at the flying electric light, showed a smile, stretched out his palms, and the holes of his 10 fingers were aimed at the electric current. Shhhhhhh. The electric current was condensed into tiny electric snakes, which penetrated into his fingers, and saw that there was a long bulge under the skin of his dry arm, as if there were several snakes moving under his skin. In the next second, the powerful physique of the electric lizard caused the electric snakes under the skin to spread out instantly. His skinny body became a little stronger. Sit size it, there is lightning all around. Just absorbing this, I feel very powerful. It's hard to imagine how much Kevin absorbed. The electric lizard looked embarrassed and stared at Kevin in front of him. At this time, Kevin's entire body swelled up, and it was as fierce as Moath's power form. From a distance, it looked like a bear-like existence, a living ancient beast. The most terrifying thing is that every muscle of it is surrounded by condensed electric current, and the skin of its body has also changed from turquoise to blue, just like the electric light man in Spider-Man. Forget it, it's okay to give you that little electric light. Kevin's voice became much louder, resounding throughout the grassland, and raised his finger dismissively. Now I have absorbed an unknown amount of electricity. You are vulnerable. District Xiao Chen. He can be destroyed with a flick of a finger? This so-called new hero is also vulnerable in his eyes. After all, he now feels like he can compete with the devil-trained Moath. Ding. Detected sinuable object. Kevin, who has obtained a lot of current enhancement, suspected to be difficult to control this power. The host chooses to kill him or defeat him to complete the sign-in, and Kevin in this state also triggered the sign-in task. The system has recognized his strength, and he must go all out. Come on, don't waste my transformation time. Electric Lizard said in a deep voice, seeing Kevin's inflated self-confidence. Saying as if I'm going to delay you on purpose. Kevin's fingertips instantly formed an arc that was comparable to a laser light. With a boom, a terrifying electric light as thick as a bucket pierced the sky in front of him, accompanied by a harsh sonic boom that flew towards the electricity like a twisted thunder. Lizard? Incomparably powerful? Light cannon? The electric lizard raised both palms, facing forward, and quickly condensed a small ball of condensation. Although it is only the size of a leather ball, it suppresses the electric light and produces an explosion effect, so that the small ball keeps spinning at high speed, like a spiral pill. Boom! He hit this cannon fiercely, and it was also deafening. This made Kevin's frantic expression slightly restrained. Wait, his electricity can't really fight against me, right? And this guy just absorbed a little electricity, although only some. Next moment. Monument. The two same electric attribute skills exploded together, and the blue electric light flickered. Boom. Less than a few seconds. The electro-optical cannon condensed by the electricity was blasted away by the terrifying electric current, and the electric current continued to fly towards the electric lizard unabated. So powerful? His tricks can actually defeat my tricks in a few seconds. Electric lizard opened his eyes in disbelief. Is it on the same level as Moath's? Haha, useless guy, vulnerable. Seeing this scene, Kevin also smiled smugly, but in the next second, his own muscles also twitched and it was very painful. Such terrifying electricity, his body can't bear it? Only last for a while? It's okay. Enough to kill Xiao Chen, the blood feud. Seeing the electric current flying towards him, the electric lizard originally wanted to avoid it, but the tentacles on his body were aimed at the electric current. Showing a greedy emotions? Could it be? The expression of the electric lizard changed, and his ability to control electricity seemed to hang Kevin. He didn't move, but unfolded to face the current. Puff. Seeing this scene, Kevin burst out laughing, and even a trace of tears appeared in his eyes. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Just gave up and decided to face death. Boom. The terrifying electric current engulfed the body of the electric lizard, and under the electric light, he looked very small. The condensed electric current also bombed, and spread like a tide of 4.5 water in an instant, forming a huge electromagnetic storm in the air, and the figure of the electric lizard could vaguely be seen inside. Not far away, the old car that just arrived stopped, and Mark, Tian Xiaoan and others got out of the car and saw this scene, and they all covered their mouths in horror. Although Xiao Chen has experienced countless dangers, the experience of almost dying is not without. But for the first time they saw, Xiao Chen was enveloped in this kind of trick that could be called a natural disaster. This. Is it the rhythm of wanting to die without a place of burial and shredding corpses into thousands of pieces? Kevin, actually won? Hey, destroying too fast is also a kind of boredom. You should be slowly tortured to death. Kevin showed a cruel smile, also because of the cruelty of Moath's DNA, which made him more ruthless and ruthless. Xiao Chen is dead. Taste. However, the electric light that enveloped the electric lizard actually began to weaken rapidly, and it disappeared completely in an instant. Instead, it's an electric lizard whose body swells even more and is full of arcs. The aura on his body has also become more powerful and terrifying at this time, comparable to the four-handed overlord at his peak. What? My trick was sucked by Xiao Chen. Kevin looked at the electric lizard in amazement and made a sound full of incredible. Xiao Chen, nothing wrong. Tian Xiaoan showed an incredible expression. I thought he was injured by that move. No, as a good friend of Xiao Chen, I can't just sit back and watch, I'm going to help Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban couldn't help but took a step forward when he saw this, but Mark grabbed his clothes with his hand. Pick it up. Mark poured cold water. Xiao Ben, it's not me who hit you. This kind of battle is not enough for you and Xiaoan to participate in. If you two go, it's likely to be a disservice. It is only possible to give Kevin 2 more hostages. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan fell silent after listening, and looked at Kevin, who was like a god of thunder, and his scalp tingled. Hard to imagine. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen standing in the front every time, facing all kinds of powerful enemies, they would have died many times. Kevin, turn on the electricity again. I just happen to be a little hungry. The electric lizard moved his neck comfortably, showing an uninhibited smile on his face, provoking Kevin. I see how much current you can draw. Kevin's whole body made another instant snapping sound, and the palms of both hands were slightly arched, up and down, as if condensing turtle qigong, and the electric light like a spinning top was compressed between the palms. Boom! When his palms were pushed out as if they were playing Tai Chi, the electric gyro light flew towards the electric lizard while spinning violently, not only with electricity, but also with a terrifying impact. The sky was torn into a huge gully by the electric light of the top, as if a gully was split by a big sword. What a horrible trick. This destructive tactic made Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and others who were watching the battle tremble, and they retreated one after another, for fear of being affected. Attack whatever you want. A look of indifferent disdain appeared on the face of the electric lizard. This time, he didn't even mean to resist or attack. He directly raised his palms, and the holes at the ends of his 10 fingers bore the pair of spiral electric lights, intending to directly absorb this force. How much electricity can your aching body absorb? Kevin stared at the body of the electric lizard and murmured in a low voice. Boom! Again? The spiral electric light exploded in front of the electric lizard's arms, and began to rotate at a high speed, tearing everything around it, and erupting with a shock like a torrent. And just as Kevin expected, the powerful impact made his attack sing all the way, knocking the electric lizard out in the air dozens of meters away, and kept knocking back. Pretty. Kevin smugly looked at the eat marks of the electric lizard and laughed heartily. He soon stopped laughing. The speed of the electric lizard's retreat gradually slowed down, and the electric gyro light is also shrinking a little bit. On the contrary, the body of the electric lizard is expanding a little bit. Bang bang bang! From dry marks at the beginning, after successive strengthening, the electric lizard's eyes flashed with electric light, and the whole body was bulging like muscles, and the whole body was as strong as a diamond god of war. Boom! A terrifying electric current erupted from his ankles, kicking the air under him, and a pair of sturdy arms stretched out and hugged the spiral electric current that had shrunk a lot. In an instant, the figure of the electric lizard being repelled was frozen in midair, like a heaven and earth god. Now, I'll give it back to you? The electric lizard angrily picked up the spiral electric current and threw it back to Kevin's side. Under his forceful throw, the spiral electric current also turned into a sharp drill bit. Sharp and paralyzed, it penetrates the wind, air, and even clouds ahead. Said to change shape. Rather, electric lizard's ability to control electricity is too powerful. At this moment, he himself can't believe it. Compared with that light's ability to control electricity, the electric lizard's ability to control electricity is nothing short of heaven and earth. The powerful element of electricity is unbelievably docile in his hands. Damn it. Kevin looked at the incoming electro-optic drill in shock and anger, and hurriedly released a huge electric current. The two electric currents collided in the air and burst open. This moment, as if the day was coming. The whole world is shining with deep blue light. Everyone closed their eyes. When Kevin felt the light dim, he slowly opened his eyes. A fist flashing with huge electric light continued to expand at an unimaginable speed in his pupils, until it slammed into his face with a bang. Boom! The electric current condensed on the fist of the electric lizard exploded in an instant, like a real bomb, and it blew Kevin away in an instant. With a punch, Kevin vomited blood and spit out, flying towards the rear while spinning. Taste. In an instant, the electric current of the electric lizard stimulated the cells of the whole body, and his speed was pulled to the extreme, turned into a shining electric light, and moved under Kevin. Boom! His right leg kicked up fiercely, like a wind god's leg, and kicked Kevin out again, but this time it flew backwards instead of flying upwards. How can you restrain me so much? My powerful current should have been able to easily suppress. King Zhao's restrained him, but he ate me to death. As Kevin flew upwards, his body was in great pain and paralyzed at the same time. It was difficult to move his body, only his heart was trembling. At this moment, he also really realized a point. Omnitrix 9. Fear? This watch can transform into countless powerful aliens. No matter how powerful he is, Xiao Chen can also use Omnitrix to find the aliens that restrain him and win, and those weak enemies are not worth mentioning in front of Xiao Chen. Kevin, a big fireworks for you at the end? The electric lizard looked at Kevin, who flew high into the sky, raised his head, made a cynical sound, and his body instantly stayed behind from the swollen state. Boom! Arms, gathered with a terrifying electric current, constantly flashing and flashing, with a roar, thunder and lightning. Boom! The electric lizard's arms gathered an extremely terrifying electric current. He swung heavily towards Kevin in the sky as if he was wielding two great swords. Ah! Kevin was swallowed up by the terrifying current, and the terrifying emotion on his face was even more visible under the light, and he let out an uncontrollable scream. Boom! The huge slash bloomed on Kevin's body, and it bumped to form a huge, tornado-like current storm, shrouding Kevin in it, with an extremely terrifying destructive power. All the clouds in the sky were torn into pieces. Is this guy dead? The electric lizard raised his head cautiously, looking at the huge electric storm in the sky. His swollen body slowly became dry and painful, but the move just now exhausted his full strength. With such a powerful trick, even Kevin shouldn't be able to survive, right? It's a bit hard to say. After all, this guy has escaped death several times. And he also has Moath's DNA, which gives him a stronger ability to survive. Tian Xiaoan, Tian Xiaoban, and others raised their heads to look at the storm in the sky, and they all speculated about Kevin's life and death. And on a giant ship in the atmosphere. A 773 is short in stature, but has a very terrifying temperament, like an undead-like existence, floating in the main control room, watching a battle under the Earth's atmosphere through the instruments on the spacecraft. These two people are very interesting. If they are moved to my Reaper of Souls arena, they will definitely become the best warriors in my place. They are as worth seeing as Lord Extermination. Wemmick muttered composurely. Boom! In the storm, a figure quickly fell from the sky, and fell to the ground ruthlessly, smashing a huge pothole. The diffused smoke instantly swallowed the figure of the fallen person. Die. Electric Lizard noticed Kevin sitting on the ground early in the morning. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He immediately raised his palms and instantly gathered an electric light spiral pill, and threw it down the pothole. The compressed current is constantly deformed, and its power is terrifying. Wow. A figure suddenly flew out of the smoke. It's Kevin, who returned to agile state from inflated state. He had small wounds all over his body, and his expression was very embarrassing. Although he was not seriously injured, all the electric currents he had absorbed so hard was completely emptied. And also to be chased by electric lizards? Call out? Kevin dodged the huge electro-optical ball, and the electro-optical ball fell into the smoke, and the terrifying impact instantly dissipated the smoke completely, leaving only the even bigger potholes in place. Boom! The electric lizard appeared in front of Kevin in an instant, and punched Kevin's cheek with a straight punch. Enough. Kevin threw his right fist angrily, hammering at electro lizard's head in a tit-for-tat manner. Call out? Just in an instant, the figure of the electric lizard actually changed from 1 to 3, 1 in the middle, left and right. And Kevin's right fist just penetrated the head of the electric lizard in the middle, and didn't touch any entity at all. The speed is so fast that the afterimage of Dennis is exactly the same as the real body, so that Kevin can't distinguish it at all. How do I find this? Kevin was completely blinded, retracted his fist, and looked back and forth at the 3 electric lizards, but couldn't see any clues. Monument? And the electric lizard launched a turbulent offensive? I saw the 3 electric lizards lifted their right legs together, and another flying kick that could hit people's foreheads, kicked hard on Kevin's jaw. Puff. Kevin's head crooked, his chin almost fell, and his body fell from the air to the ground again. Bang bang bang. The electric lizard landed on Kevin's body in an instant, sat on it, opened his fists and smashed Kevin's face quickly, and in a short period of time, the guy's face was like a pig's head. Woohoo! Kevin's voice changed from a bit of pain to a muffled whimper, and it even sounded a little miserable. At this time, the electric lizard that stayed on him and connected him to Blossoms was terrifying like a big devil. Okay, what a brutal play. Kevin looks like he's going to be beaten to death. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan are like children watching Ultraman Leo. For the first time, I felt that the monster, villain, was beaten so badly. I can't take it anymore. Kevin wailed inwardly, endured the severe pain and raised his fists to smash the electric lizard in front of him. Taste? However, at such a short distance, the body of the electric lizard flickered for a while. Although the others were still in place, the fist penetrated his figure and hit the ground and bounced back. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the phantom of Dennis instantly turned into a real entity, and another unceremonious punch hit Kevin in the face. Puff. With this terrifying heavy punch, even Kevin, who was resistant to the blow, couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned white, and he was directly knocked unconscious, although only briefly stunned. If you don't get hit, you'll get dizzy. Fighting a 4-handed bully and still hitting a hit is the most intuitive and most positive way to be crushed, letting Kevin know that he is not strong enough. If you hit the electric lizard, you can't hit it at all. If you are asked for it, you will feel suffocated. If the speed can't keep up, it means that this guy can run even if he can't fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get blue reward, get the equipment that can simulate the battle scene in One Punch Man. The number of times is unlimited. The host can engrave the data of any enemy, and conduct virtual battles, and the system can help the host to complete the engraving, but it needs to consume sign-in. As Kevin was knocked out, the reward of the electric lizard also hit his mind on time and on time. Where does the host store this? Electric lizard also wondered, what is this thing? Never heard of it. After hearing the urging sound of the system, he pondered for half a second, and immediately responded in his mind, system, store it directly in the garage of the old broken car. Successful storage. The system replied instantly. Okay, kill you first. The electric lizard didn't care about the rewards of the system anymore. With a ruthless expression on his face, while muttering a nonsense, his right arm quickly condensed an electric blade as thin as a cicada's wing and slashed towards Kevin's neck. Die. Taste. This moment. The atmospheric Wemak no longer watches the show, but activates a function on his ship. Interfere with the electric lizards on Earth. Taste. It was a light. The Reaper of Souls released a red light, like a pillar shot straight from the universe, and in an instant, it was projected on the bodies of Electric Lizard and Kevin on Earth. The electric lizard, which was instantly enveloped by the red light, still had a dazed expression, and even stopped moving. It wasn't because he didn't want to attack Kevin, but the sudden light interrupted his attack. Taste. Another second. The electric lizard felt that his body was scoured by an extremely strong force, and his body instantly floated upwards. On the ground, not only the electric lizard disappeared together, but also Kevin. What about Xiao Chen and Kevin? Tian Xiaoban was stunned, then quickly ran to the position where Xiao Chen disappeared, looked left and right, except that there was still a big hole in the same place, but Dion Si and Kevin were nowhere to be found. The two of them were taken away by the red light, like they disappeared out of thin air. Mark said nervously, could it be some alien or a scientific lunatic who is secretly catching knives? Lucky pendant. Tian Xiaoan quickly picked up the lucky charm in front of his chest and closed his eyes slightly. Tell me, where has Xiao Chen been teleported to? After all, her hands holding the lucky pendant were flashing with bursts of pale pink polishing. Taste? The lucky pendant suddenly flew straight up fly. If Tian Xiaoan hadn't held it in his hand, the lucky magic pendant might have just flown into the sky. Heaven, heaven. Tian Xiaoan immediately opened his eyes, looked up, but only saw the blue sky, but could not see any strange figures. Actually, the enemy, in outer space. The electric lizard and Kevin were taken to the Reaper of Souls arena in the universe by the red light. The speed was so fast that they gave them a false sense of time and space. Well, what's going on here? Could it be that I'm going to be sent back to a parallel universe again? Wait, Kevin, they won't be waiting for me in the same place. The electric lizard thought in a panic, who would have known that in the next second, his high-speed moving body flew into the spaceship and stopped. Stop. Electric lizard looked around, but the environment he was in was very dark, and he couldn't see anything. The kind of pitch black that you can't see your fingers. He also doesn't want to rashly use power detection, which may shock the snake and expose himself. Taste? I haven't waited for the electric lizard to come up with something. A stage light suddenly shone on the electric lizard. He put his hands in front of his face in a dazed way, the light was blocked by his palm, and it was cut into several sides and spread out from the edge of the palm. Now, we warmly welcome two brave warriors from the earth. One, the destruction demon, and the other, the invincible octopus. A voice full of publicity suddenly resounded in this space, introducing Kevin and the electric lizard passionately. What? Destroy the electric demon king? What the hell is this name? The electric lizard cursed when he heard the voice. Call out? Not only the lights, but the light of the whole venue is lit up. All around, there are auditoriums, which are densely packed, and the audiences from different planets are all aliens. Some are holding popcorn, some are holding drinks, and some are holding the insect king who looks super evil. The expressions on their faces are exactly the same, looking at the electric lizards on the field with great anticipation, just like watching a broadcast game. Forward. The electric lizard looked around, and Moath suddenly opened. Surrounded by high railings, which can be raised and lowered, he is in a huge broadcasting station, and the whole broadcasting station is divided into several areas by the railings. You are one of them? This is like an ancient Roman arena? And the sound just now came from the space between the edge of the ring and the auditorium. There was a tall, beacon-like thing with cameras, microphones, etc. So, the enemies he faces today are robots, too. Because of his performance on Earth, he is very heroic. The host's voice spread out from the high-tech lighthouse again. In an instant, the expression of the electric lizard suddenly woke up, understood everything, and his expression suddenly became furious. It seems that the battle between me and Kevin was seen by the people in this spaceship, and then they were sent over by some kind of high-tech purpose? Just to let me play in the ring and have fun for them. Please entertain the audience and bring money to the owner of this spaceship. Ask for flowers. Just as the electric lizard was trying to escape. Bang bang! Two robots with a height of 3 meters, covered in iron, holding two sharp knives, appeared on both sides of the electric lizard, and slowly flanked him to the middle. Robots? You can only kill them first. The electric lizard showed a resolute look, but he did not act immediately, but stayed where he was, allowing the two two-blade robots to approach him little by little. Trigger the sign-in, throw the street. The scum that can't even trigger the sign-in. When the audience saw the electric lizard staying in place, their eyes were red, and they yelled loudly. What are you doing? Didn't the host say that this guy is amazing? It made me so excited that I got an annual card. Look at his cancerous appearance, the robot can kill him with one knife. It's more interesting to look at that octopus head. Get off the ring without fighting and feed the animals. It was really dark, violent, and primitive here, and all the aliens had deep doubts about the power of the electric lizard for a while. Taste? There was even a burly alien who picked up a tin drink can and quickly smashed it towards the electric lizard. Boom. The arm of the electric lizard that stayed in place instantly turned into a phantom, causing countless people to see a flash, and in an instant, the can that was originally smashed at him was firmly fucked into his hand. Just use this and blow it up. The electric lizard slowly picked up the drink can, and looked at the two-knife robot approaching from the front with sharp eyes. There was booze on the stage, and I thought that the electric lizard was not ashamed. Next moment, the electric light wrapped the coke can in the electric lizard's hand. He threw the already blue can ruthlessly, forming a beautiful parabola in the air. In fact, the moment it touched the double-blade robot, boom, the current on the can exploded instantly, forming a current like a poisonous snake, which bound the robot layer by layer, forming a circle after another. Blue Viper, break. The 5 fingers of the electric lizard stretched out and squeezed slowly. Boom. Current contraction. Robots, explode in an instant. Billion, first, kill it. The electric lizard let go of his palm expressionlessly, and calmly turned his head to look at the two-knife robot leaning behind him, instead of looking back at the exploding robot. That guy had already turned into a pile of scorched ruins and fell to the ground, and even the indestructible socket had cracks like spider webs. It was caused by the electric current, or it was burned by the high temperature caused by the electric current. This moment, the ferocious expressions of the audience were completely fixed on their faces, but their eyes were dull but many. The contrast between this expression and the eyes was quite joyful. In their eyes, that thin and thin, like a vulnerable electric lizard. At this moment, he is as mighty and domineering as a towering giant. Roar. Fantastic. Play well, brother, here's your reward. For a while, 7, 7, 3, the auditorium on the side of the electric lizard boiled, and the screams were mixed together as if they were about to lift the ceiling of the spaceship, and countless people were crazy. This is the first time they have seen such a strong player. There are even people who throw money bags and milk drinks at the electric lizard. This leaves the electric lizard with black lines all over its head. In the other two areas, an area. It is a ferocious big crocodile with turquoise skin and walks upright, which makes it have the advantages of human beings and the power of beasts to fight against the robot in front of him. In another area, Kevin's face was swollen, his nose was bleeding, and he fell on the ring with his neck crooked. In front of him was a tall robot several meters tall with gloves on both hands. Why did this octopus head faint? It looks like it's dead. How did this guy get in there? Too bad. This octopus is really bad. It's just like this, it can't get up. It's really bad. The audience in the auditorium facing Kevin's area also booed Kevin, which seemed much inferior to the electric lizard. Bang bang bang, The good-tempered audience is still watching Kevin faint, and the hot-tempered audience has already stood up and smashed Kevin with a soda can. This time, the soda can hit Kevin's body, but compared to the electric lizard's heavy punch, this canned attack is really insignificant. No one realizes. The bumps on Kevin's face are fading fast. Boom. The boxing robot didn't waste time, walked slowly in front of Kevin, clenched his hands into fists, and aimed at Kevin's body. Taste. Its arm slowly bent, and then, the fist was shot out like a bullet, and a clean jab hit Kevin's head. Boom. The fist of the boxing robot fell on the ground under Kevin in an instant, and the heavy alloy fist left tiny cracks on the ground, stirring up a lot of dust, and the dust wind past its knees. But it didn't hit Kevin. Kevin, who should have fallen over there, disappeared in an instant. No wonder the wounds on my face are getting better and better, and my consciousness has become much clearer. It turns out that my opponent changed from the Demon King Xiao Chen to such a useless robot. At this moment, Kevin squatted in front of him. His face was not restored to its original state, but only his cheeks were slightly swollen, and there was an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. Bang bang bang! The boxing robot saw Kevin standing up, like a shark smelling blood, retracted its straight robotic arm, and ran towards Kevin. Taste? Kevin just bent his knees and exerted force with his entire thigh, and his body quickly rose up and jumped onto the shoulders of the boxing robot. Boom! The boxing robot was just trying to move its shoulders when Kevin went down. Kevin's fist had turned into a terrifying phantom and hit the boxing robot's head heavily. Research. There was a huge tearing sound from the neck of the boxing robot, and the entire head of the robot was blasted out by an unparalleled impact. It fell on the ground like a football and rolled dozens of meters away until it hit the railing and exploded. In situ. Only a headless neck robot remains. Easy KO machine freak. Kevin retracted his fists excitedly, spread his hands, and greeted the audience's cheers, screams, and applause. Of course. The applause from the electric lizard was long-lasting, as if it never stopped. Face the second robot. The tricks of the electric shop are even neater. Taste? I saw his body turned into a dazzling electric light, like a sharp blade, flashing past the waist of the double-blade robot. When he stopped on the ground more than 10 meters behind the robot. Boom. A more dazzling electric light bloomed on the waist of the double-blade robot, like a Rachel, instantly causing its body to be cut in half. The robot's upper body and lower body are separated, flying high into the sky, falling to the ground again, and exploding. Even the lower body was engulfed and turned into a cloud of smoke. Get the second one. Electric Lizard said with an expression on his face. To deal with this kind of miscellaneous fish, it doesn't need any fancy tricks, just kill it in seconds. The audience, without a doubt, applauded. Kevin is strong though. But Electric Lizard's neat second kill captured their violent emotions, making him the focal point of the entire broadcast, and the undisputed king of the crown. Found a treasure. In the main control room. Through the surveillance screen of the arena, Wesker faintly praised the Electric Lizard and Kevin in the arena, and the praise was more focused on the Electric Lizard. Thanks, thanks. Kevin thought that these people were praising him, and he raised his hands in excitement. No matter where it is, there is applause. It can fight in heaven. This is heaven. It belongs to the heaven of 4.5 such a strong man. Drop drop. At this time, the railing that divided the broadcasting station into several areas began to descend slowly, and the Omnitrix pattern on the chest of the Electric Lizard began to flicker. Oops, what a coincidence. Just after I killed 2 droids. The Electric Lizard's expression turned bad, and he hurriedly raised his head to look around, thinking about where to flee to. Taste? Red light blooms. His body changed back to human form. In front of everyone's eyes, everyone saw with their own eyes the heroic Electric Lizard just now, transformed into a human state Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression was a little embarrassed, and there was a slight sweat on his forehead. No one here recognizes Omnitrix, right? But obviously, the aliens here don't care about Omnitrix, any cool watch that transforms. They only care about one. Xiao Chen brought them a perfect fight. Too bad it wasn't long enough. This is magic. It must be magic. That's right. This Earthling is performing first by force and then by earthly magic. Definitely it's like this. I didn't expect there are bonus items. Earth's creatures are really powerful, and their appearance is unremarkable. There was another uproar in the audience, and some people even defended Xiao Chen. Biting on Omnitrix is magic. Xiao Chen also twitched in the corner, forcing himself to squeeze an ugly smile on his face. This is magic. As he said that, he also quietly put his hands into his pockets, and doing so was nothing more than covering up Omnitrix's wrists. And this period, railings, landed completely. The entire arena became unobstructed. On the left is Kevin. On the far right is a sturdy big crocodile. Okay. Kevin suddenly glanced at 16 Xiao Chen in front of him. His expression became surprised, and he held his hands tightly, looking very excited. Xiao Chen, it's time for your Omnitrix transformation? Ha ha ha, God help me too. His thigh muscles tightened instantly, like a piece of steel plate. His explosive kick left a crack on the ring, and his body swiftly hit Xiao Chen's side like a gust of wind. Damn, this is the time when I think about how to stop this lunatic. It really doesn't work. You can also use the Omnitrix. There is a protection mechanism in the Omnitrix. If Kevin forcibly touches it, he will definitely be bounced off. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about it, he stretched out his right wrist again and pointed the Omnitrix towards Kevin. Roar? Who knows? Xiao Chen's right-hand side. The crocodile also seemed to be going crazy, attacking Xiao Chen's front, the heavy body accompanied by the fast pace, causing the ground nearby to start to vibrate. Fighting from both sides? No, isn't it? Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head to look at the crocodile rushing towards him. His brain had no time to think about it. Crocodile and Kevin, towards their side, getting closer and closer. Over time. I guess what the plot is. It must be that the strong man on Earth used magic again to turn himself back into the warrior just now. It must be like this. This is going to be the most exciting match ever. The audience began to be whimsical again, and their anticipation for Xiao Chen was top-notch. 7. When Xiao Chen felt the huge wind and waves coming from both sides, his body stiffened, and he knew that he was going to die. Boom! Next second, the crocodile on the right jumped up, crossed Xiao Chen's body, and slammed into Kevin's body. What are you doing? You goddamn beast. Kevin, who was caught off guard, was thrown to the ground by the crocodile. In front of the crocodile, his body seemed very small, and he was so pressed that he could not move. What's going on? Xiao Chen suddenly looked to the left, his pupils contracted slightly, overflowing with joy. The crocodile and Kevin were rolling back and forth on the ground, constantly interrupting, not attacking him. Boom. The crocodile opened its mouth again and bit Kevin's neck, but unfortunately it didn't bite, just some spit flying around, and unfortunately flew to Xiao Chen's Omnitrix. It's disgusting. Xiao Chen instantly felt a chill all over his body, and even his own hand felt an unwanted feeling, and hurriedly shook his right hand to use up the spit. Did not notice. Ding dong. The screen of Omnitrix was slightly deformed, and it seemed to be recording something. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the crocodile was evaded by Kevin because of its great strength, and he used it himself to get out of the ring. This damn green-skinned monster. Kevin cursed secretly, then turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, showing a cold smile. Kevin, do you want to make a lot of money? I think it's really boring to be a hero to protect the world. It's better to rob a bank and conquer the world together. The strength of the two of us will definitely make us billionaires. Xiao Chen moved his head quickly, but he was completely confused by Kevin. Kevin felt a heartbeat in his heart, but after hesitating for half a second, he continued to walk. Don't think about it. Xiao Chen, I'm not a fool. If I kill you, I can get countless money. Keep you and pay me back. If I want to share the spoils with you, I can't have it all alone. Kevin's selfishness instantly made Xiao Chen speechless. But Womack wouldn't sit idly by. 2 cash cows cannot die. Taste? The high-tech pagoda emits a beam of red light, which once again enveloped Kevin and Xiao Chen's bodies. This beam of light seems to be the most powerful technology of this spaceship, capable of moving people around continuously. In an instant, the two appeared in a brand new area. This is a hall area. There are seats on the walls on both sides. There are many aliens sitting on them, all with frowning faces, and there are 2 big axes in the doorway. Their bodies are in the shape of red armor and they are as tall as adults. The samurai robot? It looks extremely cold, and its combat power may be much stronger than that of the warriors of the TNG organization. Here, yes, rest area. Xiao Chen looked stunned, looked around, and understood everything. 773. These aliens were also captured. Kevin looked annoyed, and walked towards the 2 samurai robots. You are the one who brought me here? Tell you, take this uncle. Don't wait for it to finish. A samurai robot suddenly raised a big axe, and the end of the axe was hot, directly sticking to Kevin's chest. Feeling hot? Kevin took a step back abruptly, and the chest that was originally pressed by the end of the axe left a unique mark, like the mark pattern engraved on the top, the same pattern as other aliens? Like warrior's mark? Come on. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Xiao Chen sighed and walked to the 2 samurai robots with his back to them. Sizzle. There was no pain as imagined, just a burn in the back, and it was over. He touched his back, and sure enough, he left a raised mark, which is a kind of technology. Little raiders, or shapeshifters can solve this problem. It's a small matter. At this moment, Womack didn't realize how much trouble the 2 Earthlings it invited could make. Let's get down to business. Xiao Chen, you can't run without saying anything today. Kevin didn't care after leaving a mark, and looked at Xiao Jing viciously. Damn, the more you think about it, the more you get angry. If you didn't insist on chasing me, can we get caught? I'll kill you. It seems that you idiot hasn't understood our situation yet. Xiao Chen gave Kevin a glance, and then fired directly at Kevin in a human state, mocking Kevin. You. Kevin was furious, his palms clenched tightly, and he was about to attack. Taste? The mechanical mark on his chest flickered slightly red. Monument? Immediately afterwards, the mark released a terrifying force, and Kevin was instantly knocked out, slammed into the wall before he stopped, and fell on the ground with 2 more circles. Sure enough, that mark has some kind of mechanism that can deflect trapeze people. Xiao Chen saw this scene, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Just now he deliberately took Kevin, just to make Kevin a guinea pig. Try this mark effect. It hurts to death. Kevin slowly got up from the ground, his footsteps were still a little fluttering, and he rubbed his head. Although his facial expression was a little angry, he didn't move his fist. What happened just now? I warn you. At this time, A camera's built-in microphone in the corner of the ceiling released the cold and ruthless voice of Wemoko, like a robot, filled with a high-pitched tone. The mark I put on you is to restrict you and make you obedient. From now on, you must participate in the arena regularly, become players, and bring more business to this ship. If you dare fighting in the background, the mark will make you obedient. Hearing this, Kevin's expression instantly became humiliated, and he clenched his fists tightly. But, don't forget, he's a man who can bend and stretch, and although he is angry, he does not attack. This mechanism is good. Xiao Chen showed a smile. My transformation time is limited. With this mechanism, even if my Omnitrix transformation time is up, it is still safe. Just use the opportunity in the arena can. Humph. Detected sign-in object, Wemek's Reaper of Souls. The host chooses to destroy most of its samurai robots, and removes the mark, defeats or kills Wemek, and the sign-in can be completed. This time, the system naturally triggered the sign-in task again. Having said that, Xiao Chen hadn't seen the reward before. I don't know is destroying most of the robots, then removing the mark, and then defeating Wix, can the sign-in be completed? Xiao Chen pondered for a few seconds, that is to say, this Wemok is not very powerful, and it is only reluctant to count its subordinates. Trigger the task. Then hit whatever you want? His gaze was all around. Don't worry, let's see if there are any powerful aliens that can include DNA, and then leave when the harvest is enough. Anyway, this Wemok can be killed at any time. Now, it's time for lunch. At this time, Wei Punk's voice sounded again. I saw that a crawler in front of the resting backstage began to continuously transmit, and from a black hole, plates of disgusting green jelly-like food were sent out, and the stop position just corresponded to each seat. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. I'm starving. Today's meal is nutritious. A bunch of small aliens rushed to each position, picked up the plate on the track in front of them, and gobbled the green jelly inside. In the innermost part, there are still 3 seats left, and no one is seated. This food. Xiao Chen looked at the green jelly and looked surprised. Is the spaceship's cook Grandpa Marco? It's very likely. Ugh. Kevin looked disgusted, angry at the same time full of pain. It's disgusting to look at. Can this be eaten by humans? It's good to have something to eat. That's right, if Mr. Ziwalang comes, there will be no more food to eat. If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to compete in the competition. Some kind-hearted aliens, while covering their faces with plates, turned around and persuaded vaguely. Xiao Chen immediately set off, walked to one of the empty seats, sat down, and took a tentative bite of jelly. His whole body trembled slightly, and his expression was a little surprised. Break. No, Grandpa's food is exciting? Eat whatever you want. Seeing him eating, Kevin's expression became even more shocked. How dare you eat it? Xiao Chen also outperforms him in this regard? Unconvinced, Kevin immediately walked to Xiao Chen's side, sat in the same seat, took a bite, and immediately, Xiao Chen and Kevin slowly ate this jelly. However, other aliens eat so fast that they can't wait to bury their heads in the plate, as if they are in a competition, which is very strange. There is a seat next to me, and no one came. Xiao Chen Yuguang looked at the innermost vacant seat, and remembered what the aliens had said before, destroying Lang Zhen, and was slightly wary in his heart. There is another strong guy, want to come? There is a word called wish come true. Maybe it was Xiao Chen and the others who were thinking about this person, so Mi Lang Zhen appeared. Taste? The automatic lounge doors retract to the sides. A tall, cocky-skinned alien man with sturdy muscles everywhere walked in slowly. He looked around with a pair of golden eyes. His bald head and black special horns on both sides of his upper and lower jaw looked very oppressive. Like a human-shaped beast. The momentum is strong? This is Xiao Chen's first impression. Extinction Lang Jun? It's Mr. Zy Langjun here, don't eat it. Stop now. And the appearance of Mr. Zhuangzi also caused a group of aliens present to hurriedly put down the plates in their hands, put them on the crawler in front of them, and put them down no matter how much they wanted to eat. Although Xiao Chen only ate half of it, but he was full. Zhao Ziyahao, he put it down, and Kevin put down half of the food reluctantly. SHHHHHH. Mi Langjun first walked to the aliens closest to the gate, picked up its plate, and swallowed the food in one bite, then went to the second, third, and stood beside those aliens during look elsewhere for demons. It seems that he does not think that someone dares to provoke him. Why, this bastard? If I hadn't been injured, it would have been me, Kevin, who was the one who grabbed the food, even more furious, staring at the end of Lang Jun. Isn't it too dirty to eat like this? After Xiao Chen complained, his eyes unknowingly landed on the plate in front of him. He instantly burst into light. Taste? Xiao Chen directly picked up the food from his plate and threw it hard at Mi Langjun. Boom! The green jelly, by chance, hit the bald head of Jun Xiao Langjun. The body movements of Mr. Ziwalang suddenly stopped. Its palm slowly removed the jelly on its head, and there was a little green residue on its scalp. The whole person was extraordinarily quiet, but there was a rage brewing in his heart. Crazy, crazy. All the aliens present, except Xiao Chen and Kevin, all stopped their movements and stared blankly at Mi Langjun. Their fears intensified. Who is so bold? Xiao Chen, ha ha ha, are you courting death? And Kevin watched the food fly past him with his own eyes. Without thinking about it, he looked back at Xiao Chen and sneered. Xiao Chen's expression was innocent. Kevin, what do you mean? What do you mean? Schadenfreude? You're going to be beaten by this guy, or beaten to death by him. Kevin taunted. On the side of Mi Langjian, he slowly walked out of the midst of several aliens, and after scanning the transmission track, he settled on Xiao Chen and Kevin. Bang bang bang. He walked towards the two of them step by step. The only sound in the rest hall was his heavy footsteps. Most of the aliens didn't dare to breathe, they just looked at Xiao Chen and Kevin with horrified eyes. Exactly. It's Kevin's side. There was nothing in front of Kevin, but in front of Xiao Chen, there was a plate of food that was mostly eaten. This guy is crazy, thought all the aliens. 773 Kevin is still gloating. Have you heard footsteps? It's coming to hit you? I do not understand what you mean. Xiao Chen is a master at pretending to be confused, posing as if he doesn't know anything. Ha ha ha, you'll be. Kevin smiled smugly, turned around to look at Lang Junzi, and the smug voice stopped abruptly. Before, it was the man with a suffocating look and murderous intent. He was glaring at Kevin with his head down. Hey, big guy, you're looking for the wrong person. Yes. Kevin's expression was slightly wary, and he was a little frightened. He hurriedly explained it, and looked at the crawler by the way. Next second, his expression was dumbfounded. Why did TM appear in front of Xiao Chen with his plate of food? Look at Xiao Chen's black belly expression hidden in his innocence. Kevin reacted instantly. He was framed by Xiao Chen. Shit, so poisonous? What do you still want to explain? Said Lang Junchuan word by word. No, it's not me. Kevin bit his head and looked at Lang Junzi, and hurriedly pointed to Xiao Chen's side. Junzi, it's him? It's what he did. He threw his food at you, and again stole my food and blamed me. You also participated. Mi Langjun looked at Xiao Chen with his icy knife eyes. The other aliens were horrified just looking at it. Kevin was also a little scared. Only Xiao Chen stood up calmly, with a kind smile on his face, raised his head slightly and looked at the Shui Langjun. Mr. Zy Langjun, look at my small body, and then look at your big body. Why should I provoke you? Makes sense? Langjun Xie immediately agreed. Kevin still wants to explain. No, it's not like that. He can. Research? Langjun Zy raised his right hand directly. His right hand was a refined meteor hammer, which smashed heavily on Kevin's body and smashed it out. He clenched his left fist again, and the meteor hammer matched his fist to beat Kevin hard. Not having enough to eat, and having been ravaged by the electric lizard, Kevin was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Fuck, you were beaten so badly. Xiao Chen stood up calmly, leaned on the crawler, and watched Kevin get beaten up, feeling a little good. A long time. With his face turned into a pig's head again, Kevin fell to the ground and whimpered softly. Mi Langjun wiped the sweat from his forehead, retracted his sore arms, and walked slowly in front of Xiao Chen and others. This is the end of trouble for me. He didn't notice the viciousness in Kevin's painful eyes behind him. Kill you must find a chance to kill you. However, something came up that made Kevin even more painful. Xiao Chen also picked up his plate of food and gave it to Mr. Zwizi. Here, Mr. Zwizi, are you tired? Eat more and rest. BGEF. Pfft. Kevin rolled his eyes and vomited blood and passed out. It made me beaten and even took out my food to improve my sensitivity. So annoying? You are very brave, and I am very satisfied. Here in the future, I will cover you. Mr. Shui was very pleasing to Xiao Chen, took the food on the plate in Xiao Chen's small palm, patted his chest and said, not only is Xiao Chen's act of favoring him, but also because Xiao Chen has a very comfortable feeling for him, the feeling of a friend. Xiao Chen, in line with the idea of the enemy is a friend, naturally wanted to have a relationship with the extermination of Lang Jun. Hearing that Lang Junshui stopped his remarks, he even smiled. Thank you very much. Fine. Lang Junshui slowly shook his head, swallowed the food in one gulp, put down the empty plate, and sat in the innermost position to rest. Xia Lang Jun, I just came here, do you want to play in the ring in the afternoon? Xiao Chen also tirelessly asked Xia Lang Jun. Shui Langjun's expression was a little impatient, but he still tried to explain to Xiao Chen, yes. After lunch, the fight will start in a while. Sometimes it's half an hour. It depends on Wike. Xiao Chen nodded, and chatted with Mi Langjun for a while. He learned that his strength was not because of his DNA, but because of his training the day after tomorrow. He also had some hope. Kevin leaned against the opposite wall while the two were chatting, rested quietly, and waited for an opportunity. The other aliens also sat in their seats without saying a word. Time, a minute and a second passed. Backstage is boring. The arena is very lively. In the audience said frantically. Plus, let's have some interesting battles. Yes? We want to see Mr. Xia Lang, as well as those powerful people on Earth, to see the death battle between them and the enemy. That's right, that's interesting. It's not enough to destroy Langjun as a strong man. I've already added a lot of money. As long as you can see the death match for me, keep adding money. This is the first time that Wemek has seen such a scene where all the audience took the initiative to stay and frantically shout. He himself has great expectations for the performance of Xiao Chen, Kevin, and others, especially Xiao Chen. This will definitely be his biggest cash cow in the future, but he must make good use of it. Wemak immediately used the high-tech lighthouse to send a message, please wait 10 minutes to half an hour, I guarantee that the players you want will all participate, and their opponents will be stronger than the usual opponents. The competition will also become brilliant deathmatch. 3 cash cows are too many, it's okay to die for the weakest one. It's after some words come out. The whole place is boiling. A very cruel death battle knocked down the plan, and ironically, Xiao Chen didn't even know that he had participated in this game, and so were Kevin and Mi Langjian, who were still resting or chatting. Soon half an hour has passed since Xiao Chen sat in his place, swinging the Omnitrix, and found that there was a new alien pattern in his Omnitrix, which looked like a crocodile. Where did this come from? He's a little weird. Kevin stood there, constantly moving the joints of his body. After half an hour of rest, his body function was completely restored, his injuries were healed, and he became more and more energetic, and the eyes of Langjian Chui Lian were also murderous. Not to be outdone, Mr. Shui looked at Kevin. The terrifying momentum of the two collided, like a gust of wind. The plates on the conveyor belt and the clothes scattered on the ground were all swept up by the gust of wind and flew everywhere. Except for Xiao Chen, the other aliens were shivering all the time. Next, the two warriors from the Earth, as well as the extermination of Langjian, will participate in the deathmatch competition together. When the sword was drawn, the voice of Wemek sounded again from the loudspeaker, and the tone seemed to have a trace of excitement. Death fight? It's over. Someone is going to die in the ring. Either two come back alive. If it's more tragic, one comes back. The other aliens immediately put on a terrified look, looked at Xiao Chen, Zi Langjian, and the others, and at the same time became even more uneasy. Wemek's game is getting more and more cruel, and they can't stand it. Deathmatch? Let us three fight for life and death. Xiao Chen's expression immediately became vigilant. It's exactly what I want. Kevin synchronized with the Lord of the Dead, and stood up from the same place. They were going to fight to the death? Next moment, taste. Two red rays of light instantly shone on the bodies of Kevin and Mi Langjian, as well as Xiao Chen. The figures of the three were instantly taken away by the shuttle light. From the quiet lounge, it was directly teleported to the noisy, cruel, and blood-filled broadcasting station. It's the Earth powerhouse who can do magic. His performance is the best. At least let him hit 3 robots this time. That's how it's worth seeing. Undoubtedly, most people's eyes fell on Xiao Chen, and the atmosphere gradually became anxious. Xiao Chen seemed to be a star here. In front of me, aren't Kevin and Mr. Extinction? Could it be that the two of them are fighting to the death, and I am a brand new enemy? Xiao Chen reacted, automatically ignoring the applause from the audience, turning 360 degrees and looking at the entire environment. There are only high railings around, and there are no enemies. In another plug-in area, Mi Langjian and Kevin met here. All of these were naturally arranged by Wemek. I only need one to kill Langjian and that octopus boy, and this cash cow can't let him be disabled in a death fight. He has to give me more exciting battles. It's very precise, and it's purely that Xiao Chen is regarded as a money-making genius. And Xiao Chen's enemy. Bang bang bang. There are 3 landing sounds from the front. 3 double-blade robots several meters high were brought by a red light and landed heavily in front of Xiao Chen. The 3 of them raised their cold swords together, and Xiao Chen's figure was reflected on the surface of the sword. Kill him, magician earthling? Ha ha ha, I want to see that tall guy who generates electricity? Let's do magic. On the contrary, I want to see the hero fall. I want to see this much-anticipated Earth boy fall to the altar and be killed by these robots. It is true that Xiao Chen went back wholeheartedly, and would not enjoy the applause of the audience like Kevin did. But when I heard that I was going to be killed by a robot, he still showed a winning expression, a little unhappy. Only 3, kill him? What are you kidding? It's just 5 scumbags. We'll deal with you first. Xiao Chen quickly raised the Omnitrix, opened it, selected the first alien DNA, and shot it. A burst of green light lit up, and all the audience clenched their fists, looking forward to it, thinking that the electric lizard before the magic would come out. The light is fleeting. An invincible, broad-shouldered, flank like a knife stood up like a tiger. A diamond man appeared in front of the audience. Diamond God of War. Why did you change people? Please, we're looking at the discharge monster, not you. Wumek, what the hell, is there a replacement? We'll spend money to continue this game, and you'll fix it for us. For flowers. The audience was instantly dissatisfied and protested. What they're looking at is the electric lizard, not this Diamond God of War. Who knows if it's a weak imposter? How did he become another way? He won't die here, right? Wemek also frowned. He didn't know if the Diamond God of War had the strength of the electric lizard. Really, so annoying. The Diamond God of War's expression immediately became fierce, his body lowered slightly, and his arms suddenly transformed into terrifying diamond hammers. Taste? His figure was like a thunderbolt, and he charged aggressively in front of a 2-knife robot. Twisting his body at will, relying on the warrior's intuition, he easily avoided the attack of the double-blade robot knife. Immediately, the Diamond God of War backhand is to smash 2 diamond-heavy hammers onto the body of this double-blade robot. Bang! In an instant, the body of the double-blade robot was full of cracks, bursting out countless arcs, and the whole body was blasted out. The huge body was as fragile as paper in front of the Diamond God of War. Hit the wall and explode? Boom! After this explosion, the auditorium on this side fell silent in an instant, and stared dumbfoundedly at the Diamond God of War, who slowly retracted the diamond hammer. It was unimaginable that this man blew up a dual-blade robot without any effort. All the previous doubts were severely hit by this diamond hammer, just like the exploding robot, shattered. It seems to be a stronger one. Who's in the audience anymore? Rory, I'll jump over and kill him now. The most exaggerated is, the Diamond God of War also squinted at the auditorium, his eyes burst with a strong chill, as sharp as a diamond knife, and opened a group to all the audience. Go straight to the face. Wemmick was dumbfounded. Is this guy trying to offend my patrons? What is he doing? He was a little flustered. Even Mi Langjun has never done this kind of behavior of opening a group for the audience? But what Wemmick didn't expect was, the next moment, boom, the audience erupted into more eager cheers. Obviously, everyone had a deep admiration for this temperamental and powerful contestant. This is not a machine, but a displeased, emotional, flesh and blood warrior. Call out. Just when the Diamond God of War started the group, a two-knife robot came quietly behind him, and slashed the neck of the Diamond God of War with a knife, as if to smash him into pieces. See this scene. The audience who were still cheering just now quieted down again, holding their breath and staring ahead, wanting to see if the Diamond God of War could escape this new one. The body of the Diamond God of War is like sticking to the ground, motionless, and has no intention of dodging. Ping! The moment the 773 sword fell on his neck, almost all the audience stood up, startled, and thought they would see a very bloody scene. But the neck of the big sword and the Diamond God of War made a crisp collision sound, as if his neck was an indestructible weapon. The neck only shook slightly. The big knife stopped on the neck of the Diamond God of War, and it could not cut through life or death. Take the knife, sharpen it back and forth. It's just right. It's enough to tickle my neck. The Diamond God of War turned around and looked at the laborious double knife robot, and said lightly, but there was a lot of pride in the plain tone, coupled with his invincible strength. All speeches seem logical. The audience sat down, cheered, and applauded, all worthy of the Diamond God of War. This guy is too suitable for broadcasting. Wemmick looked unbelievable. Call out. The double-armed hammer of the Diamond God of War transformed into a diamond spike, and waved towards the arm of the big knife handle that the double knife robot slashed over. The cold light forms a beautiful semicircular arc in midair, showing a sense of beauty, but there is infinite murder in the beauty. Boom! An arm holding a knife slowly fell to the ground. Double blade robot. Oh no! Before the single pole robot could react, the shoulders kept extending forward, and the entire arm was abolished by the Diamond God of War. Then, all the audience held their breath. Taste. The two thorns of the Diamond God of War waved gently again. The single knife robot in front of him was instantly split in half from top to bottom, and the necrotic two halves collapsed to the left and right, completely dead. Two knives, instant kill. It's like using a normal attack to kill a small soldier. It's as easy as the palm of your hand. The last one. The arms of the Diamond God of War changed again, and it turned into a honeycomb-shaped Gatling, showing a different trick once again. SHHHHHH. The Gatling arms kept turning, and countless diamond flying knives flew out. Just for a few seconds. The only remaining dual-blade robot was covered with diamond flying knives, and after twitching in place for 2 seconds, it crashed to the ground, completely necrotic. It's done. The Diamond God of War retracted his arms, returned to the normal state of his arms, calmly raised his head and said to the high-tech lighthouse caller, "Is there only an opponent of this level?" Wyvac was speechless at this point. Bang bang bang! Every audience, blushing, stood up and clapped their palms vigorously, applauding this battle full of fluent ultimate moves. They haven't even responded yet. The enemies of the Diamond God of War all fell to the ground. Too exaggerated? This combat power is too exaggerated? Also very personal? The Diamond God of War was a little bored, spread out his arms, and casually hugged the applause and cheers of the aliens. There are at least 7 or 8 minutes of transformation time, or even longer, so boring. The other side. Bang bang bang! There is another round of warrior fights between Langjun and Kevin. In all fairness, Kevin did have Moath's DNA, and the whole person became more cruel, durable, and powerful. However, his tricks were easily seen through by Jun Xiao Langjun, and he avoided many attacks. And Mi Langjun can be said to have experienced hundreds of battles in the arena, and the shot is to hit Kevin's ribs, joints, and any weak places, and Kevin grins sincerely. If it weren't for Kevin's endurance and the ability to switch his form, it would have been a tie with Mi Langjun for a while. 1. Mi Zy Langjun, try this. Kevin's arms burst out with huge electric lights, blasting the body of Zy Langjun, attacking the unsuspecting latter. Boom. Mi Langjun's body hit the railing heavily and fell on the ring again, but his body didn't feel the slightest pain. Instead, it was very comfortable. No, it can't get up. No matter how hard Langjun Shui exerts his strength, his body is as limp as he collapses on the ring, unable to move. Go to hell. Kevin slowly evoked a cruel smile and strode towards the extermination of Langjun. With the powerful physique brought by DNA alone, he can only draw a tie with the fighter who is ingenious and whose body has been transformed. But if you count his abilities, he can win. This is a death fight, then kill this bastard. I'm going to die here too. The always domineering Mi Langjun had a rare look of loneliness on his face at this moment. Maybe this is the feeling of the enemies who died at his hands before? Death fight? Kill him. Haha, Lord Zhuangzi also has today. The old-fashioned players are not as good as robots. The audience here is clamoring, and they, who advocate violence, like this kind of picture. Naturally, the Diamond Aries across the railing also heard the audience's discussion. Langjun Zy lost. The Diamond God of War expression instantly froze. Immediately, his face became solemn, and the brain cells began to burn rapidly in just 1 second. Although Mi Langjun will bully people and grab food, but if you help him, he will cover you. If you help a lot, maybe you can become friends. 4.5 at least, this guy has a stronger character than Kevin. Save? The Diamond God of War made a decisive decision, looked up at the high railing, and slammed his feet on the ground. Taste? A high diamond platform rose on the ground in an instant, and the body of the Diamond God of War quickly extended upwards, and soon exceeded the height of the railing. The condescending Diamond God of War can not only watch the entire arena like a small mountain, but even the audience seats on all sides. You can also see the area behind the railings. Kevin walked to the front of the extinction Langjun, raised his claws to prepare for a dead hand. Taste? Under the gaze of countless audiences, the high Diamond God of War jumped out of the diamond platform like an eagle and fell to Kevin's body. And in the eyes of Langjun Xia, on Kevin's back, a light came. Green light on what? Xiao Chen. Kevin was caught by the movement above his head, and the moment he raised his head, the figure of the Diamond God of War came into view. Boom. Moment. The Diamond God of War was like a tiger descending from the mountain. His heavy and sturdy body directly smashed Kevin to the ring, and slammed his face to the ground. Puff. Kevin was instantly suppressed to the point of vomiting blood. Langjun Zy stared blankly at all this, as if he had not yet reacted. What happened? The audience cheered excitedly. It's overtime? It must be overtime. The strongest fighter, after defeating the robot, will hit the octopus head. It turned out that it's not a one-on-one fight, it's 3 people fighting each other. Wei Ike said that looking at all this through the screen from a different place, the killing intent in his heart condensed. This kid is a bit beyond my control. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Kevin questioned the Diamond God of War while vomiting blood. The Diamond God of War got off Kevin, walked calmly to Mr. Zy Langjun, slowly stretched out a palm, and at the same time, made a majestic voice like a savior. Are you alright? Now, the Diamond God of War in front of Mi Langjun is bathed in golden light, like his god. Taste? He slowly raised his numb palm, placed it on the palm of the Diamond God of War, and was pulled up by the ladder, leaning against the railing beside him. Don't worry, Kevin won't be able to take your life with me here. What he should worry about is that his life will be taken by me. The Diamond God of War said domineeringly and decisively. Why do you want to save me? Su Langjun asked in disbelief. Because your life shouldn't end here. The Diamond God of War thought for a while, and said firmly to Mr. Zy. This sentence also left a deep impression on Mr. Zy. He looked at the appearance of the Diamond God of War in front of him. The urge to bow down and be courteous rose in my heart. Xiao Chen, why are you stopping me? Are you crazy? He also wants to take your meal away. Kevin got up at this time and asked the Diamond God of War loudly. The Diamond God of War turned to look at Kevin, and said lightly, if I want to stop it, I will stop it. If I don't accept it, you will kill me. Taste? Kevin couldn't bear it any longer. From being teleported here at the beginning, to being framed by Xiao Chen, and now Xiao Chen prevents him from killing Xiao Langjun to vent his anger. His violent temper will be released on Xiao Chen all at once. The result is, taste? The arms of the Diamond God of War turned into a pair of big hammers, and the body, and even around the legs, were covered with diamond spikes, like a hedgehog armor, with big hammers, one for offense and one for defense. Bang, bang. He raised the hammer and blasted Kevin away again and again, and Kevin wanted to attack him, only the pain was so bad that he had a chance to touch it. Woo 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 woo. Kevin was supposed to vent his anger. As a result, after being beaten by the Diamond God of War, wake up. He was pressed and rubbed by the Diamond God of War. It's so brave. He's really too powerful. Seeing the scene in front of him, Langjun Zy was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he only knew what was called there are people outside people, and there are days outside the sky. Kevin, who defeated him, was crushed in front of the Diamond God of War. It's hard to imagine how powerful Xiao Chen is. In terms of strength, he is convinced. The audience saw their fighting style of punching to the flesh, oh no, hammering to the flesh, and it was even more addicting, and it was a blood boil. This is a real man's showdown. Those robots were all killed in an instant. It was really not enjoyable to watch. Take this octopus head straight away. Idiot, what's the point of abolishing that octopus head? Just throw it out of the ring for the beast to eat? Or beat him to death? The audience is also violent enough. Just now, they were discussing how to die, but now they are calling for Kevin to die. This is also very in line with the mind of the Diamond God of War. His eyes were full of evil spirits, without any sympathy or intention to let Kevin go. Stop fighting. Xiao Chen, can you say something if you have something to say? We are all people from the earth and there is no need for you to live and die. The voice just fell. Boom. The arms of the Diamond God of War merged into a huge diamond hammer. This time, Kevin's body was completely knocked out. Like a bowling ball, Kevin's body hit the huge railing all at once. Boom! The railing was even knocked into a big hole by Kevin's flying body. He flew out of this area and fell into another area. Taste? The Diamond God of War was non-stop. His arms instantly turned into honeycomb gatlings, and he released a series of continuous diamond flying knives at Kevin, flying towards Kevin's head, neck, cervical vertebra, and various vulnerable parts. DDD 773. The diamond knife flew straight through the big hole in the railing and flew towards Kevin. No nonsense. All it takes is Kevin's life. Moreover, Kevin was so damn cool in Captain Stee's meeting, but Captain Stee was a fool to save Kevin? This time, no one can save Kevin. Kevin watched the diamond flying knife getting closer and closer, but his body was scarred and unable to move. He could only collapse on the spot and shouted, "Captain? Someone here is breaking your rules. Are you still going to sit back and watch? Going on like this, do you still have the right to speak after this ship?" His remarks caused Wyvac, who had been fighting directly, to have a sense of crisis. It can't go on like this. Taste. Next moment. Wyvac's figure, accompanied by a red light, descended in front of Kevin, with a gloomy expression, and his huge pupils stared at the diamond god of war. The diamond flying knife is flying towards him? Huh? Wemak appeared. The diamond god of war looked at the sudden appearance of Waypunk with a somewhat surprised expression. There was a look of joy in his eyes. Maybe. What can these flying knives do to this weird guy in seconds? Just in time to kill this strange alien. However, Waymak can be the master of this spaceship. In addition to relying on the machine troops and the soldier's imprint, he also has a good strength. At least he can block the tricks of the diamond god of war. He raised his claws and released invisible thoughts. Shhhhhhhh. Countless diamond flying knives just hovered in front of Wemak, and stopped in midair motionless. Go down? A trace of sweat permeated slightly from Wemok's forehead, and he gasped for breath, consuming a great deal of thought. This is not a cannonball. Why does it consume my power so much? Broken pieces? And the diamond flying knife, which was frozen in midair, changed from a vertical and horizontal state to a vertical state, and fell to the ground in unison. It penetrated the ground and penetrated deeply. Waymok's body felt a chill. If his mind was not strong enough, it would be stabbed to the core. Wymak, what are you? The diamond god of war's arm still kept aiming at the front, and asked with a slightly raised brow. Magic earthlings, don't go too far. Wemak said coldly, the opponent I arranged for you is a robot, not these two guys. By participating in their battle without authorization, you are disrupting the order of the arena and hitting me in the face. It's not like that. The diamond god of war was not afraid of Wemak at all. He shrugged his shoulders calmly. Mi Langjian is a very good contestant. If he survives, he can add a lot to the arena in the future, right? Then why did you kill the octopus head? Isn't he more powerful? Personal grudges. Different. The diamond god of war explained calmly. The rest of the audience roared excitedly as they watched the diamond god of war give Wemak no face. It's rare to see Wemak end up in the final battle against the contestants. Kevin fell to the ground and continued to linger at Wemak. Quick, kill Xiao Chen. That kid is so arguing against you. Don't let him go. Taste. The arms of the diamond god of war slowly turned in a circle, as if the bullets were loaded, and his face became solemn, full of murderous aura. He stopped talking. Waymak did not speak. He quietly made a gesture to his subordinates, and asked his subordinates to activate the mark on the diamond god of war to restrain him. But, bang bang bang, the imprint has been cast several times, and it is almost overheated and scrapped. The body of the diamond god of war is only slightly shaking, and the expression has not changed. Imprint. It doesn't work for this monster at all. What kind of powerful existence did Wemak get? He didn't dare to act rashly. The two sides are in a very tense state, and each can feel a strong killing intent on the other side. At this moment, Lang Junzi reluctantly got up from the railing, watching this scene, his fists clenched tightly. If the savior fights Wemak, I will definitely help him. He is my benefactor. My life is his of. Forget it. Waymak suddenly showed a relaxed expression, waved his palm, and faced the cold-looking diamond god of war. This time I'll forgive you for your rudeness. Next time, it's not allowed to be like this. Don't think it's my biggest cash cow. I dare not touch you. After all, when he raised his hand, a red light shone on Kevin and sent Kevin to the resting backstage. Then, he was also wrapped in red light and disappeared from the ring. Only the diamond god of war and the extinct prince are left. This kind of teleportation ability is very difficult to deal with. However, he is not very strong. Diamond god of war thought silently in his heart. He stood there thinking for a few seconds. His face suddenly changed, and he looked at Mr. Ziwalang, who was next to him. Why haven't we two been teleported back? His tone was a little strange, but he quickly realized that this was what Wemak did on purpose. Monument? Wemak slammed the table with his fist, his face ashen. It's crazy. Even if he's a cash cow, I can't have him. I have to kill him. The strength displayed by the diamond god of war has aroused deep fear in him. It was the first time he experienced what it meant to be death right in front of him. But he didn't dare to act rashly on the bright side, and he couldn't make a move until he used all the samurai robots to encircle and suppress the diamond god of war. Otherwise, it will not be the opponent of this monster. Let the diamond god of war stay in the arena for a while and come down. It seems that Wyvac wants to kill me. A look of suffocation appeared on the diamond god of war's face. It doesn't matter, we will see who kills who. Is it easy to deal with you? For the next few minutes, he stayed in the arena with Mi Langjian until Omnitrix's transformation time was lifted, and he changed back to Xiao Chen. Wemak, and the audience, thought it was another magic trick, but still didn't dare to act rashly. But Waymak was not so wary of Xiao Chen in this state. After seeing him change back, he thought he was calm, so he released a red light in the air. A light passed. The figures of Mi Langjian and Xiao Chen appeared in the resting backstage. In the backstage, Kevin was curled up in the corner and mourned. After being beaten by a diamond hammer, he would not be able to recover in a short time. Silly ex-Wemoke, I'll let you go, but you can't go. Haha, I won't tell you, Xiao Chen's transformation is limited. I want you to die. You die in Xiao Chen's hands. He thought in a very frantic way in his heart. On this day, he was beaten so many times that he couldn't remember, and naturally he would bite a demon when he saw someone. Boom. Mi Langjun knelt down on one knee in front of Xiao Chen. His huge body knelt down, bent over, and was shorter than Xiao Zhaoziahao Chen. The expression is clumsy and the tone is awkward, but very sincere. You saved my life. Thank you. Give me hope of living. Your heroism, your strength, and even your kindness have a great influence on me. I do in Langjun. I am willing to be your subordinate and go through fire and water for you. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen finally burst into a smile. Finally, we have a strong teammate. The man has gold under his knees. Get up. You will be my brother from now on, and we will stick swords in both sides. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the shoulders of Mi Langjun, letting him get up. Big brother. Shui Langjun is also very loyal, willing to recognize Xiao Chen as the big brother, is the kind of gratitude and admiration from the heart. Now, I need you, and all of you, to do me a favor and get rid of Wimerk. Xiao Chen's expression became solemn after accepting Mr. Mi Xia, and he slowly talked about the plan. Everyone, come here. After Xiao Chen finished talking about the plan, Lang Junzi waved his palm and called all the aliens. The extraterrestrials walked over obligingly, and formed a circle of people around Mi Langjun and Xiao Chen. Do you want to return to your own planet, to your own home? As soon as Mr. Ziwulang came up, he was a soul torturer. When he said this, he glanced at Xiao Chen. His speeches were all planned by Xiao Chen, and the content was naturally planned by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen winked at him secretly as a sign of encouragement. Of course I want to go back, I want to dream. But what's the use of going back? Not to mention the engravings on our bodies, we can't deal with so many samurai robots. Yay, in the end it's a dead end. All the aliens said with their heads down. At this time, Xiao Chen walked out slowly, his voice raised, and his expression became solemn. But, you also saw it today. The audience, they are not satisfied with the ordinary duel, they want a death fight. One day, everyone will to participate in the death battle, lose the battle to the death, win the disabled. This is our ending. When it comes to death fight, the aliens start to commit a crime, and their expressions become a little excited. Yes, staying here is also dead, just lingering on for a few days. However, what do they take against Wemek? Wemek has a large number of samurai robots, and he also has the ability to think and teleport, so he is absolutely impeccable. We can't beat Wyke. It's not that we don't want to resist, it's that our chance to win is too slim, and there is no hope of winning at all. Most aliens bow their heads in dejection. Lang Junshui and I will lead you to fight against Wemek together. Xiao Chen said aloud, I don't know if any of you have seen my game. Let me put it this way. I played 2 games, I came back safe and sound. I have the strength to lead you to a victory over Wemek. Lang Junzi also slowly raised the meteor hammer and said, I support him. Even if we die, I can let everyone escape together and return to our own planet, our own home. In the eyes of all the aliens, there was a trace of flame called hope. Many of them were forcibly arrested, and they also have their own homes and family members. Now, there is a chance to escape from this ghost place. It is still under the leadership of such a powerful extermination Langjun, and the new Earth powerhouse. This gives, BGEF, enough hope for them. Can? All aliens still struggle at the end, hesitate, and fear has not been broken. At this time, Xiao Chen hated the iron and said, I gave you a chance, you are useless. It is no wonder that you have to die here, because you do not have the courage to escape. You deserve to die here for a lifetime. Can't see my family. Deserving it. His remarks, like a dynamite barrel, directly blew up the emotions in the hearts of all aliens. This time, courage overcomes fear. I'm going to fuck with you? My family is waiting for me? I'm a father, I'm going back to my own planet to see my children. A slug-like disgusting alien, but resolutely said. All beginnings are hard. After having a leader, everyone was chosen to be a warrior by Wemek, that is to say, with a bit of blood, who wouldn't dare to fight. It really did, and maybe I could escape from Wemek's spaceship and meet my family. Very good. Xiao Chen showed a relieved smile, and after looking at Lang Junzi, he lowered the volume and told the aliens a few words mysteriously. In front of the monitor screen, Wemek sees everything. His face was extremely ugly all of a sudden, and he was shaking with anger. These damn slaves have all betrayed me. So far so good. Wyke laughed angrily, and slapped the screen with his palms. These people didn't realize that the spaceship was full of his high-tech equipment, and their plans were mastered by him in advance. Wyvak decides to play a surprise. Hey. All samurai robots, get to the main control room in 3 minutes, come now. Just 2 or 3 minutes passed. Behind Wemek stood row after row, an exaggerated number of 100 warrior robots. Holding sharp katana swords, they were as cold as real samurai, full of murderous intent, and stood upright. 80 robots, immediately go to the backstage to rest, and put all those damn traitors to their necks with knives, so that they can't do anything. If they dare to resist, they will kill them directly. Wemek ordered directly. Not planning to deal with him? He sneered. Now, he was the one who knew all of Xiao Chen's plans, and killed Xiao Chen and the others before they started. Bang bang bang! In an instant, a group of samurai robots set off towards the rest hall. The lounge is here. All the aliens put up their sleeves and were generous with their blood. A few sturdy aliens even looked directly at the gate, discussing to leave the gate aside. Next moment. Taste. The door is open. Numerous samurai robots walked in quickly with big knives, and used the large knives to hold the necks of the group of aliens, striking them by surprise. To the great surprise of Wemak in front of the screen. The whole process lasted less than half a minute, and the aliens didn't cause any confusion at all, and they were held by the samurai robots naturally. There was even an idle samurai robot, leaning against the door, with nothing to do. A bunch of scumbags. It's really useless. Wemak didn't care, he just smiled, looked away from the screen, and stared at the crowd carefully searching for Xiao Chen's figure. Bang bang bang! At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. It seemed to come from the door of the lounge. Wemak instantly became alert, and he secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. Tune the tiger away from the mountain? But, after half a minute, the one who walked in was the cold-faced samurai robot, who seemed to be the one leaning against the door. It's you? Wemak's tone suddenly relaxed. What's the situation to report? Report? The crowd did not find the figure of Mr. Extinction and that Earth magician. The samurai robot said with the same expression. What? Wemak's expression was stunned, and a picture emerged in his mind. Xiao Chen and the gang of aliens also whispered for a while, and although it was a short time, the plan was probably more than what Wemak heard. Xiao Chen and Shizuo Langjun must do something else. He hurriedly replaced the monitoring in the rest hall with rooms in several other places. Until, when the warehouse screen where the spaceship is stored, Wemak was stunned. In the picture, two huge figures are groping forward in the dark warehouse, impressively transformed into Xiao Chen and Mi Langjun. At this time, after seeing the screen of the spaceship warehouse, Wemak really realized that he had been deceived, and hurriedly clicked a few buttons on the console with his hands to try to activate the lights in the warehouse. Sit size. The light bulb in the warehouse just jumped out for a while, and then there was no movement. It must have been man-made damage to make this happen. Oops, tricks to move the tiger away from the mountain. Wemak said angrily, slamming the hammer with both fists on the console, and his expression was a little unstoppable. Give me all the rest of the robots to the spaceship warehouse and grab the Earth magician. And the extermination of the prince. Except for the samurai droid standing behind Wemak. All the remaining samurai robots ran out of the main control room and rushed towards the spaceship hall after receiving instructions from Wemak. No, you are too slow. Seeing their sluggish pace, Wemak couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly raised his palms, his eyes were full of bloodshots, and he exerted his abilities to the extreme at this moment. Taste? The red light like a tsunami engulfed all the walking samurai robots in an instant. Next moment, a dazzling red light suddenly lit up in the surveillance screen of the spaceship warehouse in front of Wemako, and then, a large group of samurai robots appeared in the warehouse. Whoa whoa! Wei Guang immediately sat on his seat. His body was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was a little weak, and he activated the loudspeaker at the spaceship warehouse. Kill them both for me. By the way, fix the lights for me by the way, okay? In the dark. After the samurai robots got the order, they headed towards extermination Langjun and Xiao Chen one by one. Bang bang! Shui Langjun and Xiao Chen stood on both sides respectively, waving their fists fiercely, and smashed the approaching samurai robots one by one. Their combat effectiveness was amazing. However, Wemak believes that it is only a matter of time before these two guys are killed. As for the light bulb issue, a samurai robot slowly took out a brand new chip, climbed up the shelf placed in the warehouse, and reached out to install the chip on the light bulb. In an instant, lighting was restored throughout the warehouse. Wemak suddenly got up from his position and stared at the two on the screen, his face full of disbelief. Idiot! Kevin narrowed his eyes and looked at the camera on the ceiling. Because of the strong light, his eyes could not open a little. You didn't expect that I would come here with Langjun Zhuang? Since you want to leave me in this ghost if you don't listen to my advice, then you'd better die. Wemak never expected that Kevin actually backstabbed him, but an even greater doubt arose in his mind. Where did Xiao Chen go? Rest backstage, spaceship warehouse, there is no him. Sizzle. The cold katana pierced through the clothes behind Wemak, penetrating his body, and the tip of the blade protruded from his chest. The icy blade made him feel bleak all over. He turned his head stiffly and looked behind him. It was the samurai robot that was leaning against the door from the beginning, holding a samurai sword, and stabbed Wemak straight. Idiot, you've been tricked. With a mocking expression, the samurai robot slowly turned sideways so that Wemak could see its back through the viewing angle. Unlike all samurai red, it's black on the back with a quirky pattern in all kinds of green. It's a shapeshifter skin. What's going on? Mighty Demon makes a stiff voice. It can clearly feel that its mechanical body is rapidly weakening, and it is difficult for its thoughts to play a role. It's a long story. From the gap in the mechanical body of the samurai robot, the skin of the shapeshifter drilled out, and then quickly wrapped his frontal body. At this point, his face has also turned into that of a shapeshifter, and his circle-like eyes are wrinkled. Before, I divided my body into two, half outside and half inside the mechanical shell, just so that you wouldn't be able to find it. I didn't expect it. It's quite successful, and it's done in one go. From the very beginning, he transformed into a shapeshifter, attacked a robot from the wall, and leaned over the robot, because he was also a robot, and because Wemek was always paying attention to the crowd, no one paid attention to him, for flowers. Moreover, he deliberately leaned against the door and covered the back with the skin attached to it, successfully concealing the sky and sneaking in. After that, let alone. The aliens in the rest hall are to move tigers away from the mountains, exterminating Langjan and Kevin, and naturally they are also here to disperse the Wemek forces. Only at this moment when Wemek is alone, can the shapeshifter succeed in one blow and hit him hard. You can't kill me, I still have a mark on you. Wemek stared at the shapeshifter, making a difficult sound, his eyes turned red, trying to activate the mark on the shapeshifter. However, the shapeshifter's body was motionless, with a disdainful expression on his face, and pointed to his own body, that kind of pediatric thing. After I transformed, I was easily erased by me. Don't be too simple. Transformation? What the hell is that watch of yours? It was only at this time that Wemoka realized that Xiao Chen was not a so-called magician. Instead, it relies on the transformation mechanism that becomes an alien. Taste? Next moment, the shapeshifter's body fell off the samurai robot like a lump of mud, slammed into the front of Wemek, and enveloped his whole body in the blink of an eye. This time, he wants to gain the master control of Wemek, and even the entire spaceship. The other side. Because of Wemek's attack, his orders were automatically invalidated. All samurai robots suddenly put down their weapons because there was no command to operate, and the program didn't know what to do. Success. Seeing this scene, Mi Langjun was very excited. The aliens jumped up from the ground with excitement one by one, and attacked the samurai robots beside them one after another. Wrestling, boxing, and all kinds of fighting methods. Destroy these damn samurai robots that have bullied them for a long time into a pile of mechanical parts. Mi Langjun and Kevin are also quick-wit, and they can solve all the samurai robots present in 3 or 2 billion after wrapping the body of Wemek. The shapeshifter used its powerful physical characteristics to heal the wound in an instant, and under Wemek's begging, it instantly wiped out its chip consciousness. So far, the mastery of this body completely fell into the hands of the shapeshifter, and he also felt the various powerful abilities in his body. It can be said that those abilities of Wemeko were not so powerful before, but now, after his possession, they have been greatly enhanced. It's time to complete my sign-in task, the shapeshifter said slowly, and his eyes fell on the surveillance screen in front of him. In the backstage of the rest, there are still many samurai robots that have not been killed. And in the spaceship hall, boom, the wicked Kevin, after killing the last samurai robot, slammed his hands around the electric current, grabbed 773 tightly and grabbed the shoulders of Mi Langjun. Sitsize? Although Mi Langjun was on guard, in front of the powerful electricity, his whole body was covered with electric light, and his whole body twitched rapidly. After 2 or 3 seconds of continuous electric shock, Kevin retracted his palms. Monument. Lord Su slowly fell to the ground, his mouth opened slightly, and there was a wisp of gunpowder smoke. It seemed that there was only one word to describe it. Miserable? Wemek is my enemy, and so are you? Although I can't beat Xiao Chen, I can take all the aircraft alone and escape from this ghost place. Kevin smiled sinisterly, looked at the aircraft around him, and fought the idea of these aircraft. In front of the screen, the shapeshifter's face was very cold. This time, on the spaceship, no one can stop him and get rid of Kevin? Taste? Next second, the shapeshifter's body was surrounded by that weird red light. His figure moved instantly, from the main control room, to the resting backstage immediately. Wymac? Here he comes, and we still have his mark on us. Be careful. Something's wrong. I remember that Wemek didn't look like this at all. How did it become like this? The aliens in the backstage were startled, and even forgot to kill the remaining dozen or so samurai robots. All of them looked at Wemek as if they were facing a great enemy. It's me, Xiao Chen, I succeeded. The shape-shifting monster just left a faint sentence, waved his palms, and released an incomparably terrifying mind power. Taste? A kind of bright red light like fireworks bloomed from his body, spreading in all directions, and quickly enveloped the bodies of more than a dozen samurai robots around him. The bodies of him and these samurai robots disappeared without a trace along with the red light, as if the human world had evaporated. Looking at the empty front, the aliens looked stunned. If it weren't for the mutilation of many samurai robots lying on the ground, they might suspect that the previous experience was a good dream. After possessing Wemek, the shapeshifter knows every position of the spaceship like the back of his hand, perfectly inheriting and strengthening all the abilities. Relying on his familiarity with the spaceship, he led the samurai robots to find the location of the warehouse without seeing the coordinates. Taste? The psychic power was activated again, and Wemek and a large group of samurai robots appeared in the spaceship warehouse in an instant. These aircraft are all mine. Kevin just took out all the aircraft, and when he placed them in front of him, he heard a sound of landing behind him. He said to look back from a different place. His eyes became startled. The leader is the Wemeko who seems to have mutated, and the dozen or so samurai robot brothers behind it. Wemek? You're not dead. What the hell is Xiao Chen doing? Was he killed by you? Kevin's series of soul tortures, obviously, he in this world has no chance to contact Omnitrix, so the DNA of the four-handed overlord has been fused, and the deformation does not understand the monster at all. Kill him. The shapeshifter didn't talk nonsense, and coldly gave orders to the minds of all samurai robots. This behavior can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Kevin wins, all the samurai robots are destroyed, and the mission is completed. On the other hand, if Kevin is eliminated, isn't it easy for him to get rid of these samurai robots? SHHHHHH. The samurai robots rushed towards Kevin with their samurai swords in an instant, and under the instructions of the shape-shifting monsters, they did not go up to die one by one stupidly, but swarmed over. Boom, boom, what? Kevin's fist smashed two samurai robots, stretched out his head and smashed the arm of a samurai robot with his teeth, showing a very fierce look, but the big knives of other samurai robots slashed at him without hindrance. Although he hastily twisted his body, his back and shoulders were unfortunately slashed by the samurai sword. Yeah? A spatula wound appeared on Kevin's body. He fought back painfully at the samurai droids that attacked him, destroying them. But, and me. The shape-shifting monster looked at Kevin in front of him with murderous aura, and his mind had returned to its heyday in a short period of time. Call out. He raised his palms and aimed at Kevin's body. No, no. Kevin seemed to realize something. His expression became anxious. He pushed aside the samurai robots around, and jumped towards the shapeshifter. Boom. At this moment, the mark on Kevin's body was activated by the shapeshifter, and it exerted a huge force, like an invisible big hand, slapped Kevin's body from midair and fell to the ground. Mind, crush. The shapeshifter's palm shrank inward fiercely, and an invisible force immediately wrapped around one of Kevin's arms. His expression became fierce, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Click. In an instant, all the thoughts frantically crushed one of Kevin's left arms, like a truck running over, causing his left arm to deform instantly, twisting outward, and there was a crisp 4.5 cracking sound from the bone. His expression became painful, and he screamed in the spaceship. One hand, then, abolish the other hand. To be on the safe side, the shapeshifter took a breath, and then set his eyes on Kevin's other arm. Click. The thought, like a heavy hammer, broke Kevin's other arm. So far, his two arms were broken at the same time, and he didn't even have the strength to scream. He completely lost his ability to fight and escape, and rolled on the ground in pain. Then the last move, send you to hell. The shapeshifter, without emotion, announces Kevin's death. At this time, Mi Langjan also slowly got up, got out of the state of electric anesthesia, and his huge body was blocked in front of the exit gate of the spacecraft. Kevin, you can't run away. SHHHHHHH. Countless terrifying thought energies condensed in the sky above the shapeshifter's head, and the thought tricks were invisible, but everything on the floor around him swayed wildly, and there were also gusts of whirlwinds circling around him, which was enough to see the power of this trick. And Kevin, he resisted the pain of the broken arm, looked up at the small body of the shapeshifter in front of him with fear, and burst into tears. Xiao Chen, no, don't kill me, please. Do you remember? When you first started, you gave me a chance to reform and took away my superpowers. Otherwise, if you take my superpowers away again, I will definitely be a new person and change my mind. He wept bitterly and burst into tears. In the face of death, he suddenly became so humble and vulnerable. He was reluctant. He was reluctant to live that vain life, that kind of squandering the rest of his life with stolen money. When he was about to die, he also regretted deeply in his heart, not once or twice, but countless times. Obviously, he can keep a low profile and not seek revenge on Xiao Chen, but occasionally become a rich man to make himself rich, and even go to be a bodyguard for the rich and live a luxurious life. But he just wanted to find 16 dead. But, in front of Kevin's tearful face, there was a shapeshifter whose expression remained unchanged. Today, he can be said to be unmoved in the face of these superhuman beings, or in the face of the begging for mercy from criminals who have mechanical equipment, mechanical bodies, and who do not want to do evil. If you don't punish yourself, then ordinary people can't punish them. Die. The shape-shifting monster threw the huge mind power on Kevin's side. No, no, no. Kevin's voice was heart-wrenching, his tears stopped, 2 lines of clear tears hung on his face, and he shrank back like crazy. A mass of invisible shock waves flew in front, and the ground where it went was instantly crushed into pieces, like crushed biscuits, and kept approaching Kevin's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the invisible shock wave hit Kevin's chest hard. His voice stopped abruptly, and the pain on his face only appeared for a moment. Just like Wemek, the chest was attacked and the back was pierced. Boom! The terrifying thought shockwave kept piercing through his octopus body, and even opened a big mouth on the floor behind him, almost penetrating the universe. Boom! Kevin fell silently to the ground. The yellowish blood flowed all over its body, its head hung down on the floor, the pupils of its eyes shrank to the extreme, and it died of anger. Huh. I knew this earlier, why bother in the first place? The shapeshifter slowly lowered his arms were numb, even a slight movement was unbearable pain, and his face was also twitching. Looking at the dead Kevin, he had no sympathy. Given the opportunity and committing it again and again, it is provoking his bottom line. Are you alright, my lord? Zy Langjun hurriedly walked over to the shapeshifter and asked with concern. Forget it, don't call me your lord. Just call me Xiao Chen. Deformation. The monster had no idea about this title, and reluctantly said to Mi Langjan. Take me as a brother in your heart, it doesn't matter what you call me, the shapeshifter said cheerfully. Okay, Xiao Chen. Mi Langjan nodded helplessly. I still have a task to complete. The shapeshifter's gaze slowly fell on the few remaining samurai robots in front. The sign-in task is not complete unless it is all killed. You guys, kill me all. The shapeshifter gave these robots a stern order. Yes, master. Yes. Every samurai robot heard the words, like a real samurai, raised the samurai sword, wiped the neck, fell straight to the ground like a samurai and died, but their necks did not bleed, but burst out. Violent electric sparks caused bursts of small explosions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host can choose to apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, or choose to store it, or use it immediately. After all this is over, the sign-in came as promised. However, this time, the sign-in reward has changed from the previous routine to a whole new set of rhetoric. Can the rewards be stored, or used in the previous blue reward combat equipment? What exactly is that combat equipment? It actually counts for the number of sign-ins. The shapeshifter pondered for a while, and said to the system in his mind, "System, save the rewards first. I want to see what happened to that combat equipment, and it actually has function." "Okay, host." The system replied briefly. After the shapeshifter had dealt with the sign-in problem, his eyes fell on the spaceship in front of him again. His expression was very indifferent. Since the owner of this spaceship and the guards are all gone, there is no need for the spaceship to exist, so I will directly destroy it. After all, his eyes showed a ruthless color. "I have no problem, Xiao Chen. I will go to Earth with you and follow you, become as strong as you, and become your best subordinate." Clenched his fists, Mi Langjun said loudly. These words made the shapeshifter a little moved. "After playing for so long, I finally got a hardcore ally." However, he frowned. "Don't use words like subordinates to call yourself in the future. The imprint on your body should be removed, and the imprint on your mind should also be removed. Do you understand?" "I see." Langjun Zy nodded heavily and said, "I like this big man who looks ferocious, but very simple, the shapeshifter. At least not so much. Then, let me inform everyone to come here first." Before it was too late, the shapeshifter used his mind again and used his own voice to summon the aliens of the entire spaceship. "Everyone, come to the spaceship warehouse." After hearing Xiao Chen's voice, the aliens got excited. "It's Xiao Chen." They set off without delay, and hurriedly gathered in the spaceship warehouse. They were dumbfounded when they saw the strange-looking Wemek. Fortunately, the shapeshifter and Mi Langjun explained it, otherwise they would have to fight again. "Now you are riding the aircraft one by one, positioning yourself on the planet. I will set an automatic switch to make the spaceship explode in 20 minutes. Everyone, goodbye by fate," the shapeshifter said in an orderly manner. Flavor. One by one, the aliens opened the hatch of the aircraft, and after setting the destination inside, they got in and closed the aircraft. Shhhhhhh. The floor below the aircraft is a kind of opening and closing door. As soon as the door is opened, the aircraft will fly down, directly out of the spaceship, into the universe, and fly towards its hometown. One by one the aliens parted. There are many who sincerely thank Xiao Chen before parting, and those who express their remorse to him. One of the learned aliens kindly said, "The explosion of a spacecraft of this magnitude may have a certain impact on the cosmic magnetic field. And it seems that this spacecraft is equipped with some kind of high-tech explosion of that level, more likely to cause cosmic instability here. No way, I don't have a better way to deal with it. Still, thank you for your opinion." Xiao Chen thanked him and said helplessly, now that he has even released his transformation, sitting on the cold mechanical body of Wemek, quietly waiting for the aliens to return home one by one. Till the end. There are still 2 aircraft left in their original positions. "Let's go, Mr. Extinction." Xiao Chen was the first to arrive in front of an aircraft. The aircraft was a circular aircraft, and it was not small enough to accommodate several adults with their legs in their arms. It also had a built-in electronic screen that displayed coordinates and coordinates. Speed. He walked into the aircraft, clicked on the electronic screen, selected the coordinates, and was directly positioned to the Earth next to him. Although Xiao Chen couldn't understand the coordinates, there was still a picture displayed next to the screen, and it was a picture from America. It seems that the aircraft is directly positioned on the road he came from. In other words, it is the fastest way to get the spacecraft to the Earth, or the Earth to the spacecraft. After Xiao Chen set the coordinates, he clicked the speed again. The speed is divided into 3 grades of slow speed, uniform speed. In the human state, safety is still the first. Xiao Chen clicked the slow speed. Immediately afterwards, the aircraft in front of him closed the door. The surroundings became dim, only the glowing electronic screen remained, and the rest was pitch dark. Fortunately, he was able to stretch his limbs and lie inside. Otherwise, you might get claustrophobic. Moreover, the aircraft is very warm and comfortable, like a bed. Call out. The aircraft carrying Xiao Chen slowly flew towards the Earth's atmosphere below. Seeing this, Mi Langjun set the same speed and the same location, and then shrunk slightly and lay in the aircraft, allowing the aircraft to fly down. The 2 aircraft were one after the other, with a distance of less than 10 meters, and fell toward the location on the other side of the Earth. And 10 minutes later, the entire Reaper of Souls arena burst out with a dazzling beam of light, like a bright beam of light from the Big Bang, the space junk floating around, and all kinds of space meteorite fragments were illuminated in a glance. This beam of light lasted a long time. There were ripples in the space, and it was broken. It seems to be a long-lost time and space turbulence, and it is squeezed again. However, the extent of this squeeze is obviously too small to detect, and I am afraid that people in this universe or other universes will not be able to shuttle between each other. However, it is not necessarily the kind of place that has the nature of shuttle in itself. Long time. The light just stopped. The wreckage of the spacecraft floated in the universe and turned into a large mass of space junk. In the wreckage, another figure jumped back and forth among the wreckage, with a puzzled expression. What is this place? He noticed the Earth ahead. Okay, is the Earth? 3 or 4 hours have passed. It's already afternoon, and it's almost evening. The two aircraft cut through the sky, forming a fiery red shadow like a meteor, and landed in a vast expanse of grassland. All around, there are brand new and repaired windmills, which are constantly turning and recondensing electricity. But the old broken car, and even Mark, they have disappeared. Boom, boom. After a while, the two aircraft landed on the ground one after the other, smashing 2 large pits. Broken pieces, doors open front and rear of the aircraft. Lang Junzi bent down and walked out. After walking out, he took a deep breath. His face was intoxicated. He looked around. His eyes were shocked. Is this the Earth? What a beautiful planet. And this kind of plant is everywhere. The air is really fresh. You haven't been to the forest, where the air is better. Hope you like it here. Xiao Chen rubbed his waist and walked out, with a slightly uncomfortable expression on his face. It could be seen that this journey was not perfect for him, but fortunately his body was strengthened, so he didn't suffer much. However, I have something I want to ask you. What's the matter? Xiao Chen looked at Mr. Ziwalang suspiciously. Here, can I still grab food? Because I have a lot of food, 1 meal is not enough for me. Lang Jun Zy said sadly. Don't worry, well, you can take care of yourself here. Seeing that you are so happy eating the food of the Vemix spaceship, you must like the food of that flavor very much. I believe you will also love the food of my family. Xiao Chen praised Grandpa Mark's cooking skills. Family? Zy Langjun asked curiously. Who are they? Are we going to find them now? Let me tell you something. Xiao Chen didn't choose to hide it, but he told his grandfather Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and Xiaoban about them, and gave a general introduction to himself. The identity, and the watch thing. Zhao Ziyahao, hearing the words, Mi Langjun was even more stunned. He couldn't believe that the boss in front of him was really just a child, and his strength was so terrifying. Is this talent? It's weird. What about Grandpa and the others? Xiao Chen was very puzzled. While talking with Lang Junzwan, he wandered in the grassland, but he could never find the shadow of his grandfather and the others, which made him very worried. During his absence, something must have happened, otherwise it would be impossible for Grandpa Mark and the others not to be here. Would you like to transform into an alien like Scud and look for them? Zy Langjun gave his opinion sincerely. Xiao Chen just wanted to answer. Shui Langjun immediately raised the meteor hammer in his hand, twisted his body, and looked in the direction of the prairie toward the road. Be careful, Xiao Chen. A big robot monster is coming. Big monster? What a coincidence. Xiao Chen immediately placed his palm on his Omnitrix, still thinking about whose robot was attacking him. As a result, I followed the place where Lang Jun Xia looked at. It was the old broken car that drove towards the two of them from a distance. The man who had never seen such a car was nervous, and regarded Grandpa Mark and the others as enemies. It's okay, Mi Ju Lang Jun. Xiao Chen stretched out his palm and tried to pat Ju Mi Lang Jun on the shoulder, but couldn't reach, so he patted Ju Lang Jun's arm. That's my family's car. They came to me. It was so. Mi Lang Jun breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his guarded expression, and slowly put down the terrifying meteor hammer in his hand. Xiao Chen's hand also moved away from the Omnitrix's screen. Taste? When the old broken car drove not far away, it started to slow down. After rolling out a tire track on the lawn, the car stopped diagonally in front of Mi Langjun and Xiao Chen. What's going on with this big monster? Are you going to fight? Tian Xiaoban, who was resting on the sofa, was always looking at the windshield in front of him, and was very vigilant about Mi Langjun. Mark comforted him. Don't worry Xiaoban, Xiao Chen is standing next to this big guy, they obviously know each other. Maybe it's our 773 a new alien friend. I'll go down and see Xiao Chen first. Tian Xiaoan eagerly opened the car door and quickly walked in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, what happened? Brought an alien. Mark and Tian Xiaoban also walked down one by one. However, Xiao Chen didn't answer their questions, but started to ask questions curiously. Xiao Wen, why were you not here when I came down with Mr. Zy Lang? Are you looking for me in this grassland? When he said that, he looked at the three of them with his eyes, but found that the reactor in front of Xiaoban was obviously a little dim. Like magic. This is a long story. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others looked at each other with helpless expressions, but with pride. Original. Within a few hours of Xiao Chen's departure, Mark and the others encountered a fungus attacking people incident. A certain special fungus was very aggressive and controlled a lot of people. As for Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others, they were very concerned about Xiao Chen, but when they heard this kind of news, they couldn't sit idly by, so they went to resolve the incident. This is also the first time Tian Xiaoban and the others have fought alone. Have to say, mission accomplished. Xiao Chen listened to the whole process and looked a little surprised. This seems to be the event that will happen in the future. I remember that in the original book, it was a fungus creature that used the wild magic vine to fight. This time he doesn't need to solve it, or it's good, it saves a thing. Okay, it's time to answer our question? Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoan put his hands on his body and said as a matter of course. Of course, let me tell you what happened when I was teleported to the spaceship. Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Lang Junzi beside him, and explained what happened when he and Kevin were teleported to the spaceship. Period. Tian Xiaoban's face showed disbelief, and he was so envious that he went mad. In the arena? Can you still get the audience's shouts? God, this is too exciting, too beautiful. I thought our experience was very exciting, but I didn't expect it's more exciting. This can greatly satisfy his BGEF desire to be in the limelight. After learning that Kevin was dealt with, Mark was also relieved and his face stretched. Kevin is very dangerous from the beginning, and he also absorbed Moath's DNA. His character has been changed, become even more violent. It is the most dangerous enemy other than Moath. Fortunately, it has been perfectly solved by Xiao Chen, and the three of them looked to the side of Mi Langjun. Xiao Chen also gained a hardcore ally. Mi Langjun may not be able to beat the enhanced version of Kevin, but to deal with a character like the 6-6 monsters, not to mention crushing, but at least it can be equally divided, and if you play well, you may be able to crush it. Hello, you are Xiao Chen's family. From now on, I will swear to protect you to the death. Shuilian Langjun lowered his head and said very sincerely, hey, I like this big guy. Tian Xiaoban likes honest people. He stretched out his small fist, and kindly bumped his fists with Mr. Ziwilang. Grandpa, isn't Mr. Ziwilang not allowed to travel with us? Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Mark, then looked at the old broken car, and asked helplessly. Mark sighed and explained, I'm sorry, Xiao Chen. Obviously, the old broken car can no longer accommodate Mr. Shuilang. Even if there is one more child, it will be very crowded. Then, Mr. Ziwilang, let me find a way to arrange a place for you. Xiao Chen frowned and said to Mr. Shui, as long as it's better than the backstage environment, I can accept it. The request of Mr. Ziwilang is also super simple. Xiao Chen nodded and agreed. But he thought about it. I don't have that much money to run. It seems that we must find a way to make some money. Mi Langjun stayed on guard outside the old broken car. Xiao Chen, Mark, and others got into the old broken car together. After Xiao Chen borrowed Tian Xiaoan's laptop, he turned on Omnitrix and transformed into a little soldier. Xiao Kaibing's small body jumped back and forth between the keyboards, and soon opened a thesis website, and registered a new account, began to write papers and then sold them for a fee. Upload. Mathematical papers. Chinese paper. Papers in various disciplines. Originally, Mark, Xiaoban and the others thought that Xiao Kaibing wanted to borrow money, but when they saw this place, they were dumbfounded. Borrowing money is a helpless move, with such a smart mind, no matter what the money is. Tian Xiaoan's eyes were brimming with brilliance, and she kept exclaiming, these papers are so high level that even she can't read them, not even a single word, but she just feels very high and powerful. The dissertation website soon exploded. Every paper written by Xiao Kaibing is far above the level of the papers of human beings on Earth. All of them can be recorded in textbooks. Because of the papers he wrote, students may have a lot more content in their senior year textbooks, and they have to memorize some more advanced formulas, and do some difficult problems for Xiao Kaibing's papers. Under each paper, countless professors left messages frantically, as if to worship the 10-year-old Xiao Kaibing as an idol, and all of them racked their brains to get the contact information of Xiao Kaibing to conduct academic discussions with him. In a short period of time, Xiao Kaibing's thesis has been paid and downloaded by countless professors several times. In a bank account he specially opened, more than $1 million suddenly appeared, pure income, and this number keeps rising, which means it has reached several $1 million. Looking at the numbers on the account, Tian Xiaoban was stunned. This, so much money? This is a gift of several million, so I can buy tens of thousands of violent sumo cards. With so much money, he really has no idea. It's just a small idea. Xiao Kaibing glanced at Tian Xiaoban lightly, and said, these millions are just superficial. I believe there will be many technology companies who want to invite me to be a technical consultant, with an annual salary of hundreds of millions of dollars, or even directly give me a share of the stock, and many colleges and universities will definitely want me to be a professor and promise me countless benefits. Compared with these, what is a few million? The most important thing is that his account has become famous, and it may promote the development of science and technology for human beings in this universe. Xiao Chen, will he be found out if he is so pushy? Mark said worriedly. Don't worry, I have already considered this point. Xiao Kaibing continued, the real name identity of this account is fake information, everything is fake, including the IP address. They can't find me. Only the bank account is real. But those millions had to pass through countless bank cards before they arrived on my card. In other words, if someone wants to investigate him, they will only investigate a non-existent money. Where did the money go? It is even more impossible. It needs to be authenticated by the treasury of all banks in the world before it can be found. Little raiders do things without leaking. With his IQ, playing with Blue Star's internet system was a piece of cake. It's much stronger than Tony's shit. Now, with money, it's easy to handle. Xiao Kaibing looked at the millions of dollars in the account, and the corner of his mouth twitched, and immediately opened the website for selling houses in the United States. He chose a city in the middle of the United States, a large warehouse near the suburbs. The middle city means that as long as the little soldiers don't leave Kaiguo, then Mi Langjan can support him at the fastest speed. The suburbs are sparsely populated, which is also convenient for Xiao Langjan to hide. As for why the warehouse, I've figured it out. Xiao Kaibing said lightly, we destroy some robots, or defeat some superpowers to get loot. There will always be times when we can't store them. I think it's too wasteful to destroy them all or give them to the Heavenly Union. Just store it in this warehouse. Just like Iron Man's laboratory, this warehouse will also be his laboratory in the future, storing loot and developing new technologies. Hero's secret base? Cool delivery. In this way, Xiao Langjan not only has a place to live, but also allows him to help guard the laboratory. Tian Xiaoben praised. Okay, the purchase is successful. Xiao Kaibing clicked the purchase lightly, and tampered with the information. The result is that the real estate certificate of this warehouse has been directly in his hands. It is in electronic form. There is also a problem, that is, the laboratory must be equipped with workbenches, office chairs, cutting machines, and other instruments, as well as sandbags, beds, and other daily necessities used by Mr. Xiao Lang. These must not be slowed down. Buy slowly? Fortunately, Mark gave a solution. Still a union. Only this time Tianhui is equivalent to a second-hand platform. The simple meaning is that the plumbers from the Tiangong Union go to buy the things that Mr. Xiao Lang needs, and then sell them to Mr. Xia at a higher price. Because they are all plumbers, they naturally take offense to the aliens like Mr. Xia. No wonder, the price is nothing more than spending more money. Xiao Chen, you have more than 2 million more in your account. You don't have to worry about maintenance and decoration for your secret base for a year. If you have enough money, all the troubles of the plumber will be solved. Mark said with a smile. Then, please, Grandpa, this account allows the people of the Tiangong Union to take money at any time, if not enough. Ask for flowers. Xiao Kaibing nodded slightly, let Mark also operate on the laptop, and successfully contacted the Tiangong Union. After explaining the situation, he also made appointments with a few retired plumbers as he said, I live near the warehouse and can help with purchasing. Not only that, they can also be responsible for the travel of the extermination of Langjan, as long as they add money. That's all. The settlement of the extermination of Langjan has been solved. After doing this, Xiao Kaibing also transformed and disarmed, and changed back to Xiao Chen. He walked out with Mark and the others, and talked to Langjan Zy for dozens of minutes before he understood his future responsibilities and his experience of living on Earth. Xiao Chen, be sure to call me if you need it. I will arrange for someone from the Tiangong Guild to give me one. Duan Langjan said awkwardly. Definitely. Xiao Chen went back to the car, and when he got off again, he took a white paper and a black pen, and wrote a string of mobile phone numbers on the paper. It was his mobile phone. Mi Langjan wiped the paper and stood quietly waiting. It's been a while. The retired plumbers from the Tiangong Union drove over in a large RV, picked up Mr. Xiao Langjan, and drove to the warehouse purchased by Xiao Chen. I'm hoping to see what our secret base and laboratory will look like after the refit. Tian Xiaoben said with anticipation as he watched the car drive away. That's going to take a long time. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders. With Mr. Mija there won't be any danger there. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, so let the plumbers and Mr. Mizui worry about it. This can also be regarded as a big task for the extermination of Langjan. However, these are all things to talk about later. Well now, Xiao Chen rubbed his stomach. His stomach was growling with hunger, and his face was sad. Forget it, my last meal was those jelly-like things I ate on the spaceship 6 or 7 hours ago. I'm about too hungry. Let's go, Xiao Chen, Grandpa will take you to a big dinner. Seeing this scene, Mark smiled helplessly, stepped into the driver's seat, and said eagerly, for dinner, go straight to the 3-star restaurant with ice cream? One word to describe the food in a 3-star restaurant is ice cream. The prawns from the XXX place, the oysters from the XXX place, various precious ingredients, and steaks. If you are not used to eating, you can order the super luxurious seafood fried noodles. Xiao Chen is always satisfied with a meal. In the end, he used the bank card to pay for the meal, and it was considered to have invited Mark and the others to have a meal. A professor at the next table was still eagerly discussing the thesis with his student. Let me tell you, that mysterious user doesn't only have papers in physics, but also about chemistry. He is a miracle. Maybe human beings have made breakthroughs in science and technology more than 10 years later, because of these papers he originally published. Who is he? At present, I can't find his identity, and I wanted to pay a visit to him. The professor said regretfully, he has become a big celebrity in academia. There must be many hackers interested in investigating him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression was a little worried. It seems that hacking into the internet should be done less often, leaving a trace of control, which may harm him. Although, the odds of that are infinitely small. Then Xiao Chen and the others returned to the old broken car. They walked along the way, and they didn't encounter anything. It was calm. Xiao Chen, won't you get in the car? Tian Xiaoben, who was about to get in the car, saw Xiao Chen in the trunk and asked curiously, I have something missing. Xiao Chen pretended to smile at Tian Xiaoben, then stretched out his hands and opened the trunk door. What is it? Tian Xiaoben's curiosity was piqued. He trotted to Xiao Chen's side and looked at the system rewards in the trunk together with him. That is a glasses. To be precise, it's like VR glasses. There is a data cable next to the frame, and the other end of the data cable is an unremarkable black box, which has its own chip, and the system is constantly operating. Naturally, there are wires behind the black box, which are now unchanged arced. Is this the equipment for virtual combat? It looks very ordinary. Xiao Chen widened his eyes, picked up the virtual glasses with his left hand, and held the virtual equipment with his right. A lot crooked. Xiao Chen, what is this? Tian Xiaoben asked in surprise. Frankly speaking, I don't know either. This is a gift from Mr. Zy Langzhen. He texted that it was in the trunk. Xiao Chen told a lie, and immediately walked away with the virtual device get in the car, so as not to be questioned. Mark and Tian Xiaoben asked the same question. What's this? What is it? I have to verify it. Xiao Chen put the virtual device on the table, and Tian Xiaoben volunteered to help, plugging the device's wires into the socket, successfully loaded into the virtual battlefield. A pleasant female voice came from the virtual device, and the words Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben could not understand. They were confused. This looks like Japanese, Xiao Chen said with some doubts. Successfully loaded into the virtual battlefield, a pattern in the middle of the virtual device lit up slightly, and when it recognized Xiao Chen's words, the language was automatically changed from Japanese to English. This is the device I want. High IQ? Much better than that idiot mechanical system, Xiao Chen suddenly said with a wide-eyed smile. In the words, Mark, Tian Xiaoben, and the others could feel Xiao Chen's full of complaints. Please put on the virtual glasses and you can enter the virtual battlefield for training. The virtual device reminded, please prepare yourself mentally. Although the death of the virtual battlefield will not have any effect on you, it does not feel good to die. Understood. Xiao Chen held the two sides of the virtual glasses with both hands, picked up the virtual glasses, and put them on his face. His vision was suddenly pitch black, as if it was blocked by something. Next moment. In front of you. It's light? A bright beam of light illuminates the surroundings? He looked around, a big earthquake suddenly occurred in his pupils, and his face became shocked. This is. There have been earth-shaking changes in all directions, and the inside of the car has changed from a huge space, like the battle warehouse in the House of Evolution in One Punch Man. In an instant, the surroundings became like this, and Xiao Chen looked down and saw that the Omnitrix on his wrist was in a charging state, and this little broken watch actually followed into the battle space. Boom! He immediately opened Omnitrix, randomly selected an alien, and photographed it. Taste? The domineering four-handed overlord appeared in place. What? The four-handed overlord roared in a low voice, just as he was about to exercise his body. He suddenly stopped. If you are still in the car and warm up, will you crash? Or, I'm actually in a spiritual space now? Thinking of this, the four-handed overlord took a tentative step forward. Boom! Without any hindrance, his thighs bowed forward, stepping on a large piece of ground in front of him with a loud bang. It is indeed a spiritual space. Taste? Taste? The four-handed overlord opened his body instantly, jumped back and forth in this world, performed his fists and kicks, and his muscles were completely warmed up. It's such a good feeling to be arrogant. Moreover, after his transformation was released, the Omnitrix was still in a charged state, with unlimited use by default. This is delicious. Xiao Chen took turns to transform into all the aliens, and the wild magic vine was no exception, and took turns to exercise. But this workout is too inefficient, and 4.5 is too boring. Xiao Chen quickly stopped in place, helplessly looking up at the empty sky. The virtual system, is there. Yes, how can I help? Yes, this attitude is quite good. Aren't you a virtual battlefield? I don't have a single opponent. How can it be considered a battlefield? You must write the real-world enemy and all its data into the device, so that the system can simulate the opponent. And you can freely choose how many. If you lose, you will exit the battlefield, and if you win, you can continue. Of course, you can also just say it and quit. The analog system responded with a soft female voice. Real data? Simulated enemies? Wouldn't it say? On this virtual battlefield, can a virtual Moath be created to fight against himself? Xiao Chen suddenly remembered what the system said to him before. Apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, and you can also choose to save it. There was a sign-in reward before, and he chose to save it, which has been useless. That is, can it be used on this virtual combat device? System, can the lottery chance I saved earlier be used on a virtual battle device? Xiao Chen immediately asked the system in his mind. As for the chance to sign in, the system changed its usual laziness and responded quickly, it can be used. One time to sign in, you can copy the data of 5 general enemies? I will directly hand over the complete data of the virtual battlefield. One sign-in opportunity to simulate 5 enemies? Xiao Chen was quite surprised and answered without hesitation. I want to simulate the dummy data of Moath, Corpse Burial, 10 dissimilars Kevin, Wemak, and Diamond. Only 5 of them and 16 cannot be copied, because the host has not enough opportunities to sign in. The system coldly rejected Xiao Chen's request. What? Didn't you just say that the simulation can have 5 enemies? Xiao Chen widened his eyes and asked his system in dissatisfaction. It's 5 general enemies. Different strength enemies require different amounts of data. The dog next door, your Aunt Vera's human version, doesn't need data. Moath's small robot, large robots, warriors of the TNG organization, and Dongwu's large monsters. They are enemies that cost 1 data amount. And Weimok, 6 monsters, 10 dislikes Kevin and a bunch of other enemies need 2 data points. Diamond King, Moath when he was young, and Kevin in the future, only needs 3 data amounts. And the prosperous Moath needs 4 data volumes? The ultimate evolution host, 5 data volumes. The system clearly divides each enemy into various grades, and Xiaochan can be heard saying that he is an expert. Be careful, enemies with 2 data volumes and 1 data volume are not twice the difference. 6 monsters are enough to kill the small robots of the next battle group. Even with the same data volume, the combat effectiveness of large robots and small robots, also different. Therefore, the system only divides a general level, which is not rigorous enough, and is for reference only. Xiaochan asked curiously, then, the system, if it is an outer god race like Superman, how much data does it need to spend? Incalculable. The system simply said a word. Xiaochan was not surprised either. After all, the existence of the outer gods was no longer something that could be simply measured by data. So, in the words of the system, 1 check-in opportunity is equivalent to 5 data volumes. The ultimate evolved alien hero belongs to the existence of 5 data. However, it is almost impossible for me to defeat an enemy of that level. Naturally, the progress brought by combat will not be achieved. Therefore, I have to choose more than me strong, but not too strong an enemy. Say so. Xiaochan immediately understood. System, copy the data of small robots and Moath. Use up my lottery chance. Order, copy successfully. In an instant, the system was successfully copied. There was no sound from the virtual device. This made Xiaochan suspected that the 2 systems were united for a while, so he told him, Virtual equipment, can you copy the enemy for me now? Xiaochan looked up at the sky and asked the virtual system. Of course you can. Now you can choose to copy 2 kinds of enemies. 1. A high-value fighting small robot made of 0.5 nanometer chips and various rare materials, and 2. A cosmic spring that has conquered 9 planets and has undergone special training in hell. Male demon JAS. Xiaochan was a little surprised. He didn't expect a small robot to have a lot of background. But to be honest, with the Omnitrix, he has a very high starting point, and it is normal to use a mere robot as a test stone. Copy a Moath, and 3 small robots, right in front of me. Xiaochan thought for a moment and said to the virtual system again. To simulate the feeling of facing Moath in the first place. Next moment, flavor, 5 small robots appeared around, like some planets, surrounding Xiaochan, treating him as the sun and revolving around him. Omnitrix detected, Omnitrix detected, Omnitrix detected. They, like the real thing, were scanning the Omnitrix on Xiaochan's body, locking him in. Xiaochan. Moath's burly, muscular, giant-like pagoda body stood in front of him, as if it was invincible, and roared hysterically at Xiaochan. Omnitrix is my 773. No matter if you escape to the ends of the earth, if you don't get Omnitrix I will never give up. This is so real. Xiaochan's expression was even more incredible when he saw this scene. He was surprised. This virtual battlefield is simply black technology? Bang bang bang. The next moment, Moath strode towards Xiaochan, and the small robots aimed the cannon at the Omnitrix on Xiaochan's wrist. F***CK, isn't this virtual enemy's attack awareness too strong? Xiaochan hurriedly opened the Omnitrix, directly selected the first alien, and took the photo to transform. Call out? A burst of light flickered. Simple and honest, the round thunderbolt appeared on the spot. His body immediately turned into a spherical shape, and the thick armor was actually blocked by the light from the small robot, and the explosion produced on him, forming a violent smoke. Taste? Thunder rolled out of the smoke, like a big tire that was constantly spinning, and slammed into Moath's head-on. Fight me head-on? You're dead, Moath said with unusual arrogance.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.